Number 35. Wake up. Stop pretending to be dead. With a clatter, a metal rod was thrust into the iron cage, maliciously jabbing at her. As Tu-Nin opened her eyes, pain exploded within her, and a scream escaped her lips. Ah, save your breath. Hurry up and get ready, we are approaching Sand City. The hunchbacked man with protruding teeth mocked her before continuing to rouse the occupants of each cage. Women? Surely she wasn't mistaken. The attire of these women was exceedingly bizarre. Each was scantily clad, adorned with peculiar decorations: rabbit ears, cat tails, or feathers sprouting from the backs of their ears. They were curled up quietly in their respective small cages. She too was confined within a cage. Tu-Nin attempted to pry the bars apart, but they would not yield. Her heart sank as she kicked the cage in frustration, nearly twisting her ankle. It dawned on her that her frame was delicate, devoid of any substantial flesh, and she felt utterly powerless. This was not her body. Her last memory was of a large truck hurtling toward her thus. Had she perished? Just don't let old Bai catch you showing any strength, murmured the voice from the adjacent cage. Otherwise, your meal portions will dwindle even further. The woman cradled a tail behind her, tenderly grooming it while engaging Tu-Nin in conversation. I certainly do not wish to be sold to the people of Sand City. I've heard it is both impoverished and dilapidated. Remaining there would guarantee hunger. Bah! The hunchbacked man turned back, having overheard her words. Without discerning her intent, he spat in front of Tu-Nin and cursed vehemently. As if you have the right to be picky. You're nothing but unsellable merchandise. He banged on the cage, glaring at Tu-Nin with menace. You had better hope someone here buys you otherwise. He smirked ominously. I won't waste fuel and will sell you worthless lot to hunters as bait. The man cursed as he walked away, leaving behind a remark. It's truly heartless to breed such females that can only give birth thrice. Females, Tu-Nin murmured. Watching the man retreat, the girl in the neighboring cage leaned closer to comfort her. Listen, you might as well stop hiding. You should find someone to sell you. It's the only sensible thing to do. No one bidding for you each time is bound to frustrate old Bai. Just don't let him sell you as bait. She rolled her eyes. I've heard. Starworms can swallow dozens of people in one bite. You certainly know a lot. Could you tell me more? I'm not very familiar with this. Tu-Nin adeptly feigned a timid demeanor, seeking information. The revelations were far beyond her comprehension. Firstly, she had completely traversed worlds. Moreover, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm, the beast world. Here, a myriad of beastmen existed, robust and capable of shifting between human and beast forms. High-ranking beastmen could even traverse the cosmos directly. But one fateful day, starworms suddenly emerged. They preyed upon beastmen, becoming a common enemy across all beast planets. In the protracted battle lasting millennia, the beastmen suffered devastating losses. In a bid to augment the breeding population, breeding facilities have begun to emerge across various regions. Within the lower-tier races, female orcs, particularly the highly fertile cat and rabbit tribes, have been extensively captured, bred, and traded. They are subsequently transported to different locales, auctioned to orcs desperate for reproduction, especially in impoverished border planets that are grappling with the ravages of war. Collectively, they are referred to as breeders, a term that Tu-Nin considers synonymous with reproductive slaves. Her own body is a product of such a central breeding facility, belonging to the cat tribe, designated as breeder number 462835, or simply 35. Tu-Nin finds a grim amusement in this. Her life before transmigration was already steeped in absurdity, yet she had come to accept her fate. As for her present condition, being a mere beast, no longer even recognized as human, perhaps it is for the best. Enveloped in a layer of human skin, she would no longer need to concern herself with any lingering sense of shame. Embracing her animalistic nature, she resolved to seize the opportunity for a second life. Thus, she vowed to live fully, to exert every ounce of her strength, and to strive with all her might. Clang, the rickety little transport ship finally landed. Tu-Nin and all the other breeders were herded out of the cargo bay, one after another, under the watchful gaze of armed men, and led to a square on the outskirts of the city. A throng of eager spectators had long awaited their arrival, jostling forward in a frenzy to scrutinize and select their merchandise, occasionally taking liberties with the women. Tu-Nin found herself positioned toward the back of the group, surveying her surroundings. The air was thick with dust, and the city lay in a state of disrepair. Most of the buildings were constructed from stone, primarily single-story structures, with the tallest barely reaching 6 stories. The inhabitants generally wore hoods, their skin parched and lips chapped. Numerous individuals bore robust, grayish-white tails, likely belonging to feline species, resembling tigers or leopards. Young women were seldom seen alone, rather. They were surrounded by men of various ages, alongside a few elderly women leading children. Make way, make way. An interstellar storm will soon block the route we only have today for this auction. Old Bai, with his wealth of experience, immediately elevated the atmosphere with his proclamation. Do not hesitate to spend your karu. If you fail to bring home a breeder now, you may find yourself on the battlefield next time, devoured by starworms, leaving no bloodline behind. Indeed, enough talk. I have set my sights on that one at the back. How many litters can she produce? What's the price? A man inquired impatiently. Old Bai cheerfully stepped aside, and the guards quickly dispersed, each overseeing several women as they initiated the transactions. Why is this cat girl so thin? How many litters can she bear? A short man assessed Tu Nan's figure, visibly dissatisfied. 0.3 litters, perhaps 4? The guard cautiously replied. She's priced at 20,000 karu. What do you think? What? A 7-liter one costs only 15,000. You dare to sell this one for 20,000? The short man scoffed. She comes from the central breeding facility. The cost price was 22,000. Oh, Tu Nan hung her head in silence. 3 births, 20,000 in comparison. It is no wonder Old Bai claims he will incur losses. What significance does this number of births hold? What will happen after 3 births? Will it lead to death? In other words, she could at least survive for another 3 years bestowed by fate. Tu Nan smirked slightly. Her quoted price had been reduced to 15,000, yet several prospective buyers continued to shake their heads, and Old Bai's gaze grew increasingly ominous. Joint purchase is also acceptable. 5,000 per birth. She can endure 3 births. Old Bai declared with a menacing gesture towards Tu Nan, evidently determined to rid himself of this unsold merchandise today. Several men appeared intrigued, conferring with one another before approaching Old Bai to negotiate. To eliminate 3 at once seemed a daunting challenge. Tu Nan appraised the trio of men, mentally calculating none of them appeared weak, while she could be described as frail at present. Indeed, the will to survive demands a certain sacrifice. Suddenly, her gaze swept across a particular spot and came to rest. Tu Nan slowly turned her head back. There, a burly figure cloaked in a cape lurked in the shadows against the wall. The crucial detail was that a green scroll was gently unfurling above his head. A mechanical voice abruptly resonated in Tu Nan's mind. Detecting collectible mutated gene. Ancient white tiger divine. Level successful breeding will complete host genetic chain. Tu Nan paused, realization dawning upon her. Thought it is the system. Or rather, it is a variable. For someone like her, starting with a losing hand, every variable represents an elusive opportunity for a turnaround. And she would never let an opportunity slip away. Point 13. 500 I won't sell for any lower. If you 3 each pay 4,500, that's perfect, right? If so, sign the contract so I can prepare the documents for upload. It seemed a deal was forming on Old Bai's end. Casting a glance at the unfolding situation, she surveyed the area again, and her eyes found no other scroll. Weighing the distance, Tu Nan suddenly shoved the person in front of her with force, disregarding everything, and staggered toward the man in the corner. She charged forward. Chapter 2. Purchased by him. This is merely the first step. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the women behind her. Old Bai could hardly fathom that Tu Nan would flee. Momentarily stunned, he erupted in fury, bellowing, "Seize her! Break her legs!" Tu Nan disregarded all distractions. Her focus solely on the man before her. She meticulously calculated her path, striving to conserve every ounce of energy. After all, her body was exceedingly frail, approaching her limits. She had merely 3 meters to go. She could feel the claws of the guards closing in behind her, but evasion was impossible. In a desperate gamble, she relinquished any hope of dodging and leapt forward. A sharp pain coursed through her back as she was indeed grasped. Yet the man she sought hesitated for a fleeting moment before stepping towards her, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Instead, she fell into his embrace. "Please." Tu Nan's heart raced, threatening to burst. Her throat tasted of iron, and she gasped for breath, unable to articulate a word. The man used one hand to fend off the guard's grasp while slowly retrieving a water pouch from his belt, biting the cap open and pouring the water directly into her mouth. Gulping, Tunin managed to control the flow with her tongue, narrowly avoiding choking. Once she had quenched her thirst, she pushed against the man's chest, struggling slightly. He shook the water pouch as if contemplating whether to continue pouring, but ultimately returned it to his side. "Is this vagabond?" Old Bai inquired cautiously, furrowing his brow. "Can you return our goods?" The man spread his hands, indicating his detachment from the matter. Tu Nan, seemingly intimidated by Old Bai, clung to the man, as though grasping a final lifeline. Old Bai's expression darkened. "Number 35. Have you had your fill of chaos? Are you dissatisfied with the contract I selected for you? Want to escape? Make no mistake. Those who attempt to flee will be dealt with ruthlessly. I have given you countless opportunities, yet you have squandered them all. Being purchased is far better than becoming bait. Do not be ungrateful." Tu Nan rubbed her face against the man's chest, the guard's beastly grip having left 4 bloody scratches on her back. The pain was excruciating. This body had an exceptionally low tolerance for suffering, and she was on the brink of collapse. Shivering slightly, Tu Nan looked up. Adopting the most pitiful expression she knew would ignite the man's protective instincts, her voice soft and pleading. "My lord, I implore you to buy me." She bit her lip and raised her gaze, striving to let the harsh light of the storm illuminate her face. Under such glaring brightness, the emaciated woman appeared harmless, frail, and devout. "I only wish for your embrace. Please, do not let another purchase me. I beg you." Her sincerity was palpable. She understood this was one of the expressions the man would find hardest to resist. Old Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his judgment. This number 35, throughout their journey, had been dazed and bewildered. One could hardly believe she could survive 3 months on the border planet. It was all the fault of that expelled slacker who had failed to accurately verify the breeding ground's inventory. Otherwise, how could such a defective product have infiltrated his caravan? If only this breeding mother had realized sooner, her chances of sale might have increased. Now, the contract is already finalized. It is too late. Do you also find me undesirable? Regardless of what Old Bai, who is chasing after her, has to say, Tunin can only gaze through misty eyes at the man she clings to. Drawing closer, the scroll appears larger, and the contents become clearer. She reads a supplementary note, 90 chance of conceiving twins, with a strong possibility of both exhibiting mutations. Additionally, it can activate the mother-child psychic link function. Of no use to her, it only means double the pain. Tunin chuckles coldly. However, she requires that 10 of genes and needs a sufficiently obedient and manageable stepping stone. The man grips her waist, lifting her off him. Then, he removes his hood. A collective gasp escapes the crowd, stifled after the initial shock. It is a hybrid beast. Whispers circulate among them. Tunin is taken aback by the man's appearance, and the term hybrid beast becomes clear to her. A scar runs across the left side of his face, a testament to a surgeon's lack of skill. The scar's edges are uneven, but that is not the focus. His brown hair is tied in a small top knot at the back, and his ears are of 2 distinct types, one white and rounded, the other black and pointed. A blend of feline and canine traits, a conspicuous hybrid, likely representing some taboo existence, she muses. The man emotionlessly dons his hood again, turning to leave, only to be ensnared once more by Tunin. Pressing her face into his garment, she lays all her cards on the table, pleading earnestly. "Will you buy me?" The breeding center said that although I can only bear 3 children, I am quite capable of having twins. Wouldn't that be splendid? I believe you would appreciate it. The man freezes. What? Old Bai is furious. Why didn't you mention this sooner? He turns to the 3 men who accompanied him and declares, "That price from earlier is unacceptable. Now, she must be sold for 40,000. You are insane. Even with twins, she is not worth that much. What is paramount in reproduction?" Old Bai scoffs as he educates them. Efficiency. In 6 months, you could have 2 children. I find 40,000 too low. The onlookers nod slightly in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. Indeed, to ensure reproductive efficiency, each man is legally allowed to purchase only 1 breeding mother at a time. This regulation is in place to safeguard such a vital resource, as crises can arise at any moment. Of course, this is irrelevant to Tunin now. If she cannot persuade this man, enhancing her genetic quality will be challenging. Moreover, 6 months? In the most extreme circumstances, she may only have a year and a half. As for anything else, should that be a concern for those who have not resolved their survival issues? Tu Nan distinctly sensed the man's burgeoning interest. Yet she was perplexed as to why he still refused to purchase her. Therefore, She resorted to expressing her desires with heightened specificity and vividness. Is it truly impossible? I yearn to nurture both a cat and a dog, to lead a blissful life with both companions. Could you grant me this opportunity? Her tears gathered in her eyes, cascading down unabashedly, swiftly soaking the man's thin garment. The man's muscles tensed, enduring the moment, and then suddenly he turned, enveloping her in his embrace. His chest heaved violently as he hoarsely inquired of Lao Bai, how much for her? How many kalu? Lao Bai's eyes darted mischievously, revealing a toothy grin as he replied, 60,000, just 60,000. Fearing that he might hesitate to finance her, Tu Nen discreetly reached out, caressing his waist. The man seized her mischievous hand, offering Lao Bai only a nod of approval. He extended his wrist, indicating for Lao Bai to scan the information terminal embedded there. With a beep, the man swiftly authorized the transaction, and the contracts were drawn up on both sides. Everything was legal and compliant. At that moment, Tu Nen felt a temporary sense of relief, a strange expression of ambiguous emotion flickering at the corners of her lips. The man, sparing with words, commanded her simply to go, and she found herself hoisted over his shoulder. Her stomach was pressed against his shoulder, causing her discomfort and nausea. Put me down. Tu Nen's voice grew increasingly feeble, akin to a wild cat attempting to plead for affection. Alternatively, you could carry me properly. The man's chest continued to rise and fall dramatically as he strode purposefully away from the transaction site. Just before Tu Nen succumbed to unconsciousness, she heard him murmur, "You have wounds on your back." Chapter 3. As long as I can live, I will perform any role, good daughter. Will you take your brother out? Her mother had not spoken in such a gentle tone for a long time. Tu Nen gazed at the wilted flowers on the windowsill, exhaling a heavy sigh. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced. Perhaps this was a means of repaying her mother for 6 years of care, despite the fact that such maternal affection was never truly hers to receive. Dong dong, shall we sneak off to the amusement park? I want to ride the roller coaster. Mom and Dad won't let me. Of course they wouldn't, silly child. Tu Nen maintained a faint smile, recognizing that those who wished for her demise would not allow her mother to expect her to indulge the child in thrilling escapades. There are so many bodyguards. They are hardly lifeless. Her gaze turned slightly cold. Upon entering the vehicle, she inquired of the bodyguard seated next to her brother, "Did you bring the medicine?" "Yes. I retrieved another dose." The bodyguard's expression remained impassive as he nodded. She shook her head in resignation. What use were such rudimentary tricks of medication exchange employed by her mother, especially when they had already been discovered? Furthermore, if her brother's heart were to falter, would she, as his nominal sister, be expected to offer her own heart, just as she had with her first and only friend who vanished from the research institute at the tender age of 10? Yet, she had underestimated the extent of that woman's madness. The phone rang, and her mother's frantic whispers echoed in her ear. Nan, please go die with him. I can no longer bear to see you with that face that does not belong to you." Tu Nen's heart was still pierced by her words. The driver furiously honked the horn, and she suddenly looked up. A massive truck was barreling towards them with unwavering determination, its blinding lights filling her entire field of vision. Tu Nen awoke from her nightmare, startled. She sat up, a sharp pain tugging at the wound on her back, her clothes soaked in cold sweat, clinging to her skin. Reality crashed back upon her. Yes, the previous nightmare had ended, and the next one had begun. She thought blankly. That unfamiliar man? That buyer? She surveyed her surroundings. It was a dimly lit, small room. Apart from the bed, there was only a weathered wooden table, caked with dirt, upon which lay a dusty backpack. In the corner was a bathroom, from which the sound of a shower could be clearly heard. As the water noise subsided, she immediately adjusted her expression to one of frail concern. Before long, a gust of steam enveloped her face as the shower door swung open. A man with bronze skin appeared before her. A towel was loosely tied around his waist, his physique smooth and strong. Water droplets clung to his robust chest, and his freshly washed brown hair was surrounded by steam as he casually rubbed his ear. Suddenly, he paused, his vigilant gaze sweeping over to her. Tu Nen, timidly curled up in bed, shivered under the covers. He hesitated for a moment, grabbed his clothes, and swiftly retreated back into the bathroom. Tu Nen's gaze darted past him, not spotting a tail, and she pondered. As far as she knew, most people here had ears and tails, except for herself. A few, like this man, did not have a tail. The woman on the trading ship had mentioned that this indicated they were either too weak or too strong. When the man reemerged, he was fully dressed. Perhaps he was shy? Tu Nen's smile slightly lifted, but she quickly masked her expression. She spoke in a tone that was both grateful and anxious. "Thank you for buying me," she said, nervously fiddling with the edge of the blanket, her eyes cast down. "Will you use me right away? But my back hurts." She bit her lip, forcing herself to ask, "Could you let me heal first?" His voice was muffled low. Oh, he did not refuse her. Tunin understood the implication behind his words. At least she could heal first, and it provided an opportunity to gauge this man's intentions. Additionally, she wanted to uncover the truth behind this system and what the genetic defect was. Genetic defect. The genetic chain completeness of the experimental breeding mother is only 50. With a short lifespan and incomplete functions. The current remaining lifespan is 3 years. Every 10 points of completeness can extend life by 3 years. A line of tiny white letters appeared in her vision. Remaining lifespan, 1,090 days, gene chain integrity, 50. She swayed her head from side to side, her vision shifting while the text remained steadfast in its position. System? Tunan endeavored to trace its presence in her mind. What other means are there to rectify genetic flaws, apart from procreation? The system fell silent. This indeed resembled a transdimensional human trafficking system, intent on compelling her to bear children, providing her with buyers, and weaving an array of enticing promises. Yet, she found herself devoid of choices. Piecing together the scan information at her disposal. This body had been procured by from the central breeding facility, yet it was curiously frail. Capable of bearing only 3 offspring before it would cease to function. This aligned ominously with the system's assertion that she could only survive for another 3 years. She herself recognized the astonishing fragility of this body. A mere few steps left her breathless, a stark contrast to her previous, flawless health. She inwardly mocked herself, pondering that the previous body must have been utterly destroyed in the accident. No matter how much she ruminated on past events, they served only to amplify her distress. The matters at hand were what demanded her attention: the enigmatic system, the peculiar world, and the obscure buyers. She would eventually unravel all of this. Regardless, the miracle of being reborn was undeniable, even if it came with stipulations. Bearing children for the sake of survival was a sacrifice she could make. As for the man, or rather the beastman, did it truly matter? She forced herself to disregard such thoughts, viewing this as a mere transaction. "I am Tunan. May I inquire how I should address you? Is this your residence?" "This is an inn," the man promptly answered her second question after a prolonged silence, his deep voice resonating. "They call me Lee." Tunan was momentarily taken aback. Who were they here? This phrasing imbued the name Lee with an air of estrangement and solitude. Stealing a glance at the beastly ears atop his head, Tunan speculated that this name perhaps hinted at some regrettable past of the man before her. If that were so, he might yearn for innocent affection and sincere solace. Contemplating this, Tunan lowered her gaze, intentionally adopting an expression of innocence and dependency. "I understand, Lord Lee." Tunan assumed the most appropriate demeanor for her role, nodding gently, akin to a timid kitten entering the domain of a ferocious beast. She cautiously elaborated, "I have never left the breeding facility and am unaware of many things. Please do not think me foolish. I will strive to learn." Lee observed her as she furtively glanced at him. However, upon their eyes meeting, she instinctively curled up in fear, yet the surrogate mother endeavored to maintain her composure, stubbornly asserting, "I will obediently listen and do my utmost to bear your child." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly indistinguishable. Yet Tunan's inner thoughts starkly contrasted her outward appearance. If she were to engage in such an act, it must be satisfactory to her. This man's strength should facilitate her swift conception. "Would you like to wash up?" Lee urged her. "Are you in such a hurry? Does he wish to commence immediately?" They would only be staying at this hotel for 1 night. He tossed something to Tunan, saying, "Here, a waterproof medication pouch. You should wash up tonight. I've only paid for 1 night's stay, and funds are scarce." Lee spoke with a cold demeanor. "Can't you buy me something?" Tunan's eyes widened in astonishment. From the reactions of those around her during the auction, she discerned that 60,000 Kalu was no trifling sum. Lee was reluctant to elaborate further, thus concluding the topic. "You need not worry. You shan't starve." Tunan barely managed to maintain her smile. She had resolved to barter her body for survival, yet she had not anticipated the possibility of enduring hunger as well. Could the system truly not allow her to inhabit another identity? Struggling, she affixed the medication pouch and, after bathing, she remained skeptical of Lee's assurances, nonetheless preparing herself for the prospect of lying beside him. Yet, throughout the night, Lee merely slept. His breaths were shallow and steady, rendering Tunan an inconsequential decoration in the room. As they lay on the same bed, it seemed only her mind was plagued with chaotic thoughts. The night was unsettlingly tranquil. Chapter 4. Is there a crisis? But will he allow me to triumph? The next day, Li rummaged through his backpack and produced a matching cloak, handing it to her. Tu Nan donned it. The cloak was excessively long, trailing significantly on the ground. Li unsheathed a curved dagger, its gleam slicing through the air, trimming the cloak's edge to rest just above her feet. He placed the hood over her head, satisfied to see her completely concealed, and nodded, "Let us go." Thus, they departed the hotel. Li led her through the alleyways until they emerged from the dilapidated city, arriving at a desolate junkyard. "Wait here," he instructed, shoving Tu Nan into a makeshift shelter formed by wooden planks before turning to leave. Fearful, Tu Nan grasped the hem of his clothing, pleading, "Take me with you. You are too weak, you will perish." Li pried her fingers away. Though her eyes still reflected panic, Tu Nan complied, refraining from further requests. She withdrew her hand, curling into the shadows, yet her longing gaze followed him. Before departing, Li cast a warning, his expression stern. "Do not attempt to flee. A lone mother in this wilderness has no chance of survival." Though his tone was mild, it carried an undeniable weight of intimidation. Tu Nan nodded, bewildered. Flee. In this unfamiliar world, escaping alone would only hasten her demise. She understood this better than anyone. Moreover, those white characters loomed like a death sentence, akin to a life buoy before a drowning person. Countless individuals brushed past her on the way, yet the system remained unresponsive. Li. She must utilize within 3 years. The sooner, the better. The temperature in the sandy city was unreasonably high, and with no knowledge of when Li would return. She took a small sip of water, carefully resealing her water pouch. Nearby, footsteps echoed. What could possibly be scavenged in this wretched place? Forcing us to rummage in broad daylight? The man, filled with rage, kicked over the trash beside him. Well, they had to rummage through something to report back. As they spoke, they began to search. Tu Nan instinctively shrank back, attempting to conceal herself. However, it was futile. The wooden board that shielded her was violently kicked aside, leaving her exposed before the 3 men. A wave of dread washed over her, a chilling sensation coursing down her spine. Before she could even scream, her hood was yanked off. A large hand grasped her hair, dragging her out. Look, a female beast. The blinding light assaulted Tu Nan's eyes painfully. Haha. It's a breeding mother. One man swept aside her hair, revealing the nape of her neck to the others. Damn, what luck. Quick, while her master is away. Let us take her. The men leered. Once she is pregnant, her master would have to let her give birth. After all, she is a breeding mother. They wouldn't even need to care for the offspring. A wave of nausea surged through Tu Nan. These wretched scum. Hurry, let us try our luck together. She was dragged towards the door by one of the men, sobbing and trembling, quietly pleading. Don't touch me. I'm scared. As the man lunged at her, Tu Nan, tears streaming down her face, instinctively wrapped her frail arms around his neck. Ah, well trained, aren't you? Tu Nan's hands trembled slightly, and almost reflexively. She caressed the man's face. The man grinned, pleased, as he began to unbuckle his pants. Yet, Tu Nan's fingers became like daggers, digging with all her strength into his eye socket. She dug and pulled viciously. Blood spurted out with the man's anguished scream. You think you're worthy of making me bear offspring? Tu Nan looked down at him, a cold smile gracing her lips. She realized once more the lowly status of a breeding mother in this world. But did these scoundrels think they could trample over her comfortably? In their dreams. Since they refused to take a good look at themselves, those eyes were of no use to them. Discarding the remnants mixed with the eyeball, she extended her delicate tongue, licking it lightly at her fingertips. Having played the part for so long, she almost believed it herself. Ah, the man writhed, clutching his eye. Splintered wood embedded in his flesh. Mamba. One of the men pressed him down, shouting, Don't move. Where's the eyeball? Stone, are you foolish? Retrieve it. The eyeball rolled amidst the gravel and debris, colliding with a protruding rock before finally coming to a stop. TCH, useless. At the edge of her vision, a small black appeared, maneuvering around the cover of the yard. Come here, you bastard. Come over and hold him down. The short one hesitated, while the bald man roared. This breeding mother was both cowardly and greedy, unwilling to relinquish such a rare prize. I'll go grab it. The bald man tossed the still screaming, writhing man to his companion, grinning as he stood up. Let us see what you can do. While he spoke harshly, he casually seized a worn iron pipe and advanced towards Tu Nan. She had exhibited enough eccentricity and decisiveness, yet perhaps miscalculated slightly, no matter how fierce. She remained merely a nurturing figure, not a ferocious beast. Once they were on guard, her chance for retaliation would vanish. Perhaps she had erred just a fraction. But what of it? In the distance, that familiar silhouette drew nearer, and her smile broadened. Indeed, it was Lee. The fates of this world had once again granted her a glimmer of hope. Tunan's expression suddenly shifted. She ceased her struggle, allowing herself to be yanked by her hair, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, "Please spare me. I belong to Lord Lee." "You cannot," before she could finish. The man's neck was laid bare. Before the sound of his voice dissipated, his head had already tumbled to the ground by his feet. The grip on Tunan's hand suddenly slackened. She fell, yet before she could hit the ground, she was once again enveloped in a strong embrace. The last words she uttered, along with that severed head, plummeted to the earth. Only then did the body erupt with blood and crash to the ground. Dust swirled, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. The man who had just been writhing in agony now stood frozen in terror, utterly speechless. Such a clean and decisive blade work, devoid of hesitation, cold as ice. Compared to the system's clinical descriptions, she trusted her own eyes more. Now, she began to believe that this robust man was indeed worth her wager. Lord Lee, she buried her face in his chest, a flicker of a smile passing through her eyes. "Look, haven't we won?" After losing her life in that other world, she was destined to rebound. Yet, she yearned to continue winning. That was the life she desired. "Go away." Lee's brown pupils narrowed to the size of pinpoints, fixating on the remaining two like a corpse. Their faces turned pale as they retreated, repeatedly apologizing, stumbling over the sand in their frantic escape. "Are you hurt?" Tunan looked up at him, tears brimming but held back. "I'm fine. With you here, I'm fine." Lee frowned, well aware that her body remained tense, terrified. Yet she still did not dare to cry out to him. Was it his fault for returning late? "I had work to attend to." He maintained a stern expression. Attempting to explain, Tunan pouted, on the verge of tears, nodding with an expression of utmost grievance. Lee found himself at a loss with this delicate nurturing figure. He had been away for such a short time, yet trouble had nearly befallen her. What would happen in the future? His past experiences offered no guidance. Since childhood, he had wandered like a wild dog, scavenging when hungry, sleeping when weary, retaliating when bullied. As long as he survived, there was always a way to endure. Yet this fragile creature, for whom he had impulsively spent all his money on luxuries, existed in a completely different realm. She was slender, delicate, entirely incapable of independent living, requiring care. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. He understood the necessity of a stable refuge. Indeed, he needed a secure nest. "Let us go." As she donned her hood, she inquired about their destination, her hunger evident. Tunan's stomach growled audibly, while her legs felt weak. She cast a dependent glance at Lee, only to quickly lower her gaze in embarrassment. A flicker of regret crossed Lee's eyes as he realized the fright she had just experienced was overwhelming for her. He turned, crouched down, and offered, "I shall carry you." Remaining motionless, he awaited her response. Tunan gazed at his broad back, contemplating her caregiver's impressive demeanor. Satisfied yet fatigued, she entrusted her weight to him, feeling the warmth and stability of the moment, and finally relaxed. Lee assessed the lightness of this delicate creature, then oriented himself before striding forward. Chapter 5. No greater strength. Reality forces me to compromise. Before their eyes lay an endless expanse of gravel, intermittently interrupted by exposed rocks and withered plants along the roadside. Tunan's throat felt parched, almost ablaze, while Lee appeared unyieldingly tireless. His stride remained steady, maintaining a constant rhythm until they reached the foot of a rocky hill, where he finally slowed. At the base, an open-top vehicle was parked, with two men idly conversing at the front. Upon seeing Lee approach, they straightened up, wary. "Stop. You may not advance further. This is our territory in the valley." "The valley?" Tunan quietly surveyed her surroundings from Lee's back, still surrounded by dry, sandy terrain, devoid of any hint of water. "I wish to meet Grey Wolf Grey," Lee stated firmly, "and I intend to settle in the valley." The men exchanged incredulous glances, one twitching his mouth in disbelief. "Is this a notice you're giving us? Who are you?" Before the talk could conclude, Lee interjected, his demeanor shifting abruptly. "I can hunt 10 sand scorpions in a day." 10? They exclaimed in unison, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief as they sought confirmation. Lee nodded, carefully setting Tunan down and drawing her protectively to his side. "Brother, wait here. I shall report this immediately." The first speaker leaped from the vehicle and dashed toward the rear of the rocky hill, while the other leaned against the car, scrutinizing Lee and Tunan. The man stroked his chin, introducing himself. "I am Tokay, an old hand here for 6 years." If you need anything, feel free to ask me. Their attitudes had shifted from condescension to deference, and this individual was now keen on establishing rapport with Li. Tunin, nestled close to Li, watched intently. It was evident that Li was indeed formidable. Her initial fear that the ruffians might be too weak, thus clouding her judgment, was unfounded. It appeared that Li's prowess surpassed that of the majority in this valley, thereby enhancing her sense of security. Tunin's eyes glimmered, her heartbeat quickening slightly. She was certain she had momentarily placed her bet on the right individual in this gamble. In this world, the prevailing rules seemed savage, dictated by the supremacy of strength. However, she tilted her head to glance at the man embracing her, and her ambition bubbled within like venomous water, enticing her inner system. System? Are you selecting individuals based on combat strength? Then why not find someone stronger? Like a 50? Can't one encounter suffice to replenish all my genes? The system was taken aback by her audacity. What do you mean? Is that not feasible? Or is it that you cannot find one? Must you witness my extreme survival for your satisfaction? She lowered her voice, bargaining with the system, which ceased to respond. Tunan let out a cold snort. It was either that the system was incapable or that it simply refused to assist in completing her genes, possibly harboring ulterior motives. What, then, was the system's true objective? Tunan scoffed inwardly. Objectives. Indeed, everyone has their motives. Even this non-human entity harbors secrets. She had indeed survived and would never squander this life. Yet she still loathed being subjected to another's control. Tok's eyes darted around Tunan before he remarked to Li. Here, a single sand scorpion a day is enough to sustain a family. He pulled a piece of yellow-black leaf from his pocket, handing it to Li while popping another into his mouth. Tunan gently tugged at Li's cloak from behind. Li paused, extending his hand to offer the leaf to her. Intrigued, she tore a small piece, placing it in her mouth, savoring the juice with a gentle bite. A subtle stimulation and refreshing aroma emerged. This sensation must be akin to local chewing gum? If it were addictive, it might resemble a local form of tobacco. Tok teased Li with a grin. Your wife? Li replied coolly, I bought a breeding mother. Do you really need to purchase a breeding mother? Tok exclaimed, eyes wide, reaching to lift Tunan's hood. No. Tunan shrieked, retreating into Li's embrace. Li glared at Tok with irritation. At that tense moment, Gaia returned, beaming as he addressed Li. The chief wishes to see you. Gaia led them around to the rear of the stone mountain. He called out to a concealed small door, greeting the guards on either side, before traversing a long corridor that wound both downwards and upwards, ultimately leading to an expansive underground cavern. A narrow subterranean river flowed at the base of the cave, lined with numerous campfires. The flickering flames meandered deeper into the cavern. So, this was the valley. In the desert, it was indeed a rare treasure. Tunan looked up, observing the rocky walls brimming with numerous caves, where many were busy by the riverside. Most were young adult beast men, but several women were present as well. They had kindled fires and were preparing the sand scorpions, far larger than Tunan had imagined. The fierce creatures stood nearly as tall as an armored vehicle, their dark brown shells glimmering with a chilling light as they were being disassembled. Not far away, individuals were scrubbing the shells and stacking the cleaned exoskeletons into a neat pile. The pincers of the sand scorpion resembled scythes, and a dark, viscous liquid from the tips of their tails was being collected by others. The person had a cloth tied around their nose, and their hands were heavily bandaged for protection. It was essential, as the splattered liquid corroded the ground, causing it to sizzle and smoke. This was the sand scorpion that posed a threat. A monstrous creature capable of slaying 10 in a single day. At last, Tunan gained a clearer understanding of Li's formidable prowess and came to a more profound realization of her own frailty. After all, the ordinary inhabitants of this realm had to pay a protection fee equivalent to 1 sand scorpion each day. To expect her to hunt such a beast, both now and in the past, it was utterly impossible. She affirmed that when confronted with a beetle of such magnitude, she would not survive even a moment. She needed Li, and Tunan lowered her gaze. Li noticed she had lagged behind, and, following her line of sight to the riverbank, grasped her hand through his cloak, pulling her closer. It's all right. I will handle it. Tunan bowed her head, obediently trailing behind him. They emerged from the dark river and descended for quite some distance, arriving at a relatively spacious hall. Unlike the dim lighting of the dark river, this hall was bathed in even sunlight. Tunan observed peculiar light shafts in the corners of the hall, allowing sunlight to stream in and spread uniformly, bringing forth a bright, yet gentle illumination. For the first time since entering this world, Tunan felt at ease in her surroundings. Welcome, I am Gray Hoffman. He was a robust middle-aged man, tall and clad simply in a linen vest and fitted trousers, his face adorned with a full beard. So, it is you who can hunt 10 sand scorpions a day? He remained seated in the primary position, motionless, merely toying with the bone handle of a knife, his green eyes assessing the intruder like a beast surveying its territory. Detected collectible mutation gene. Gale Wolf. Advanced. Successful breeding can complete the host gene chain. 1. The system suddenly interjected, yet 2. Nan did not even blink. This marked the second time the system responded to an individual, yet it paled in comparison to Lee's score of 10. Ha! A timid little system, Nan squinted. Chapter 6. All are parasites, who lacks ambition. Nan silently mulled over this figure. She sensed the system's mockery regarding the earlier proposition. It felt as if it were saying, there are none at 50, but would you like one? She was unfazed by the system's petty emotions. After all, business necessitates reciprocity. The ability to mock her indicated a level of concern, and a response might allow for negotiation. Hey, system. Please assist me further. Choose some good options. Selection surpasses effort. Wouldn't you agree? If you don't help me, who will? She coaxed softly, yet the system remained unresponsive, lapsing into silence once more. No matter. Persistence wears down stone. Gentle words are ultimately of little value. With such strength, why not pursue a career as an interstellar mercenary? To speak candidly, our valley cannot offer the lucrative terms that mercenaries typically expect. Would such talent truly descend into the depths of the valley? Gray was not daft. He was probing for his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly removed his hood, revealing his peculiar visage to the assembly. It became clear to Gray, whose smile transformed into one of genuine sincerity. A creature unable to shift into a beast form, a chaotic being, with such pronounced physical traits. It was improbable that this man was a spy sent by another faction. Indeed, mercenaries often demand formidable beast forms. Yet we in the underground city do not hold such prerequisites. I seek a stable environment to nurture my progeny. Gray turned his gaze to Tunin, who stood behind Lee. Tunin approached Lee, allowing her to remove her hood. She obediently turned sideways, parting her dark hair at the nape of her neck, revealing a sequence of numbers to all present. The frail progeny was laid bare before the eyes of the assembly, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Lee paid no heed to the others. His focus remained fixed on Gray, calmly delineating his settlement requirements. I require a reliable supply of food and water, a secure dwelling, one that possesses sufficient order to raise my children. I must be able to venture out to hunt without concern. Though having a family indeed provided Gray with a sense of assurance, he scrutinized Tunin from head to toe, raising an eyebrow at Lee. No ears, no tail. Can such a progeny truly bear offspring? Are you not concerned about the potential waste in raising her? Tunin, startled, instinctively recoiled into Lee's embrace, fearing that Gray might suggest abandoning her. Yet, internally, she felt no turmoil, for her worth of 60,000 Kara represented Lee's entire fortune, a staggering sunk cost. Seeing that Lee remained unfazed, Gray stretched lazily and rose to his feet. Delicate creatures from the upper city are not easy to sustain. What is wrong with natural orcs? Though the process of pregnancy may be arduous, under your circumstances, acquiring 3 to 5 should pose no problem. Surely one will conceive. They possess robust health and require no special care from you. Lee maintained his silence, offering no response. Gray, sensing the futility of the conversation, shrugged with a nonchalant smile. That's quite all right. The youth always have their own ideas. He extended his hand, welcoming you to join the valley. As long as you abide by the rules here, I can guarantee her safety. It is well known that I uphold the strictest regulations, far superior to those of the insipid upper city. Lee grasped Gray's hand, and Tunin secured a temporary refuge for them both. By the riverbank, Gaia continued to lead them. This area, along with that one, presents various options for selection. I find that cave appealing. It is close to water and convenient for use. Tunin followed his gaze toward the rock wall. The cave that Gaia indicated did indeed appear quite favorable, located on the second tier above the ground, at the end of a passageway, which could be considered a private domain to some extent. However, Tunin's eyes were drawn to a higher vantage point. She tugged at Lee, directing his attention to that location. I have a fondness for elevated places, may I? She timidly requested. By the riverside, the dark river. Tunin possessed an innate wariness of such natural terrains. Transitory convenience paled in comparison to safety, which was paramount. The cave she had set her sights on was perched at the highest point of the entire cliff, offering a panoramic view of the valley below. The absence of other caves in the vicinity suggested a lack of human interaction and consequently, fewer conflicts. From Gray's few remarks moments ago, She had astutely deduced that the nurturing mother might not be particularly well regarded here, save for her users. Importantly, beneath that cave lay an additional passage leading directly to the hall where Gray had been situated earlier, although devoid of concrete evidence. Tunan's intuition hinted at the existence of yet another exit. No leader would neglect to secure an escape route for themselves. She felt an inexplicable significance attached to that pathway. After surveying the surroundings, she nodded and directly addressed Gaia. That one. Is anyone there? Gaia was left speechless. Who could possibly be at such a location? It would take a quarter of an hour just to fetch water. He dissuaded her, deeming it far too inconvenient. She, with her slender arms and legs, would find it quite troublesome to draw water. It's still manageable, Lee interrupted him. I'll just fetch more at once. It's not a big deal. You indulge her. Gaia rolled his eyes. He disapproved of Lee's approach to raising the nurturing mother and subtly offered his critique. She needs to exercise more. Look, she lacks beast ears and a tail, which indicates a weak constitution. Engaging in daily tasks could serve as exercise. Otherwise, how would she survive? We can't have her life endangered during her first pregnancy. Lee had indeed not considered these factors. He furrowed his brow and glanced at Tunan, appearing genuinely concerned about her risk of loss. Yet upon hearing these words, Tunan grew increasingly uneasy. She remained silent, her hands twisting until they turned pale. Lee was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache, realizing that these issues were not insurmountable. You should eat more. I've heard that trading ships seldom provide enough sustenance for nurturing mothers. It was merely a matter of inadequate nourishment. Once he took charge, he would ensure she consumed ample meat, naturally allowing her to gain weight. After a moment's contemplation, Lee seemed to resolve himself, speaking to her with a grave demeanor. For now, I shall refrain from approaching you. You need to gain some weight for a healthy pregnancy. Tunan's heart brimmed with cynical laughter, yet her expression remained one of innocent bewilderment. She earnestly assured Lee, I will certainly eat well and soon conceive your offspring. My lord. She did not require his superficial kindness. Her only concern was this. If he did not approach her, when would she conceive? When could she bear young? When could she obtain the genetic enhancement reward of 10? Of course, with her current fragile body, the risks of childbirth were considerable. Should she perhaps proceed with caution? 3 years of life required meticulous planning and precise utilization. For the time being, the two settled in. The cave offered decent lighting, but inside there were only rudimentary furnishings, a bed, a table, and a cabinet. In one corner sat a pot and a half-height water storage barrel. While the cave lacked a toilet, it resembled a prison, or perhaps even worse, given that there was no mechanical means to supply water. In a world adorned with starships, yet devoid of anyone willing to construct essential infrastructure, Tunan astutely discerned that this so-called underground city was rather precarious. She abandoned her backpack and directly seized a bucket from the room before stepping outside. Tunan picked up Lee's backpack from the ground and placed it cautiously on the table, refraining from opening it. She was oblivious to the boundaries of Lee's existence. Yet it appeared he lacked any semblance of domestic experience. He resembled a solitary wolf, devoid of conversational flair and seemingly without financial foresight. The glaring numeral 1 served as a stark reminder for Tunan that, in the short term, her options were limited. Consequently, she resolved to earn Lee's favor. With an impassive expression, the system referred to her as its host. Intriguing, where did it reside? Within her mind? Or perhaps within some ethereal realm? Were all her musings subject to perception? To Lee, she too was a host. She pondered Lee's actions, seeking resources to fulfill her objectives. The system and she were interwoven, parasitic entities coexisting in this world. With a dismissive scoff, Lee entered, one hand gripping the bucket of water while the other held a paper bag. He nudged the door open with his foot, disrupting her reverie. Tunan smiled faintly, lifting her gaze to Lee, her most viable option at present. Chapter 7. The Fragile Matron. Unable to return, the air in Sand City was sweltering, almost as if ablaze. Lee donned a sleeveless vest, his robust shoulders exposed, and his muscular arms radiated strength. Unlike most men here who wore tight-fitting trousers, he preferred loose yet tapered pants. A leather belt cinched his solid waist. With a curved blade and a rectangular box, perhaps another weapon, suspended at his side. Effortlessly, he returned the filled bucket to its place and tossed the paper bag into the pot. A substantial piece of translucent white meat landed at the bottom of the pan, stirring up dust from the iron pot, which promptly settled upon the meat. Dinner. Sand scorpion meat, a welcome gift from Gaia. Did Lee intend for her to cook? Tunan furrowed her brow. Did all the matrons here possess such skills? What would Lee think of her if he discovered her ignorance? I don't know. The central breeding grounds never taught me this, Tu Nan thought. Feeling a wave of shame wash over her as she anxiously assessed Lee, then rushed to ladle a scoop of water into the pot. I understand it needs to be cooked. Her eagerness was evident, yet she was soon beset by uncertainty. How to cook? Tu Nan traced the stove, too timid to raise her eyes, fearful of Lee's disdain. Lee's gaze was one of astonishment. I'll handle it, he asserted, gently pushing her aside. He proceeded to clean the pot and the meat, slicing the latter into several pieces, adding a pinch of salt and a ladle of water. From his backpack, he retrieved a piece of black stone and placed it in the stove. Energy stone, he explained succinctly. Put it here to heat. Ah, coal. Tu Nan understood. The cooked meat no longer appeared translucent, yet it emanated a delightful aroma. Tu Nan was now so famished that she felt faint. Lee forked a piece and offered it to her. The meat was still scalding hot, and Tu Nan grimaced and struggled for a long while before finally managing to grasp it. Unable to contain her eagerness, she took a bite, only to find she could not break through. A wave of confusion washed over her. Surely she was not so weak as to be incapable of inflicting damage upon her food? With renewed determination, she opened her mouth wide once more, managing to tear off a small strip of meat. Yet, much like plastic, it was so resilient that she still found it difficult to sever. Was her nurturing mother truly this inept, or was it merely her own condition, devoid of ears and a tail, that rendered her so? Lee observed her actions with a contemplative silence, speculating within. Tu Nan's gaze turned cold. It seemed her host was beginning to regret their choices. After a prolonged silence, Lee removed the piece of meat from her hands. He produced a knife and methodically cut the meat into thumb-sized morsels on his palm, sighing as he gestured for her to eat. Consume it. How else will you nourish the young? He discarded his own portion back into the pot, and Tu Nan glanced over to see that half of it had been effortlessly devoured. I can swallow it. It's of no concern, she declared, snatching several pieces of meat from Lee's hands and forcing them down her throat with a fierce determination. She understood the urgency on the trading vessel. The mushy sustenance provided to nurturing mothers had always struck her as a form of abuse or intimidation. Yet, could it be that it was merely a uniquely adapted feeding method? Perhaps nurturing mothers were indeed creatures meant to be confined. That's right, consume more, Lee remarked. Satisfied with her attitude, Tu Nan continued to swallow, the mutual goal of gaining weight aligning their intentions, regardless of Lee's motives. However, her movement slowed, discomfort washing over her. Why had the act of eating become such a torment? The incessant swallowing irritated her throat, inducing waves of nausea. Yet there remained a considerable amount of meat in Lee's hand, covering her mouth. She found herself unable to continue. Lee frowned in confusion. You've barely consumed half a fistful. This is insufficient. He pried her hands apart and forcefully brought the meat to her mouth. Do not be picky. Scorpion meat is quite nutritious. If you eat a piece daily for 3 months, you will grow sufficiently. Reluctantly, she was compelled to consume a few more pieces. Her stomach roiled violently, the enticing flavor that had lured her earlier rising up from her belly. Tu Nan gagged a couple of times, desperately trying to ease the discomfort by rubbing her abdomen. Yet, the moment she exerted any effort, her body betrayed her. She collapsed onto Lee, expelling everything she had just consumed. Lee recoiled, his hands now tainted with her vomit, his expression darkening. Can you even sustain yourself? He questioned, his gaze fixed on Tu Nan, tinged with skepticism and an unusual hesitation. Throughout his years of wandering, he had consumed anything that was edible, even if it was moldy or toxic. Thus, he found it utterly unfathomable that a nurturing mother could be so fragile. How could Tu Nan, who should be able to eat scorpion meat meant for the young, be unable to manage it? Was she incapable of swallowing? Or could she not digest it? What would become of her from this point onward? What is the true intention of the nurturing mother? Is it possible for such a fragile being to survive in a place like Sand City? The earlier profound words of Gray echo in my mind, reflecting on the delicate creature from the upper city. This precious entity is now expelling the valuable sustenance, challenging his understanding of reality. This man exhibits an indifference that surpasses her expectations. After finally emptying her stomach, Tu Nan observes her buyer, resembling a gambler who has regained composure. Beginning to assess her worth, she must not allow him to relinquish his hold on her. Therefore, she must not permit him to calm down or contemplate. Struggling to crawl to Lee's feet, her voice is hoarse as she gently tugs at his trousers, as if pleading or reminding him. I apologize for wasting your 60,000 karu. The mention of 60,000 karu feels like a nail driven deep into Lee's rationality. He remains silent, neither dismissing Tu Nan nor speaking. He simply gazes down at her, motionless for a while. Tunin finally manages to muster a pitiful expression, realizing she has been temporarily retained. Speak, what can you eat? Lee ultimately remembers that this nurturing mother represents his entire savings. Whether for monetary gain or for the future offspring, he must exercise patience and give it another try. We always consume porridge, all nurturing mothers do. It appears that this man possesses a limited understanding of nurturing mothers. Thus, she must not allow him to perceive her as exceptionally feeble at this moment. On the trading ship, they often starve us to ensure our obedience. Perhaps it is for this reason that I feel unwell. Lee yanks his trousers from Tunan's grasp. Without his support, she collapses to the ground like a cat on the brink of hypothermia, helpless. I want to survive, and I desire my own offspring. Do not address me as sir. Lee abandons her and turns to leave. Tunan lies on the ground, listening to his departing footsteps, internally vigilant. She is prepared to barter her body for the right to survive. After all, compared to everything she faced in her previous human society, this transaction seems fair enough. Yet now, her foremost concern is the most fundamental issue of survival. As she worries about her own hunger, she scarcely has time to contemplate her next move. This is unacceptable. Tunan, enduring the pangs of her stomach, rises and begins to tidy up the chaotic scene. She wonders if there is a way to compel this indifferent man to invest more, perhaps by stirring his genuine feelings. Chapter 8. Grant him a fleeting illusion. In exchange for my momentary tranquility. It has not been long since Lee returned, bearing a heavy sack and tossing it onto the ground. The cave floor had already been organized by Tunan, so Lee's demeanor softened slightly, though his words remained curt. What are you fumbling about? He retrieves the remaining sand scorpion meat from the pot, drawing forth a curved blade to begin chopping the flesh. The weighty blade in his hand moves with such dexterity that it barely grazes the cutting board, and soon the meat is reduced to fragments. You mentioned your preference for porridge, he replied coldly, then minced meat should suffice. I borrowed a bag of flour from Grinna. He poured the minced meat into the boiling water, seized a handful of flour, evenly sprinkled it in, and mixed it thoroughly. The pot bubbled and simmered, gradually transforming into an indescribable concoction. You are truly kind to me, she murmured. Tunan averted her gaze, hypnotizing herself to refrain from contemplating the previous use of this curved knife. Did he really procure flour? Such a resource would be scarce in any desert. He was genuinely striving to provide for her. Splendid. The porridge was finally ready, and Lee cast a glance at her. Tunan instantly understood, hurriedly rummaging from the corner to present a deep dish. Kneeling on the ground, Tunan held the dish and scooped a small mouthful into her mouth. The flavor was beyond description, yet it was warm, immediately soothing her churning stomach. Lee set down the spoon and looked down at her. Can you eat this time? Tunan gazed up at him, her eyes slightly reddened by the steam, her voice soft and low. Yes, I can eat this. She hesitated for a moment, then added Master Lee at the end of her sentence, the words lingering on her lips, her tone rich with nuance. In that instant, Lee's heart felt as if it had been gently scratched by a cat's paw. He felt a flicker of irritation, swiftly turning to push the bag of flour towards her. This bag is yours from now on. You will prepare your own meals. In the cave, there was no distinction between day and night, but the external clamor gradually faded, signaling the day's conclusion. Lee observed Tunan, attempting to regard her as an important responsibility. He finally realized that nurturing a mother was an entirely foreign domain for him. And this fragile little creature was one he had personally brought back. His standards were not applicable to Tunan. This was the lesson Lee gleaned from the recent events. For instance, the bed consisted only of a single sheet and a thin blanket. It posed no issue for him. As long as there was a safe haven from the elements, he could swiftly succumb to slumber. But what of Tunan? What kind of abode had she inhabited in the breeding grounds? Could she endure sleeping on such a hard bed? He lacked understanding regarding the nurturing mother, but he was familiar with the aristocrats. Those delicate noblewomen, rumored to subsist solely on fruits and certain exquisitely tender meats, possessed fragile skin, required soft beds for rest, and were prone to illness. Tunan bore a striking resemblance to them. Should the nurturing mother adhere to such standards? Too troublesome. Perhaps it would be better to forego it. 60,000 karu was merely a manageable loss. Alternatively, could the nurturing mother be resold? A slight loss would be acceptable. Lee's mind was incessantly calculating. Tunan had been industrious in the cave, meticulously washing and organizing all the visible utensils, as if striving to prove her worth. Sensing his gaze, Tunan paused briefly, cautiously approaching. Her hand gently tugged at his clothing. Her skin glimmered under the light, the pallor revealing faint veins beneath her cheeks due to her emaciation. Tunan's movements were sluggish and overly compliant. Lee's heart inexplicably skipped a beat as he fixated on the restless mother. His ears twitched involuntarily. Tunin did not dare to raise her gaze. She merely lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling delicately, and the tip of her nose flushed as if she had just wept. Her cold hand brushed against Lee's waist. Tunin's fingers trembled as they rested on his belt, attempting to unfasten the buckle. Lee reacted with lightning speed, restraining Tunin. "What are you doing?" His tone was frosty, yet his voice was parched. "Have you forgotten your injuries? I do not wish to utilize you so soon." He paused, annoyance seeping into his words. "Are you oblivious to the state of your own body? You're pregnant. Can you even bring the child to term? Do not squander my resources." Tunin kept her head bowed, though her movements had stilled. She yearned to retract her hand, but Lee had a firm grip on her. Reluctantly, she lifted her gaze. And it was then that Lee noticed her flustered expression. Trembling, Tunin finally managed to utter, "I noticed your pants were soiled by my vomit, and I intended to take them off to wash them for you." Her lips quivered, uncertain whether to continue following Lee's words. Ultimately, she found the courage to say, "I was meant to serve you. If you require my assistance, my injuries do not matter. I can endure. I will take care to eat well and maintain my health. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your child is born." Suddenly, Lee recoiled as if scalded, releasing Tunin's hand. He swiftly unfastened his belt and discarded his pants, which landed atop Tunin, still warm from his body. In a flurry, she removed the pants from her head, while he had already pulled the blanket to cover his waist. He shot her a glare. "Hurry and wash them. Time is of the essence." Tunin, her cheeks slightly flushed, nodded eagerly, clutching his pants tightly. She scurried to the corner, fetched a basin, and began filling it with water. This man, perhaps unaware of how his ears trembled with agitation, maintained a stern expression as if he could deceive anyone. Tunin grinned triumphantly as she scrubbed the clothing. Regardless of whether they were men or beast men, any male was truly easy to manipulate. As Lee observed her crouched in the corner, the rhythm of her waist swaying with her scrubbing stirred a chaotic thought in his mind. Tomorrow, he would endeavor to find a giant sand scorpion, to extract a complete exoskeleton for trade in the city. He could exchange it for clothing, dishes, fruit, or a set of soft bedding. What was there to it? Merely caring for a mother? He certainly could afford it. The freshly laundered garments hung in the cave, and Tunin rubbed her cold hands together. Despite the underground river and the protective rock walls, the desert night still brought a significant drop in temperature. She edged toward the bed, where Lee lay at the outer side, appearing to be asleep. The inner position seemed to be reserved for her. She scrutinized the man with whom she was compelled to share her life, allowing her true emotions to surface without restraint. The hidden sharpness and indifference within her emerged from the depths of her heart. This man was impoverished, stubborn, and rather obtuse. Yet, he possessed formidable strength, spoke little, and had a clear sense of purpose. Simultaneously, he exhibited no demands in life and held no expectations for the future. His ignorance regarding women was astonishing. According to Tu Nan's understanding, a man who flirts with the edge of danger often seeks to release his pressures through women. Yet, Lee resembled an ascetic, desiring nothing. No. She had ignited desires within him, along with an innate yearning for lineage. She surmised that he must have been an unloved child, growing wild on his own. If she were to provide him with the warmth of home, it would become an irresistible temptation for him, just as it once had been for her. With high hopes, she stepped into that house filled with deceit, only to sacrifice a part of herself. Tu Nan would not repeat the same mistake. Yet it did not hinder her from enticing others. Chapter 9. His sincerity is my sustenance home. No one understood better than her how to create a sanctuary. She had fantasized countless times, achieved it, and subsequently lost it. She was intimately familiar with the ache of longing for something unattainable. The researchers, speaking disdainfully of children, concealed a pride and satisfaction in their eyes that she could only covet from afar. Did Lee have family who cherished him? A bond that distinguished him from all others. One that would not dissipate like smoke, but would leave an indelible mark on his life. Or perhaps it did not matter. She would unearth the dreams he was unaware of, meticulously presenting them in their entirety, until Lee's desires peaked, fervently wishing for her to become family, a beloved, and the mother of his children. Only in this chaotic world could her safety be effectively assured. Otherwise, would she merely exist as a vessel, a tool for procreation? At the slightest disturbance, she might easily be discarded. Even after bearing offspring, her worth would swiftly diminish, leading to her abandonment. Her functional role was rendered useless. She was meant to replace the daughter lost to her parents, and when they emerged from their grief, realizing she was not that child, she would already have been cast aside. All subsequent moments were but illusions, a deception she imposed upon herself. She shed her outer garments, treading softly as she crossed over Lee, and Tu Nen nestled into the blankets. The blankets proved to be as hard and cold as they appeared, failing to provide her with warmth, while Lee beside her radiated a steady heat. Without a moment's hesitation, she gently pressed against him. Lee's skin was feverishly warm and taut, the finest source of comfort amidst the chill. She relinquished all thoughts, surrendering to the warmth, and fell into a deep slumber. Once asleep, her cautious demeanor dissipated entirely. Instinct took precedence as Tu Nen sidled up, first with her hands, and then her feet, pressing her entire being against Lee. She tightly wrapped herself around him, exhaling a contented sigh in her slumber. Lee's eyes suddenly fluttered open. He had awakened the moment Tu Nen approached. Without opening his eyes, he sensed her initial hesitation, fear, and caution. Initially, she merely leaned in closer, but it wasn't long before her entire form entwined him with hands and feet. Did she truly believe that he could not feel her cold body pressing against him? Indeed, what a useless sense of vigilance. What a feeble awareness. If she were left in the wilderness, it would take a wild beast gnawing off a leg before she would awaken. Yet, the blanket was too thin. Lee shifted his position, pulling Tu Nen into his embrace. This nurturing creature was indeed a cat-beast man. She wriggled softly, quickly finding a comfortable position in his arms. As his hand grazed her body, he felt her delicate and smooth skin, devoid of any scars, and he paused. No. There should be a medicinal pouch affixed to her back. Excellent. The shopping list still included scar-removing ointments. This was not easy to procure, and it seemed he would need to make another trip to the black market. On the second day of their togetherness, Tu Nen successfully awoke in Lee's embrace. Upon waking, she found that Lee's figure was already absent from the cave. He must have gone to hunt sand scorpions. Tu Nen filled her stomach with the remnants of last night's porridge before dismantling and washing the sheets, duvet covers, and anything else that could be cleaned. With nothing else to occupy her time, she strolled around the corridor by the entrance. A newcomer? A female beastman descended the high steps, encountering Tu Nen. This feline woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, with chestnut curls tied in a high ponytail, her yellow and black striped ears peeking through her hair, and a sleek tail rhythmically tapping the floor behind her. A quintessential cat girl. Hello, I am Tu Nen. Although unaware of her identity, Tu Nen could tell from her physique and the luster of her hair that this woman lived well in the valley and held a respectable status. Fiona. The cat girl casually stated her name. She appraised Tu Nen, her gaze lingering on her ears and behind her. Indeed, most beastmen retained certain animalistic traits while in human form. The exceptions were only two categories, those with inferior genes or those of noble bloodlines. Their appearances resembled what Tu Nen perceived as pure humans. The distinction lay in the fact that those with severely deficient genes could not even transform into beasts. While the bodies of those highborn nobles were said to be powerful enough to cleave mountains and traverse the stars, Fiona did not pose any further inquiries. Her eyes conveyed that she understood everything. It was a gaze filled with a condescending pity. How could a top noble find themselves in a cave stronghold in this outer city? Tu Nen was, by all appearances, merely a female beastman with imperfect genes, barely surviving. Why did you choose such a high cave? With your slender arms and legs, fetching water must be quite a hassle. Fiona glanced towards the direction from which Tu Nen had arrived. It was a dead end, marked by a solitary entrance. She pursed her lips, perplexed by Tu Nen's choice. Without inquiring about it, she brushed past him and strode toward the cave, nonchalantly pushing open the door. Like most uninhabited caves, it was rather rudimentary, containing only a few fixed items. You brought nothing? Her feigned astonishment was transparent. Tu Nen offered no reply, merely smiling as he observed her clumsy performance. Despite his inner displeasure, he chose to endure for the time being, until he could ascertain the depths of this woman's character. Yet, answering every question was not a necessity. Fiona found the situation tedious. She flicked her tail into her palm, casting a sidelong glance at Tu Nen before sauntering away. Ah! Upon discovering her lowly status and utter lack of resources, she could scarcely maintain even the most basic civility, a mere triviality hardly worth consideration. However, she was not someone he could afford to provoke at present. Tu Nen chuckled to himself regarding his predicament. He retreated back into the cave, intending to wait until he could discuss undertaking some modest tasks with him. She sought information, a deeper understanding of this world. Yet her plans were delayed for several days. On that fateful evening, Lee returned, bringing with him a substantial haul of items both familiar and foreign, ranging from bedding to cups and saucers. In the following days, he incessantly transported more belongings back to their hideout. Tunin spent all her daylight hours organizing and examining these treasures. Under Li's silent efforts, the cave gradually transformed into a home, evolving towards a state of opulence. Had he actually procured lace curtains? Tunin stared at the delicate white fabric, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. This man was blissfully unaware of his attempts to please. Had she disguised herself so well that he believed she was suited for such luxuries? Yet, there were indeed suitable items among them. Li had also retrieved a considerable amount of food for Tunin, including bread and fresh produce. Among them, her favorite was a small, red fruit, akin to blueberries, which she had adored in her previous life. Li had paid attention to these seemingly superfluous provisions, prompting Tunin to smile softly. Men often reveal their sincerity through material offerings, and she excelled at graciously accepting them. Chapter 10. His World. I am gradually feeling Li was sharpening his knife, a daily ritual of weapon maintenance. When someone knocked on the cave door, Tunin rushed to open it, revealing Gray Hoffman, the leader of the River Valley Underground, standing outside. Ignoring Tunin's presence, he directly addressed Li. Li, we have a significant task tonight. Would you like to join? But at that moment, something soft and delicate floated gracefully before him, halting the burly man in his tracks. He grasped the pure white lace that had fallen upon his face, his gaze vacant as he scrutinized it for a considerable time, only then confirming that he was not merely hallucinating. What the devil is this? He cursed. Very well. Tunin recollected the emotions that had surged within her when she first beheld this peculiar object a few days prior, the only distinction being that she had refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud. As Gray continued to grumble, he cautiously replaced the curtain, even hesitating to allow it to flutter back to its original position at its natural pace. Yet, this was merely the commencement. He stood agape, astounded by the overly elaborate interior of the cave. This place, which ought to have been as cold, stark, and utilitarian as any other cave, had been adorned like the boudoir of a nouveau riche daughter. Without lifting his head, he inquired, "What is going on?" "I just spotted the trail of a gigantic sand scorpion yesterday." Gray wiped his face, taking a moment to regain his composure before glancing around once more. There were intricately carved lattice doors and fabric curtains on the wardrobe, revealing various dresses hanging within, a complete vanity set with a mirror and a cushioned stool. An iron bed adorned with a plush headboard, a soft mattress, and thick pillows and blankets. The table was laid with a carved tablecloth and exquisite cups and saucers, steam wafting from the cups while red fruit scattered across like jewels. Gray asked dreamily, "Pomelo?" The guest's gaze upon the fruit indicated a strong desire to indulge. Tunin mused. Although it was her favorite delicacy, considering she brought a dish back daily, there was no need to be so stingy. She lifted the plate invitingly. "There aren't too many, but if you don't mind," were it not for the fact that the visitor was the local leader, she wouldn't have approached him at all, especially given how blatantly Gray displayed his disdain and indifference towards her. He crossed the distance in 2 strides, snatching the plate from her hands and returning it to the table, effortlessly pressing her down onto the stool. "You don't need it. You can eat it yourself." Li appeared quite displeased, remarking that she could only consume these meager offerings, which were exceedingly difficult to procure. Tunin offered a shy smile, obediently sitting as he directed. Gray suddenly spoke. "Do you eat this every day?" His gaze finally landed on Tunin for the first time since entering. She tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. "Yes. It's quite delicious, though the portion is rather small." "Huh," Gray scoffed, "small portions. Do you have any idea what this stuff costs?" Without waiting for Tunin's response, he divulged, "A single sand scorpion could likely be exchanged for what you have in your hands." "So expensive?" "Isn't a single sand scorpion equivalent to a day's expenses for a person?" "Indeed, you've taken on quite a precious pet." Gray turned to Li, his expression one of profound dismay. "Have you been toiling from dawn till dusk for this? Is it really that easy to slay a gigantic sand scorpion? You run out every day, return wounded, just to feed her a few pieces of pomelo? Is it worth it?" Tunin was genuinely taken aback. She did not care for Gray's contempt. She was more absorbed by the information she had gleaned. Li was injured? He hadn't mentioned it. Tunin hadn't realized where he was hurt. Why hadn't he told her? Did she not yet earn his trust? Tunin abruptly rose, rushing towards him to lift his garment. The moment her fingertips brushed against the scar, she froze. A mere scratch, nothing to worry about. Li did not push her away, but rather held her fingers in place, muttering a curse under his breath, momentarily at a loss. He turned away in anger, glaring at Gray, venting his frustration. "What on earth are you here for? If you delay any longer, that giant scorpion will change its location. Do not hinder my departure. Don't leave." Gray rolled his eyes in exasperation, casting a displeased glance at Tunin, before suppressing his irritation to speak. This is a serious matter. We have procured a batch of weapons and armor through the Black Tiger Gang, excellent goods from the Border Patrol. Tonight is our first transaction. Could you lend a hand? Border Patrol? I won't go. Lee's refusal was resolute. Don't be so hasty in your rejection. You've been here for half a month now, haven't you? What is wrong with our valley? There are no conflicts, right? Isn't that the reputation we've earned out there? Gray implored earnestly. With your immense strength. Why waste your time grappling with sand scorpions? Help us with this significant deal, and I assure you the price will be to your satisfaction. Entangling with the military brings endless troubles. Lee remained unmoved. What you do is of no concern to me. I only seek to earn my keep. Hunting sand scorpions is sufficient. Gray frowned. This is truly crucial. Although the Black Tiger Gang has a dubious reputation, this batch of weapons is exceedingly desirable. If we can secure the items on the list, the safety of the valley will be greatly enhanced. Aware of the risks, he felt compelled to take the bait. Lee's combat prowess was astonishingly high, far beyond that of a mere chaotic beast. He could dominate all the orcs in the valley relying solely on his human form. Orcish children inherit the bloodline of only one parent, typically the stronger lineage. Chaotic beasts signify a lack of dominance between the disparate bloodlines of both parents. They cannot awaken the abilities of either bloodline nor transform into their beast form. Gray pondered whether he could defeat Lee. Perhaps in his youth he could have attempted it. He felt a twinge of insecurity, yet he did not rely on brute strength for sustenance. Managing an underground city in the valley could not be achieved through sheer force alone. However, a faction undeniably required the suppression of power, especially during such a critical transaction, where they lacked a deterrent force. He needed Lee's support, but Lee was impervious to persuasion. Gray's gaze fell upon Tunin, quietly sipping water to the side. And his eyes narrowed. Among the goods for this transaction, I have specifically ordered an adaptive biological armor for Fiona. He dangled the bait. If you participate in this endeavor, that armor will be yours. Gray gestured towards Tunin, scoffing. What if something were to happen to such a delicate mother? You cannot guard her every day. With that armor, she would essentially have multiple lives. What say you? Lee turned to look at the quietly sipping Tunin beside him. Indeed, she had narrowly escaped disaster last time. Had he not arrived in time, what would the consequences have been? She had not given it much thought then, but now Lee found it unbearable. His brow furrowed as he deftly sheathed his blade. The deal was struck. He consumed the bait cast aside by Gray. Tunin pressed her lips together, her gaze darkening slightly. Although she appreciated Lee's efforts, she did not wish for him to be harmed, regardless of the reason. Do not go, Tunin grasped Lee. Her tone calmer than she had anticipated. I do not require the soft armor. She lowered her head, biting her lip and gently shaking her head. If you were to be injured, what use would the armor be to me? Chapter 11. I do not need soft armor. You are more valuable as you are. This nurturing figure was rather intriguing. Gray stroked his chin, beginning to understand why Lee had become infatuated. However, at this moment, he could not afford for Tunin to be a hindrance. Since Lee had made up his mind, it was imperative to seize the opportunity and finalize the arrangement. All right. It is settled. Prepare during the day. We will meet at the river valley by the red sand at 7 in the evening. He sighed. I still do not know how to explain this to Fiona. She has been eagerly awaiting that soft armor for an entire month. This is not something that can be produced in Sand City. Even the governor's daughter might not possess it. That is your concern, Lee interrupted his ramblings impatiently. See you at 7. He signaled Gray to conclude the conversation. The door shut with a firm thud, nearly colliding with Gray's backside. Standing at the threshold, he felt a tinge of displeasure. Shouldn't he at least receive some respect? After all, he was the leader of the river valley. Taking a deep breath, he concealed the gloom in his eyes, urging himself to endure for the time being. Lee's straightforward nature was not entirely a flaw, for he possessed considerable capability. Were it not for that, Gray would not dare to rely on him. With the evening's personnel arrangements finalized, Gray felt a slight sense of relief. To his surprise, upon returning to his room, Fiona was seated in the living room, awaiting his arrival. Is it all settled? Fiona inquired eagerly, her urgency palpable. Gray snorted. His sister had never shown interest in River Valley affairs, clearly only concerned with ensuring her soft armor was secured. Lee agreed to go together. Gray decided to inform her about the soft armor now, hoping to rein her in, lest she create a scene later. If she were to disturb Lee in front of a crowd, all the effort he had invested in Lee would be in vain. However, before he could speak, Fiona interjected. I do not understand why you would go out of your way to invite that pauper. Since he resides in the river valley, does he dare to disregard your arrangements? Fiona. Gray's expression darkened. Fiona had always been rather foolish, her attitude consistently overbearing, a result of Gray's indulgence. Yet he would not permit her to create chaos. Be quiet. I do not blame you for your ignorance, but when it is time to be silent, you must comply. Furthermore, pauper? Gray scoffed. You should truly take a glance at that chaotic beast's abode. I dare say McCoy's room is hardly any better. Fiona paused momentarily. McCoy, the garrison officer of the city, a colonel by rank, was of noble descent himself. She had once accompanied Gray to McCoy's residence, though she had never entered McCoy's personal quarters. But how could that be? I visited upon their arrival, and it was nothing but a pitiful sight. That foster mother of his is also of inferior quality. Fiona found it hard to believe that the foster mother could lead a life of any merit. Foster mother. Gray's thoughts drifted to that she-beast. While others had foster mothers who casually provided for them, his eyes glinted with avarice at the thought of a simple dish, anything she wished to eat. And the garments. The plates and cups, indeed, their foster mothers lived lives beyond imagination. He cast a sidelong glance at his foolish sister. If you could find a capable fool willing to support you in such a manner, would I still need to fret over you? He had little desire to converse with this short-sighted sibling. By the way, regarding the soft armor, I have promised it to Lee as his reward for this endeavor. Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief. My soft armor. She bellowed. How could you give my soft armor to him? Silence. Yours? That belongs to me. Whomever I choose to bestow it upon. Simply informing you is an act of courtesy. Gray waved her off impatiently. Cease your meddling with Lee. He is the one I require for future endeavors. This matter is settled. You are not keeping your word. You promised father you would look after me. Fiona's ultimate leverage against Gray was eternally this phrase. After her outburst, she kicked over a nearby chair in fury and stormed out. If you dare to sabotage my plans, do not blame me for locking you away. Gray's ominous voice echoed behind her. He meant every word. Fiona understood Gray better than anyone else. Otherwise, she could not have reigned in the valley for 20 years. Realizing that there was no room for negotiation, she gradually regained her composure, her frantic steps slowing until they came to a halt. She was unwilling to concede. After a moment of contemplation, she stomped her foot, squared her shoulders, and returned to Gray's chambers. I shall go tonight. I refuse to be barred. If you do not allow me, I shall make a scene. Under Gray's disapproving gaze, she held her head high, declaring, I must witness for myself how formidable he truly is and whether he is worthy of my soft armor. Gray scrutinized her for a moment before smirking. Very well. He leaned back against the sofa, pondering for a brief while before glancing at Fiona once more. You are indeed meant to go. Meanwhile, Tu Nan and Lee struggled to reach a consensus. It was the first time Lee realized Tu Nan could be so obstinate. Let go. Tu Nan clutched tightly to his cloak, refusing to allow him to pack it away. That soft armor, I am aware of its significance. Lee assumed she was merely ignorant of the value of the soft armor, and patiently began to explain, it is a specialty of the Sea Soul Star. Only our females possess such items. It is remarkably soft and fits snugly. The true value of this item is undoubtedly far greater. This journey is not in vain. She pressed her lips tightly together, resolutely shaking her head, stubbornly refusing to relent. Lee had engaged in extensive conversation with Tu Nan. Yet this female creature remained utterly oblivious to her situation. Had he not already promised Gray? Could he possibly go back on his word? Release it. Realizing that considerable time had already elapsed, he impatiently drew his curved blade, the glint of the steel flashing past Tu Nan's eyes, severing the corner of the fabric. Tu Nan instinctively recoiled 2 steps, her eyes widening as she fixated on the torn cloth, suddenly burying her face in her hands and sobbing softly. Lee's intention to depart faltered. The sound of rustling fabric reached his ears, accompanied by Tu Nan's voice, tinged with tears. My lord. She had not used this address in a long time, and it seemed as if Tu Nan had regressed to the initial stage of their acquaintance. Timid, distant, fully aware of her identity. I am the surrogate mother you purchased, costing you 60,000 karo. Her voice was low yet exceptionally clear in Lee's ears. Do you intend to abandon me like this? Her words were nearly accusatory. I know little, yet I can surmise that Gray personally came to seek you, promising such a hefty reward. This is undoubtedly perilous. Her voice began to tremble. The effade of composure fracturing, and the sobs could no longer be concealed. The veins on Lee's hand gripping the doorknob became pronounced. I am unworthy to advise you, but if this is the case, then please utilize me. I beseech you, my injuries have healed. Allow me to fulfill my responsibilities as a surrogate mother. Let me leave you with a legacy. Li discarded his bag and strode towards her with an imposing presence. Tunin's outer robe lay scattered at her feet. This fragile creature was clad only in undergarments, resembling an unblossomed white flower, standing almost bare before him. The nutritional supplements of the past fortnight had yielded significant results. Her skin was no longer pallid but now bore a faint rosy hue. She indeed continued to weep, her eyes and nose flushed. Females were undeniably the most troublesome beings in existence, and surrogates were no exception, Li thought bitterly, although his actions remained gentle. He picked up the fallen clothing and silently wrapped Tunin within it, cradling her and tucking her into the blanket. In his eyes, this suddenly vibrant female appeared even more delicate and in need of protection. After organizing his thoughts for what felt like an eternity, he ultimately left behind a terse declaration, "I am leaving." He awkwardly patted Tunin's head. Without looking back, he strode out the door, his steps unwavering. Chapter 12. I am sorry. I am destined to disappoint. Li had departed. Tunin sat quietly on the bed, utterly still. Was it always this tranquil here? The cave's entrance was not soundproof. The bustling sounds of the outside world always penetrated the door, whether day or night. Yet at this moment, those sounds receded like a tide from her ears. The argument between the two echoed clearly in her mind. Tunin had once read a phrase in a book, the first sign of true love, timidity in the boy, boldness in the girl. She merely improvised a performance. And Li was unexpectedly taken aback. True love, she thought, as a subtle smile graced her lips. It was evident that this rugged man was unfamiliar with such emotions. His bewilderment was strikingly apparent. Yet, this minor triumph did not bring Tang Nan any joy. Much of what she had just expressed was sincere, including her indifference towards soft armor and her reluctance to take risks. She sensed that this endeavor was far from the simplicity that Gray had described. And Li was acutely aware of it as well. She desperately wished for Li to utilize her, albeit for reasons that diverged significantly from his expectations. Her time was limited. If Li were to encounter danger during this mission, what course of action would she pursue next? Where could she seek another qualified candidate to prolong her existence? Gray 1. A mere fantasy. Li's emotional stirrings had transformed into a double-edged sword. Should he fail to return, all her efforts invested in him would be in vain. Yet, if he did return, the nature of his feelings towards her would undoubtedly undergo a radical transformation. Tang Nan found herself in rare bewilderment. In this matter, there seemed to be no avenue for her to exert effort. Her fate was entirely at the mercy of another, leaving her with nothing but the burden of waiting. She detested passive anticipation, loathed everything that slipped out of her control. Mechanically, Tang Nan calculated the valuable items she could pack, assessing the provisions and water needed for their departure from this gathering place. The route back to Sand City posed no challenge. She had committed it to memory during their journey. There were also fake ears in the wardrobe, just days prior. She had enviously remarked on how other females possessed beautiful ears, while she had faced discrimination in the breeding grounds for lacking them. The next day, Li returned with a set of ear accessories and a tail-ornamented garment. Although Tang Nan suspected the outfit served a highly dubious purpose, she feigned overwhelming gratitude as she accepted it. As long as she could blend into Sand City, she was certain she would survive. Indeed, she could always seek other opportunities and individuals. Tang Nan thought coldly, yet her spirits remained low, and she felt no inclination to pack her belongings. Creak. The door swung open, and Tang Nan lifted her gaze in a daze. To her astonishment, it was Li. Had he returned? Was he not going to leave? Li, already frazzled and unsure of what to say to Tang Nan, found himself taken aback upon entering. He discovered her still frozen in place on the bed, having spent the entire day lost in thought. A glance at the stove revealed she had not eaten. With a mix of irritation, he pinched her cheek and demanded, "Why haven't you eaten?" Tang Nan pouted, teetering on the brink of tears. Realizing his grip was too firm, Li released her, noting the flush that had appeared on her cheek. Frowning in frustration, he rummaged through his bag and pulled out an item, fastening it to her wrist. A terminal. "For you," he said, activating it and gesturing for her to take a look. "I visited the black market. Time was short. But this should suffice in a border town like Sand City. I had them fabricate a profile. You are a cat beast, with black hair and green eyes. Make sure to remember that. I have already transferred 20,000 karus to you. If I am frugal, it could last me 3 months. What do you mean by adult? Is it as I suspect?" Tang Nan wished to inquire. Her words caught in her throat. "What adult?" Li shot her a glare, vexed. A silence lingered between them for a moment before Li continued to admonish her. "Wear long sleeves. Do not let anyone see you here. A nurturing mother lacks an independent identity. He caressed Tu Nan's wrist, lowering her hand, then rummaged through his bag for something. Apply this. He gestured for Tu Nan to move her long hair aside. A cool, watery substance enveloped the back of her neck. She instinctively reached to touch it. But Lee restrained her. Wait for it to dry. This is a therapeutic synthetic skin. One piece can last for a month. Here. He pressed the remaining 2 small packets into Tu Nan's hands, instructing her to keep them safe. The lightweight packet felt heavy in her palm. For the first time, with genuine intent, she longed to glimpse into the depths of this beastman's eyes. Unfortunately, Lee had already averted his gaze. I am leaving. Lee gently patted the crown of her head, his voice adopting an unprecedented tenderness as he said, If I do not return, do not remain here. Go to Sand City and find a place in the slums to live independently. Surviving is not as difficult as it seems. He chuckled briefly. Do not let anyone know you are a nurturing mother. Those cat ears suit you perfectly. So it is indeed as she had surmised. Lee was arranging her escape route. He himself had never considered a retreat, never anticipated tomorrow, yet he had thought of her. This was even better than her own plans. The choice was placed into her hands by Lee himself, yet a ripple stirred in her heart. Lee's timidity was a visage she had never imagined. She would rather face a mere buyer than confront this version of Lee. She was destined to disappoint all of this. Tu Nan brushed against his palm subtly, and Lee felt it, offering a gentle smile in return. However, as 7 approached, he had to depart. The sound of the door closing echoed within Tu Nan's heart. She sprang from the bed, donned her clothes, and rushed out, breathless as she reached the ground floor. By the river valley, Lee's silhouette loomed tall and distinct amidst the crowd. Like a gust of wind, she charged forward. Lee, the force with which Tu Nan rushed surprised everyone. The crowd parted in confusion. She leaped up, throwing her arms around Lee, clinging to his neck like a delicate cat. She whispered into his ear, her lips brushing against his skin. You must return. I will wait for you. Her legs tightened around his waist, fiercely threatening him. Regardless of what may come for now. She wished for this beastman's safe return. When you are gone, who will prepare meat porridge and fruit for me? Tu Nan leaned back, caressing his face, enticing him, seeking his assurance. I am your nurturing mother. I cannot survive without you. You know this, do you not? The Adam's apple of Lee rolled up and down, while the hand resting on her lower back radiated warmth. However, before he could nod in response, a surprised female voice beside him exclaimed, Oh, so you were the nourisher. I thought you were merely a frail female beast the other day. Fiona glanced at the figure of Tu Nan draped over Lee and, without hesitation, commanded, Do not squander time. Is my armor meant for you? What a waste. She turned to Lee and inquired, How much is this nourisher? I might as well purchase her for my brother. Then you wouldn't need armor, and it would be a practical weapon. Tu Nan's expression instantly turned frosty. What? Are you so eager to emerge and seek discomfort? Chapter 13. The objective unachieved. He must not falter. Fiona. Do you recall what I said about testing my patience? Gray's voice cut through the tension, causing Fiona to tremble slightly. Reluctantly, she pressed her lips together, yet her resentful gaze remained fixed on Tu Nan. Tu Nan scrutinized Fiona, sensing the taut muscles of the man beside her, clearly on the verge of action, unsure of whom Gray was aiding. Lee, she approached me a few days ago, imploring me to help Gray bear offspring. I refuse. Tu Nan, emboldened by Lee's presence, dared to voice his grievances in front of Fiona. Lee cast a possessive glance towards Gray. Damn it. Gray shot a glare at Fiona, sheepishly raising his hand to indicate he had no such intention. Don't overthink it. Fiona is still young. She speaks without thinking. Besides, what female beast do I lack? I have no need to covet your nourisher. But you haven't had any offspring. Tu Nan appeared genuinely concerned. Lee grew increasingly vigilant. Tu Nan's suspicions were not unfounded. The fertility of a female beast pales in comparison to that of a nourisher. Gray, though not particularly young, still had no children, making it plausible he might covet another's nourisher. No, I cannot afford such expenses. Aside from your Lee, no one can sustain a nourisher of such rarity. Indeed. Lee secretly agreed. It was true that he was the only one capable of providing for her. He momentarily set aside his worries. Yet he felt an undeniable urge to return to Tu Nan's side. Regardless of the preparations he had made, nothing would suffice like personally caring for her. With such attachments, he had to tread more cautiously. I will return. He gazed into Tu Nan's eyes, articulating each word clearly. Rest assured, I will definitely return. I will patiently await your return. Tu Nan replied with a smile, devoid of any hesitation. This marked the first promise Lee had ever made in his life. He looked at Tu Nan, his heart swelling with unfamiliar emotions. This Na'vi nourisher had no inkling that she had received a precious vow. She did not wish to part from him, but rather agreed to wait for him, as Tunin once again entrusted her life to him, intertwining their fates. Thus, he must uphold this trust. Lee departed with the main contingent. However, the following day, he did not return with them. They were supposed to return in the morning, however. It was only by noon that Gray and his group finally made their way back to the valley. The team appeared disheveled and scattered, with many bearing injuries. What had transpired? Where were the supplies? The acting leader, Kunbu, approached. He was the second in command of the valley and had remained behind to oversee the defense. Supplies? Gray scoffed contemptuously. We nearly perished out there. Those treacherous scoundrels will pay for this. Kunbu furrowed his brow, incredulous that the Black Tiger gang had reneged on their agreement. Did they seize the goods we brought for trade? He glanced around, noticing the absence of the supplies intended for exchange. Gray, having suffered a considerable loss, wished to avoid public discourse on the matter, yet Kunbu seemed oblivious to the tension. It was the border patrol. The Black Tiger gang colluded with them. Gray's fury erupted. How many more people do you wish to inform? Keep your voice down. I warned you on the way back. No discussion. He gestured for his associates to take this fool away to regain his senses. A hushed silence fell over the crowd. Gray summoned Kunbu and vanished from sight amidst the throng of higher-ups. It was only then that anxious family members dared to approach, searching through the wounded for their loved ones. Tunin had spent a restless night. She hadn't wished for it, but sleep eluded her. As soon as there was any sign of activity in the valley, she stepped outside, searching through the crowd for a long while. However, there was no sign of Lee. Where had he gone? She turned and pursued the direction Gray had taken. Do not proceed further. Outside the hall stood a full line of guards, weapons in hand, coldly preventing Tunin and a few others from advancing. I have not seen Lee. Do you know where he is? Gray personally summoned him. Why has Teehee returned? She implored the guards earnestly. Leave now. The casualty list will be released soon, and the compensation will be distributed, the guard urged, dismissing her. Do not cause a scene. It is futile. A woman stepped forward fiercely from behind, demanding, what compensation? Let Gray come out and clarify. If he wants to search for him, I will go myself. Angrily, she pushed past the guards, attempting to enter. Seize her. However, she was unsuccessful as the guards restrained her, pulling her away. Tunin chose not to contest further. Compared to the woman's robust physique, she stood little chance of forcing her way through. In the distance, the door of the hall briefly swung open, and a figure emerged. What is the commotion? Move further away. It was Gaia, the one who had lured them into the fold. He had once presented Lee with the initiation gift, and Tunin had heard Lee mention hunting sand scorpions with him. As he walked out, he berated the guards, cursing under his breath. Tunin discreetly stepped back, taking advantage of the moment to blend into the crowd. She softened her footsteps, maintaining a careful distance while trailing behind Gaia as they proceeded toward the valley. When they reached the end of the path, and both arrived at the deepest part of the cave, Tunin lowered her voice to call out to him. Lord Gaia. Gaia halted as a petite female beast stepped forward, anxiously pulling down her hood beside him. This was Lee's nurturing mother. What could she want? Gaia pondered her intentions, then nonchalantly took a few steps forward. Tunin merely followed silently, head bowed. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Gaia leaned against a nearby stone wall, observing that there were no other individuals in sight. Before Tunin could speak, he provided an answer. Are you inquiring about Lee's whereabouts? I cannot say for certain, but the outlook appears grim, he responded, his tone somber. Could you enlighten me about what transpired? Tunin implored. What use is that knowledge to you? He scoffed, yet something crossed his mind. And he stood there in contemplation before divulging, we were negotiating with the Black Tiger gang when, for reasons unknown, the patrol army intervened, claiming we were smuggling arms and had been caught red-handed. He spat in frustration. Regardless, a scuffle ensued, and they seized our cargo and funds. Gray instructed us to disperse. As long as no one is captured, there remains a chance for escape. However, Fiona was busy inspecting soft armor at the time, she's quite unhinged, and ran back with it. The patrol army would certainly not let her off easily. I witnessed a small squad pursuing her, and then, he curled his lips slightly. Yurley went to rescue Fiona. He attracted a significant amount of firepower. After that, I lost track of events. In any case, we circled back. If no one perished, they must have been apprehended by the border troops. Being captured by the patrol army would spell our doom. You see, Gray has not even mentioned searching for Fiona since. He noticed Tunin's hand gripping her clothing tightly. A mixture of worry and anger etched across her face, her expression strange and indescribable. For a fleeting moment, his heart softened, and he offered a word of advice. Are you with child? If so, that indeed complicates matters. If not, you should seek a new partner as soon as possible. Fiona? It's not Lee who was there to rescue her. It's the soft armor. Damn, that soft armor. Contrary to Gaia's thoughts, she regretted not acting sooner. Chapter 14. This male beast has succeeded. Indeed, a new partner. Tokei appeared beside them at some point, speaking coldly. Your nurturing mothers cannot survive without a male beast. That Lee, I witnessed him crushed beneath a rock. You saw him die? Gaia was taken aback, pressing further. What a shame. His prowess was the highest I had ever seen. In this day and age, what good is it to wield a knife with flair if you cannot even transform your beastly form? Look, when someone fires a cannon, you are nothing. Tokei's tone dripped with schadenfreude as he licked his chapped lips and grasped Tunin's hand, eyeing her with ill intent. Come on, indulge me. If you are with child, I would not be averse to supporting you. Go ask Gray. Tunin's mind buzzed with confusion, yet she managed to smoothly articulate the words she had prepared earlier. He had promised that if Lee was not around, he would take care of me. No one would dare to provoke Gray at such a time with trivial matters. If she could deceive these men for just a day or two, she could swiftly gather her belongings, disguise herself, and retreat to Sand City. Tak indeed hesitated. Although Gaia cared little for the whereabouts of a nurturing mother, he felt a pang of regret for witnessing such rare skill with a blade. In this situation, he finally frowned and stopped Tak. Enough. Gray will always allow her to choose a male beast later. If you have any thoughts, voice them then. Do not disregard the rules. See, it is the same in any world. Sacrifice does not guarantee reward. Tunan scoffed inwardly, feeling that Lee was not worth it. Struggling to control her emotions, she spoke with a hint of sarcasm. With Lee present, who else could I choose? You? What did you say? Tak roared, gripping her wrist tightly. Let go. A calm and assured voice interrupted, causing all three to turn sharply. She does not regard you. Lee walked along the riverbank, each step heavy as he slowly approached them. His attire was tattered, his body drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a sea of carnage. The curved blade dragged on the ground, and slung across his shoulder was an unconscious figure, indistinguishable between life and death. As long as I am alive, she is mine. Did you hear that? He carelessly tossed the female beast he carried on to Gaia, his indifference palpable. You, go ask Gray how much his sister is worth. His gaze shifted to Tak, who trembled, hastily releasing his grip on Tunan. The restraint on Tunan was gone, and she no longer needed to struggle to regain control. She should have felt reassured, yet her heart raced with a pounding rhythm. Lee? She inquired in a daze. Lee's brown eyes were somewhat unfocused and bloodshot. However, within his sight, that nurturing mother, the female beast who had just shouted that phrase in excitement, appeared distinctly clear. He realized she was petite and slender, but was her hair always this shade of night? Was her face truly so small? Would it fit within the palm of his hand? And her green eyes, were they truly this vibrant? It was said that only on planets with pristine environments would the waters of serene lakes possess such a hue. The lake rippled, its tranquility disrupted, as a single crystalline tear began to flow. Lee took 2 steps forward, gently wiping away that precious tear with his fingertip. His hands were still stained with blood, and in that moment, he marred his nurturing mother further. Yet, he smiled at Tunan with satisfaction. The imposing figure of this man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, loomed over Tunan, cautiously bending down to rest his chin atop her head. He tenderly twirled Tunan's black hair, murmuring indistinctly from his throat, "It's wonderful, you are still here." A gentle phrase struck Tunan's heart like a thunderous blow, creating a fissure within. She is unafraid of being hurt or betrayed, for she has long understood that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. She is fully prepared to strive and seize what she desires. Yet, should someone genuinely offer their heart, how would she respond? Tunan is uncertain. She closes her eyes and, upon reopening them, is filled with a quiet resolve. She decides to refrain from thoughts for now, opting instead to focus on an action she has already resolved to undertake. Shall I assist you in your cleansing? Since returning to this cave with Lee, Tunan's gaze has not wavered from him for a moment. Lee immediately devoured a piece of scorpion meat along with a generous chunk of bread. After a brief rest, as if recovering his strength, he rummaged through his belongings to tend to his wounds. It is then that Tunan speaks. Lee hesitates only slightly before handing her the items. Do not fear, this one is merely a deeper cut, while the others are but scratches. Tunan lowers her gaze in silence. Those so-called scratches, in her eyes, appear grotesquely severe, and the deeper wound on his back falls into the realm of horror. After cleansing and applying ointment to the wounds, Tu Nen tightly wraps the deepest one with a bandage, while the shallower cuts seem to be healing. Are the wounds indeed healing? Tu Nen inquires uncertainly. Indeed, Li replies indifferently, nodding. I possess a unique constitution. Thus, these are but minor injuries. To apply the ointment, Li is clad in only a scant piece of fabric. He sits upon Tu Nan's exclusive makeup chair, his powerful legs extended, the robust muscles of his thighs appearing almost ready to burst through his skin. Tu Nan's gaze lingers on him, surveying his gradually healing wounds, eliciting a smile that is difficult to articulate. Isn't it splendid? She remarks, pouring some medicinal liquid into her palm. She watches as it mingles with her suppressed emotions, spreading slowly across her hand. Isn't noticed, but there is still a small injury here. Where? Li asks, following her gaze downward. He sees no unaddressed wounds. In fact, the left side of his chest remains remarkably unscathed, with only a faint injury that has nearly healed. Tu Nen bends slightly, her cool little hands gently pressing against him, as she slowly applies the soothing ointment, releasing a mildly pungent aroma. Li nearly jumps from the chair. As Tu Nan's grip tightens slightly, he becomes utterly still. Tu Nen turns her face towards him, her dark hair cascading like night over his heart, the ends brushing against his legs. Do not move, she scolds him playfully, or the medicine will get everywhere. Indeed, the ointment has begun to flow down his chest. Together, Li and Tu Nen watch as the liquid forms a delicate stream, winding through his abdominal muscles. Li's chest rises and falls dramatically, the remaining ointment continuing its descent amidst the motion until it is absorbed by the fabric. Tu Nen gazes regretfully as the final drop of medicine vanishes, her tone soft and tender, almost beyond her own comprehension. What shall we do, Lord Li? It feels wasteful. Without a word, Li scoops Tu Nen up in his arms. With a startled exclamation, Tu Nen embraced his neck, her fingers inadvertently brushing against the soft, white fur of his ear, causing her breath to grow heavier. The weight of his steps was as burdensome as the gentleness with which he placed the damned she-beast upon the bedding. Tu Nen lay submissively on the bed, her gaze unwavering, encouraging him with her eyes. Her hand caressed his side, almost sacrificially, responding to him with devotion. I am yours, Lord Li. In his eyes, nothing else existed but this she-beast before him. Mine, he echoed Tu Nan's words, leaning down deeply to capture her delicate lips. He held her thus, repeatedly affirming his claim. Tu Nan was acutely aware of her machinations. Her body was the bait, her sincerity a trap, and everything had finally progressed to the most critical step of her plan. She had successfully ensnared Li, completely captured. Chapter 15. Enchant him, make him addicted. When Tu Nan awoke, he was still there, a mountain blocking the outside world. She touched her abdomen, which felt empty due to the system's continued silence. Thus, she knew this would not be the only encounter between her and Li. But that was acceptable. If one encounter was insufficient, then perhaps another, or many more, would suffice. Although in the grand scheme of past and present, this was her first experience. At the moment of awakening, she felt no shyness, no elation, only an insatiable sense of security. Tu Nan smiled mockingly, acknowledging her own flawed existence. Once in that research institute on the island, she had maintained her absolute purity. Not only was she shielded from intimate contact with men, but even any activities that might provoke emotional upheaval were meticulously avoided. As for being brought out to be raised as a daughter, she was too busy absorbing various knowledge, always surrounded by tutors, with no man able to breach her parents' barriers to spend time alone with her. Certainly, her father was already arranging her marriage, waiting for the right conditions to be negotiated, after which Tu Nen would be beautifully packaged and sent off to some wealthy household in exchange for suitable benefits. He must have been disappointed. Before that, the doll he raised was shattered beyond repair. Of course, it was not worth his lamentation. The real source of his sorrow was likely that hard-won son of his. She had always been merely a delicate doll, nurtured by different people in various places. So, regardless of her existence in a seemingly open society, her understanding of matters between men and women was derived solely from films and the tantalizing descriptions of affluent young ladies around her. Yet, both the imagery and descriptions made it difficult for her to envision concretely. At the time, she genuinely believed all of this to be trivial. Now, having just undergone such an experience, she still found it challenging to articulate. One could only say that the feeling was indeed excessively intimate, as the distance between them had transcended zero, becoming negative. As for Li's prowess, it was difficult to assess. His tautness, ferocity, and the aggression he displayed while pressing against her still sent shivers down her spine. He resembled a ravenous wolf, voraciously devouring the meager bones that remained, thoroughly consuming her both inside and out. At this moment, Tunan still felt that swelling sensation within her body, a palpable reminder of Lee's presence. It was as if he had yet to depart. Speaking of departure, Tunan discovered that she was resting her head upon his sturdy arm. Her entire form curled within his embrace. His other hand rested upon her, his breath cascading over the crown of her head, languorous and steady. In stark contrast to the previous days when Lee bore no semblance of presence, silently sleeping beside her. Tunan raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the visage of Lee, truly relaxed in slumber. Thus, prior to this, had he never genuinely succumbed to sleep while she remained awake? Had he maintained a vigilant watch for a nurturing figure? Tunan chuckled softly, a gentle tremor resonating in her chest, immediately rousing Lee from his slumber. He turned towards her, one hand resting on her waist, his palm caressing her form, affirming her existence. With this reassurance, he settled, enveloping her in his embrace, murmuring indistinctly, "Awake? Hungry?" His voice interrupted Tunan's reverie, her response slightly vague. "I'm all right." Lee's hand continued to trace her back, gliding down her spine with increasing weight. The palpable presence of his palm lingered where a tail ought to be, pressing rhythmically. It felt as though a tail had suddenly sprouted, and under his touch, her entire waist softened. Her breath became increasingly labored. "Lee." She pushed against his chest. Yet the force was nothing more than an invitation to him. "Ah." Tunan gasped softly. Lee promptly turned her over, positioning her into a stance of arched back and elevated hips, his hand guiding her form, ensuring their bodies were intimately aligned. "If you're not hungry." His sentence remained unfinished, yet Tunan comprehended his profound intent entirely. Thus, she was once more filled. The bed within the cavern was of notably poor quality. The swaying and noise made Tunan feel as though she were aboard a vessel, tossed upon a tumultuous sea, confronting wave after wave crashing against her. Lee's hand served as the anchor. Regardless of how the ship rocked, he steadfastly maintained her position, never allowing her to drift too far, merely swaying together with the waves within a confined distance. Tunan helplessly tilted her head back, realizing the wall before her was drawing ever closer. She reached out, pressing her hands firmly against the wall, only to earn Lee's praise. "Well done. You held firm." Tunan felt regret. This was excessive. She suspected that Lee had just glimpsed her thoughts, determined to entirely overturn her previous assessment of his abilities. Lee was now demonstrating to her just how formidable his learning capacity could be, how swiftly he could progress, and how unfathomable his capabilities were after their initial experiment. In the rhythm of this existence, Tunan felt it vividly. She was alive. Before her lay an expanse of blinding white light, and she fainted at the peak of her emotions. The aroma of food permeated her consciousness, pulling Tunan from the depths of a blissful dream. Her stomach had announced this state of affairs even earlier, rumbling audibly. Lee, carrying a bowl of congee, approached the bedside, having carelessly donned only his trousers, neglecting a shirt. Tunan's gaze wandered momentarily before she mustered the strength to redirect it. Ignoring her physical discomfort, she shyly propped herself up. "I can manage on my own. Why don't you rest a while longer?" Despite the substantial progress in their relationship, she felt no entitlement to act capriciously, much like her mother, who had meticulously maintained a seemingly perfect marriage for 20 years, only to find desolation in the end. "Do not trust a man's sincerity," her mother had once advised, smiling. "Their sincerity lasts but a moment. Only a woman's love is enduring, and therein lies the origin of our tragedy." Tunan now believed those words. Her mother's love was indeed perpetual. Her resentment for her husband stemmed from a love that endured too long, and her affection for her daughter had never waned. Thus, she could not accept Tunan as a substitute for what her daughter rightfully deserved. The conclusion of Tunan's previous life was rooted in this enduring love, and upon reopening her eyes, she vowed to relinquish such futile emotions. Or rather, she resolved to offer only fleeting sincerity, akin to that of a man. She attempted to lift the blanket, only to realize she was unclothed. A blush crept across her face as her outstretched hand recoiled. Tunan wrapped herself more tightly in the covers. Perhaps he smiled? Or perhaps he did not. When she glanced at him, he wore his usual stern expression, save for the gentle crinkle at the corners of his eyes. "Don't get up," he said, sitting at the edge of the bed. To Tunan's astonishment, he scooped a spoonful of food and offered it to her mouth. "I'll feed you. Eat, then sleep some more." The spoon was thrust toward her, compelling Tunan to part her lips as a spoonful of hot congee was unceremoniously poured into her mouth. "Ouch! It's hot," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in dismay. Spit it out. Li hurriedly returned the spoon to the bowl and extended his palm beneath her lips. Tunin eagerly expelled the kanji. Who could have anticipated it would be so scalding? Her lips were likely blistered. Was Li's hand as resilient as iron? He managed to hold such a hot bowl without a hint of discomfort. Today's scene was utterly chaotic. Executing it convincingly was quite the challenge. Indeed. After washing his hands, Li stared blankly at the bowl of kanji. Was it disappointment? Tunin speculated that perhaps she should cry first, then praise him later, thereby preventing any emotional disparity for Li. Li approached again with the bowl, his brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Tunin for a long moment. This stoic man stumbled upon an apology that Tunin never anticipated. I'm sorry, I will be more careful next time. Chapter 16. Let them all know I belong to you. It is I, causing trouble for Lord Li. Tunin cautiously glanced at Li, who immediately corrected his address under Tunin's displeased gaze, and indeed, Tunin observed a softening of Li's expression. Under Tunin's anxious scrutiny, Li patiently stirred the bowl of kanji, maintaining a steady rhythm, wholly engrossed, until after a considerable time, he finally lifted a spoonful to his lips. He hesitated momentarily, extending his tongue to touch the kanji before tentatively offering it to Tunin. Shall I try? Tunin opened her mouth, but he withdrew it slightly. Just a taste first. Tunin paused, mimicking Li's earlier action. She delicately licked the edge of the spoon with her tongue. The pink tip darted out and retreated swiftly. Li's gaze was fixed, his throat bobbing, yet his hand remained steady, gripping the spoon firmly. Upon seeing Tunin nod, he allowed her to swallow that spoonful of kanji. And thus they continued this rhythm of feeding and eating. Even after Tunin claimed she was full, he still offered her half a bowl more. She truly felt overstuffed. You should eat a bit more. This isn't too much, Li remarked, yet he appeared unsatisfied, believing the energy was too low and that she should consume meat directly. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, I'll attempt to catch a black-scaled snake. The flesh of its young is said to be the most tender. I've heard it's a specialty of Sand City, the only one of its kind in the high-ranking star, and you should be able to eat it. That must be even harder to catch. I'm fine with kanji. I don't necessarily need to have the finest food. I don't care about such things. Tunin replied, wishing not to expend Li's emotions on the enhancement of their sustenance, as this would not improve her survival situation. What she needed now is safety. In other words, to conceive and deliver a child properly, extending her life and altering her genes. Tunin's words touched Li, prompting him to rummage through a backpack discarded in the corner. He slowly unfurled the straps, revealing an item to Tunin. Look at this. It appeared to be an almost transparent garment, shimmering with an iridescent glow as Li shook it. Biological soft armor, it must be, Tunin mused, her gaze entranced by the ethereal luminescence of the equipment. She instinctively reached out her hand. Try it on. It should fit closely. Li handed it directly to her. As the soft armor landed in Tunin's hands, it felt fluid, almost weightless, with a soft and moist texture. Does it truly provide protection? Tunin questioned, perplexed as she examined it. Suddenly, Li drew his knife, slashing it across the armor. The flash startled Tunin, causing her to recoil, and the armor fell onto the bed. It's fine. I just wanted to demonstrate, Li reassured, picking up the armor and returning it to Tunin's embrace, eagerly urging her to put it on. Tunin grasped the armor. Finding no trace of the knife mark, the surface remained smooth as water. Nestled beneath the covers, she donned the soft armor, which easily expanded and then tightened, perfectly enveloping her body. Li, still holding his knife, waited patiently for her to explore this remarkable equipment, seemingly anticipating her inquiry. Tunin too was curious. I thought this was tea retrieved. I heard they said the equipment and money had been confiscated. Nodding slightly, he revealed a sardonic smile. It was a trap. The cruiser had ensnared 2 families in one fell swoop. Miss Fiona, undaunted by peril, clung stubbornly to her position. I may disregard her, but the soft armor is something I promised to deliver to you and must be taken. His expression was stern and dissatisfied, yet she refused to relent, complicating matters significantly. Tak had mentioned that you were buried beneath the stones. Tunin could still recall her fury from that moment, nearly prompting her to embark on a journey of escape. The sand was loose. One merely needed to find the right gaps. While Li appeared to handle it effortlessly, Tunin harbored different thoughts, vividly remembering Li's wretched state upon his return. However, she refrained from interrupting his display of bravado. In moments of masculine pride, they yearned solely for adoration. Tunin's eyes sparkled with admiration. You are truly remarkable. I knew my Lord Li was the finest, yet I still feel a lingering fear. Li's lips. which had been curled upwards, swiftly transformed into a straight line as he recalled the incident that had infuriated him the previous day. Tak would undoubtedly take care of it. But did I not say that if I did not return, you should seek refuge in the Sand City? I could track you via the terminal, only to discover you still in the valley. Oh, that makes sense. This terminal evidently harbors secrets I am unaware of. Tu-Nan smiled dreamily, her gaze distant. I wish to wait for you at our home. If you are absent, what difference does it make where I am? Li fixed his gaze intently on this fragile mother, this female creature that now wholly belonged to him. With a decisive stride, he disregarded Tu-Nan's startled protest and enveloped her tightly in his embrace. But I hope for your safety. Initially, his hold was so tight that it rendered Tu-Nan breathless, but within mere moments, it adjusted to a comfortable degree, allowing her to neither escape nor feel constrained. He cherished her presence, savoring the time spent together as though merely having her in his arms brought him solace. Tu-Nan, warmed by his body heat, felt herself drifting into a drowsy state when a knock on the door disrupted the tranquility. Li, uninterested in the persistent noise, ignored it until Tu-Nan furrowed her brow and called out to him. Someone must have something important. Should we not check? Reluctantly, Li released her. At the door stood Gaia. Upon seeing Li's attire, he wisely refrained from entering and instead conversed with him from the threshold. Fiona has awakened. Gray insists you must visit the hall. It seemed that Li's expression had revealed something to him, prompting Gaia to urge, you should go. The losses from this operation have been substantial, and Gray is in quite a temper. You still need to coexist with the mother here. Why provoke his displeasure? The two exchanged a few hushed words. Li returned to don his clothing, evidently swayed, preparing to make an appearance in the hall. Tu-Nan's mind was awash with thoughts. Li's brief disappearance had unveiled a significant issue. Her understanding of the valley was far too superficial. Thus, if one day she truly had to venture out alone, where would she go? Whom should she avoid? Who could she rely upon? Planning requires foresight. She gazed at Li, who was fastening his belt, and spoke. Take me with you. I want everyone to know that I am wholly yours. Tu-Nan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. I want Gray to be aware of this as well. Li's actions came to a halt. Chapter 17. Everyone present must acknowledge my worth. Li acquiesced to Tu-Nan's request. The two of them appeared together in the hall, reminiscent of the day they encountered Gray at the river valley. Fiona reclined languidly in a chair, her body adorned with numerous bandages, yet she managed to wear a revealing camisole dress. This drew Tu-Nan's attention, and she could not help but regard Fiona with suspicion. Let her see what schemes this woman harbors. After all, Li was the one she had just claimed. Before her pregnancy, she would never relinquish him to another. Fiona equally disapproved of Tu-Nan's presence. With a disdainful glance directed at Tu-Nan, she sweetly addressed Li. As soon as I woke up, I informed my brother about how you rescued me from those brutal patrols. She playfully twisted her body, adopting what she believed to be a more alluring pose. My brother insists that he must properly thank you. Oh, you're twisting your body so much, yet you keep calling him brother? Tu-Nan scoffed internally, finding such crude attempts at seduction beneath her. Li spoke directly, causing Fiona to nearly choke on her frustration. No need for that. I did not save her for free. Yesterday, I asked Gaia to convey a message to Gray to determine the price for rescuing you. He added cautiously, the soft armor does not count. That is my reward for this outing. Tu-Nan turned to the side, concealing her amusement behind Li's arm. His straightforwardness was indeed a potent weapon. When her genetic repairs were complete and her abilities enhanced, she wished to speak with such candor, rather than the carefulness that dictated her current words. Ha ha. Gray's hearty laughter resonated as he emerged from the inner chamber. He shook his head while patting Li's shoulder, seemingly unfazed by Li's frankness. You saved her, whatever you desire. I shall grant. He gestured towards Fiona in jest. My father left Fiona a substantial dowry. Feel free to take from it. He teased Li. If you wish to take it all, that would not be unreasonable. Why are we discussing the dowry? With a slight furrow of his brow, he remarked. There is no need for such trouble. Just weigh her and price her according to the Sand Scorpion King. An abrupt silence enveloped the hall. Gray's hand resting on Li's shoulder suddenly seemed overly presumptuous, and his expression darkened, fury brewing in his eyes, ready to ignite. Gaia intervened, breaking the tension. Li, you seem to only think about battling the Sand Scorpion. Surely your mind is consumed with this singular valuation. Ha ha. To him, the Sand Scorpion King appeared to be a fortune. Tu-Nan noted that Gaia indeed held a favorable disposition towards Li. Yesterday, under such circumstances, he was still willing to share the blocked messages with her, solely out of regard for Li. This individual is worthy of development. Why not let Lee engage more in Gaia's activities? Let her ponder a solution. As a result, Lee turned around to see Tu Nan and, as if guided by fate, remarked, "The Sand Scorpion King isn't particularly valuable. The black-scaled serpent is far more precious." Tu Nan expressed a desire to acquire the latter. "I will go catch it in a few days. You may borrow my net then." Tu Nan's lips twitched. What a simpleton he was. Why bring this up now? She, enveloped in the aura of being cherished, should be aware of the weight her status as a mother holds in Lee's eyes. There was no need for unnecessary embellishments. Indeed, Fiona's ire pierced through her like a needle. Her, a mother, desiring a black-scaled serpent? How can she possibly deserve such a thing? A mother certainly holds some value, but only if she is a complete one. Fiona scoffed repeatedly, gesturing for everyone to look at Tu Nan. Everyone understood, lacking ears and a tail. The genetic integrity of such a female beast could not surpass 50%. The derision in her gaze was palpable. Even if she were to conceive, could she bring forth life? Or would it be a failure? A monster? Lee instinctively tightened his grip on Tu Nan's hand. Fiona's words had struck him deeply. Tu Nan remarked that Fiona was a fool. She was so focused on her attacks that she had completely forgotten her intention to build a relationship with Lee. Meanwhile, Lee, as a chaotic beast, was also labeled as a failure. Fiona Gray seemingly reproached her sister. However, her words were actually directed at Tu Nan, albeit in a more subtle manner. Let us not speak ill of Tu Nan, shall we? He generously regarded Tu Nan and smiled at Lee. As a man, wanting to raise a mother for use isn't a problem. Whether she can bear offspring is of little consequence. After all, isn't nurturing just nurturing? Fiona, you yourself have raised a little hawk. What good is it if it can't even fly? It's just for amusement. He displayed a knowing smile, glancing at Tu Nan's eyes, which shimmered with a spring-like glimmer, momentarily taken aback. How had he not noticed before how alluring this mother was? Those green eyes, shy yet eager to speak, combined with her still damp black hair, exuded an aura of being deeply cherished. If she were to rest more, perhaps she could conceive. However, Gray's serpentine gaze set off alarm bells in Lee's mind. Tu Nan belongs to me. He warned Gray until the latter shifted his gaze, then surveyed the hall, scrutinizing each man one by one. I came to the valley because I want to care for her. If the valley is unwilling to accept her, I will take her elsewhere. Impressive, Tu Nan mentally applauded Lee. His straightforward approach had effectively addressed her purpose for coming today. With that in mind, she decided to take the opportunity to retaliate against Fiona and collect some interest. Resolute, she tugged at Lee's sleeve, and as he looked down, she presented a sincere yet anxious expression. I was born in the Central Breeding Facility. Our batch employed new technologies, which the Border Star might be unaware of. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if discussing this in front of so many people made her shy, yet for the sake of Lee's dignity, she gathered her courage once more. At that time, I informed you that my genetic inclination leaned towards reproduction, making it quite easy for me to conceive twins. She innocently asked Lee. The researchers from the Central Breeding Facility told me my caregiver would be very fond of me. Is that true? Lee was transported back to the day they first met. Under the sun, this petite nurturing mother threw herself into his embrace without hesitation, her luminous face, illuminated by sunlight, made even the fine hairs on her face appear endearing in his eyes. The impulse he felt then found its answer today. Yes, he replied, pursing his lips. That is affection. Thus, for the first time, Lee realized he harbored such tender emotions. Tu Nan joyously buried her head in Lee's arms, tilting her head slightly to meet Fiona's gaze. Oh, the bandage on that woman's chest is soaked in blood? How impatient can one be to dare compete for someone, and yet possess only such meager abilities? This is just the beginning. Chapter 18. Are you jealous? Then that is correct. What use is affection? Fiona gritted her teeth. Indeed. Tu Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. To her surprise, this woman possessed such advanced insight. Affection may indeed be of little utility, yet the resources it brings are undeniably substantial. Otherwise, what could Fiona possibly be envious of? Fiona turned her gaze towards Gray, signaling him to speak on her behalf, only to find her brother's eyes secretly lingering on Tu Nan, his expression contemplative. Could it be that her brother believed this nurturing mother as fanciful claims? Twins? What nonsense. Brother. Fiona reluctantly kicked Gray. Gray, returning from his momentary distraction, smiled warmly at Lee. So she hails from the Central Breeding Facility. No wonder you hold her in such high regard. After all, heroes have always struggled to overcome the allure of beauty. Ha ha ha. After uttering these words, Gray settled back into a spacious chair at the front of the hall, and let out a deep sigh. Since Lee was unwilling to provide Fiona's dowry, I shall have to contribute this sum. Wouldn't you agree, Kunbu? Gray said, smiling at his assistant, Kunbu, who was seated beside him. Tunan observed this entire exchange with quiet interest. Gray indeed possessed a certain finesse, with just a few words. He had managed to twist the narrative surrounding Lee's rejection of Fiona. Now, it appeared that Lee's act of saving Fiona was motivated by his desire to earn Gray's favor. However, the truth was that Lee had not contemplated such complexities. How much is it? Lee inquired. Gray chuckled. Would I lack a single penny from you? Just ask those who follow me, Gray Hoffman. Have I ever promised a reward that was less than generous? He addressed the crowd. Everyone eagerly patted their chests, bestowing various accolades upon their leader. Tunan surmised that among those standing in the hall, perhaps only Lee truly believed Gray. Upon returning from this expedition, Gray exhibited an unwavering determination regarding Lee. It was in this tumultuous chaos that he had witnessed Lee's significance firsthand. As for Fiona, it is likely that she had been thoroughly enchanted by her brother, or perhaps captivated by the formidable male who rescued her on the battlefield. Who can truly say? Nevertheless, they were all vying for the man who was also her invaluable resource. Had they inquired about her sentiments? With a cold smile, Tunan thought it rather naive of them. Just wait and see. She would never allow their ambitions to come to fruition. Everything seemed to have been settled. And Lee, growing impatient, greeted Tunan, guiding her out of the hall. Whether it be a sand scorpion egg or a black-scaled serpent, he mused that he must procure at least one of them today to provide Tunan with some sustenance. He had certainly noticed the awkwardness in the way that female beast walked. She must have sustained an injury, and it would be wise for her to recuperate. As the two departed the hall, they had not ventured far when Gaia caught up with them. Lee, wait for me. Are you going hunting later? He inquired. The patrol might be roaming the sands. I overheard Kunbu and the others discussing it this morning. They canceled their hunts for the next few days, opting instead for a full defensive strategy. Lee nonchalantly replied, the sands are vast. I could find a dune alone without drawing attention. They won't catch me. Gaia hesitated. His words caught in his throat. Tunan smiled faintly, preparing to address Gaia, only for him to approach her first. Upon closer inspection, Tunan realized that Gaia was not as young as she had initially presumed. His blue eyes still reflected the clarity of youth. Yet the full beard masked his youthful visage, transforming him from a young man into a seemingly middle-aged figure. His deliberate pursuit of them was surely not merely to exchange a few words. What could his true intention be? Tunan grasped Lee's arm gently, swaying it slightly as she asked, is the dune you intend to visit far off? A bit of distance, perhaps? Lee seemed perplexed by the implication behind her inquiry. Have you always been alone? Do you not require companions? Tunan noted that the moment the word companions escaped her lips, Gaia's ears perked up, and his tail began to sway gently behind him. So that was it. He wished to team up with Lee. A burden. They cannot keep pace with me. Lee regarded everyone with equal disdain, causing Gaia's tail to droop immediately. Tunan found this amusing. The thoughts of these beast men from the borderlands were laid bare before her, as transparent as an open book. With a swift glance, her delicate hand grazed Lee's arm, lingering just enough to convey her concern. But I worry when you are out there alone. She felt a pang of regret for her maternal instincts. I wish I could assist you, whether by keeping watch or helping you drag back your catch. Anything to spare you an ounce of effort. She shifted her tone. I understand that I may not be of much help. However, if someone were to accompany you, perhaps it would ease your burden a little. She gestured subtly towards Gaia. Gaia blinked, a spark of realization illuminating his expression. Suddenly, he comprehended that the nurturing mother was advocating on his behalf, and promptly declared aloud, Indeed. I shall assist you in carrying water and game. I can also serve as bait. After my transformation, I have become quite the favorite among those scorpions. They perpetually chase after me. He thumped his chest with a resounding clap, seemingly proud of being a favored prey of the sand scorpions. Tunan nearly suppressed a chuckle. This canine beast man truly was quite canine. She required, at necessary moments, an obedient ear and a pair of hands to share her burdens, regardless of who it was. She scrutinized Gaia closely. In truth, during their hunt for the sand scorpions, Gaia had occasionally lent a hand, even though Tunan did not require it. Nonetheless, this canine beastman was not overly troublesome. Moreover, Tunan's assertion was not without merit. The sandy terrain was largely devoid of signal. Should he need to keep watch over prey overnight, sending someone back to inform her would alleviate this female beast's worries. Thus, he nodded. Let us depart. This afternoon we shall head to the northern lands. I wish to see if there are any scorpion eggs. The black-scaled serpent must be left behind. This canine beastman may not be capable of concealing his form, and I still need to assess Gaia. No problem. I shall prepare the supplies. This trip will likely take until midnight. I have provisions, and I will bring my own medical supplies, along with several burning sticks. Li nodded inwardly. These items were indeed essential for the 8-hour journey to hunt sand scorpions in the northern lands, and Gaia demonstrated at least reasonable logistical capabilities. Gaia, filled with excitement, immediately dashed off. A few steps later, he returned and earnestly bowed. Thank you. I will do my best. Tunan found Gaia quite amusing. This expression of gratitude was directed towards her, and the bow was also aimed at her. However, since she was in Li's embrace, it appeared to be directed at anyone. For instance, Li noticed nothing amiss and instead grew increasingly pleased with Gaia's perceptiveness. Meanwhile, Tunan helped Li assemble a very basic team. On the other side, after they departed, Gray dismissed the others and began a whispered conversation with Fiona. Their discussion, of course, centered on Li, who had just rejected Fiona's marriage proposal. Although, in truth, Li had not grasped the implications of the proposal at all. Chapter 19. My greed. To deceive many loves, is this what you meant? That Li has an interest in you? Gray scoffed repeatedly, eyeing his unreliable sister. Why else would he save me? Fiona persisted in retorting. He is merely a chaotic beast, and I would be doing him a favor. She was insincere. Gray snorted. I believe he values lineage and inheritance. He desires children, but shows little inclination towards women. He twirled his finger on the armrest, savoring the information Tunan had just revealed while evaluating Li's demeanor. An itinerant such as Li. That female beast was quite unworthy of him, he murmured. I knew you were enamored with that nurturing mother. Fiona shrieked. They are all deceiving you. You brutish males are truly foolish. Gray scoffed at his sister's naivety. For there had long been rumors of experiments on new types of breeding mothers at the central breeding facility. Yet, such high-quality specimens would never make their way to such a remote planet. If she truly knew something, she wouldn't fabricate such a tale. Gray derided his sister, asserting that she could not concoct such a story. Fiona, filled with bitterness, tore at the barely healed wound on her hand, as pain and jealousy gnawed at her heart. Very well, I shan't delay your opportunity with Li, he said, narrowing his eyes. Once I arrange matters, you shall find yourself in his bed. Seize the moment. He gazed towards the door, as if peering through the stone walls to witness the interactions between Li and Tunan. As for that breeding mother, he will compensate me in due time. A pair of twins would be most fortuitous, he sneered, satisfied with this envisioned future. On that day, Li finally took Gaia out. Upon their return, most had finished their evening meals. Here, I couldn't find the black-scaled serpent, but I did uncover the lair of the Sand Scorpion King. These eggs should suffice for a while, Li remarked, revealing a backpack filled with large eggs, each the size of a cannonball, 5 in total. Wow, they're enormous. Must they be from the Sand Scorpion King? Aren't regular Sand Scorpion eggs sufficient? Tunan exclaimed in astonishment. Gaia emerged from behind Li. His ears perked up in excitement, radiating a fervent energy. No, Sand Scorpion eggs are toxic. Only those from the king are safe, likely due to their superior strength. He explained to Tunan. These are truly a delicacy. I've only had them once in my life, and they were divine. Just a bit of oil and a quick fry, and they're absolutely delectable. Tunan, observing the drooling canine fixated on the eggs, hesitated. Have you not eaten yet? Why not stay for a meal before you leave? No need. They're all yours. Don't worry about him, Li replied, indifferent to the other's well-being. Signaling to Gaia to leave promptly, Gaia scratched his head, ready to exit. Tunan clung to Li, playfully demanding, let him stay. Gaia seems to be quite the cook. I know nothing in the kitchen, and I want to learn. She added fuel to the fire. I want to cook for you. They say female beasts should know how to cook. Isn't that right? Li wavered at this. He glanced at the kitchen area, which appeared stark compared to the rest of the room, envisioning Tunan bustling about there, and a wave of longing surged within him. He grabbed Gaia, who had reached the doorway, and commanded firmly, stay and prepare a meal. Gaia cheered, rushing towards the Sand Scorpion eggs as if they were the most exquisite treasure. After a moment's reluctance, he returned to the task at hand, eagerly beckoning Tunan. Come, look. This Sand Scorpion egg has a gelatinous opening. You can insert something into it. He eyed Tunan's chopsticks, perfectly slender and long, a gift from Li. The chopsticks were inserted into the inconspicuous opening, and as the egg was turned upside down, the yolks, mingled with egg whites, began to flow slowly out. The subsequent process closely resembles that of frying an egg, Add water, stir, incorporate seasonings, heat oil, and fry. The egg mixture bubbles joyfully in the hot oil, releasing an indescribable aroma that pervades the air. Having experienced numerous exquisite dishes in her past life, Tu Nin felt profoundly impacted. It was simply divine. They say the black-scaled snake is delectable. I have no basis for comparison, but in my opinion, this is the most fragrant food in Sand City. This dish is even more delightful when fried with a particular wild herb, although many are reluctant to try it due to its strong flavor. Ah, green onion omelet or Chinese tuna omelet. Tu Nin immediately comprehended. She turned her gaze to Li, who promptly informed Gaia. Next time, procure that herb. No problem. Just watch me, Gaia replied, flipping the egg with enthusiasm, his mouth incessantly chattering. The black-scaled snake, I've heard those nobles consume it raw? What a peculiar preference. Aren't they afraid of poisoning? Ah, that's fugu sashimi. Tu Nin connected the dots. Given her inherent caution for her own life, she glanced up just as Li, deep in thought, asked Gaia. They say the black-scaled snake requires a specialized chef. Is this the reason? Indeed. Cooking it oneself could easily lead to fatalities, he remarked. Those nobles often have the chef taste it first. Surely, a few chefs must perish each year. He shrugged. Li appeared alarmed and, after a moment, seriously conferred with Tu Nin regarding the black-scaled snake. Perhaps you should refrain from consuming it? I had already mentioned that I do not require such expensive fare. Tu Nin responded, her eyes filled with admiration. She acknowledged Li's prowess but did not wish for him to exhaust himself on her behalf. It's not burdensome. Li gently squeezed her delicate hand, feeling a sense of fulfillment in being needed. Do try it. The sand scorpion eggs were served, and Gaia beckoned them. Tu Nin pulled Li to sit down, and the three of them savored this rare delicacy together. It was the most exquisite meal she had enjoyed since awakening. After the meal, Tu Nin took on the task of tidying up while Gaia inquired about the day's conclusion. How should we handle the shell of the Sand Scorpion King? Although the settlement collects them, the prices in Sand City are significantly higher. What if you accompany me to Sand City tomorrow to sell it? My father has an old friend who runs an equipment shop there, and I can secure a fair price. He indicated a figure. Li stared at the number in disbelief. This was nearly double the price he received in the valley. Previously, he had inquired in the black market of Sand City and found the prices not much higher. So he had thought little of it. His mind immediately transformed those extra profits into more resources. He wished to procure for Tu Nin a weapon that was both lightweight and protective. Let us go. Tomorrow we'll go together, he replied. I want to go too. Tu Nin interjected, setting aside her tasks. The two men turned to her, and Tu Nin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Li. I've never had a proper exploration in any city. Could you take me along? I wish to see more. Sand City was merely a fleeting glimpse in her memory, as her movements had been severely restricted. The subterranean dungeon of the river valley is excessively confining, yet they are all aware of her identity as the mother. She yearns to illuminate new maps and assume a new identity. Her eyes brim with sorrow. Am I too greedy? Yet, I do not wish to merely be your mother. I desire to stand by your side as an ordinary female beast and accompany you always. Chapter 20. It is not my fault for wavering. The temptations are overwhelming. The wind in Sand City is scorching and arid, almost devoid of moisture. In contrast, the underground river valley is far more hospitable for life. Why has it been occupied by that group led by Gray? They do not seem to possess formidable strength. What have I overlooked? Arriving at the back of this alley, Gaia extended her hand, pointing ahead to a nondescript shop nestled in the corner. Grandpa Black, I've brought a friend to help you with your business. Why all the shouting? I'm not deaf. A stooped old man rose from between the shelves. His face was lined with deep, dry wrinkles. Yet his eyes still sparkled with vitality. After casting a glance at the three of them, his gaze settled on Li. What treasures do you have? Speak quickly. Li retrieved a large backpack from behind, revealing the carapace and stinger of a Sand Scorpion King. Tu Nin glanced at the armor plates, each the size of a shield. And the fangs. This must be a Sand Scorpion King from at least a decade ago. Gaia patted the package on her back. The old man's eyes glimmered with interest as he swiftly approached to inspect the goods, nodding in satisfaction. Let us check the warehouse. He moved to the corner and lifted a floorboard, revealing an entrance. Just as they were about to proceed, the dilapidated iron door swung open once more, and a languid voice filled the air. Is this the fine establishment you spoke of? I cannot believe there is anything here that would catch your eye on such a border planet. Light streamed in from outside as a pair of polished black military boots stepped into the shabby shop. The male figure emerged, silhouetted against the light. Clad in a crisp white military uniform adorned with golden embroidery, the buckle of his belt gleamed blindingly. Perhaps overwhelmed by the peculiar blend of oil and various materials in the air, he pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, disdainfully surveying his surroundings. His long, dark green hair, reminiscent of exquisite emerald hues, cascaded casually down his back, swaying slightly with his movements. As he halted, the scattering of light around him diminished. A breath of forest air enveloped the space. "You did not lure me here on purpose, did you?" he quipped, tilting his head toward someone outside. A cool, unhurried voice responded, "One day you shall pay the price for your arrogance, Kong." As the last words faded, the individual stepped into the shop, standing alongside the previously mentioned male. Unlike his companion, who seemed entirely unperturbed by the blazing sun and swirling sands, he was entirely enveloped in a cloak, with only his gentle eyes and long, fair hands visible. Even this slight characteristic allows one to glimpse his refined demeanor. Both individuals are rare beasts of valor on the battlefield, each possessing their own unique charm. However, Tu Nan and her companions find themselves frozen in place. Though unaware of the circumstances surrounding them, Tu Nan's mind is screaming in turmoil as she curses that wretched system. "Do you harbor a grudge against me? Couldn't you have informed me earlier of all these options? Must you compel me to seduce someone to provoke me now?" Indeed, the absurdity of the situation unfolds. For an extended period, aside from the initial prompt of 10 that appeared upon Li's arrival, only the baffling one from Gray had graced her presence. And now, the brazen 5 appears before Tu Nan, and astonishingly, there are 2 of them. 2. These 2 evidently superior males each bear the system's evaluation above their heads. The elegantly stunning figure with green hair boasts a scroll inscribed with "Detected Collectible Mutation Gene, Ancient Phoenix, Divine Level, Breeding Success can complete host gene chain." 5. Meanwhile, the graceful one is marked with "Detected Collectible Mutation Gene, Ancient Sea Beast, Divine Level, Breeding Success can complete host gene chain." 5. Although each seems inferior to Li's 10, it is abundantly clear that their qualifications far surpass his. Beside them, she should not need to worry about the fundamental issue of safely bearing a child. "Will you not provide an explanation?" she inquired ominously of the system. Meeting is required to trigger. The system, evidently feeling somewhat guilty, rarely replied to Tu Nan. She turned her head incrementally toward Li's direction. Her mind raced at an explosive pace, yet her heartbeat remained eerily calm. She could not allow Li to detect her peculiarities. She needed a means to secure a new caretaker. Though Li appeared formidable, he lacked depth and foundation. He exhibited no sense of crisis regarding the conflict in the valley. Individual bravado will not elevate one to greater heights in any world, nor will it enhance her quality of life. For a fleeting moment, her feet yearned to move toward him, almost as if she were to dash into Li's embrace once more. Then, biting her tongue, she allowed the pain to anchor her back to reality. This time, she could not afford to throw herself directly into the arms of these 2 men. Tu Nan focused intently on the tips of her toes, her hands tightly clutching the seams of her cloak. Whichever one she considered, they both exuded an air of nobility. Indeed, whether the haughty one or the gentle one, they possessed an essence incompatible with others. This was a scent familiar from her past life, an aura cultivated in an environment of privilege that bore an innate disregard for the ordinary. They would never lower themselves to acknowledge a mere surrogate. How regrettable. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Li encircled her waist, almost lifting her off the ground as he led her toward the entrance of the open basement. Gaia silently followed in his footsteps. Upon their entrance into the underground, the shopkeeper's demeanor transformed completely. Rubbing his hands together, he ingratiatingly exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed guests. Have you come to procure new weaponry with your friends? Please, rest assured, I will take care of everything." "Who are they?" inquired a mellifluous voice. "Ah, they are merely my nephew and his friends visiting. No need to concern yourselves with them. I shall have them stand at a distance, so as not to trouble your esteemed presence. Allow me a moment to fetch the catalog." Suddenly, the voice behind him fell silent. The overhead barrier had closed. The lights in the underground passage illuminated, and the trio silently traversed a considerable distance until they arrived at a spacious subterranean chamber. Towering shelves and stacked cabinets encircled the expansive space, as the 3 stood in the center of this warehouse, momentarily at a loss for words. "Who are they?" Tu Nan feigned curiosity, seeking to gather information. "Shoo, keep your voice down," Gaia admonished softly. Noticing Li's tense posture and her unwillingness to respond to Tu Nan, Gaia reluctantly spoke up. "I recognize one, the one in military attire." His fluffy tail thumps against the ground, revealing his anxious expression, He is a newly assigned major from the Border Patrol, Kong Jimu. Last time, it was he who clashed with Li. Do you see? He is indeed a troublesome fellow, yet quite skilled in combat. Nonsense, he's not that formidable, Li interjected. Displeased. Kong Jiamu, at least I have discerned the identity of one individual, she thought. How might she uncover more information about him? And who was the other person? She needed to grasp as many possibilities as she could, for only then would she feel secure. Chapter 21. Nobility? A trouble Li and Gaia fell silent. Choosing not to revisit the earlier topic, Tunin concealed her thoughts and stood obediently aside, observing as the two imposing figures unpacked their burdens and arranged the armor plates meticulously. By the time Black Lao arrived, the armor plates had been spread out across the warehouse floor. Indeed, they were exceptional items, having caught only a fleeting glimpse earlier. Such a complete set of chest armor was truly a rare find. Black Lao was enamored. Did you procure these? What is your name? Li, she replied, keenly watching Black Lao. That was quite the impressive display. Black Lao, engrossed in examining the armor plates, replied without looking up, Lord Hain appears to be of noble descent. He is remarkably courteous, a rare quality. And the other one? Dressed as a member of the patrol? He stretched his back and rose, revealing a somewhat sly grin. Though he seems ostentatious and arrogant, I quite favor such clients. They are willing to spend. He is the newly appointed quartermaster of the patrol, Gaia murmured. And the other? From which sector of the Star Realm? I do not know. Black Lao shot a warning glare at Gaia. This is merely conjecture. I have not inquired further. You lack decorum. He gestured toward the array of armor plates. Now, tell me, what price do you seek for these? Tunin gleaned a limited amount of information from this exchange. As she had suspected, the identities of these two individuals had significantly elevated Li's status, which was both advantageous and disadvantageous. Success would grant her stability, while failure could swiftly extinguish her life with a mere wave of the hand. The scant information she possessed was insufficient to piece together the resources she required. Without such resources, she could never hope to engage with officers and nobles. Enough, enough. I knew you came solely to extract my blood, Black Old muttered, clearly having settled on a price during his distraction with Tu Nan. I wish to procure a small, discreet weapon. She gestured for Black Old to look at Tu Nan, specifying that it should be safe yet easy to handle, as she lacked experience and strength. Black Old halted, appraising Tu Nan, and inquired, What is your budget? Li simply indicated the sum from earlier. Black Old beckoned to Tu Nan. Come here. Let me feel your hands. Li nudged her at the waist. Tu Nan took 2 steps forward, standing before Black Old. She did not remove her hood but extended her delicate hands from beneath her cloak, slender, pale, and adorned with glistening nails, her fingers as fine as scallions. With almost imperceptible knuckles, Black Old's rough, calloused hand reached out, tracing her fingertips with a sneer in his heart. What can this do? She wouldn't withstand any recoil. Wielding a knife might injure herself. We can raise the price if necessary, Li remarked expressionlessly. A glint of interest flashed in Black Old's eyes as he finally grew serious. He circled the space several times before suddenly slapping his thigh. All right then, leave it to me. But let it be clear, I can only provide something for self-defense, suitable for dealing with 2 or 3 incompetent foes. That will suffice. Li felt no disappointment. Her hope was merely that Tu Nan could endure until she could arrive. Fine. Come back in 3 days. Business concluded. The trio exited Black Old's shop and returned to the bustling streets, now basking in the midday sun. Let us dine. It's on me, Gaia exclaimed joyfully. What is a restaurant like? Tu Nan's small hand had slipped into Li's cloak the moment they stepped outside, gently nestling into the warmth of her palm. Now, as she lightly swayed her hand, it was as if she were stirring Li's very heart. It was only natural for Tu Nan to feel curiosity. As Li gazed into her eyes, filled with wonder and longing, a wave of compassion washed over him. She reminded him of his younger self. In the village, no one would offer assistance to a child abandoned by their parents. He had ventured into the town with only a pouch of water, the first time he beheld the steaming dishes gracing others' tables in a restaurant. Hunger had driven him to recklessness, and he had stolen food, only to be met with brutal consequences. Yet, he had filled his belly, clutching the pilfered sustenance tightly in his grasp. Let us go? He refrained from further reminiscing. Although his later experiences left him with little fondness for restaurants, that did not hinder him from introducing his adoptive mother to the world beyond. Gaia leaped ahead, leading the way with exuberance. He is well acquainted with Sand City, or rather, his exuberant disposition seems to render him familiar with any locale he finds himself in, in stark contrast to his indifference towards matters unrelated to his existence. Should she seek further information, she could glean it from Gaia's insights. Indeed, one must engage in extensive planning and strategizing. Nothing fortuitous befalls the unprepared. Tunin followed closely behind the two formidable beasts, diligently memorizing every path they traversed. Let's south try this place. Their braised pig trotters are simply delectable, paired with soft, glutinous beans. Ah, exquisite. Gaia glanced at Tunin and added, you'll surely enjoy it as well. Although pig trotters aren't particularly valuable, they prepare them remarkably well, devoid of any gamey taste, and they are tenderly stewed. Tunin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Gaia would perceive her struggle with the local meats. Perhaps, despite his boisterous demeanor, Gaia was an astutely observant male. She smiled gratefully at him, yet her heart grew warier. One must never underestimate anyone. Those who survive in such desolate lands each possess their own survival strategies. Only she, like a doddering vine, could merely cling to others for support. Gaia was the first to push open the half-height wooden door of the restaurant, dramatically bowing to the two behind him, play-acting as the non-existent waiter of the humble establishment. Tunin found herself amused, her inner gloom lightened by the antics of this comical large dog. Perhaps she had been overly vigilant. The clamor enveloped her. The interior was crowded. Tables closely arranged. The modest establishment was nearly full, the sounds of conversation mingling with a distinctive broadcast that reached Tunin's ears. She smiled, savoring this rare vibrancy. But her gaze suddenly sharpened. In the corner, a modest television displayed local news, and a familiar figure was being interviewed. The man, with long, dark green curls, donned a white military uniform. As he adjusted his gloves, he flashed a captivating smile at the camera and declared, the local arms management in Sand City has numerous issues. Our cruising army is determined to rectify this. I, Kong Jiamu, have been entrusted by the Legion to lead this operation. The divine light of Emperor Haoyuan illuminates every inch of his domain, and Sand City shall not be an exception. I assure all citizens that this operation will be thorough. We will unearth every lawbreaker. His enchanting eyes lifted slightly, brimming with confidence and conviction in his promises, a demeanor that could most effectively reassure the common populace. His gaze, penetrating through the screen, surveyed all beyond it, including Tunin. The television sparked a realization in Tunin. Of course, television, mobile phones, the internet. These are the essential tools for navigating a universe that soars among the stars. Why did she feel as if she were living in ancient times, relying solely on rudimentary methods to gather information? She glanced at her terminal. What had gone awry? Chapter 22. Is the benevolence of the beast god truly real? The tender and delectable Chi-Chi pig is indeed reasonably priced, certainly much more affordable than the sand scorpion king egg. However, Lee appears to be entirely oblivious to this. With her mind elsewhere, she absent-mindedly chews on her beans while glancing at the television, questioning, Lee, why doesn't the River Valley have this? Unfortunately, only the towns have a signal. Gaia is more than willing to provide answers. Lee swiftly finishes her portion of food, noticing that Tunin's meal remains largely untouched. He uses his spoon to scoop food toward Tunin's mouth, insisting, eat first. We can buy some pig trotters later. Tunin swallows the food Lee offers with complete trust, then gestures for her to feed herself, observing her obediently eating. Lee nods and explains Gaia's earlier statement. The signal in Sand City is maintained by the government and is quite expensive, while the River Valley lacks such connectivity. Suddenly, she recalls her personal terminal. Through her sleeve, she taps the device on her left wrist, and Lee immediately comprehends, informing her that once outside Sand City, it is only useful at close range, with a connection to this side of Sand City occurring perhaps once a day. This means that if Lee is not beside her, she can receive her location information only once daily, contingent upon her wearing the terminal. Once Tunin finishes her meal, she inquires, how can I contact you? Lee hesitates. Realizing he seems to have overlooked a critical detail, he had entered his terminal number into Tunin's bracelet but had not prompted her to verify it. Thus, the bracelet has been rendered useless for Tunin. Fortunately, no further mishaps have arisen. Lee silently takes Tunin's hand and softly instructs, activate pupil verification. A delicate line flickers across the bracelet. Watch it, he says as he raises the bracelet before her. Moments later, a series of 3 rhythmic beeps sound. Done. Lee averts his gaze from Tunin, feeling somewhat flustered. I'll tell you about the other functions when we return. Tunin's smile remains perfect, showing no sign of change. Yet it merely conceals her inner exasperation. Recently, she has also attempted to tinker with this device for quite some time. only to find it cold and unyielding against her skin, seemingly serving solely as a tracking device. She had initially believed it required specialized equipment, akin to the cart-swiping feature she encountered when first meeting Lee. It turns out it was simply forgotten. The chaotic beasts may indeed possess a few flaws. As for her child, with such genes, is there truly no issue? Then let us add my number first. Gaia cheerfully leans in, and with his simple maneuver, the two bracelets lightly collide, emitting a soft, prolonged chime. This way, if we are both in the river valley, you will be able to find me. Lee is reluctant, reminding her, I told you not to let anyone else know. Tunin, with an innocent expression, retorts, I thought Gaia was your little brother. Can I add him? Then I'll delete it. Indeed, Lee is my older brother, my brother. Gaia is overjoyed, unable to contain his delight. After a prolonged silence, Lee tacitly acknowledged Tunin's words once more. When it came to the valley, a question had lingered in my mind. Seizing the opportunity while Lee's mood and demeanor were amiable, Tunin hastened to inquire, there is water there. Why doesn't Shacheng develop its core around that? The heat here is unbearable. This time, it was Lee who spoke up. The valley is only intermittently habitable. There are hardly any facilities that could be established. What does that imply? Noticing the evident confusion on Tunin's face, Lee continued to elucidate. Every 35 years, there is either a locust plague or a flood, a calamity of catastrophic proportions. His expression was grave, clearly indicating that even someone of his formidable strength regarded this as an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, Gaia had only just savored his meal. Recounting with a sense of trepidation, the most fearsome creature on Sandstar is not the sand scorpion, but the earthworm. They dwell beneath the sandy surface and only congregate in various underground burrows during the mating season. The valley serves as one of their nesting sites. Those holes are their natural nurseries. He smirked slightly. If they do not emerge, it is even worse. It signifies that a great flood is imminent in the desert. Is that not absurd? Everything would be lost. The earnest large dog patted his chest and expressed relief to Lee, saying, You were fortunate. The earthworms just passed through last year. For at least this year, peace reigns here. You must have known this when you chose to come to the valley. Lee nodded thoughtfully. Tunin glanced at Lee and then at Gaia, and suddenly an odd thought sprang to mind. Are you suggesting that the worms and the floods come in cycles? Gaia nodded. They do not appear simultaneously? Why is that? For reasons unknown. It has been this way for over a century. Who can say? Gaia rolled his eyes. Perhaps it is the beast god's only mercy toward us, granting those of us struggling for survival and Shacheng a semblance of order? Just as no one can clarify why Sandstar is home to earthworms. To survive, we must refrain from excessive inquiry. Is that so? Tunin bit his lip. Why am I here? There were no answers to be found. Why does the system exist? No one could respond. All the phenomena in life are enigmas. Yet, she coexists with the indigenous people of Sandstar, abiding by the same rules. However, she remains unsatisfied. One day, she will unravel these mysteries, but for now, she can only disguise herself to blend in with everyone else. Tunin, still shaken, patted his chest, murmuring gratefully, I understand. The beast god's mercy has bestowed upon me, Lee. I shall not question why. Tunin certainly had reasons to be thankful to the beast god. He permitted her to take root in this world, granting her a second chance at life. Yet, with so many additional conditions attached, the day she achieves her goals will merely represent a transactional exchange. To humbly beseech divine favor was something she had scorned in her past life, let alone now. A subtle smile graced Lee's lips, clearly delighted. Gaia let out a lament, cradling his head against the back of the chair. Enough with the display of affection. Spare me. A mere single soul. Chapter 23. The elusive sense of security. Tunin strolled through the corridors of the underground city, carrying a small basket. A week had passed since their return from Sand City. As she surveyed her surroundings, she walked at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a formidable beast emerged from a turn, frowning as it blocked her path. Aren't you the nurturer of Lee? What are you doing here alone? Upon seeing him, Tunin's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, her expression one of salvation. She quickened her pace, leaned slightly forward, and offered a polite bow. How fortunate. Lee sent me to deliver something to Lord Grey, but I seem to have lost my way. Her gaze revealed a timid uncertainty, reflecting her disorientation. There are only 3 paths here, and you managed to get lost? The guard regarded her with incredulity. Upon hearing her intention to deliver something to Grey, he gestured towards the direction from which he had come. This way, turn right up ahead, then left, and you'll arrive. He resumed his patrol. Tunin remained in place, expressing her gratitude until he had walked far enough away for her to rise. She followed the only path forward. and at the junction where the man had indicated a right turn, she smirked and veered in the opposite direction. She had memorized the routes here. She was merely reconfirming her knowledge, meticulously charting the map of the upper region of the river valley, nearly finished with her task. Ever since she had learned of the crisis in the valley, her heart had been unable to find peace. She had attempted to inquire about the exit of this underground city from Lee, who pointed her to the well-known location, seemingly believing her incapable of remembering the main entrance. She then asked Gaia, who appeared momentarily taken aback, questioning her reasons for seeking an alternative exit. Upon hearing her concerns about a potential swarm of insects and having nowhere to flee, he regarded her with a sympathetic glance, perhaps imagining some dreadful scenario. Tunin tried to hint, I haven't seen Fiona or Gray around the main entrance much. Do they seldom venture out? Gaia pondered this, now that you mention it. There might indeed be another exit. He racked his brain, speculating, it should be near Gray's Hall, I suppose. This was the reason for Tunan's circuitous route. She continuously surveyed the surrounding space, estimating the size of the rock walls. Thanks to the earth-dwelling insects, their constructed caverns were perfectly uniform, akin to natural architects. Aside from Gray's Hall, in any other location, as long as the spacing was calculated, any unmarked openings would raise suspicion. That should be on the top level. In a sealed cavern, with an opening leading into another cavern. It wouldn't be too far from Gray's Hall, yet certainly not too close. For instance, this very spot. She looked up once more to confirm before turning to seek out Gray. Did Lee send you? Gray inquired of the timid figure standing before him, Tunan. She nodded and lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing a king scorpion egg and a jar of pulu fruit. He said he wanted to thank you for taking care of me. Indeed, a household requires the presence of a woman. Gray found it hard to believe that such a sentiment could originate from Lee, a creature of brute strength and capable of employing such gentle tactics. He chuckled thoughtfully. Musing on Tunan's words, it certainly piqued his interest. Are all the mothers emerging from your central breeding facility like you? He picked up a scorpion egg. Though his peripheral vision remained fixed on Tunan's reaction, Tunan's eyes widened in surprise. Of course not. I am from a special batch. I have hardly seen any companions since my birth. She raised her head with a hint of pride. Those researchers come to draw my blood before each project? They assured me I would never be allowed to leave the laboratory like the other mothers. But you were auctioned off nonetheless, Gray pressed calmly. And sold to the Border Star? Why is that? Tunan stiffened, and after a moment's pause, she replied with indignation, I do not know. All I know is that my senior researcher, who had been caring for me, disappeared for half a month. Then a new one arrived, glanced at me once. And the next day I was sent away. It's peculiar. Keynes assured me that I would enable his research to make significant breakthroughs and secure his position as the lead researcher. Tunan, filled with frustration, turned to Gray. You don't believe me, do you? Could you help me contact Keynes at the central breeding facility? I wish to return. The conditions here are dreadful. And Keynes would surely be grateful to you. Inwardly, Gray derided the foolish mother. It was evident that her researcher had failed in his bid for power, resulting in the destruction of his research. It was a wonder she was still alive, let alone contemplating a return. Nevertheless, Gray stroked his chin, concealing his desire. This only intensified his intrigue towards her. Every piece of information he gathered pointed to her being an overlooked treasure. A rare specimen inadvertently cast out from the central breeding facility. Such a creature was unworthy of Lee, yet he still needed her for the right moment. Casting a glance at Tunan, who eagerly awaited his response, Gray provided the answer she longed for. In that case, I shall attempt to assist you in reaching out. Rest assured, in Lee's absence, you may seek me whenever necessary. I cannot guarantee anything else, but as long as you are in the valley, you are safe. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Gray. Tunan exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, though a hidden joy sparkled within them, known only to her. It was a success. With her prior experiences, she was well acquainted with the Insular Research Facility. The layout, procedures, and hierarchical structures were second nature to her. Yet, Gray had no means to verify her claims. He could never access such high-level laboratories. Thus, it was effortless for Tunan to deceive him. Today had yielded fruitful results. In a single day, she had secured 2 safety ropes, the hidden entrance and Gray's elusive promise. She certainly did not anticipate that upon exiting Grena, she would encounter Gaia leaning against the door, his complexion noticeably poor. Tunan hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Gaia before silently closing the door and retreating to her cave. Gaia followed closely behind, neither too far nor too near. Just as Tunan thought Gaia would remain silent, he suddenly spoke. Do you know? Canine beastmen possess exceptionally keen hearing, even surpassing that of wolf beastmen. I am one of the most prominent among them. So what? Tunian did not turn back. I heard everything, he continued. So what? I merely wish to survive. I fear this place, this sunless underground. There are dangers here that I cannot possibly contend with. Gaia fell silent. Tunian, not receiving a reply, straightened her back and continued onward. I will protect you. You need not worry. Tunian's pace faltered momentarily, but it was only a brief pause. Her journey was long, and she could never be free of concern. Such a fleeting promise did little to soothe her heart. None of these men could provide her with a sense of security, not a single one. Chapter 24. Let me deceive him. Let him believe me. The two walked in silence. The atmosphere palpably strange. All of this fell under the gaze of a pair of malicious eyes. Talk. The last two lines of their conversation drifted into his ears. Gaia should have sensed his presence, yet consumed by worry, he failed to notice anything amiss. After they passed, Tak poked his head out and, after deliberating for a while, revealed a malevolent smile. Dusting off his trousers, he intended to seek out Li for a chat. Why was Gaia silent in the cave, not moving nor speaking? What if he told Gaia that everything she said was fabricated, that she knew nothing of her own origins? Who could predict whether he would immediately report to Gray or Li? Are you planning to wait for Li to return and disclose everything to him? She forced a grim smile. You men are truly united. For the sake of your brother's face, you would seek my demise. She resolved to first play the victim. Or perhaps, she preferred to accept a degree of disloyalty towards Li rather than gamble on Gray's humanity. Gaia, both furious and anxious, stared at her with his round dog-like eyes. That is not true. You desire to survive, which is not wrong. Conditions here are indeed inferior to those on Central Star. He irritably scratched his head, his tail sweeping back and forth behind him. I was thinking of how to tell Li that he treats you quite well. Look at what you eat and use. There are many here who are not as fortunate as you. And that bracelet you wear? Truly. There is no better male beast than Li here. It was evident that Gaia genuinely felt pain for Li. Yet why did he not simply tell Li? Tunian scoffed coldly. She touched the light golden bracelet on her wrist, a weapon crafted for her just days prior. After donning it yesterday, Tunian felt a measure of reassurance. The bracelet resembles a delicate piece of jewelry, with a slender serpent's head clasped onto her left middle finger. From there, two fine strands extend across the back of her hand, entwining around her wrist, forming an intricate oval pattern that adorns her arm. Yet, that serpent's head is capable of ejecting 3 venomous darts, each potent enough to incapacitate a robust male beast. There exists a specific method to activate it, ensuring that Tunian does not inadvertently harm herself. Gaia's assertion holds true. Li has indeed invested considerable effort in her, a fact Tunian is acutely aware of. However, she has never forgotten the nature of her relationship with Li, a transactional one, is it not? But since Gaia has no intention of divulging this to Li, it is perhaps for the best. I recognize Li's kindness towards me. All of this is my fault, a consequence of my insatiable greed. Tunian speaks with a seemingly frigid demeanor, yet her eyes betray a glimmer of tears. Please, don't do this. Don't cry, Gaia stammers, crouching down. Torn between wanting to comfort Tunian and feeling that he ought not to reach out, his forehead beading with sweat. I will not tell Li. This shall remain our secret, all right? Suddenly, the door is forcefully kicked open, and Li stands coldly at the threshold. He surveys the two huddled in the corner of the room, his gaze icy, a tempest of anger swirling around him. What secret is it that cannot be shared with me? He demands, fixing his piercing stare on Tunian. Noticing her flinch, his demeanor softens momentarily before he turns his ire towards Gaia. Gaia hastily rises, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ah, Li, you're back. It's nothing. He falters, unable to continue. From behind Li, a greasy voice interjects. Tak peeks into the room, shaking his head in disapproval. You see, I told you. Entrusting a woman to a brother is bound to lead to trouble, he remarks to Li. Tak, do not speak nonsense, Gaia exclaims, attempting to silence the instigator. But Li swiftly restrains him. Emotionless, Li's grip tightens around Gaia's throat, causing beads of sweat to form instantly, while his other hand reaches for his waist. Tunian presses down on Li's hand, also gripping the hilt of his blade, her entire being pressed against him in utter despair. My lord Li, do you not intend to inquire of me? Will you condemn me without so much as a question? Tunian raises her head, her face already stained with tears in such a brief span of time. She does not sob. Instead, tears flow freely, as though Li's disbelief has utterly shattered her spirit, leaving her momentarily unaware of her own weeping. Li's grip slackens. Instinctively, he uses his sleeve to wipe Tunian's tears, but midway through, he irritably withdraws his hand. standing in place as his thoughts drift into a void. Get out. He finally manages to utter. Gaia opens his mouth to say something further. But upon seeing Tunan's tear-streaked visage, he wisely refrains from speaking, leaving with a heart full of concern. Tak, unaware of the gravity of the situation, continued to prattle on. How can we let him go? We must ascertain what other matters lie beneath the surface. Enraged, Lee, desiring nothing more than to silence the clamor around him, swiftly kicked Tak out. Tak's anguished cry echoed as Lee forcefully shut the iron door and leaned against it. Head bowed, panting heavily. Retreat was not an option, Tunan reminded herself. Since she claimed to have done nothing wrong, there could be no guilt to uncover. With determination, she jogged back to Lee's side, wrapping her arms around one of his. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she let out a quiet sob. Yet this did not hinder her resolve. She pressed herself into Lee's embrace, akin to a forsaken creature fearing abandonment. Lee, what is it that you doubt? You are my guardian. We nurturers would never betray our guardians. That is an unbreakable law, as you well know. She feigned confusion, gazing up at Lee. And you have treated me so kindly. Lee's mind was in turmoil as he regarded Tunan, the images of the earlier scene intermingling with her words, leaving him uncertain whether to trust her. He managed to murmur through clenched teeth. Then, what is that secret? This was tantamount to a concession, granting Tunan an opportunity to explain, yet he felt anguish at his own capitulation. The secret was one Tunan could not fabricate. Lee's return had been too abrupt. Aside from the truth, her account with Gaia would likely not align. It could not be divulged to Lee, so she looked up earnestly and declared, I promised Gaia. And I must uphold my vow. She resolved to remain silent for the moment, wagering on Lee's reaction. This nurturer, almost naively, maintained a boundary. So candid, yet so innocent. This could not be about the betrayal Tak insinuated. Yet, Lee could not tolerate the thought of Tunan harboring secrets with another man unbeknownst to him. With a seething intensity, he seized Tunan and strode forward, tossing her onto the iron bed, his weight pressing down upon her. She deserved punishment. Chapter 25, His Valor. My dismay, Tunan awoke as dawn broke, her body aching as if it were in pieces. Lee had unleashed his wrath upon her, and she had borne it all. She was consciously indulging him. She offered her fragile shoulders to Lee's mouth, pleading for his bite to leave bloody imprints. Without needing to look, she knew other parts of her body were mottled with bruises. Lee's movements were excessively rough, in moments of uncontrollable emotion. Even a slight increase in pressure could leave Tunan covered in contusions. This was the price to be paid. To tame such a beast, one must endure visceral pain. It is a sacrifice akin to feeding blood to an eagle. Lee slept heavily beside her. Tunan managed a faint smile, confirming that her strategy had succeeded at least in part. She had soothed his emotions. If his trust were to shatter, he would not remain oblivious when she turned to gaze at him, yet she still had another step to take. Only by executing the subsequent move with precision could she alleviate her guilt. She closed her eyes once more, deliberately enveloping herself in Lee's embrace. Upon awakening, Lee was absent from the cave, though his knife and bag remained within, indicating he had not ventured far. Tunan meticulously groomed herself, selecting a loose-fitting blouse with a wide neckline and airy, open trousers. She chose a delicate, golden chain belt, allowing its ends to cascade down to her thighs. Then, she sat before the vanity, comb in hand, carefully untangling her dark tresses. Thus, when Lee returned through the door, he was greeted by this scene. Tunan's profile was nearly obscured by her raven locks, revealing only the subtly elevated tip of her nose and her slightly parted, colorless lips. The collar of her garment rose and fell with her movements, the wound on her shoulder occasionally visible beneath the fabric. She stood barefoot, her feet almost hovering above the ground, the tips barely grazing the floor. Her slender ankles swayed pitifully within the voluminous pant legs. Hearing a sound, Tunan turned back in a daze, and upon seeing Lee, a spark ignited in her eyes, illuminating a pure admiration mingled with a fragility that made her appear irresistibly delicate. Lee instinctively softened his movements, gently closing the door and remaining still for a moment. After a pause, he approached Tunan and took the comb from her hand, wishing to assist her with her hair. Were he a complete beast man? His greatest desire at that moment would be for them both to transform into their animal forms, allowing him to tenderly groom her fur. Tunan flinched at his touch, her grip on the comb trembling involuntarily. Panic surged within her as she repeatedly apologized. I didn't mean to, Lord Lee. Lee's hand hesitated. He discerned a pattern. When Tunan was anxious and frightened, she instinctively referred to him as Lord, only to softly call him Lee when her guard was lowered. Regret flickered in his eyes. Indeed, he had frightened this little one yesterday. From his vantage point, through the loose collar, he could see the purplish bruises sprawling across Tunan's fair skin. His grip on the comb tightened, producing a faint cracking sound. Roused from his thoughts, he devoted himself to untangling Tunan's hair. Observing as she gradually relaxed her tense shoulders in this intimate and soothing atmosphere. A subtle smile graced Li's lips. The dependence this nurturing figure had on him was unmistakable. He had indeed lost his temper, but it mattered not, for he would make amends. After all, they were destined to be together for a long time. Yet, the beast god clearly held a different perspective. Regardless of how serene the atmosphere within the cave might be, it seemed to mock Li's delusions, abruptly reminding him of the folly of mortal dreams. Suddenly, distant screams echoed, drawing closer. The entire valley resembled a pot of heated water, gradually churning with an increasingly chaotic clamor. Li paused to listen for a moment, then turned to retrieve his curved blade, instructing Tu-Nan not to wander off. Stay put. I will assess the situation. Although Tu-Nan's hearing was not as keen as Li's, it wasn't long before she too discerned the ominous sounds. She donned her shoes and socks, switched into soft armor, and wrapped herself in a cloak. After a brief contemplation, she also secured a small, elegant dagger at her waist before stepping out of the cave. From her vantage point within the cavern, she could clearly observe all that transpired in the valley below. Upstream along the subterranean river, in an area shrouded in darkness and untouched by the firelight, 3 colossal, centipede-like creatures were besieged by a throng of onlookers. These were immense, insectoid beings with milky white exoskeletons and menacingly sharp mandibles. Several orcs had already morphed into their true forms to engage in the fray. Yet their attacks proved futile against the formidable beasts. With a single thrashing motion, the creatures could easily overwhelm multiple orcs. Li had already descended to the lowest tier. By some inexplicable force, he glanced upward and spotted the frail mother watching the chaos unfold from a high vantage point. He shouted back to Tu-Nan, "Return. I will deal with these earthworms and be back shortly." Grasping his curved blade, Li sprinted along the riverbank towards the tumult, and many orcs erupted in cheers, rallying behind him. Clearly, Li had established a reputation in the valley, garnering his own followers. To Tu-Nan, he resembled a sharp dagger, a banner thrust into the heart of battle, with the orcs behind him instinctively coordinating their attacks. Li swiftly leaped onto the head of one of the earthworms, gripping the seams of its exoskeleton. The other orcs distracted its line of sight, preventing it from rolling. Li raised his curved blade high, even from a distance. Tu-Nan could see the cold glint of the blade slicing through the dimly lit space. "Ha!" Li shouted triumphantly as he drove the blade deep into the creature. The earthworm writhed violently. He held onto the weapon as if he were about to be thrown off. Yet he cleverly utilized the inertia to widen the wound along the seam. As he landed, the creature behind him thrashed for a moment before green blood erupted from the crescent-shaped gash. The beast stiffened and collapsed with a thunderous crash, eliciting a fervent cheer from the crowd. In the midst of their applause, Li knelt momentarily, raising his blade to his forehead and offering a salute towards Tu-Nan. He must have been smiling. Tu-Nan's breath quickened, her heart raced. She found it difficult to divert her gaze from him. It was a primal instinct ingrained in the female lineage, drawn to the formidable masculinity. Thus, males flaunted their prowess, a perpetual means of courting the females. Yet, as she watched Li rise and fixate on the next earthworm, her smile gradually faded, and she pondered a pressing question. Why had the earthworms appeared? Were there only these 3, or were they merely the vanguard of a larger wave? Chapter 26. Dare to abandon me? Then you are of no use. Would the earthworms not form a swarm? Why is no one else concerned? Tu-Nan was filled with confusion. Soon, she would receive her answer. 2 orcs were engaged in conversation on this very topic. How could earthworms appear? This is not their breeding season. Who knows? Perhaps a few solitary ones? Such was the rationale that everyone seemed to accept. The orcs were not particularly worried, except for Tu-Nan, who lacked their understanding. Suddenly, cheers erupted like waves crashing upon the shore. Tu-Nan momentarily lost her focus, having just dealt with the last earthworm. Wiping the blade of her knife with the hem of her garment, from a high vantage point, 3 earthworms lay defeated behind her. People surged from all directions towards Li, encircling him at the center. Here, most orcs expressed their emotions quite directly. Men patted Li on the shoulder or thumped his chest, while some bold and robust females also joined the circle, taking the opportunity to admire Li's muscular physique. In this atmosphere, Tu-Nan set aside her concerns. Surrounded by admiration, Li approached beneath the cave, looking up at Tu-Nan. With a flick of his curved knife, he performed a beautiful flourish. He gestured for his mother to come down. The surrounding males erupted in cheers and laughter. Li feigned indifference, turning his face aside, yet a hint of a smile played on his lips. Tunin sprinted down the 9 levels, breathless as she reached Li's side. Her face, flushed from exertion, caught Li's attention. In front of everyone, he embraced her, unexpectedly bestowing upon her a deep kiss. The warmth of his body and the scent of earthworm blood enveloped her, leaving Tunin momentarily unprepared as he stole the very air from her lungs. When he finally released her, she felt lightheaded from the lack of oxygen. Li smiled, gazing at Tunin with satisfaction. He surveyed the surrounding males, especially Gaia, his actions both flaunting and menacing, showcasing her to all. Tunin, my female. The males exchanged knowing glances. While the females scoffed, yet all understood Li's intent, territorial claim. Only Gaia quietly retreated from the inner circle, aware that this was Li's final warning aimed at him. Li, you should rest. We will handle the earthworms. Just leave one for me. Li, dismissive, waved his hand and started back with Tunin in his embrace. This series of actions left Tunin in awe of Li, demonstrating strength, leading the charge, claiming territory, and sharing the spoils. Such displays were far beyond the Li she once knew. Had he truly awakened to his potential after the ordeal? Males could indeed unleash hidden capabilities in the pursuit of courtship. Just as the two were about to ascend the steps, frantic shouts echoed once more. Earthworms. So many. They're coming back. Li, hurry and take a look. No. Li replied firmly, as Tunin tugged at his sleeve, unwilling to let go. A foreboding sensation gripped her heart. The so-called conventions offered no solace to her. An outsider from another world. As the crisis loomed, she felt an urgent need to depart. After all, she herself was the most significant variable, and the system was the most inexplicable anomaly. Anxiety consumed her. With the sound of that man's call, she turned her gaze toward the horizon. He must go, she thought. Once he becomes a hero, he could no longer shield her alone. She would once again be the one left behind. She almost foresaw the outcome and was already filled with preemptive anger. Why was she always the one to be forsaken? Hurry. They said that a dozen more had arrived. The defense team could not withstand it. The man reached out, attempting to pull her away, but she remained motionless. She wished to stay by his side. According to his usual behavior, he would not hesitate, but this time, perhaps due to having recently felt the weight of reliance and admiration, she found it difficult to make a swift decision. Please, do not abandon me, he implored once more, earnestly. A rare look of confusion flickered in her brown eyes. Go on, we shall protect her. Besides, the front is well guarded. A few female beasts chimed in support. She lifted her gaze and spotted Gaia, shrinking back among the crowd. He pushed through the throng, placing her beside Gaia, and with an impassive expression, instructed, take Tunin outside and find a safe spot. He then ruffled Tunin's hair, saying, wait for me. Ultimately, she was left behind. Gaia, entrusted with her care, could only remain reluctantly. Tunin looked up at the large dog, her expression blank. Shall we go? Gaia glanced at the departing figure and then back at her. It seemed that his arrangements were indeed sound. The fault lay within her. She could not accept being abandoned. She could only abandon others. Without hesitation, Tunin turned and walked toward the cave's entrance. Gaia scratched his head, sighed, unsure of what had angered her, but followed her toward the exit. None of the female beasts accompanied them. Tunin made an effort to walk steadily, yet her myriad injuries were hard to conceal. After several moments of hesitation, Gaia finally spoke. Did he hit you? No, Tunin replied coldly, dismissively. He just used a bit too much force. Gaia was at a loss for words. The bruises on her exposed forearm and neck were starkly evident, along with the bite mark that stood out prominently on her slender shoulder. Perhaps compared to those from the Central Star, he was indeed too rough. Yet that should not have been the reason for Tunin's desire to escape. The large dog felt a melancholic bitterness as he observed her unsteady gait. Yet he could only remain silent. As they entered the passage, Gaia's ears perked up, and he abruptly seized Tunin, nostrils flaring. Instantly, she became alert, freezing in place. Moments later, two trembling figures stumbled towards them. What is happening? I smell the scent of earthworms, Gaia inquired loudly, urging the defense team as the relentless swarm of burrowing insects surged forth. Men gasped for breath, spilling information while rushing inward. Gaia and Tunin stood frozen, fully aware that no guards remained. They were preoccupied with another crisis alongside Li. Moreover, the swarm had arrived earlier than anticipated. A shadow that had lingered in Tunin's mind finally settled. She resolutely reached a conclusion. Gaia regarded her in disbelief. Yet Tunin felt that everything unfolding today had finally come full circle. Do you have any other explanation? she asked Gaia, gritting his teeth. Gaia dragged Tunin back along their path in a frantic dash. This narrow corridor won't allow us to escape. I will take you to Li. He will find a way. Behind them, cries of despair and the sound of rustling approached, audible even to Tunin's ears. The crisis loomed ever closer. What can Li do? Tunin coldly mused. He had already made his choice. Now, she too had to make a decision. Chapter 27. Look, I've won the bet. The valley had descended into chaos. Dire news had already reached them. Men and women gathered from their respective shelters, huddling together in panic near the riverbed. The underground river mirrored the turmoil, unusually swelling with waves. Several male beasts had altered their forms, discussing how to break through the only exit. Let us charge now. Don't wait for the guards. The older males urged the younger ones, stamping their feet. Once the swarm fully forms, we will have no chance of escaping. We can still gamble a bit now. However, the stronger young males hesitated. Tunin grasped Gaia, who was about to step forward. What are you doing? They are right. We must charge together to have hope. A herd of sheep will never transform into wolves, she insisted, holding him tightly. Even if you become a shepherd dog now, it will be of no use. Gaia was astonished by Tunin's sharp tongue. She, who was typically shy, timid, and fragile, had never spoken so firmly before. Tunin attempted to discern Li among the chaos. But the scene was filled with flying dust and anguished howls that sent chills down one's spine. She did not see Gray. Without turning back, she asked Gaia. Look for Gray, Fiona, Kumbu. Are they here? They are not, Gaia replied swiftly, clearly having searched moments ago. The messenger just left. They should be arriving soon. Naive. Tunin scoffed at the notion of the large dog. Don't be foolish. In such disarray, how could Gray not know? It's impossible. She looked up. The rocky passage above had become nearly devoid of any presence. Those who could descend had already done so. Suddenly, she spoke seriously to Gaia. I suspect there is another exit above. Would you dare accompany me to search for it? The large dog's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you certain? Then let us quickly call everyone to run with us. Tunin's expression hardened as she resolutely refused. No, I am utterly unaware of my location, merely speculating. In this moment of recklessness, there lingers a glimmer of hope. Yet, if there is no exit above, what then? If I were to perish alone in the jaws of the earthworm, I would accept my fate, but I cannot bear the weight of so many lives. Tunan's emerald eyes, swirling like a vortex, were deep and serene. After broaching such a grave topic, she unexpectedly bestowed upon me a sweet and trusting smile. I dare only to implore you to accompany me in this gamble, or perhaps to face death alongside me. Is that permissible? Tunan leaned closer, pressing the large dog against the rock wall. Although I am hesitant to entrust you with my fate, it matters not. I am capable of venturing forth alone. Noting Gaia's hesitation, Tunan ceased her pursuit. She gently retreated, her gaze cast downward in silence. Seemingly resolved to proceed on her own, Gaia grasped her arm firmly. Very well. If you wish to go, then go. He gritted his teeth in agreement. I truly believe there exists another exit. We shall find it, and then return to call everyone else. Tunan managed a weary smile, nodding as she dashed toward the ascending steps. The cacophony of voices faded behind them, unnoticed by anyone else. The first earthworm had emerged at the entrance of the passage. Inexplicably halting at a distance, the two sides locked in a standoff. Tunan sprinted to the top of the stairs, and just before turning inward, she could no longer resist glancing back. At either end of the river, one was engulfed in flames while the other remained far from tranquil. More significantly, Tunan turned her gaze toward the once docile underground river. Unbeknownst to anyone, the water level had steadily risen, now filling the original riverbed. The shallow expanses beside the river had been consumed by water, and this rapidity was extraordinary. Casting one last glance in the direction of departure, Tunan felt desolate. It was Li who had abandoned her first. He had promised to care for her, yet in this critical moment, he had left her with Gaia. Very well, then. She must now lead Gaia to safety. Without further hesitation, she turned and sprinted toward the sliver of hope. Meanwhile, Li was embroiled in the onslaught of 4 earthworms, darting left and right. Unlike before, he faced this challenge alone, as the others were preoccupied, unable to assist him in battle. In a moment of crisis, a tightening in his chest compelled him to glance upward at the cavern wall. There was something there that stirred his spirit, only to vanish again. A chill swept past him from behind, and he instinctively sidestepped and bent low. Yet, this brief distraction resulted in a fresh wound on his cheek. Anger flared within him. Such a conspicuous scar would surely cause Tunan to weep anew. His mother had always tenderly caressed the old scar on his left cheek with sorrow. He had been planning to save money for corrective surgery. These damned worms. Fury surged, and he wielded his curved blade with renewed ferocity. I suspect it lies nearby. Tunin arrived at the last location she had deemed promising. The surrounding corridors were devoid of any presence. The guards who were supposed to patrol the area had vanished without a trace. Gaia finally sensed something amiss, his keen nose confirming Tunin's suspicions. The atmosphere was chaotic. Not long ago, numerous individuals had traversed this place. Tunin fumbled against the rocky wall for an extended period, discovering no discernible crevice. And she directly commanded Gaia to search for areas where the scent was more potent, urging him to explore in the direction opposite the wall from the Grey Hall. This was a simple deduction. If an exit lay between the hall and the wall, the group from Grey would not have passed by this wall. Gaia advanced, halting before the entrance of an unoccupied cave. The iron door was shut. "Kick it open," Tunin urged, urgency lacing her words. There was one truth she had not concealed from Gaia. This was indeed a gamble. Life or death hung in the balance. With water rising, be it from the earthworm or flood, one would eventually claim her life. Gaia stepped back 2 paces before lunging forward, delivering a powerful kick to the locked iron door. A tremendous crash reverberated through the space. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Tunin eagerly slipped beneath Gaia's arm. The room appeared unremarkable. A bed, a cabinet with a backrest against the wall, and some broken dishes in the corner, offering nothing unusual. The scent was quite strong. Oddly so. Gaia paced anxiously within the confined cave, feeling the urgency of their situation. If there is no exit, we must descend quickly. Safety is a relative concept. He fretted. Ignoring him, Tunin scrutinized the room. She noticed something left behind at the corner of the cabinet and stepped forward to pick it up. It was a strand of curled brown hair. Turning to Gaia with a smile, she declared, "This is it, without a doubt." Chapter 28. So what if I'm ill? Tunin cast aside the lock of hair, her focus solely on the cabinet. She pressed her full weight against it, and finally, the cabinet shifted. A rush of air escaping from within and brushing against Tunin's face. "I'll handle this," Gaia asserted, extending his hand with determination. With a creaking sound, the cabinet swung open like a door, revealing a dark passageway. Gaia retrieved a luminous orb, twisting it in his hands until a cool, radiant light emerged. With a flick of his arm, the light source floated ahead, illuminating a small portion of the passageway. Unlike the other structures within the subterranean cavern, this was unmistakably a man-made corridor. Neat steps stretched forward, soon spiraling upward toward a destination aptly named life. "It truly is an exit," Gaia remarked, patting Tunin on the shoulder. "We Haven-T lost the gamble. When it comes to risking my life, my luck always bounces back. Who else, like her, could die and be reborn, embarking on a new life? Will you wait here for me? I'm going to summon help," he added, relief washing over him. Tunin suddenly turned her head. "It's too late," she uttered, her voice chilling. "What?" Gaia, perplexed, gently patted her shoulder a few more times to offer reassurance. "Do not fear. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly," she uttered softly. Tunin finally lifted her head, her expression devoid of emotion, revealing the concealed discovery she had harbored throughout their journey. "The underground river's waters have risen since we ascended," she stated monotonously. "Did you not notice? The river was already boiling as we entered the passage. By the time we reached the summit, the low-lying areas were submerged." "You mean?" Gaia's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to 2 gleaming bronze bells. "A flood? The calamity you deemed impossible has indeed transpired. Why did you remain silent until now?" Gaia gazed at her incredulously, as if encountering Tunin for the first time. She raised her voice. "Lee is still down there. You do not think to save others. Yet you disregard Lee as well? It was he who abandoned me first." Tunin's tone suddenly sharpened, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "He knows I cannot survive without him, yet he still left me behind. What am I? Merely a vessel for nurturing. Indispensable, yet inconsequential." Visions of her mother's face from various stages of her life flickered through Tunin's mind. Ultimately, her mother had sacrificed her. She had never loved her. He had failed to uphold his promise. He vowed to protect me. He deceived me. They all deceived me. With a sharp slap, Tunin's face was turned to the side. She held her face, tasting the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. "They are all the same." And then they would say, "I never expected you to be this kind of person." What kind of person is she? Does Gaia know? Does her mother know? Does she herself know? Why should she conform to the expectations they hold in their minds? Lee was merely the guardian she had chosen. Now, it is merely a transaction. Saving Lee's life comes at a different cost. As for those by the riverbank, what had they ever done for her? Grey, who was supposed to be responsible for them, had fled, and now Gaia expects her to bear the burden. Why should she be aware of such an obligation? This is an escape from disaster, not a simulation game. Suddenly, a jolt of clarity surged through Tu Nan. She became calm. What was she doing? Wasting precious time lamenting? Venting her suppressed grievances from two overlapping worlds. The feeling of being overlooked and consistently let down. Yet, indeed, such emotions were utterly futile. As her boiling blood cooled, she self-deprecatingly realized that before this great hound, she had been excessively audacious, too genuine. She had lost herself. Tu Nan swallowed the brackish blood in her mouth and turned briskly. She ascended the steps along the path she had chosen, leaving Gaia behind. No one could impede her steps toward survival. Otherwise, each additional day she lived would become a mockery. Gaia gazed at his palm, feeling somewhat at a loss. In a moment of anger, he had acted out against Tu Nan. Though he had not exerted much force, the fragile nurturing mother could not withstand it. The scent of blood filled his nostrils. Just moments ago, he was pained by Tu Nan's distress, and now he found himself inflicting hurt. Gaia struggled to confront his own behavior and felt compelled to apologize to Tu Nan. Regardless of the circumstances, he ought not to have resorted to violence. Yet, as he contemplated the ascending path and the thought of Li transforming into her beastly form, he clenched his teeth and surged forward along the route they had traversed. Tu Nan climbed the stairs, one step at a time, alone. The only source of light was a small glowing orb she held in her hand. Pain and exhaustion surged forth, as if they had conspired to overwhelm her. Perhaps it was simply the tension she had endured throughout the day, both physically and mentally. It mattered not, she mused. Li was undeniably significant. He was the lifeline she clung to in the chaotic new era, a piece of driftwood amidst the tumult. She was willing to suppress her own desires for the sake of survival, playing the role of the fragile, nurturing mother to appease Li, providing him with resources to enable his struggle for existence. However, when she noticed Li's demeanor softening visibly, when she saw the warmth in his gaze directed at her, and when she recognized his growing emotional need to care for her, it brought her joy. She was not a masochist, after all. All sentient beings exhibit such tendencies, as long as they possess emotions. This is their vulnerability, yet also a weapon that can lead to success along the arduous path of evolution. Gaia had thought she had formed a rudimentary team, with a seemingly rough exterior yet a heart full of sunshine embodied in a large dog, an ideal companion. Was it not? Yet, she too had failed, as was only to be expected. A kind-hearted individual would not reserve their benevolence solely for her. She was unwell, and her affliction ran deep. Tu Nan trudged upward, her steps growing heavier, finally acknowledging this truth. She could no longer trust anyone completely. She had deteriorated beyond repair. But that was of no consequence. She resolved to persevere. She could make an effort to present herself as a semblance of a normal person. Aligning herself with Li would lead to her demise. She chose to preserve her life in search of the two fives. She would find a way, as long as she first addressed the immediate challenges before her. The illumination orb flickered twice before extinguishing completely, plunging her surroundings into utter darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Chapter 29. You have arrived? But I have already made my choice. Tu Nan was unafraid. Darkness only terrifies those whose minds are burdened with excessive fantasies. If they, like Tu Nan, were devoid of such illusions and focused solely on tangible goals, they would, like her, merely find it inconvenient. She cast the illumination orb aside, watching as the energy-depleted sphere tumbled down the steps. Having ascended over 200 stairs, Tu Nan continued her internal calculations. Almost there. She could roughly guess that the exit was somewhere near the small hillock. As she felt along the stone wall, she used her foot to ascertain the position of the steps. Upward, ever upward, and after another turn, a glimmer of light finally appeared before her. Tu Nan smiled. At last, after much effort in moving aside the cover, the blinding sunlight assaulted her eyes, which had long been accustomed to darkness. Suddenly, someone yanked her hair and pulled her outward. A vicious yet familiar voice resonated above her. Look, I've caught a mangy cat. It was Fiona. She tugged at Tu Nan's hair, dragging her forward. Tears streamed down Tu Nan's face as she shielded her head with her hands, stumbling and bowing her head. Forced to follow her. Where's Li? Why didn't you look after him? Fiona exerted force, throwing Tu Nan to the ground. Tu Nan fell flat. Oh, you really are something. How did you find her? Fiona circled around her, relishing in Tu Nan's disarray. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that only half of the scar on Tu Nan's shoulder was visible. Not bad. You brought my armor out. In front of the crowd, Fiona attempted to strip Tu Nan of her clothing. Not far away, Gray was walking in their direction. Tu Nan looked up and, in a frenzy, cried out, "Lord Gray, I've been following you all day, please help me," she implored, leaning towards Gray, resembling a delicate white flower that should not exist in the sandy ground. Gray ambled over, blocking his sister's path. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed Tu Nan. "Are you saying you were tracking me? I just wanted to see you and bring you something." She bit her lip. "Oh, then where is Li? What was he doing today?" Tu Nan raised her head in confusion. It seemed she did not fully comprehend Gray's inquiry, merely responding obediently, "You went to the river valley to help this morning. I waited for him to leave, and then I came out." The words she struggled to voice were left unspoken. However, her gaze, filled with unspoken emotions, conveyed more than 1,000 words. It seemed that during the outbreak of the insect tide, this mother was fortunate enough to seek him out. A mocking smile crept across Gray's lips. Was it fair to say that foolish people have foolish fortunes? It was surprising that such a delicate creature as Tu Nan had unknowingly stumbled upon a way to survive. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous for him, as he was in need of a child. If the twins could indeed be conceived, the entire Sand City would envy his prowess. "Ha ha ha, you're quite lucky." Gray bent down, pulling Tu Nan up from the ground, symbolically dusting her off, feeling quite dissatisfied with her almost skeletal frame. "Too thin, truly not to my taste. Never mind, let us endure it. Come on, you'll ride in my vehicle." What do you see in her?" Fiona exclaimed. "That vehicle is full. There is no room for her. Make her give me the armor and go to the back." Gray let out a cold snort, finding his sister excessively verbose. Although they were forced to relocate prematurely, it was not without its advantages. The old, weak, and ailing in the valley were increasingly numerous. Yet the accumulation of wealth was slowing down. He had long desired to take decisive action to cleanse the area, yet had been unable to find an opportune moment. Who would have thought that such an opportunity would present itself with the outbreak of the insect tide? He brought only his most loyal team and a few supplies that could be destroyed by the burrowing insects, leaving behind those who were disobedient and useless. Once this wave of insects receded, Gray would return to find a rejuvenated underground city. It was a pity about Li, however. No matter how capable she was, she remained too unpredictable, and Gray did not wish to take that risk. Did this sister truly believe she belonged to the category of individuals who were of great utility to him? Several times he had contemplated abandoning Fiona. Yet his dwindling sense of conscience kept her within the ranks. To his dismay, this woman remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, daring to question his decisions. "I am merely commanding you, not negotiating. Leave, and if you do not wish to board the vehicle, stay here." Gray turned away from Fiona's displeased expression, striding toward the front of the convoy with Tu Nan. The convoy was already prepared, awaiting the few to board and set off. Tu Nan had narrowly escaped the immediate crisis, but the price was surrendering herself to Gray for a time. It was utterly pointless, and she needed to devise a way to avoid pregnancy. Otherwise, the time wasted would render her significantly disadvantaged. Tu Nan. It was as if someone was calling her name. And Gray had already turned back. Tu Nan slowly turned around, recognizing the voice as Gaia's. She was exceedingly sensitive to vocal tones, a skill honed in her previous life. Once she had heard a voice, she would never confuse it again. It was precisely because she recognized it was Gaia that she felt an unusual reluctance to confront him. Was it only Gaia? Or was it Gaia, limping towards her from behind? He was uninjured, yet appeared to have suffered a severe blow. He glanced at Tu Nan, then shifted his gaze to Gray, and finally to the winding convoy, revealing a grim smile. "So you are here." This he was ambiguous, leaving Tu Nan uncertain as to whom Gaia referred. The underground city was doomed. With the simultaneous eruption of the insect tide and flood, there would be no survivors. The crowd, previously indifferent, began to stir. How could this be? A flood? What will happen to the weapons I have hidden in the cave? A man lamented, his face filled with despair. Weapons? Gaia scoffed. What? You were already aware of the insect tide? Did you think merely bringing out food that insects would consume would suffice? Everything is lost. After this, the underground city of the valley will cease to exist. He cast a cold gaze upon the elites brought forth by Gray, his voice hoarse, barely containing his tears. The soul of the valley has vanished, and what can you all possibly do? No one will seek refuge in a city that has forsaken its companions, especially given your lack of resources. Ignoring the murmurs that erupted within the ranks, he extended his hand towards Tu Nan. Come, I shall lead you away. This was indeed an unexpected choice. Did she truly intend to follow Gaia? Tu Nan found herself at a crossroads. Chapter 30. Do not push me. I fear myself when I go mad. What did you say? Tu Nan abruptly broke free from Gray's restraints and rushed to Gaia's side. What of the underground city? What is finished? What do you mean? You ask me? Gaia replied with a weary and mocking smile. Everyone is either drowned or has been fed to the earthworms. Do you still care about all this? I thought you had already cast aside these concerns and secured yourself a new patron. Tunan's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Gaia could ruin her. And she could not allow him to utter the rest of his thoughts. They were all Gray's people here. If Gray realized that she was aware of everything and had deliberately followed him, her fate would be sealed. Should she sacrifice Gaia? Countless thoughts flitted through Tunan's mind. But she dismissed them. Her voice turned sharp as she seized Gaia, interrupting his words. How could that be? What has died? I know nothing. I merely wished for Gray's assistance in contacting the researchers. Is Lee in trouble as well? Confusion washed over her as she glanced back at Gray. How could this happen? I refuse to believe it. She turned helplessly, her hands resting on Gaia, yet her gaze was as profound as the abyss. You say there is trouble in the underground city? I do not believe you. Why are you unharmed? Did you witness his misfortune? Why did you not aid him? You claimed you would follow Lee. Why do you not perish? She appeared deranged, shaking Gaia violently. Yet her strength was futile against him. He stood immobile, lips pressed tightly together. What schemes was this mother contemplating? He had discerned that this seemingly frail female beast was starkly different from her outward appearance. Her heart was as cold as ice, devoid of tenderness. Lee, who had offered her unwavering devotion, was callously cast aside. He could have escaped alongside Gaia, rather than being betrayed. Lee's fervent passion could not warm this mother, and he was unwilling to place his faith in a single word from Tunan. Gaia smirked slightly, retorting, You have the audacity to live. Why should I not? His cold gaze fixed upon Tunan, curious to see what new performance she would present. Unexpectedly, Tunan halted, as though awakened from a trance. With her head bowed, she murmured, You are right. Why do I still exist? She staggered around, her eyes filled with desolation as she looked towards Gray, who stood behind her, visibly impatient. My Lord Gray, I was mistaken. I should not have harbored the delusion of returning to the Central Star, seeking out Keynes. Please, simply convey my message to him. I believe he would be grateful to you, for I am indeed his most significant achievement. She gazed towards the exit as if looking at someone who would never return. I thought I could negotiate with Lee, but I never anticipated such an outcome. Lee proclaimed that he had finally found a worthy person to pledge his loyalty to. Someone who could provide him with a home devoid of resentment. Lord Gray would surely remember him and offer sacrifices to the beast god on his behalf. This maternal figure's incessant chatter was utterly vexing, yet it revealed an abundance of information. Gray contemplated the implications. What was this so-called greatest achievement? It was clear she must possess some hidden value. Once he acquired a pair of twins, he could further profit from this rare commodity through the black market. However, Tunan's nostalgic words about Lee were rather offensive. How could he, as a local leader, possibly be inferior to that brutish warrior who relied solely on strength? The most disheartening notion was that of a worthy subject. Although he had rescued only solitary wolves before the insect tide erupted, one could never predict the ulterior motives harbored in their hearts. Tunan wept bitterly, her tears cascading down her face. She sobbed, addressing everyone. I implore you to bear witness. I have not betrayed Lord Lee. Unbeknownst to her, a small dagger had appeared in her palm. With a dazed smile, she suddenly raised the dagger and plunged it forcefully into her chest. Stop her, Gray bellowed. Yet, Tunan had summoned all her strength for that one strike. And those near Gray who rushed to intervene were too late. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. There was no blood, no wound. Tunan merely sliced through her clothing, and the dagger slipped from her chest. TCH, what a performance, Fiona scoffed from the side. Wearing biological armor makes it all seem so real. Fiona distinctly recalled that Tunan was indeed clad in biological armor. Gaia halted in his tracks. He remembered now. Tunan was in armor. It turned out the charade had been laid out for him, and he had nearly succumbed to a fleeting moment of doubt and emotion. Tunan seemed momentarily frozen as well. A slight lapse in her focus prompted her to shriek piercingly, emitting sounds unrecognizable as human. This was sent by Lee. Beast God. The two men who had approached her furrowed their brows, enduring the high-pitched noise, yet they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this maternal figure. For she had indeed been touched by Lee. It was unfortunate for Lee as well. No one could have predicted that Tunan would continue her assault. She raised the dagger and forcefully stabbed her thigh. The dagger was withdrawn, and blood gushed forth as she shook her head frantically, seemingly devoid of pain. Before plunging the blade in once more, just as she was about to inflict further harm upon herself, Gaia finally rushed over. He seized Tunan's dagger and tossed it aside while gripping her face with the other hand. Have you lost your mind? Are you insane? Tunan revealed a delightful smile, seemingly indifferent to her bleeding wounds, and cheerfully addressed Gaia, saying, After all, I am destined to die. I am the one unworthy of living and should accompany death. Gaia's mind nearly shattered at her words. This lunatic! He shouted at the two men standing beside him, come over and restrain her. Goodness, she is truly fierce. The two men struggled to hold down the still writhing Tunan, astonished. If you can, you are forcing me. Gaia trembled, feeling utterly powerless. He tore his clothing to fashion a makeshift bandage to staunch her bleeding. Yet, lacking any other supplies, he had no choice but to seek Gray's assistance. Do you have a medical kit for her? Gray snorted, but quickly had 2 kits delivered. All right, let's go. It would be disastrous if the earthworm emerged. Blood loss rendered Tunan's vision increasingly blurred, and she began to feel faint. Clutching Gaia, she stubbornly asked, What can I do? Gaia was incredulous. What more did she want? Tunan grew even weaker. Every word you say is pushing me towards death. Gaia was taken aback. He finally emerged from the harrowing specter of death, realizing that all those surrounding them were Gray's loyal subordinates. He wished to continue contemplating, yet fatigue drained his strength. He recognized that Tunan was intentionally acting mad to deny him the chance to speak, although he knew this was merely another of Tunan's theatrics. He lacked the energy to expose it, surrendering his thoughts in that moment. So be it, he mused. The collapse of the underground city and Tunan's madness overwhelmed him. He was weary and frightened. At this moment, he wished to see no more death. He scooped Tunan into his arms and rose to head towards the convoy. Let us go, he said, to Tunan and himself alike. But after only a few steps, he felt himself swaying, not the ground, but himself. A fissure appeared in the sandy earth, and the surrounding quicksand began to flow inward. Everyone stood agape at this sudden turn of events, and moments later, they gasped and retreated. The vehicles roared to life, as everyone scrambled to board or transform into their swifter beast forms. They all sought to distance themselves from the epicenter of disaster. An earthquake would trigger the quicksand. Tunan forced herself to open her eyes. Chapter 31. How to handle such a powerful beast. No, I must change into beast form. No sooner had she spoken than Gaia crouched down onto the sand. Almost the instant he lowered himself, Gaia erupted like a dandelion bursting forth, his entire being expanding. He was enveloped in a coat of light yellow fur, transforming into a massive yellow dog, as large as a pony. It was a golden retriever. In the former world, they had a notorious trait. There were no wicked souls in their eyes, nor any good dogs. So now, in Gaia's eyes, did Tunan appear as human or beast? Without wasting much time, the great hound Gaia seized her cloak and flung her onto his back. Hold on tight. The orc's transformation did not hinder his speech. His tone dripped with sarcasm. The jolting motion was somewhat painful, but she endured it. I see you are reluctant to truly perish. Tunan smirked slightly. What now? It appeared that Gaia could see right through her. Yet, he remained stubborn, his heart softening. Ultimately, he did not abandon Tunan. She clutched Gaia's fur firmly as he raced forward like an arrow. The ground trembled incessantly behind them. It felt as though something was erupting from beneath, with gravel and shattered droplets striking their backs, creating a deafening din. Without turning back, Gaia propelled himself forward with forceful strides, even as the gravel stung his cheeks. Tunan strained to glance back. A colossal water column burst forth from the ground, forming a giant fountain that had no place in the sandy terrain. The earthworms were caught in its grip, hurled skyward, only to plummet back down. Yet, there was something that sent a chill down Tunan's spine. A whale, as colossal as a battleship, rolled at the pinnacle of the water column. Its powerful tail fluked about, crushing the earthworms beneath it. In the midair of the desert, at the summit of the water column, it rolled and struck. Although it was reaping lives, its movements remained elegant. It resembled a solo dance, a waltz of slaughter. Tunan's attention was ensnared, nearly causing her to slip. Gaia roared, What are you doing? Do you wish to die? I spotted an extraordinarily gigantic whale. Tunan murmured dreamily. Unbelievable, it is truly magnificent. What she spoke of was not solely the spectacle before her eyes, but also the aspects unseen by anyone but her. Indeed, the system scroll appeared once more, this time merely an update. Hein, ancient sea beast, divine level. Successful breeding can complete host gene chain. 5. It was the noble she had only heard about last time, without ever seeing his visage. In the midst of their escape, Gaia should not have looked back, but how immense, how large. The orc's beast form was closely tied to its level. Gaia turned his head. With just one glance, his footing faltered, nearly sending Tunin tumbling off. No, this one must be nearing its peak level, at the very least. Where did such a deity come from in the border star? He shook his head, trying to clear his mind to confirm this was not an illusion. The earthworms, also fleeing, drew ever closer, compelling Gaia to continue his flight. His voice was scattered by the wind, faintly reaching Tunin's ears. The Kong Jiamu. Could he be that friend of his? This is bad. We are still on his wanted list. You guessed correctly. Tunin longed to inform him that this was indeed the delicate and elegant nobleman they had encountered that day in the Sand City, within the dark old shop. Alongside the three of them, he was also her fifth target, the next step in her journey. His combat prowess starkly contrasts with his appearance, almost terrifyingly so. Her thoughts drifted towards unrelated matters. What about his combat abilities? He had once remarked that Kong Jiamu's strength was merely mediocre. Did this imply that he too possessed the capacity to engage in battle against Kong Jiamu? Yet, could he maintain an advantage in the water akin to that on land? Was there a possibility that he still lived? Should she continue to harbor hope in him? To gamble on a slim chance of his survival? To wager that he could still ensure Tunin's survival in this chaotic world? No. She was merely mad, not foolish. When choices were available, she never gambled recklessly. Tunin glanced back once more from atop the golden-haired dog, gazing intently at Hain, reminding herself not to rush. She would attain her goal as long as she was granted sufficient time. Her legs ached dreadfully, each jarring step testing her willpower. How far did this path stretch? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she nearly fainted. Yet, even as her mind shut down, she remembered to clutch Gaia's fur tightly, refusing to let go. For as Gaia had said, she did not genuinely wish to die. When she awoke, Tunin found herself enveloped by a source of warmth. Before her lay a feeble fire, on the verge of extinguishing. The starry sky above was shifting, heralding the end of the long night. They were safe. They had escaped danger. No earthworms. No flood surrounded them, only sand, with dunes stretching as far as the eye could see. She pushed herself up, her hands meeting a soft and resilient texture. Momentarily dazed, she looked down to find Gaia, who maintained his beastly form, cradling her in his embrace, the rise and fall of his gentle chest evident. The short yet soft fur revealing glimpses of his belly-esque skin. Awake? Gaia moved slightly, his large black nose resting on his sturdy paws. I've rewrapped your wounds. They're healing well, and you didn't damage any major arteries. Gaia's thick ears suddenly perked up, flapping twice before drooping again. What do you truly desire? He inquired in a deep, rumbling voice. How should she respond? Tunin lowered her head. Gaia's voice was hoarse. You deceived Li and you deceived me. Is this how you treat everyone? Oh, this great dog still possessed an aggressive streak. It seemed Tunin's credibility with him had waned. A faint, almost imperceptible laugh escaped her lips. She gazed up at the last remaining star in the sky, letting out a resigned sigh. What can I do if you were in my position? She lacked the earlier manic fervor, her expression now calm, unprepared to defend herself. A nurturing mother is akin to a drifting lily, she sighed. Your expectations of me are far too high. We are required to be loyal to our nurturers. This is an unyielding rule of all nurturing sinners. We possess no self-identity, are not permitted our own thoughts, and we are feeble, unable to live independently. From the onset of our development, we are destined to reproduce until death. This is our fate. She reflected on her past. Living as a mere auxiliary at the research institute, no one ever inquired about our desires. Gradually, she turned towards Gaia as the first light of dawn emerged. Gentle and soft, and posed a question to this earnest creature. Do you wish for me to sacrifice myself for others? Tunin's lips curled slightly. I do not comprehend this. Who has ever sacrificed themselves for us, for our nurturing mother? You are demanding something from me that I have never possessed. Why do you seek the steadfastness of a star from a mere water plant? She silently questioned the progenitors of the world. The answer was already known to her. Was it not? Chapter 32. I am not dead. It is no sin you see. The truth is, I escaped on my own accord, not through Li. The words from this female, who had always seemed as gentle as a dodder vine in Gaia's memory, came out with an unexpected sharpness. He fought for your chance to flee. Gaia contended, his heart heavy. He defended Li, who perhaps was no longer among the living, yet entrusted you to me. If I had waited for him, I would be dead already. Tunin turned to him. So would you? Gaia was rendered speechless, for that was indeed the case. The morning sun on the sand began to scorch, and she pulled up her hood, concealing her face in its shadow. The onslaught of insects and floods, here I stand. Truly confronting it all for the first time. Tunin asked Gaia, do you genuinely believe I could predict everything accurately? She turned the side of her face that bore the imprint of a slap towards Gaia, allowing the great dog to see how she had been treated. You only see the outcome, which is that I found an exit, that I survived. Let me ask you, if that exit had not been found and the flood had risen again, who would have perished first in that room? Gaia's blue eyes became still, then slowly shifted. He contemplated the answer, but hesitated to voice it. Tunin articulated it for him. It was I? She smiled. You cannot fathom this because, at that time, you were not the one being torn apart. Our nurturing mother, with a mocking expression, reminds us that we must live in trepidation every day, every moment, hoping misfortune does not befall us. A slap or a bite. Such things are trivial. We have long since grown accustomed to them. Gaia's gaze faltered, as if scalded by Tunin's words. Yet, his eyes could not resist drifting from her face to her shoulder, where the bruised scars had yet to heal. You struck me and then ran away. Tunin's tone was as cold as the waters of an autumn lake. Did you save anyone? There was no time for that. I calculated, but you do not believe me. Gaia fidgeted restlessly. Tunin's gentle tone unsettled him more than an outburst would have. He had never considered Tunin's perspective. He assumed she did not wish to save anyone. When he reached the cliffside, the water had already engulfed everything. The writhing earthworm beneath the river resembled a pot of boiling porridge. In the water, no human presence could be discerned. It was uncertain whether they were trapped within the belly of the earthworm or swept into the caverns of the rocky walls. In that fleeting moment, his thoughts crystallized. And the sole idea that echoed in his mind was, if only he had informed everyone sooner, perhaps all could have survived. Why hadn't Tunin spoken up earlier? Why? Indeed? With this question haunting him, he was driven by the floodwaters, like a stray dog pursuing Tunin's footsteps in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, he witnessed Tunin in the embrace of Gray. At that moment, he could no longer suppress his fury. He perceived Tunin as a deceiver, one who had betrayed Lee and wronged everyone. I merely fought to survive, he thought, as Fiona yanked him by his hair and cast him at her brother's feet, like an item ready to be discarded. And what was he to say to Gray? Tunin scoffed, stating that I had been watching him for quite some time. Merely because I suspected he had a clandestinely prepared escape route? Was my life not in jeopardy? Would you dare to inform him? Go ahead, then. This way. You can demand that I pay with my life, for Lee, and for everyone, correct? Tunin grasped the sides of Gaia's elongated mouth, locking her gaze upon him. Her eyes reflecting the earnestness of a child seeking wisdom from an elder, though her actions were starkly contrary. Gaia, unable to withstand such a mental onslaught, felt his thoughts spiral into chaos. Tunin's words rang true, yet the loss of Lee left him in turmoil. The large dog suddenly reverted to human form, wrapping himself in a cloak, turning his head away as he mumbled, expressing exasperation at the need to utter such words after barely escaping. Wait here. I shall procure some food. With that, he hastened away. Tunin's gaze remained fixed on him until Gaia ascended a sand dune, only to slide down and vanish from sight. Gaia appeared to have regained his composure. Tunin counted her heartbeat, steady and calm. Excellent. This endeavor had not been in vain. Her madness in inflicting those 2 wounds upon herself bore meaning. Caressing the arm ring upon her wrist, if memory served her correctly, there remained a sum of funds within. Gaia was a more favorable option than Gray. She resolved to persuade Gaia to escort her to Sand City, seeking a means to survive and plotting a course towards the 2 men. However, how to extricate herself from Gray had emerged as a new dilemma. This was the pit she had dug for herself. Previously, a careless misstep had only served to complicate matters. The current Gray would not easily let her slip away. Who could accurately predict the future? It was a matter of taking one step at a time, rather than expending energy on convincing Gray. It would be wiser to invest more effort in Gaia. They would do best to find an opportunity to slip away under the cover of night. The settlement lay in ruins, and Gray had numerous concerns to attend to, leaving little room for him to focus on searching for a fleeing broodmother. What shall we do afterward? Tunin gnawed on a root vegetable, an unfamiliar food devoid of flavor, akin to a potato, which Lee had never brought back. What? Follow Gray. What other choice do we have? Gaia gnawed on a small roasted creature. This food, which Tunin had just sampled, was unsurprisingly too tough to bite through. Tunin felt exasperated by Gaia's sluggishness. In front of him, he had long abandoned any semblance of a delicate, gentle persona, opting instead to resign himself to taking on the cognitive responsibilities of their duo. We must leave promptly. She observed a cluster of individuals nearby, resting and dining. Gray will not let you off the hook. Do you not remember what you said yesterday? He recalled for a moment, his mood darkening. I merely mentioned the matters concerning the dungeon. Why, they are not oblivious to it. If you remain silent, everyone can conveniently pretend to be unaware. Now, they're all forced to confront the truth. The intelligence of this large dog seemed to be fleeting. Someone must be held accountable for the decisions made. Originally, this group had merely sought refuge. Now, they were fleeing, a significant distinction. Gaia viciously tore off a leg from the creature in his jaws. Gray had gone too far. He could have organized everyone's retreat. No one is innocent. Tunin remained remarkably calm. Thus, the urgency among the others grows. They require a scapegoat. And Gray would never simply surrender. I do not genuinely wish to be with Gray. Do you still believe in me? Gaia silently set down his food, appearing to listen intently, though he refrained from expressing his thoughts for the moment. Tunin disregarded him and continued, "This group will surely descend into chaos. We need not involve ourselves in all of this. It would be best to leave for Sand City tonight. We cannot remain here. Something will go awry." Chapter 33. Remaining here will lead to trouble. Trouble? Gaia gazed at the flickering flames before him. What more could happen? It has already come to this. Tunin rolled her eyes. Gaia, appearing mature and weathered despite being in his early 20s, always believed that misfortunes had limits. A fraying rope tends to snap at its weakest point. Tunin endeavored to persuade him. It would be too challenging for her to journey to Sand City alone. There, 2 additional 5s indicated by the system awaited her. She merely needed to engage with one of them. How about we go to Sand City? You know Black Lao, do you not? We could offer our assistance to him. Surviving is the priority. I only require enough sustenance to survive. Tunin momentarily recalled her previous attempts to appease. But she quickly dismissed all those thoughts. No, do not dwell on it. It serves no purpose. Gaia shook his head vigorously. No, Sand City is the capital star. Staying there for more than 3 days requires registration, and over a week necessitates housing arrangements or a guarantor. He glanced at Tunin, pondering that her nurturer was not even him. Having just been embroiled in an arms incident, it was uncertain whether he had a criminal record. Grandpa Black would not provide me with a guarantee. Tunin blinked, taken aback by the stringent regulations. To the black market. She tempted Gaia, since a black market exists. Surely they could resolve everything as long as they had money. After all, having acquired so many items from the black market and possessing her false identity, Gaia merely assumed she was unaware of the heavy price demanded by such dealings and mocked her. The black market is hardly a charitable organization. Do you possess wealth? I do. Tunin fixed her gaze intently on Gaia, extending her hand to display the bracelet. Within it lies Karu. Take a look at the amount. Gaia was taken aback. And under her insistence, he assisted her in checking the balance, only to be engulfed in doubt, sulking in front of the fire, unwilling to speak. Tunin frowned, nudging him. How much? Is it sufficient? Enough, he murmured, his voice dazed, wondering if he had indeed deposited all his recent earnings with her. Tunin was momentarily stunned. So much? Hadn't he become destitute after his purchases? How could he still manage to save such a sum after acquiring so many trifles? How had he accomplished this? Gaia sighed heavily, recognizing that he was genuinely striving to earn. Fate had been exceedingly unfair to him. But who has fate ever treated justly? Tunin silently mocked everything within. She pressed Gaia for answers. Is it enough? We must leave. Chaos is surely imminent. While they remain oblivious, we must act swiftly. Her inner self screamed in alarm. The current situation felt akin to fleeing from disaster, with no clear destination ahead and pursuers behind. The group led by Gray had narrowly escaped danger. Yet they remained unaware that soon, by tomorrow or the day after, they would realize they had become like lost dogs. A pack of wild dogs would inevitably turn upon them. Individuals like her were far too vulnerable to be swept away in such strife. Yet, Gaia's innocence and determination became a double-edged sword. He disregarded Tunin's advice, unwilling to take advantage of her. At least that was his belief. Ignoring Tunin's anxious gaze, Gaia steadfastly shook his head, gritting his teeth in refusal. I cannot use this money. It is meant for your emergencies. The thought of Li's melancholic state crossed his mind. Although he had known Li for a relatively short time, just these few days of following him, even if merely assisting or cornering prey, had proven immensely beneficial. This deepened his admiration for Li. An orc such as him, without the guidance of kin or the support of a team, had managed to grow solely through his own efforts. This required not just simple diligence, but an extraordinary talent. Such a powerful being as Li. Without a beast form, had he perhaps sealed away his innermost self? Gaia had heard that some orcs lacked a beast form not due to inability, but because of their internal fears. Fear? Li? Gaia hesitated, but dismissed the thought. What purpose does it serve to ponder such matters now? This is precisely the moment to utilize this money. When could there be a more pressing need? Tunin was still attempting to persuade him, and he could sense her genuine fear. Without Li's protection, she seemed to have become a frightened bird, desperately longing to escape the desert. No. What Li has given you, keep for yourself. Give me 3 days. I will hunt, and once I procure a Sand Scorpion King, I will take it to beseech Black Lao. You possess an identity, and I have arranged for him to guarantee it for you. He spoke of his plans, ultimately determined to resolve the issues for Tunin using his own capabilities, rather than depleting the funds left by Li. In a fit of anger, Tunin hurled a stone into the fire before her, and the sparks that erupted cascaded onto her hands. She loathed her own powerlessness and helplessness, and she harbored resentment towards the world. Were it not for her lack of strength, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Gaia and bring him before the Scorpion King for a harsh dose of reality. Why must he be so stubbornly inflexible? Could this camp sustain its tranquility for another 3 days? The skills that Gaia acquired by following Li made him believe he could hunt down the Scorpion King. The male ego is indeed poisonous. Exhaling a deep breath, Tunin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She was filled with grievances, yet found herself at a loss for how to proceed. When someone desires nothing from you, it becomes impossible to tempt them. Must she wait for Gaia to suffer and be injured before he would heed her words? And by the time the situation spiraled out of control, would she still grasp that fleeting opportunity? In Tunin's eyes, the flames leaped higher. Alas, matters rarely unfold as smoothly as one might hope. Tunin and her companions had set camp by a small rocky outcrop, distanced from the main force. As night fell, commotion erupted on the other side. Tunin attempted to listen in for a while, but to no avail. She then tugged at Gaia, who had transformed and was resting nearby. Gaia awoke with a startled yelp, hurriedly tucking his tail between his legs. You cannot simply grab an orc's tail. He erupted in indignation. Tunin shot him a glance, urging him to cease his antics and come listen. Reluctantly, Gaia rose and, following her instructions, began to eavesdrop on the commotion. Before long, his eyes widened in astonishment as he relayed. It sounds like a quarrel has broken out. Kunbu has brought a group to argue with Gray, insisting that resources should be allocated according to team divisions for convenience. Tunin scoffed. What convenience? It was precisely Kunbu testing Gray's limits. What did Gray say? Tunin was eager to know. Gray remarked that Kunbu was his brother-in-law, and in times of difficulty, families should stand together. Gaia was puzzled. When did Fiona marry Kunbu? Right now, Tunin replied impatiently, focusing on her analysis. And then, what else was said? Nothing more. Fiona fled in tears. And Gray claimed she was merely shy and embarrassed to face her fiancé. Tunin sneered. Fiona simply thought Kunbu inferior to Li. Did that not concern her? One could only hope. Tunin bit her lip and cast her gaze downward. Chapter 34. The crisis arrives too soon. The heavens do not align with human desires. And the crisis swiftly engulfed Tunin. Gray paced impatiently within Fiona's tent. Do you have any sense of the bigger picture? What is the current situation? You ought to consider my position a bit. Furthermore, what is wrong with Kunbu? As soon as one marries, the leader of the group is your brother, and the deputy leader is your husband. With you in this team, isn't it akin to walking with one's head held high? Fiona casually seized an object from the corner and hurled it away. The last time you urged me to marry, at least he was capable and considerate. What about Kunbu? Are you unaware of his ways? He caters to both genders. Why do you not consider the greater good? I assert that if the two of you were to share a bed, the team would indeed be stable. When it concerns her own interests, Fiona boldly addressed the crux of the matter. Nonsense. An elder brother is like a father. You must marry, whether you wish to or not. Gray was infuriated, breathing heavily, unwilling to waste further words. This foolish sister of his had made comments that left both parties in a predicament. You should marry him soon. Be clever and conceive quickly. Kunbu is desperate for children. Once you bear a child, he will surely treat you well. Such trivialities, Fiona scoffed. Gray's so-called good fortune entailed the risk of being played to death by Kunbu while attempting to bear him a child. There had been other females who had been pregnant, only to perish during their term due to his excessive behavior. And now, they expected her to walk into such a death trap? Absolutely not. Yet, Gray and Kunbu appeared to have already reached an agreement that left her no room for defiance. With a sudden flash of inspiration, she thought of someone. If you insist on my marriage, I may acquiesce, but I have but one condition. Fiona smirked, recalling the female who had publicly humiliated her last time. Now, with her protector absent, she could mold her as she wished. Give me that one named Tunin as my dowry. She sneered, proposing to send her to Kunbu under the pretense of her fear of infertility, claiming she brought a surrogate. She hissed like a viper. expressing her willingness to raise the child as her own, ensuring Kunbu's offspring would be nurtured well. Gray had not anticipated Fiona's proposal. And then he recalled that Tunin was indeed near the camp. Tunin, he mused. What are you doing? Fiona eyed him warily. You wouldn't truly hesitate, would you? Are you so unwilling to part with even a surrogate, you'd expect me to risk my life for you? Fine, I will make arrangements, Gray conceded. Hey. Gray sent you to him. A man approached Tunin on their hillside, waking her with a kick. The sky had already darkened, and Gaia had left the camp to hunt after nightfall. He was eager to capture the Sand Scorpion King or another sufficiently valuable prey. The meager food consumed during the day did not provide Tunin with enough energy, and without Gaia's warmth from the previous night. Her thin clothing forced her to curl up by the fire. Her wounds also ached, and the pain relief from the herbal pack had begun to wane. Nevertheless, she endured, unwilling to approach the convoy in search of Gray. Yet, as she had anticipated, trouble was looming. It was futile. When trouble comes knocking, there is no escaping it. She found herself somewhat surprised. After all, based on what she had previously heard, she believed that Gray and Kunbu were still deliberating between the two options. However, crises typically radiate from the epicenter to the periphery. Why was anyone thinking of her now? Tunin hesitantly rose, casting a furtive glance around. There was no sign of Gaia's return, and the man was fixated on her, displaying no inclination for negotiation. It seemed that her refusal would lead to her immediate detainment. Reluctantly, she followed him, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. What does Lord Gray want with me? She inquired, but the man ignored her question, curtly commanding, silence. Put on the cloak, and follow me. Tunin's heart sank. Something was amiss. What secret, hidden from others, could possibly connect her, a mere surrogate, to such matters? To put it bluntly, even if Gray desired her, there was no need for him to conceal it from others. Apart from Gaia, there was no one here who would advocate for her. As Tunin donned the cloak, she discreetly concealed a small dagger within its inner pocket. The man seemed intent on avoiding drawing attention to their movements. Pulling Tunin's hood up, she feigned to stumble, pretending to lose her balance, but he nearly restrained her entirely. Be compliant, he threatened in a low voice. If anyone sees you, the consequences will be dire. Tunin remained silent, contemplating his words. Did this imply she was to face a grim fate? How grim? She tightened her hood. A hapless surrogate would not evoke sympathy from the beastmen here. Eventually, she was led into Gray's tent. Leave, Gray instructed the man who had guided her. He lay sprawled on a pelts, smoking a pipe, the tent filled with swirling smoke. After taking a few deep puffs, he propped himself up, stuffing tobacco into his pipe, casting a sidelong glance at Tunin, and scoffed. What is this? Weren't you trying to please me yesterday? Why are you just standing there? Come closer, let me indulge. He tapped his thigh with the pipe, looking at her with insinuation. Was it merely Gray's desire for her? If that were the case, should she endure it for now? Perhaps she could placate him and later persuade Gaia to take her to Sand City. However, she would need to inquire about post-coital contraceptive measures with Gaia. It was a dismal situation. Yet, she could only endure it as though bitten by a dog. After all, to survive, she must persist in her suffering. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Fiona burst in, cursing, with the earlier man reluctantly trailing behind her. Is there a place I cannot enter? Clueless fool. She flung aside the curtain and nearly collided with Tunin, her gaze darting between Tunin and Gray, a mocking smile creeping onto her face as she confronted her brother. What does this mean? Were you not supposed to let this surrogate go to Kunbu? Have you changed your mind? What is this about Kunbu? Tunin raised her head alertly. And Fiona's words grounded the previously suspended crisis. She had always sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, it was here waiting for her. What role did she actually play among Gray, Fiona, and Kunbu? Gray finally set down his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The haze calmed his emotions, and he squinted, letting out a sigh. This was his tent, and outside were his trusted confidants. He could speak more openly and directly here. What is the fuss? I promised to give it to you, and I won't regret it. But you know your brother has no children, right? He gestured with his pipe towards Tunin, suggesting she first carry his offspring before delivering them to Kunbu, asking her to keep an eye on them in the meantime. Fiona's eyes widened, astonished by her brother's shameless proposal. What if Kunbu makes a scene? Will I still be alive then? She shouted at her brother. Gray, however, smirked, surveying Tunin with a lecherous gaze, and proudly remarked to Fiona, if you can keep Kunbu calm for 3 months, that will suffice. By then, you'll be the widow of the deputy leader, and still my dear sister. Fiona suddenly grasped the situation, yet Tunin coldly scoffed inwardly. Whether you survive is uncertain. These two are intent on cutting off my chances of survival. She did not wish to contemplate Fiona's fate. If this matter were to reach Kunbu, Tunin knew she would not live to tell the tale. Fine, she thought. I should not have assumed that being bitten by a dog was a trivial matter. Indeed, if one believes they can endure such a bite, they will ultimately be consumed by the dog. Chapter 35. Do you think you are worthy of treating me as mere cargo? When I feel movement in her belly, I will send her to you. At last, Fiona understood her brother's intentions and a smile broke across her face. I see now. Tunin, listening nearby, understood perfectly. Gray intended to use her until she was with child. The current situation was increasingly perilous. Now that you understand, be gone. Gray waved his hand, growing impatient. Fiona left. Tunin collapsed to the ground in a small heap, trembling. Gray raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Tunin overhearing everything. After all, if she were to speak out, she would be doomed as well. Yet, he felt compelled to deliver a warning. Do not fear. As long as you obediently bear my child, I shall ensure you are treated well. Now, come here. Tunin lifted her head. Contrary to Gray's expectations, her face bore no tears, fear, or trepidation. Her eyes glimmered with an unsettling brightness. Are you suggesting you intend to transfer my nurturing privileges from there? Gray looked perplexed. What permissions needed changing? What nonsense was this surrogate speaking? Tunin had clearly misunderstood his intentions and remained blissfully pleased. Wonderful. I was worried about becoming an unclaimed surrogate. As long as you provide me with an identity, I shall bear you twins and attend to every other task as well. She eagerly enumerated her capabilities, only to suddenly furrow her brow. I have a thought. Why must you wait 3 months? It is utterly unnecessary, isn't it? How curious that this surrogate genuinely seems concerned for him. However, Gray quickly realized that a life as an unclaimed surrogate would be 1,000 times worse than her current predicament. It appeared she was genuinely terrified. Yet, what insight could a mere surrogate possess? He smirked, intending to dismiss her further musings. This is not your concern. Come closer. Tunin expressed her disappointment, inquiring. I could inform everyone that Kunbu is hoarding supplies, yet refuses to reveal them. Gray suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What did you say? Tunin blinked. When I reach Kunbu, she pointed to her ear and then nodded towards the door, indicating that there might be eavesdroppers. Gray's interest piqued. He was eager to uncover the hidden schemes of this little one. Furthermore, following this line of thought could indeed yield fruitful results. After a moment of contemplation, he bellowed at the guard by the door. He-cheong, stop your guarding. Scram. The guard assumed Gray was simply in a whimsical mood and gladly complied, turning away. Shall I come to invite you? Come here and speak to me. Gray emphasized the word invite, beckoning Tunin forward. Tunin timidly raised her eyes, quickly surveying the interior of the tent, her gaze flickering momentarily. It was exceedingly rudimentary, illuminated only by a warm-toned lamp, with a piece of animal hide, a bedding set, and Gray's outer garment and weapons hung in one corner. She obediently crawled towards Gray, step by step, until she was by his side. Excellent. As long as you are compliant, I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly. Gray smiled, appraising Tunin from head to toe. You have eaten very little today, haven't you? He pointed to a small dish beside him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Desert fruits. Wet your throat. Come now, let us continue our earlier conversation. Tunin felt a wave of nausea, yet she maintained a beaming smile as she reached for Gray's feet, eagerly removing his shoes while inquiring, My Lord Gray, why are you so preoccupied with Kunbu? Why not focus on me instead? Allow me to help you relax first. My massage techniques are quite proficient, she pouted playfully. Gray detected a hint of amusement. It seemed this female was indeed resourceful, genuinely intent on assisting him, and thus she was attempting to tempt him. A sense of masculine pride surged within him. He relished the sense of control over his prey, which further solidified his feeling of strength and omnipotence. Remove your cloak. Gray calmly commanded. Tunin hesitated for a moment, but then obediently rose to shed the cloak. Gray watched with keen interest and added, Where is your dagger? Place it down as well. We wouldn't want any unfortunate accidents. Tunin blinked in confusion, hastily crouching to retrieve the dagger from the inner pocket of her cloak. With the dagger in her hand, she was unsure whether to hand it to Gray or where to set it down. The entire scene exuded a sense of confusion and pity. Gray was momentarily choked by the smoke, coughing several times, nearly bursting into laughter, observing her sudden display of wit. He had feared she might be scheming. Little did he know, he had overestimated this caregiver. Let it be. Gray relaxed, deciding to fully indulge in the evening. After days of emotional tension, he truly needed a release in every conceivable sense. Tunin then knelt and took a couple of steps towards him, reaching for his feet. Seeing that Gray offered no resistance, she gently began to massage them. Her touch was perfectly calibrated, kneading along the meridians of his feet, eliciting a delightful sensation that was both soothing and invigorating. Life had its merits. No wonder the seemingly frail caregiver had been so closely guarded by him. She indeed possessed her own talents. Under Tunan's attentive care, the atmosphere within the humble tent began to ease. She progressed from his feet to his calves, and then to his thighs, finally untangling her thoughts. Gray, feeling that the foreplay had sufficiently built up, decided it was time for the main course. He abruptly pulled Tunan into his embrace. Ah, Tunan, caught off guard, exclaimed in a delicate voice. Oh. Her tone turned to one of feigned protest, her fists clenched, as if half-heartedly pushing against Gray. I don't want to be exposed. Tears gathered in her eyes, threatening to spill. Who would look? They've all left. Gray chuckled heartily, reassuring her. I wouldn't let anyone see you. Internally, Tunan scoffed at his Navvet. She glanced at the bright lamp, pouting in complaint. Look at that light. It's so bright. What are we doing inside? Surely they can see everything outside. Didn't you say we had to keep this from Kunbu? Gray paused, then stood up. Are we all obedient now? Are you satisfied? He extinguished the lamp. In the ensuing darkness, he lunged toward Tunan with a lewd grin. Ah! Tunan gasped, as the filthy man pinned her beneath him. Forced into his embrace, she suppressed her revulsion and began counting in her mind. 1, 2, 3. Gray remained still, rigid. Indeed, the sedative had taken effect. Tunan's eyes sparkled with a sinister gleam, her lips curling into a cold smile as she uttered chilling words. Yes, I am satisfied now. With the guards absent and the light extinguished, no one would heed the commotion following Gray's advance. This was her prime opportunity to act. The dagger? That was merely a conspicuous risk she had intentionally placed for Gray's attention. The weapon disguised as a bracelet was her ultimate trump card. Yet, the situation remained precarious. She was still ensnared in this tent. Chapter 36. Only your death will satisfy me. Moreover, the time left for her is not abundant. As Tunan pushed Gray away, a faint tearing sound emanated from the corner of the tent. Who? What is happening? Tunan halted her actions, pressing close to Gray, attempting to feign that she was still being bullied by him, her eyes glimmering in the darkness. However, her frail constitution rendered her unable to see clearly. She could only vaguely discern someone crawling in through the torn edge of the tent. Yet, the newcomer perceived the situation inside with utmost clarity. He strode over, silently seizing Gray from Tunan and casting him aside. Then, he turned and positioned himself over Gray, clenching his fist and preparing to strike, a familiar pattern of action. Gaia? Tunan ventured tentatively. Gaia's movement slightly paused, and he emitted a muffled response from his throat. He was vexed, having not anticipated that in merely half an hour away, Tunan would be so mistreated. Stop, stop. I've drugged him. Don't wake him again. Upon realizing it was Gaia, Tunan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly spoke to halt Gaia's overly vigorous actions. Gaia's fist hung in the air. After a moment of composure, he too recognized the anomaly. Gray had once been the pinnacle of strength within the settlement. Even now, though he appeared bloated and out of shape, he should not be incapable of retaliating. You drugged him? Gaia asked incredulously. With the little things fixed at Black Lao, look. Tunan extended her wrist for him to see. A serpentine, slender bracelet coiled around her arm. Upon pressing the hidden switch, she could form a fist, and the snake's head would unleash its needle, each capable of incapacitating a thug. It was precisely during that incident in Sand City that she had procured this equipment. Thus, she had indeed managed to drug Gray. Over the past few days, Gaia had found his impression of Tunan continually refreshed. To put it simply, Tunan had been persistently underestimated. Indeed, she possessed such equipment, a custom piece he had witnessed being made. However, this was Gray, not some petty thug. If Gray lacked a sense of vigilance, how had he survived until now? You truly are remarkable, he remarked in a hushed tone, surveying the surroundings. Picking up Tunan's cloak and dagger, and intending to pull her out through the crevice. Yet, Tunan steadfastly remained in place, refusing to budge. What are you doing? Hurry up, we need to go to Sand City. Tunan shook her head. She crouched down to check Gray's breath. Could you assist me with one more task? She inquired of Gaia. What? Gaia was nearly exasperated. At such a critical moment, why was she dawdling? He simply could not fathom Tunan's thought process. Help me kill him. Tunan insisted resolutely, her voice low. Gray's breathing grew heavier. He had not succumbed to unconsciousness entirely. Tunan could even feel his fingers twitching slightly. Indeed, the dosage was sufficient to incapacitate a thug, But after Gaia's earlier onslaught, Gray was on the verge of awakening. Or perhaps he has indeed awakened. Gaia was perplexed and profoundly shocked. He suspected that Tunin was merely stirred by this incident, seeking to vent her frustration. Struggling to suppress his anxiety, he patiently urged her to leave, insisting that she had not truly suffered any harm and should simply let it go. Why resort to murder? Internally, he even found Tunin somewhat ruthless. Tunin's expression remained impassive. She could discern Gaia's thoughts. But no, her motives were not fueled by the desire for vengeance. If you are unwilling to take action, then I shall do so myself. She reached for the weapons of Gray, which she had previously observed by the edge of the tent. There lay a knife and what appeared to be a firearm. I fear that if I only injure him, he may spring back up, which is why I sought your assistance. Since you refuse, I shall proceed alone. She grasped the small box containing the firearm, tucked it into her clothing, and returned with the knife, panting as she contemplated where to strike. Gaia, in a state of confusion, wondered if he should simply knock Tunin out and drag her away. Do you wish to take me away directly? Tunin seemed to possess a sixth sense. Perceiving Gaia's intentions with ease, she coldly remarked that if he would not assist her, he should at least refrain from hindering her. I assure you, if Gray is not killed, upon regaining consciousness, he will pursue us relentlessly until one of us lies dead. The knife was heavy even for Tunin to drag, indicating that it was beyond her capacity to end Gray's life with a single blow, especially without allowing him to make a sound. It would be far more prudent for Gaia to act. She had no choice but to spell everything out clearly. The conflict between Kunbu and Gray had already emerged. At this moment, Gray could not afford to be provoked. Otherwise, he would effectively acknowledge himself as a waning wolf king. If we do not kill him, we shall await his return, and he will seek to establish his dominance over us, through brutal means, no less. Only in this manner could he intimidate Kunbu and maintain control over the entire group. With only the two of us, escape was impossible. We must eliminate him. Tunin slowly rose, extending the knife toward Gaia. A dead man poses no threat. Kunbu was consolidating his power and would likely not concern himself with our fate. This provided a glimmer of hope. Even so, you still hesitate to act? Tunin awaited Gaia's decision, believing that anyone capable of surviving in the sands would inevitably make the right choice. Gaia did not disappoint her. Without further ado, he stepped forward, took the knife from Tunin's hand, and pulled her into his embrace, pressing her face into his sturdy chest. Close your eyes, he instructed in a low voice. Tunin could feel the latent strength within his muscles. His arm lifted and then swiftly descended. Gray let out a final, desperate roar. Regrettably, his voice had not fully escaped before his vocal cords were severed. To be precise, his neck was cut. Tunin heard the sound of blood splattering against the tent. Let us go. The two slipped through the tent's opening. Gaia transformed into his beastly form, and as soon as Tunin mounted his back, he took off at a full sprint. His gaze was more resolute than ever, as if he had just undergone an unseen metamorphosis. The moon was absent, yet the sandy ground sparkled with countless stars. This was not an opportune moment for escape. They were left with no alternative. Gaia's paws tread lightly upon the gravel. Astonishingly graceful, he navigated around tent after tent, exercising utmost caution to avoid making a sound. Fortune favored them, for they encountered no additional guards. However, as they passed one tent, Tunin heard someone inquire, "What is that smell of blood?" "Your nose is too keen. It breeds paranoia," came the retort. "There is truly something. Come, accompany me to investigate." The conversation faded into oblivion behind them. The dimly lit camp receded into the distance, and just as it was about to vanish from view, a sudden eruption of tumultuous voices erupted. Surely, they had discovered Gray's corpse. "Where shall we go?" Tunin asked Gaia, her voice nearly whisked away by the wind, barely reaching his ears. "To the Sand City." "No, we cannot go to the Sand City." Tunin tugged at his ear. "Change direction. Anywhere else will do. We must find a place to hide. You won't survive long in the sands. Yet we cannot head to the Sand City. If Kunbu is pursuing us, he will head that way too. Or he could simply send a few men, which would be troublesome." Tunin persisted, adamant about altering Gaia's course. "You know people in the Sand City. Surely someone at the base is aware, right?" she shouted. Gaia offered no response, silently altering their path. The two raced deeper into the desert, oblivious to what awaited them. Yet she had survived once more. Tunin faced the wind, laughing exuberantly, akin to a mad cat that had just escaped the gaping jaws of fate. If she was destined to have no future, then everything would be consumed in the flames. She fought fiercely for the chance at a genuine future. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with an eerie brilliance. "System, Do you agree? Chapter 37. Dare to gamble with me once more? Tunin and Gaia sprinted through the night, distancing themselves further from the Sand City. The night swiftly passed, and no one pursued them. Gaia exhaled in relief, intending to catch his breath. No one was following. He admired Tunin. She seemed to possess an uncanny ability to carve out a path even in the direst of circumstances. Tunin slid off his back, parched and unresponsive. There was nothing to boast about. She was merely striving to survive. Yet, uncertainty loomed about what to do next. Survival in the desert would present an even greater challenge. Rest for a moment. I will fetch some food, he said, leaving her sheltered behind a sun-bleached tree while he ventured off in search of sustenance. A wave of fear washed over Tunin, a fear of nature itself. She felt so frail. The sands posed countless perils for her. As Gaia's figure began to fade from view, Tunin suddenly beheld a shimmering texture upon the sandy ground. No, what is that? Tunin fixed her gaze intently on the spot, noticing the sand quivering once more, closer to her. In a moment of urgency, she sprang to her feet and glanced up at the tree. Without hesitation, she clung to the trunk, scrambling upward with hands and feet. After climbing a mere meter, a small sand scorpion emerged from the sand, no larger than her calf, still a mere juvenile. Yet, in her estimation, she stood no chance against it. The scorpion brandished its pincers and charged towards her, leaving Tunin no choice but to flee. Miraculously, she managed to ascend a bit further, struggling to hoist herself onto a branch. Gaia, Gaia, help me, Tunin cried out towards the direction from which Gaia had departed. The scorpion lingered briefly beneath the tree before attempting to scale its trunk, its movements somewhat clumsy. Tunin watched in dread, her body drenched in cold sweat. Just then, Gaia appeared, the golden-haired dog sprinting towards the creature. Tunin, having found a slender twig from a nearby branch, unable to break a thicker one, fixed her gaze on the scorpion. Utterly unaware of its futility, the creature's exoskeleton was resilient, and her venomous stinger would surely not penetrate it. As Gaia drew closer, the scorpion reached the branch. Striking its pincers together, with a slight crouch, it lunged towards Tunin. She offered no resistance, leaping from the tree and colliding with the approaching figure of Gaia. He embraced her, sweeping a leg out in one swift motion. Bang! The pursuing scorpion was sent flying by his kick. Are you all right? Gaia inspected Tunin, relieved to find that aside from some scrapes on her arms and face, she was largely unscathed. He exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that she had not wandered too far. Yet, as they exchanged glances, uncertainty loomed. What should they do next? Accompanying Tunin, he could not hunt. They lacked water, food, and a safe place to rest. Perhaps we should take a gamble in the Sand City, Gaia lamented, muttering to himself. The sun blazed ever more fiercely, and the shadow cast by the dunes they hid behind dwindled. Enough with the idle chatter. Tunin's lips were so parched they cracked. Here, at least, one could survive. While venturing to Sand City would surely spell doom for both. Tunin, impatient, pressed for practicality. When you hunt, how do you solve the issue of water? No oases? Unless one is part of a specialized desert caravan, no one can find them. And how do you manage to drink water? The crux of the matter is water. One can endure under a cloak for a time, but without water, survival is untenable. Gaia produced a plant he had casually plucked earlier on their journey, resembling dried bamboo. Tunin had initially assumed he intended to wield it as a stick to chase away small creatures. This contains water. Gaia broke a section, and indeed, glistening liquid flowed forth. He drank every drop without waste. As Tunin extended his hand towards Gaia, she gazed at him helplessly. It would be fine if I could offer you something to drink, he sighed heavily, lamenting that orcs of a lower tier could not consume this. Let alone most female beasts. For someone like you, this is entirely toxic. Cursed be the distinctions of levels. System, are you there? Do you have any constructive suggestions? Tunin inquired, his hopes dim. Of course, the system remained silent as ever. The only way I can help you is by offering my blood. Gaia shrugged, seemingly indifferent, as if she had uttered nothing praiseworthy. Oh, and then you would venture out to hunt, perhaps carrying me as well? For a fleeting moment, Tunin felt a pang of emotion for this simpleton, but it was but a moment. Currently, consuming Gaia would yield no benefit. There was no need to involve unrelated individuals merely to elevate her own survival. Was this truly her dead end? Had she come to this world solely for the sake of an eccentric experience? Absurd. Her gaze fixated on the shimmering bracelet upon her wrist. May I inquire about this anesthetic? Did Black Lao mention what it was derived from? Can animals that succumb to it be consumed? Or does its smoke kill anything? Is bait effective? Tunin's barrage of questions momentarily stunned Gaia. It took her a moment to process the information. She stared blankly at Tunan's hand, deep in thought. This is three-breath anesthetic, known for its rapid effect and quick metabolism. Black Lao is also wary of the trouble you might provoke. He shifted into his squatting position under the cloak's shadow, suddenly inspired. You know, it might actually be possible. Let's find a non-toxic creature, perhaps a sand panther. A lone wolf. I think that could work. But we must conserve. Tunan smiled, removing the bracelet and handing it to Gaia. 2 chances, my life, entrusted to you. Let us wager once more, Gaia. Fortunately, they had not ventured to Sand City. The night prior, their escape had stirred turmoil in the camp. Gray's corpse was swiftly discovered. I want her dead. They all must die. Fiona shrieked hoarsely. What are you all doing here? Go kill them. Yet no one moved, their gazes fixed upon Kanbu. At that moment, Kanbu had automatically assumed leadership. A few individuals entered the tent to survey the scene. The lead man bore a sinister countenance, adorned with several brownish-gray feathers by his ear. How could Gray possibly be slain by the breeder? He was the most loyal warrior under Gray, a madman known as Tada. A vulture orc. It must have been a beauty trap. Gray was set up. Come beside, yet his face betrayed no hint of sorrow. We should be thankful for Gray's lust. Otherwise, attaining this leadership position would require more effort. Revenge must be sought. Yet with Gaia harboring a nurturing mother, their destination is merely the Sand City. Our main forces are ill-suited for an expedition to such a place. In my estimation, he glanced towards Tada, the trusted confidant of the vulture tribe orc. Tada, take your men and infiltrate Sand City for Gray's vengeance. As far as he knew, within the confines of Sand City, the patrol forces were on the lookout for individuals linked to the previous arms incident. If they could eliminate these last troublesome elements using a borrowed hand, it would be ideal. He patted Tada on the shoulder. Gray has no grievances against you. Alas, just as Gray entrusted Fiona to me, calamity struck. No longer suppressing his ambitions, Kumba lifted Fiona from the ground and announced to everyone, I shall not betray Gray's trust. Rest assured, I will protect you moving forward. Fiona struggled fiercely, but Kumbu's hand glided over her nape, applying just enough pressure to render her mute, akin to a chicken grasped by the throat. Tada snorted disdainfully, his gaze shifting towards Sand City. Kumbu was correct. For survival, the two of them had no choice but to venture into Sand City. Let us go. Ignoring Fiona, he called to the 3 behind him and strode directly towards Sand City. Chapter 38. The Fleeing Lovers? The 2 finally feasted upon the sand leopard. Tunan's stomach, which had been contorted in hunger, found solace. There had been a small mishap in between. Upon catching the leopard, Gaia swiftly pierced its neck, urging Tunan to drink the blood to quench her thirst. Tunan complied, only to succumb to unconsciousness. When she awoke, the world before her swayed gently. It was Gaia who bore her upon his back, traversing under the starlit sky. Beside her lay the lifeless body of the leopard, Gaia's provision for Tunang. Fortunately, she did not disappoint him, awakening before the blood had completely congealed. Finally, they savored their first hearty meal after their escape. This time, Tunang exhibited no further reactions. It seemed the effects of the anesthetic had entirely faded. Once she could no longer stomach another bite, Gaia swiftly dismantled the leopard's legs, skewering the meat to dry, preparing 2 days' worth of provisions. They could repeat this tomorrow, but what lay ahead remained uncertain. Strangely, Gaia, who ought to possess greater experience in desert survival, sought Tunang's opinion. She noticed this and refrained from correcting him. As long as she was alive, allowing Gaia to maintain this illusion was perfectly acceptable. A faint smile crept upon her lips, relishing this moment of pure trust from Gaia. It was a peculiar situation, despite being closer to greater strength and receiving more attentive care. She felt more at ease now than when Lee was nearby. Perhaps it was due to the system, she reflected. From the very beginning, Lee had been her objective. Her need for him was overwhelmingly intense. Every effort she made sought reciprocation, while he equally required her emotional and physical investment. Gaia bears no responsibility towards Tunan. The so-called commission he mentioned is utterly unfounded and cannot withstand any scrutiny. No one anticipated facing such a predicament. His ability to safeguard Tunan in such dire circumstances is a testament to his extraordinary efforts. We shall speak of this later. Beneath the celestial expanse, Tunan reclines, sated and even slightly drowsy. The starlit sky here is a stark contrast to that of the previous world. The stars shine with an astonishing brilliance and are of a remarkable size. Tunan speculates that the nearby celestial bodies must either be quite large or exceedingly close. Are there inhabitants on these nearby planets? You truly seem unperturbed. Gaia, at a loss for words, cannot fathom how Tunin maintains such curiosity. He is genuinely fearful of faltering tomorrow, wasting the last of the tranquilizer, and equally terrified of succeeding yet failing to endure the day after. The denizens of Sandstar live one day at a time. While he considers himself open-minded about life, he finds it increasingly difficult to accept the potential loss of Tunan. Tunan is his companion, with whom he escaped from the same nightmare. In fact, he has come to a realization over these past few days. Had it not been for Tunan, he would have perished long ago, much like those now silently resting in the river valley. He even struck Tunan once. How foolish, he rages, merely because he cannot confront his own impotence. While Tunan innocently bears the brunt of it all, Gaia follows Tunan's gaze towards the sky. There, look. He points to the brightest star. That one is the core star of this star domain. It's quite astonishing that in our border star domain, the core star is so close to the front lines. He chuckles. This was changed after the White Dragon Emperor ascended to the throne. He insisted on strengthening the border defenses, compelling nobles and officials to position themselves at the front. He himself would also oversee the battles at the front lines during wartime. This perhaps explains why our kind has yet to lose ground in the war against the insectoid species. The ruler guarding the realm, the White Dragon Emperor, seems to be a commendable sovereign. Tunan remarks nonchalantly. Ah, indeed. Gaia suddenly becomes animated, as if invigorated. The beast form of the Emperor of Haoyuan is a supreme dragon. He is the one closest to the dragon lineage among the royal family in a millennium. The mention of the Emperor of Haoyuan confuses Tunan. Are you not familiar with him at the breeding grounds? Gaia inquires, somewhat astonished. The White Dragon Emperor is the name everyone calls him. We hold him in great esteem and wish for his long life. Gaia is like an ardent fan eager to extol his idol. Not that she is unaware. Tunan hesitates to delve deeper into this topic, for if the conversation continues, she would have to conjure stories, and at present, she lacks the desire to fabricate. If she only has 2 days to live, she would rather embrace her true self. She simply closes her eyes and listens quietly. Gradually, a magnificent image of a celestial deity forms in her mind, noble, resolute, and endowed with exceptional talent, embodying strength and beauty in every aspect. Wait a moment. Gaia abruptly halted his impassioned speech. His ears perked up again to gather information. Moments later, he rose to extinguish the fire and extended his hand towards Tunan. There's movement. Let us ascend to higher ground. The two climbed the sand dune. Lying atop the crest, Tunan gazed in the direction indicated by Gaia, scarcely daring to breathe. After a full quarter of an hour, dark shapes began to materialize within their line of sight. Initially just one, then gradually increasing. They twisted into a line and expanded until Tunan could discern the outline of the procession. She grasped Gaia's hand tightly, her eyes wide with astonishment at the distinctly regional convoy. Massive beetles, the size of African elephants, marched in a long queue, each carrying a small fortress-like structure on their backs, some laden with goods, others bearing tents. Nearby, cloaked individuals armed with weapons rode scorpions, safeguarding the perimeter of the caravan. It's a merchant convoy, Gaia exclaimed with delight. We are saved. He excitedly patted Tunan and laughed broadly. You were right. We always seem to win our bets. Gaia stood and called out loudly towards the merchant group. Tunan, however, thought to herself, what I said was, I always win my bets. While he had taken it to mean they had survived, which also implied that she had once again been granted the opportunity to choose. Thus, the moments of freedom, tranquility, and languor that belonged to Tunan had come to an end. A hint of melancholy washed over her as a small team of 3 guards from the caravan approached them after lingering for a while. Will they rescue us? Tunan inquired. They will. Gaia responded with unwavering certainty. The caravan is always friendly to those stranded in the sands. It is an ironclad rule that no one is permitted to harm the merchants. Tunan felt a slight surprise at such simple principles. She rummaged through a pocket of her soft armor and grasped something in her palm, then tugged at Gaia. She swept her hair aside, revealing the back of her neck to Gaia, where a line of coating appeared before him. Gaia was taken aback. Tunan offered him a small object. Here, please help me apply this. It was a piece of synthetic skin left for her, one portion already expired. The remaining 2 had been carefully hidden within her armor. The caravan may assist everyone, but that does not necessarily include me, Tunan gently requested of Gaia. I do not wish to be treated as a commodity. Please do not inform anyone else, all right? Aside from you, I do not want others to know I am a breeding female. Her tone softened further. and her smile grew more innocent as the Tun-in Gaia once knew gradually returned. He found himself unable to refuse. Silently, he helped Tun-in apply the numbered skin. Watching as she disguised herself, "Leave the rest to me. Just say I am a pampered female from a minor noble house, not fully evolved, and that you are my guard." Tun-in blinked at Gaia. "We are a pair of ill-fated lovers, unblessed by fortune." Gaia's neck flushed crimson. "Lovers?" Gaia stuttered, repeating the word. "Is it truly possible?" Chapter 39. We forge our own identities. "Who are you?" The leader of the group halted the scorpion and inquired loudly at Gaia. Her gaze fell upon Tun-in. "Why don't you speak up instead of just standing there?" Tun-in complied, addressing the group with poise. "Esteemed warriors, encountering you in this disoriented journey must surely be the guidance of the beast god." She spoke gracefully. The middle-aged guard removed the veil that shielded his face from the sand and dust. He had assumed these two were merely followers of the strong beast, yet was surprised when the one who spoke was. Upon closer inspection, he began to deliberate. This female beast, standing amidst the swirling sands, though covered in dirt and weary, could not hide her distinct elegance. Despite her plight, her tone remained steady, gentle, imbued with an indescribable dignity. The leader's demeanor grew solemn. He dismounted from the scorpion. "We are the Oasis merchant caravan. You should be aware of this." He spoke with a hint of pride. "We rank among the top 3 merchant groups in Sand City. I am Kin Abraham, the captain of the guard. Our caravan offers shelter to all lost travelers, so there is no need for concern." Yet, he maintained a necessary caution, stipulating a requirement. "However, I must verify your identities." One of the subordinates produced a small box and approached him. "Please." Kin gestured towards the two. Tun-in slightly tilted her head, indicating that Gaia should step forward. As she was uncertain of the procedure, Gaia brought her wristband closer. A beep sounded, and the surface of the box lit up with a series of information. A data reader, Tun-in realized. It can read data without needing a network? There is a signal here. Perhaps there are other means? Tun-in dismissed further speculation and, emulating Gaia, allowed the device to read her information. Kin retrieved the data reader, and moments later, his gaze sharpened. Tun-in recognized what he had discovered, but maintained a serene expression, standing still with a tranquil smile. Kin was indeed puzzled. He had initially assumed this female beast, Tun-in, as per the data, was of noble lineage. Yet the information revealed her to be a commoner? As for Gaia, her identity was a match, a free citizen, a canine beastman of genetic rank. "You too?" he inquired. Tun-in's sigh was as soft as the morning breeze caressing tinder petals, her misty green eyes gazing gently at Gaia. "This is my beloved. Please grant us refuge for a time." She parted her red lips, presenting the plea she had prepared. Tun-in. Gaia was at a loss. Yet Kin had already gathered his conclusions. Alas, it appears that this couple is not blessed. And it seems that the beast has received acknowledgement for the first time in front of outsiders. A noble lady and her lover, whose status is markedly disparate. Explain the discrepancy between her identity and her appearance. It is likely a fabricated identity. Kin, opting not to inquire further, nodded and instructed his men to allow Gaia to mount a scorpion. He succinctly conveyed, "The Oasis merchant caravan welcomes you. Shall we proceed to the next city?" Gaia inquired. "What is our destination?" "Mata City," Kin replied. Gaia nodded, recognizing it as the 3rd largest city in the Sand Realm, located half a month's journey from Sand City. She lifted Tun-in onto the scorpion before leaping onto it herself, positioning herself behind her. Gaia held Tun-in close and grasped the reins. Under Kin's guidance, the group rejoined the merchant caravan. Introduced by Kin, the two ascended the lofty back of a beetle and, within the tent, were presented to the caravan leader, Zhuang Qi. He was a portly man with a beaming smile, bearing features reminiscent of the East. Tun-in had begun to discern a pattern within this beastly realm. It appeared that there were bloodlines akin to those of the East or West, subtly connected to their names. Upon entering the tent, she removed her cloak, revealing her distinct appearance without ears to the assembly. "Ah," Zhuang Qi exclaimed in mild surprise, though he quickly offered an apologetic smile to Tun-in. "Look at my exaggerated reaction." Tun-in felt no sense of inferiority at having her status revealed. Instead, she graciously expressed her understanding. "It is nothing. Many of my kind are abandoned by their parents shortly after birth." A hint of melancholy washed over her as she gazed into the distance, as if reminiscing. "My father treated me well. He could not bear to part with me, merely raising me apart from him." She drew Gaia closer, casting a reproachful glance his way before continuing her conversation with Zhuang Qi. "It is my fault. I wished to be with Gaia." She ceased her speech there. Yet it sufficed. Zhuang Qi had grasped all that he needed to understand. His expression grew more sincere as he empathetically reproached Tunin. You young ones simply do not trust your parents. I suggest that once you reach Mata City, you should reconnect with your family. Your father seems quite fond of you, and I believe he would not oppose your union. Tunin smiled silently in response. Zhuang Qi refrained from further urging. Very well, you must be cautious. Losing your way in the sands is no trivial matter. Follow us without concern. Thus, the arrangement was settled. The journey ahead was modest, and he apologized for not providing them with a separate tent. Qin assessed the two. Miss Tunin, would you be comfortable sharing accommodations with the other women? As for Gaia, he shall stay with us guards. What do you think? Being welcomed by everyone is enough gratitude. We shall defer to your hospitality, Tunin replied with a slight nod. Qin acknowledged her with a nod of his own. He noticed that Gaia's gaze frequently shifted towards Tunin, and with a perceptive understanding, he addressed both of them. You may converse freely. I shall take my leave to make arrangements for you. He walked away. Once he was far enough, Gaia anxiously tugged at his hair. How dare you? Who is your father, and what connection do I have with him? His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner. Enough. There's no need for your concern. Just try your best to remain silent. Tunin had no expectation that Gaia would align with her narrative, yet it was imperative to implant some essential information into his mind. Do you know of any nobles in Sand City aged between 40 and 50? Preferably affluent and with black hair. Gaia was momentarily distracted by her interruption, pondering for quite a while before recalling a candidate. Black hair? The only one that comes to mind is McCoy. He's the garrison officer in Sand City, with the rank of colonel. He is indeed a noble, though I cannot ascertain his exact title. Greedy, undoubtedly wealthy. Then it is settled. A smile danced at the corners of Tunin's eyes. What? Gaia still did not fully grasp the situation. Tunin regarded him with a look of pity, raising an eyebrow. I mean, from today onward, he shall be my father. You would do well to remember that. Ignoring the dazed expression on Gaia's face, she admonished him. But you had better not say a word. Chapter 40. A new identity lasts not 3 seconds then. If you require anything else, have Jiyu inform me. She allowed Qin to lead her to a tent located at the rear of the caravan, where he entrusted her to a female beast man with short, deep brown curls. This female had a delicate ring of white auditory feathers adorning her ears, making her a rare sight among avian beast men. What caught Tunin's attention most was her pronounced belly, indicating her pregnancy. It was Tunin's first encounter with a pregnant woman. Is this inappropriate? Tunin furrowed her brow slightly. She indicated to Qin, I can manage on my own. Please do not trouble this lady. It's quite all right. Jiyu replied gently, approaching to take Tunin's hand. You must be Miss Tunin? No need to worry. Please follow me. I believe you could use a brief wash-up. She was right. This was an irresistible temptation that Tunin could not refuse. Jiyu successfully led her to the rear of the tent. I can manage on my own. Tunin accepted the basin and towel that Jiyu had brought, hoping she would leave her alone in the bathing area. She simply could not expect a pregnant woman to tend to herself. Yet Jiyu did not cease her busy work. She stepped out again, returning with a jug of water. You are unfamiliar with the layout. Let me assist you. Also, she smiled slightly, I am merely a caregiver. You need not address me as madam. Tunin stood there, momentarily stunned. Indeed, it is my duty to assist you, so please feel free to assign tasks to me. She produced a comb and a brush, kneeling down, and gestured to Tunin. Shall I help you tidy your hair first? She presented a box of powder to Tunin. As we journeyed along the path, we could only rely on this powder. A simple brush and a gentle flick would suffice. You've never used it, have you? Indeed not. Tunin slowly shook her head. Her dark hair merely bore the marks of 3 days without washing, mingled with a touch of dust. A stark contrast to those who truly roamed the streets. This was perhaps a significant factor in misleading Zhuang Qi and the others. Which genuine commoner would willingly retain such long locks? Tunin was still reeling from the recent revelations. Her mind momentarily adrift as Jiyu instructed her to sit before her and untangled her waist-length hair. Tunin suddenly spoke up. How long have you been pregnant? The powder was brushed onto her head, and a comb glided tenderly through her tresses. Jiyu replied, It's been over 3 months, in less than a month. I shall give birth. Tunin's pupils flickered slightly, and she fell silent. She had not contemplated how long a pregnancy lasted here. Assuming it was akin to the human world as 10 months. 4 months. Is it uniform across all species, or are there distinctions? She could only suppress her inquiries for a later time. So, is this your nth child? Tunin feigned casual interest. The 6th, Jiyu didn't mind elaborating, as she rarely had anyone to converse with. I suspect it will be my last. I nearly didn't survive the last one. Yet this woman appeared to be scarcely 30. Did her last child coincide with what Tunin understood? Tunin found herself momentarily speechless. But Ji spoke of sorrow with an air of nonchalance. Are the children around? How could that be? Ji seemed taken aback by Tunin's question. I've never met the first few children. The last one, 3 years ago, was with the caravan. Suddenly, her words brimmed with joy. Ah. He is the leader's child, a robust little creature. You would adore him upon meeting such a sturdy child. Then I must see him. Tunin instinctively clung to the thread of this conversation. It was too sorrowful. Moreover, Ji's detached demeanor rendered the situation even more tragic. You must feel Tunin hesitated, but eventually voiced the question that had lingered since her arrival in this world. Shouldn't there be no need for a nurturing mother? I mean, why is there a need for one? We are all female beasts. Ji fell silent for a moment, merely continuing her task in silence. Perhaps it was too presumptuous. Tunin mused. Should there be one, or should there not? Such matters were beyond her contemplation. Just when Tunin thought she would receive no answer, Ji spoke. The beast god appointed me as a nurturing mother, so I suppose I must fulfill that role. I will leave this world with 5, perhaps 6 children. Perhaps this is the very purpose of my existence here. She set aside the comb and powder, positioning herself before Tunin, gazing at the beautiful, yet fragile female beast with a gentle smile. You are truly too gentle, she remarked to Tunin. No one has ever asked me that before. So this is also the first time I have pondered such a question. Tunin felt a pang of regret. She should have remained silent, for she realized that Ji had begun to reflect. The agony of contemplation in moments of weakness was profound. All right, you can wash yourself. How about that? Ji tilted her head, surveying Tunin with satisfaction, when suddenly, she clapped her hands. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Let me take off your earrings and set them aside. Without waiting for Tunin to react, she leaned in, brushing aside the long hair that fell by Tunin's ear to assist her. Yet, her movement abruptly froze, her hair cascading back against Tunin's cheek. A look of astonishment and shock spread across Ji's face. Tunin gazed at her in confusion. I haven't pierced my ears. What is so shocking about that? She lifted her eyes to Ji, only to see Ji touching her own earlobe, slowly turning to reveal her smooth, full earlobe to Tunin. Look, I have no ear piercings either. So what? Tunin could not fathom the implication of this gesture, yet her heart began to race. Something felt amiss. Ji, realizing that Tunin was genuinely perplexed, stood frozen for a moment, her gaze fixed on Tunin as if she were making a momentous decision. Suddenly, she turned, pulled aside the curtain, and peered outside, confirming that the other women were occupied in their own compartments and not nearby, before returning. Her expression was grave, almost as if she had transformed into another person. Even within the confines of their shared tent, she leaned closer, whispering softly into Tunin's ear. Every female beast is marked with ear piercings at birth, except for the nurturing mothers. Tunin's blood ran cold in an instant. She had never anticipated such customs existing here. Neither did she foresee that her fabricated identity would be unveiled by such an apparently inconspicuous individual. She had forsaken her identity as a nurturing mother, masquerading as the daughter of a noble, both to enhance her safety within the caravan and to ensure that they could transport her to the next city more securely. Additionally, it was a preparatory measure to approach Kanjiamu or Hain. Would her schemes unravel? Would Ji expose her? Tunin pondered. If Ji intended to reveal her, she could simply inform Xuanqi or Qin directly. Yet, she had not. Therefore, there was still hope. Chapter 41. He is not dead. He has pursued her. Tunin's gaze fell upon Ji's protruding belly. It was inexplicable unless she silenced the nurturing mother directly. Tunin shivered in alarm. What was she contemplating? Ji had committed no wrongdoing. She had merely uncovered a secret. Moreover, just moments ago, she had been caring for Tunin. A fine layer of goosebumps erupted across Tunin's skin. Has her humanity gradually eroded in this savage world? Surely, we have not reached a point of no return, have we? The worst outcome would merely be akin to the conclusion of the past few days, being sent to some man's bed. Allow her to attempt to place her trust once more. Indeed, I am a mother, she confessed outright. Ji covered her mouth, glaring at her reproachfully. Why are you speaking so loudly? Keep your voice down. Upon noticing that Tunin had ceased her discourse, she finally lowered her hand. A gentle smile graced her lips, revealing a sincerity far greater than before. Did you escape? How audacious. I heard you were with a guard. The pregnant female suddenly displayed a youthful and charming expression. So you truly are a pair of lovers? Your master refused to sell you to him, so he stole you away? My heavens! We have concocted numerous tales of this sort in private, never anticipating that someone would actually do it. Tunin had not foreseen such a turn of events. Jiyu's demeanor, in terms of her past life, could be described as finally encountering the genuine article. However, aside from some discrepancies regarding her relationship with Gaia, the rest was passably accurate. She indeed escaped alongside Gaia. Yes, she readily accepted Jiyu's conjecture, simultaneously reinforcing this narrative. There must be someone pursuing us. I do not wish to let any word slip. And furthermore, I do not wish to be merely a mother. Tunin smiled nervously at Jiyu. If I were to tell you that I long to be the sole wife of another, cherished and respected, rather than being casually bartered, would you deem me a hopeless romantic? Jiyu was so taken aback by her bold declaration that she forgot to close her mouth, staring at Tunin in astonishment before suddenly embracing her. In a flurry of confusion, Jiyu whispered in her ear, "How could that be? I want to help you. I mean, this is truly wonderful." Jiyu fetched a sewing needle and a small handful of dried plant leaves. "Let us resolve this matter at once." She heated the needle over a small candle and pinched Tunin's earlobe. "This might hurt a bit, but it is worth it." Upon uttering this, Tunin bit down tightly on the towel Jiyu had brought. Jiyu steadied herself, massaging Tunin's earlobe, applying force in an attempt to pierce it in one swift motion. Unfortunately, she hesitated. As blood began to surface, she could not bring herself to proceed. Thus, the ordeal became rather harrowing. Tunin's vision darkened repeatedly, yet she remained firmly seated, trembling in pain. I cannot endure this." By the time Jiyu finally managed to pierce the right earlobe, she was drenched in cold sweat. Her body resembling one pulled from water, her face devoid of color. Tunin spat out the towel, quaking as she teased her, "How many children have you borne? Yet you fear blood? This is not my blood." Jiyu herself had not anticipated that she would be so frightened. This is merely a reflection of Jiyu's excessive kindness. She can endure the pain within her, but cannot bear to inflict harm upon others. Tunin gradually regained her composure and reached out to Jiyu. "The needle, please." Under Jiyu's incredulous gaze, Tunin bit down on the towel once more. She slightly tilted her head, one hand grasping the needle while the other caressed her left earlobe. With a closed eye, she pressed the needle into her earlobe. "Ah," Jiyu gasped, though she quickly covered her mouth. Tunin casually tossed the needle into the dish, a tiny droplet of blood splattering forth. Jiyu hurriedly fetched a small piece of plant stem to assist Tunin in tending to her injury. It was yet another ordeal, albeit more bearable than the previous one. Finally, Jiyu slumped onto the ground. "In the future, let your lover buy you a small earring. That should suffice to cover it up." "Alas, that brute is so careless. He only thought to conceal the mark on your neck." Tunin remained silent, acknowledging that it was not Gaia's doing. "All right, I will speak with the lady shortly to request permission to care for you, allowing us to share a bed. My conditions may not be ideal, but they are far removed from the others." Jiyu beamed, a smile gracing her lips as she returned Tunin's gaze. "It suits us perfectly. Doesn't he?" Tunin nodded slowly, genuinely expressing her agreement. "You are absolutely right." Meanwhile, the convoy from which Tunin had previously escaped encountered an unexpected visitor. "Are you saying that Tunin and Gaia?" The tall figure confirmed each word with precision. "They are having an affair and were discovered by Gray." He gazed incredulously at the distorted face of Fiona, repeating in disbelief, "They killed Gray and fled?" "Indeed. That wretched woman." Fiona stood beside Kunbu. She had not anticipated that this brute would reappear after she had been wed to Kunbu. "First, she attempted to seduce my brother, but he would never look upon her. Then Gaia approached, declaring that she was dead. Subsequently, those two engaged in their illicit liaison. My brother could not bear it, insisting that her silence did not equate to death, and that she should adhere to the rules of motherhood. Yet, their hearts filled with resentment. Fiona could speak no more, collapsing into Kunbu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Kunbu patted her back indifferently, his hand unconsciously drifting downward. Fiona stifled a sob, too fearful to resist. Over the past few days, Kunbu had subjected her to considerable suffering, further deepening her loathing for Tunin. Had it not been for Tunin, Gray would still be alive. If Gray were still here, Kunbu would never dare to treat her this way. Impossible. The man's voice was cold and resolute. He refused to believe that the mother who relied entirely on him would betray him. "I can attest to that. It is true," Tak interjected, filled with righteous indignation. He pointed to his own face, still bearing traces of bruising. "Look, this is Gaia's doing." He spat on the ground. "I could not stand to see them get involved on the very day they escaped." Lee's gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, this beast, marred by scars, was none other than the one who had narrowly escaped deathly. No one knows how he managed to escape from such dire circumstances and find his way here. He was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of his nurturing mother, his Tunin, fearing that she had not managed to escape, perishing at the bottom of the icy river. He worried that she might have left his care, succumbing to the cold, the hunger, and the desiccating winds of the desert that would dry her delicate skin. And what was the outcome? One person, two people spoke of betrayal. Was it true? And Gray was indeed dead. But what of Tunin? Where was she? He yearned for Tunin to affirm with her own lips that none of this was real, that she was waiting for him. Chapter 42. He is here? Excellent. Tunin was unaware that the distance between her and him was diminishing. She had been enjoying her days lately. Ji Yu had become a rare friend to her, often embodying the role of an elder sister, at least in the way Tunin envisioned an elder sister should be. She tended to her daily needs, took an interest in her emotional affairs, and reprimanded her for inappropriate behaviors. In short, were it not for the relentless countdown of her life reminding her not to be complacent, Tunin would wish to continue living such a simple existence indefinitely. Oh, and let us not forget Gaia. He appeared to adapt effortlessly to the life of the caravan, quickly familiarizing himself with the guards. Each day, under the playful taunts of the guards, he would come to Tunin's tent, inviting her for a ride. Miss Tunin, Gaia is here, ha ha ha. Within just a few days, the guard team had begun to cheer on Gaia beneath the beetle, insisting they would not relent until he coaxed Tunin down to join them on a scorpion. Kin, with a sense of amusement, allowed his subordinates to indulge in this rare source of entertainment. Although Tunin seemed to possess a lower genetic level, it was rather amusing to see a noble and graceful lady risk her life to elope with a guard. Such a fortunate soul deserved to be teased a little. Tunin lifted the tent flap, adorned today in a golden, fringed short corset and wide white gauze pants, the entire ensemble crafted by Ji Yu. Her black hair was loosely braided and gathered at the back, while a matching white veil graced her face. As she descended the rope ladder, her slender frame hung momentarily in the air, the gentle desert breeze brushing against her cheek, while the metallic embellishments glimmered in the sunlight as she turned her head. The guards and merchants outside were all captivated, their gazes fixated upon her. Ken lightly kicked Gaia from behind, urging him to step forward. How fortunate he was. It stirred a hint of jealousy within him. Are you saying we will reach the oasis by evening? Tunin inquired, her surprise evident. This was the 5th day since encountering the caravan. It was said that oases in the desert were mobile, and each caravan leader possessed unique abilities to accurately track their locations. The journey from Sand City to Mata City was only 20 days, not far, and it was not essential to pass through an oasis. However, since they had stumbled upon one, it was only prudent to take the opportunity to rest and rejuvenate. They mentioned that today would be an early respite, and at the oasis, you can indulge in a refreshing wash. Gaia is quite pleased. Ken has brought this news to cheer Tun-In, remarking on the exquisite lives of noble ladies. Although Tun-In is not a noblewoman, she certainly embodies the essence. Gaia recalls that each time he encountered Tun-In in the underground city, she was always impeccably groomed. The cavern itself was consistently kept comfortable and tidy. He promised to look after Tun-In, and although he could not provide the luxuries typically afforded, it was a small effort that he felt obliged to make for her. Indeed, Tun-In's eyes sparkled even brighter at the notion. That is wonderful. In the evening, I'll call on Ji Yu, and you should also summon Little Bear. Tun-In cheerfully requested of Gaia. The little bear she mentioned, formerly known as Zhuang Jingxing, is indeed the child of Ji Yu and the sole son of Zhuang Qi, the leader of the merchant convoy. After Ji Yu had discreetly introduced the two during their last encounter, Tun-In had taken a liking to the sturdy and lively little boy. No problem, Gaia readily agreed, knowing that Zhuang Qi intended to toughen his child, often leaving the 3-year-old in the care of the guards to run about outside. I'll go prepare, and remember to call for me early when you arrive. Tun-In took the reins from Gaia, halted Scorpion, and joyfully slid down from the shell. Deciding not to bask in the sun any longer, but to continue later in the evening, Tun-In, Gaia called out to her from behind. He tossed her a small box. Tun-In caught it, and Gaia nodded. Here. This is for you. See if you like it. He smiled with a touch of pride. What is it? Tun-In mumbled as she opened the box, revealing a pair of delicate earrings. Fine strands of metal were twisted into the shape of cat heads, with wide-open mouths each holding a pearl. The large dog scratched its head, gazing up and down, unwilling to meet Tun-In's eyes. I mentioned we left in a rush, and you didn't have your jewelry. I meant Ken and the others helped me retrieve this from the merchant convoy's goods. Initially, I thought it unnecessary, but upon seeing it matched you perfectly, I took it. Gaia had actually noticed her new ear piercings and concocted a fitting excuse. That was no small feat, moreover. Pearls are not an inexpensive commodity in the desert. It was unlikely they came without cost. He spoke so lightly of it, suggesting he must have exerted some effort. Tun-in cast a discreet glance at Gaia, choosing not to inquire further, merely committing this matter to memory. She bit the box and carefully adorned her ears with the earrings. Then, Tun-in swayed her head from side to side in place, boldly asking Gaia, "What do you think? Do they look good?" Gaia was at a loss for words, simply chuckling to himself. "They look splendid. This is the best," he exclaimed. The guards behind them cheered. This group had been secretly waiting for Gaia to present the thoughtfully prepared gift. At this moment, they were jostling among themselves, utterly delighted. Tun-in found the situation amusing. It was as if she were performing in a melodrama for this crowd. As evening approached, they arrived at the oasis. Just now. Ken mentioned that we should remain only in the west, as there is already a group at the oasis, and advised us not to disturb one another. Well, you must keep an eye on Little Bear, ensure he doesn't wander off. It is not my responsibility to watch over him. Please help me keep an eye on him," Jiyu said with a wry smile. Indeed, it is not appropriate for Jiyu, being a nurturing mother, to oversee Little Bear when Zhuangqi has taken a lady out. In reality, most children remain oblivious to the fact that their true mother is someone else. The recognition between Jiyu and Little Bear is a little secret that must remain known only to them. "I understand," Tun-in replied, as they both descended from the beetle with their toiletries. The humid air enveloped them, and a crystal-clear pond appeared like a miracle amidst the desert. The caravan members crowded on one side of the pond, where larger beasts in uniform busily came and went, fetching water and bathing, creating quite a lively scene. It is indeed a rare occurrence to gather at an oasis in the desert, Tun-in reflected. Certainly, Jiyu observed Little Bear, who tugged at the hand of a woman nearby and pointed at Tun-in. The lady politely nodded at Tun-in, briefly instructed the little boy, and then had him brought over to Tun-in. "Tun-in." Little Bear squirmed down, joyfully snuggling up to Tun-in. "Did you miss me?" He looked up eagerly at Tun-in. Yet his gaze was directed at Jiyu. Tun-in crouched down and gently ruffled his hair. "We all missed you. Shall we go bathe together in a moment?" Tun-in gestured towards a small area of water that the caravan had already gathered around. However, Little Bear hesitated, his eyes wide as he implored Tun-in. "Can we go over there first to take a look?" He pointed towards those in uniforms. "It's Kong Jiamu from the patrol army. Do you know him? Look." Little Bear's chubby hand pointed towards the fluttering flag. If his command flag is there, he must be nearby. Little Bear continued to shake Tun-in's arm, while Tun-in stared intently at the flag. "What? Kong Jiamu is here? Does that mean an opportunity has arisen for her?" Chapter 43. I believe Hain is more suitable. "It must be him. Tun-in." Jiyu's voice brought Tun-in back to reality. "What is it? The sun is indeed too intense. Bathing now might result in sunburn. Perhaps we should return later?" Tun-in did not respond. She searched the chaotic crowd by the water's edge for two familiar figures. None were in sight. "Shall we set up a tea shed and brew some refreshing tea for everyone?" she proposed. "That's easy. Let Gaia and the others lend a hand. And it will be done swiftly." She chuckled teasingly. Tun-in managed a smile. She needed a valid reason to stay there, to seek opportunities and devise strategies. A simple tea shed was quickly erected, filled with fragrant herbs and the brewed water. The caravan leader, Zhuangqi, also came over to sit for a while. "Wouldn't this be too taxing for you?" he inquired politely of Tun-in. As Tun-in poured tea for him, he smiled, saying, "How could it be a trouble? I wish to contribute in any way I can. Otherwise, my conscience would be unsettled." Zhuangqi smiled in response, while the merchant caravan selflessly aided lost travelers. The consideration shown by a noblewoman was undoubtedly more heartwarming. "In 10 days, we shall reach Mata City. Do you still not intend to meet your father?" he inquired. Last time, he suggested that Tun-in should yield and refrain from wandering alone. "My father is usually preoccupied with military affairs, with such vast planetary defenses to oversee. He scarcely has time for me," Tun-in replied, a hint of resentment towards his father evident in his tone, still reluctant to turn back. "Moreover, he likely disapproves of me. He doesn't even allow me to return to the family estate." A shadow of disappointment crossed Tun-in's face. "I am his blemish, aside from the mute maids and guards. He permits no one to acknowledge my existence." Zhuangqi's brow furrowed at the mention of planetary defense, and he took another sip of tea, sighing internally. Since becoming a father himself, he had developed a genuine empathy for other parents. At that moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Tun-in's father, McCoy. Indeed, through the fragments of information Tun-in had shared, Zhuang Qi had discerned the identity of this father, a colonel stationed at the Sandstar, with short black curls. If he did not care for his daughter, why would he have meticulously created a separate Eden? Who else but a concerned parent would go to such lengths for a child who posed no inconvenience? McCoy likely feared that Tunin would return to the main estate only to be ridiculed by everyone. After all, Tunin's genetic status was indeed quite low. Shaking his head, Zhuang Qi resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Tunin while refraining from discussing matters with McCoy. If McCoy were to find his daughter on his own, he would naturally express his gratitude. However, should other circumstances prevent Tunin from returning, Zhuang Qi would not be implicated. A merchant's grasp of risk was astute. Setting down his teacup, he smiled gently. I merely offer a word of advice. The decision rests solely with you, so please do not feel pressured. He glanced at Jiyu, who knelt respectfully behind Tunin, frowning slightly. You must be more perceptive. Do not burden the guest with so many tasks. Jiyu replied softly, her hands resting on the ground as she bowed respectfully, only rising with great difficulty after Zhuang Qi had moved away, supported by Tunin. You are about to give birth, Tunin remarked, unable to bear the sight. I am merely a surrogate, Jiyu responded with a sense of familiarity. Even when I was pregnant with the little bear, I only rested for 3 days. Besides, this child is not the leader's. What? This is not Zhuang Qi's. Ever since Tunin learned that the little bear was Zhuang Qi's child, he had assumed this child was his as well. It is indeed, Jiyu said, surprised by Tunin's strong reaction. King acquired me during the last trade with the leader. Fortunately, I conceived shortly thereafter. Otherwise, I would have had to stay in the back with the beetles. With a smile in her eyes, Jiyu Mei realized that she would not encounter you. This is when Tunan began to gain a clearer understanding of her fate. Her initial impression aboard the transport vessel was entirely accurate. A mother is merely a slave, regardless of her confinement within an iron cage, sold, traded, and perpetually bearing offspring. That is their destiny. Tunan's gaze remained fixed, unwavering, upon the oasis. And suddenly a cold smile escaped her lips. Thus, is she now selecting a new master for herself? No, she had already acquired a new identity. Having extricated herself from that quagmire, all she needed to do was swiftly complete her system tasks. However, time was of the essence. Jiyu tugged at her hair. What is wrong with you today? Are you searching for something? Tunan remained silent, completely captivated by what lay before her. In the center of the oasis, a figure emerged abruptly from the water, shaking his wet black hair back, the droplets creating a shimmering arc that painted a rainbow upon the lake's surface. As he brushed the stray hairs and water droplets from his forehead, his radiant countenance appeared before Tunan like a precious jade. This was Tunan's first complete view of him. He was not like the other soldiers who merely donned shorts in the water. He wore a white shirt and loose trousers. Yet, the soaked fabric clung to his long, slender physique, accentuating every contour. Tunan swallowed hard, her ambition ignited by the scroll before her. Yet, she acknowledged that a small part of her was also enticed by his striking appearance. Hey, he is here too? Indeed. He was the nobleman who had appeared beside Kong Jimu, as well as the massive orca during the crisis in the underground valley. Hey! A mocking male voice called from the shore as a man emerged from a vehicle, leaning against the door with a glass bottle in hand. You've been soaking for half the day. Haven't you had enough? I suggest you return home. What use is this little water to you? It was Kong Jiamu. He was indeed present. Hain walked casually across the water, completely unfazed by gravity. He was enveloped in mist, and when he reached the shore, he appeared clean and refreshed. He retrieved a cloak left on the bank, wrapping it around himself as he approached his friend. Since there's water, I might as well enjoy a soak. If you want me to go home, you might as well finish your business quickly. Don't aid in tyranny. I refuse to return home to marry. That's your affair. I merely promised your sister to persuade you to return home. What happens afterward is no concern of mine. TSK, you're quite something. You can't stand any woman's tears. You actually heed my sister's words. Silence. Hain regarded his friend disapprovingly, urging him to maintain some respect for women. Fine. I shall be quiet. Kong Jiamu ceased further conversation and began drinking from the bottle. With these fleeting words reaching her ears, Tunan reconsidered her stance. After a mental assessment, she rearranged her expression and earnestly grasped Jiyu's hand. I need your assistance. I may also require Xiao Xiang's help. Is that agreeable? She changed her mind. She intends to target Haiyan first, starting with this orca. Chapter 44. Let me use my beauty to lure a fish. Haiyan, a nobleman, seems to be more compassionate towards women, or perhaps he is simply more inclined to indulge their requests. He appears to be far easier to conquer than the arrogant Kong Jiamu. Moreover, the identity that Tunin is currently cultivating is more fitting for him. Tunin slowly revealed a determined smile. Now, she merely needs to discuss matters thoroughly with Jiyu before commencing her capture endeavor. Can Little Bear fetch Gaia to bring me some more water? Please do not approach the water source yourself. I will keep an eye on you. Tunin watched as Little Bear joyfully accepted the task, scampering away with his short legs. You are aware of my circumstances. With people bustling around. Tunin could not speak too plainly. Crucial information must remain concealed. Jiyu subtly nodded. I apologize for not correcting you earlier, Tunin said, mischievously winking. Gaia is not my lover. He is merely my assistant. Jiyu gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Gaia, he only helped me escape. The ambition in Tunin's eyes burned ever more fiercely, her gaze radiating an astonishing brilliance. Turning back to Jiyu, she declared, I do not wish to return to my previous situation, not for a single day. Moreover, I have compelling reasons to ascend. This reason is truly life-threatening, and I cannot disclose it to you. If I fail, I face death. I want that man. I must bear his child. Tunin gestured for Jiyu to look in that direction. Haiyan stood alongside Kong Jiamo. The place where the two men stood shimmered brilliantly, their presence starkly contrasting with the surrounding soldiers. Although the patrol troops were also elite members of the Central Stars military, they paled in comparison to these two men. Jiyu cast her gaze a short distance away, fluttering her eyelashes before inquiring, which one is it? The blue-haired one? Or the black-haired one? Tunin hesitated, unsure how to respond. In truth, either could suffice, but since she had made her choice, it was essential to have a focal point for success. The black-haired one, she asserted decisively. He appears to be quite the gentleman, and his physique is undeniably strong. Remarkably, Jiyu immediately accepted this, as if Tunin could have that noble beast in her grasp by nightfall. You do not realize, some noble beasts may look robust, but are utterly incapable of impregnating us. She pouted, seemingly lost in a troubling thought. After all the effort, they would blame me for not bearing offspring. They ought to consider their own diminutive stature. She critically assessed Haiyan. He should not be a mere faade. To be frank, I caught a glimpse earlier, and he possesses considerable substance. What are you even saying? Tunin was taken aback, casting a speechless glance at Jiyu. However, Jiyu gracefully produced a veil from behind and draped it over her. We, accustomed to nurturing mothers, had an inkling of the situation. Gaia was quite admirable, yet if you were unwilling, so be it. With a gentle demeanor akin to that of a caring elder sister, she smiled while arranging Tunin's hair and veil. That person appears noble? How may I assist you? You must maintain a certain demeanor. They respond well to such airs. If only I had ample time, I could certainly adopt a more measured approach. Alas, time is of the essence, and one cannot linger indefinitely in pretense. I am aware. Yet I only require a small favor from Little Bear. As evening descended, the fervor by the oasis gradually subsided after a day of rest. Most had set up camp, relishing the refreshing sensation of the comfortable, humid breeze enveloping them. Hain reclined by the water's edge, in stark contrast to his friend who dreaded the sun, as he yearned to remain by the water at all times. Approaching footsteps echoed around him, resembling the curious exploration of a small creature. Hain remained still, surrounded by soldiers, and felt no imminent danger. A hand brushed through his hair, followed by a soft, childlike voice exclaiming, Uncle, your hair is so nice to touch. Upon opening his eyes, Hain discovered a small boy with tousled brown curls, squatting beside him, enviously running his fingers through his hair. Hain sat up, his black hair flowing like water through the child's tiny fists. The boy let out a melodramatic sigh of lamentation. Hain smiled warmly, intrigued, and inquired, What brings you here alone? Furrowing his brow, Hain glanced towards the merchant caravan, noticing no one followed the child. The boy must have slipped away from the caravan. It was perplexing how his parents allowed him to roam freely by the water. I saw your black hair and loved it, so I sneaked over. Please don't tell Tunin, the little boy pleaded, his expression earnest. What is your name? You shouldn't wander off. I will take you back, Hain replied. Little Bear, the child said, obediently extending his chubby arms for a hug. Hain softened his expression, suppressing his discontent regarding the irresponsibility of the boy's parents, and lifted the child, making his way back to the caravan. Little Bear buried his face in Hain's neck, inhaling the fresh scent of moisture from his long black hair, joyfully grinning. Tunin, I did it. Little Bear exclaimed, indeed the most wonderful little one. Is this it? Hain arrived at the caravan, and as he passed by, several individuals attempted to take the child from him, only to be unceremoniously rebuffed by Little Bear. I want to find Tunin. A crowd of onlookers helplessly watched as this little tyrant tugged the unfamiliar man from the patrol toward the caravan. Not far from the water's edge stood a small tea stall, a kettle brewing tea, yet the stall was unattended. A resting area was cordoned off with a fabric curtain, likely serving as a modest preparation space. The little bear squirmed on Haynes' body, eager to descend to the ground. As soon as Haynes set him down, the child bolted forward like a cannonball, yanking aside the gathered fabric. To his astonishment, a slender female figure was in the midst of changing her attire. Her upper garment had already been discarded, and her lower half was draped only in a delicate veil. She was in the process of gathering her waist-length black hair, attempting to secure it higher. The juxtaposition of black and white presented itself before Haynes' eyes, prompting him to turn away hastily, yet he could not dispel the image from his mind. He himself possessed black hair, but had never contemplated how such long, dark locks might appear on another. He chastised his thoughts, forbidding himself from harboring any disrespectful assumptions towards a lady, though he felt a subtle warmth creeping into his earlobes. Behind him, the soft rustle of fabric was heard, followed by a voice feigning composure. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am ready now." "Are you here to return the little bear? Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea." Tunan, kneeling behind him with a radiant smile, had already begun to brew tea anew. Haynes pressed his lips together and turned back. The woman had dressed, her face now veiled, with a charming black swirl of hair atop her head dancing gracefully as she prepared the tea before him. In Chapter 45, Look, the fish has bitten, Tunan elegantly demonstrated a tea ceremony she had mastered in a past life upon a humble tea table. The series of actions, washing the tea, pouring water, and whisking the tea, captivated Haynes' attention. "Please." The exquisite cup of tea was placed before him, and Haynes, with a demeanor akin to that of an esteemed guest, cautiously lifted the cup to his lips. A sip revealed a refined flavor. He sat upright, the gentle breeze caressing his black hair, his shoulders remaining perfectly still, embodying the grace of noble upbringing. Tunan, tilting her head behind the veil, chuckled softly. "My apologies." Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she glanced at Haynes. "You are truly considerate. This is merely ordinary refreshing grass. To serve you with it is my oversight." Haynes felt a twinge of confusion. Is that so? Yet, he genuinely found this cool tea to possess a unique flavor, distinct from the invigorating herbs used in sandy locales to combat the heat. It was indeed more delectable, with a subtler taste and a lingering aftertaste. Perhaps it is your technique that makes the difference. Tunan's seemingly ancient brewing method had likely elevated the quality of this plant. "Ah, a family tradition. I am grateful for your praise." Tunan graciously accepted his compliment. A moment of silence enveloped them as she poured herself a cup of tea, slightly lifting her veil to sip, yet cleverly obscuring her face with her hand. Haynes felt a sense of restlessness. From the attire and demeanor of Tunan, it was evident that she hailed from a family with stringent expectations regarding etiquette, making his earlier indiscretion appear exceedingly rude. After much contemplation, he finally found the courage to apologize. "I am truly sorry for my previous behavior." Haynes hesitated. The mere act of recounting the earlier scene filled him with embarrassment. Tunan froze momentarily, her hands uncertain of where to rest, as she set down her teacup and nervously twirled a strand of her dark hair around her fingers. A delicate cat-shaped earring sparkled on her earlobe. "Please do not mention it again." After a moment, she softly and shyly implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I do not wish for my father to find out and compel you to take responsibility for me. It was merely a misunderstanding. It is not your fault." The tea pavilion could not shield them from the slanting rays of the setting sun, which cast an orange glow upon the youthful woman's profile. Her long, thick lashes created shadows on her face, fluttering gently like this fragile, yet resolute female. "I do not want my father to find out, and send me to your home." She shook her head, a weary smile gracing her lips. "Everyone should choose their own suitable partner rather than being forced by fate, should they not, esteemed sir?" Haynes opened his mouth, hesitated, then fell silent. He truly did not wish to make a promise in such an awkward manner. Yet her words left him with a sense of obligation towards her. Having failed to introduce himself earlier, he spoke with earnestness. "I am Haynes Montoya, the eldest son of the Montoya family of the Star of the Sea. It is a pleasure to encounter you in this moment." This was a rather formal introduction, as he accurately stated his lineage and position. Tunan smiled faintly, her progress exceeding her expectations. She adjusted her posture, kneeling more properly, tidying her garment, and crossing her hands over her chest as she slightly bowed her head in response. "My Lord Haynes, please allow me my secrecy. I am but a drifting water lily. You may call me Tunan directly." She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with melancholy, her slender form standing tall beneath the sheer robe, holding on to her dignity. How could a noble woman wander alone? Hein furrowed his brow. Do you face some difficulties? He felt his inquiry was somewhat presumptuous, pursing his lips before adding, if you wish. You may share. Perhaps I could assist you? Tunin looked at him in surprise, as if she had not anticipated such kindness. His words illuminated her, gradually easing her demeanor. However, after tilting her head and pondering for a long while, she ultimately declined. I cannot involve you in my troubles. I fear that my difficulties may soon become yours. After all, stubborn parents can be quite formidable, cannot they? You are too exceptional. Every parent would be captivated. Please refrain from making promises to a female so lightly in the future. She suddenly teased playfully. I fear I might become enamored. Tunin blinked. Hein found himself in a state of perplexity, pondering the thoughts that swirled in his mind regarding the female he had encountered for the first time. She appeared to embody all his preferences, yet he felt an unmistakable sense of rejection. Was it truly a rejection? Or perhaps something more ambiguous? He could not quite decipher the situation. Unlike the nobles from the capital star, she exuded independence, intrigue, and beauty that stirred compassion within him. As the sun began its descent, Tunin politely bid farewell to Hein, mentioning that she might need to return soon. She moved gracefully, beginning to clean the tea set before her. Hein was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly leaving? Yet, Tunin promptly inquired about his direction for the following day. I shall accompany the merchant caravan and will set out for Mata City at dawn, she explained. Mata City, you say? That happens to be along my route, Hein responded, surprised by his own words but feeling no regret. Really? Tunin exclaimed, her surprise evident as she paused her actions. I thought we would be parting ways. I didn't anticipate seeing you again tomorrow. Hein was taken aback by her exuberance. Yet Tunin quickly realized she had let her emotions get the better of her. She cleared her throat softly, calling back a playful little bear before continuing. I meant to say, the little bear will be delighted to find you tomorrow. She gently patted the bear's head, reflecting on how the child's parents often let him roam freely, yet there were few individuals he truly cherished. Tunin did not lift her gaze, remaining focused on the bear. He truly adores you. It's splendid that we can be together tomorrow. The wind tangled the tassels of Tunin's veil, producing a faint sound reminiscent of a gentle cat's paw brushing against Hein's heart. He heard himself reply. Then I shall come early to keep him company. Ah. Tunin quickly raised her head and turned away. That would be wonderful. A sense of contentment radiated from her. Indeed, the fish has taken the bait. Chapter 46. Just as he was about to accept a confession, the ex returned with a vengeance. Just ensure you don't fall prey to any enchanting sorceress, Kong Jiamu jested. I shall take my leave first. Early in the morning, Hein bid farewell to Kong Jiamu, remaining behind in the oasis. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pay a visit to the leader of the oasis caravan, Zhuang Qi. Are you inquiring about Miss Tunin? Zhuang Qi received this esteemed guest with surprise, realizing that he had come seeking the noblewoman they had rescued on their journey. It was evident from Hein's demeanor that he bore no grievances. Interesting, Zhuang Qi mused. She and her escort encountered misfortune in the desert and sought our assistance. I promised to escort her to the next city. Zhuang Qi chose his words carefully. Upon hearing of Tunin's hardships, Hein felt a pang of compassion. What could have transpired to leave such a delicate woman stranded in the desert? He pondered aloud. Sir, it's an elopement, Zhuang Qi thought to himself. She echoed him with a sigh. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Miss Tunin is both delicate and elegant. It truly is a challenge for her. Hein nodded thoughtfully. The young men and women, Zhuang Qi mused internally, often find love blossoming amidst tenderness. Please convey a message to Gaia for me, Tunin requested Jiyu. Just tell him I have other arrangements today, and he should engage with the guard team. Very well, Jiyu sighed for Gaia before agreeing. The formidable beast seemed to have missed his chance, yet since he did not take the initiative, Jiyu naturally kept silent. Tunin scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, ensuring her appearance was impeccable before descending from the beetle, pretending not to notice Hein waiting below. Miss Tunin, a warm, soothing voice called from behind her. Oh. Tunin's grip faltered, feigning a lack of balance and stumbling down the last 2 rungs of the ladder. Hein caught her effortlessly. I apologize for startling you, he said. His dark eyes filled with remorse as he gently set her down, his concern evident. Phew. It's nothing. I'm merely a bit under the weather, but I'm not that timid. Tunin replied, sticking out her tongue. Please don't treat me like a porcelain doll. It would upset me. Hein smiled and nodded, appreciating Tunin's spirited demeanor. By the way, Little Bear cannot accompany me today. You came to see that child, didn't you? Tunin's question was hesitant, revealing her insincerity. Suddenly, Hain's face lit up with a gentle smile, as soothing as water. It's all right. I came to see you. Tunin's delicate earlobes flushed a deep crimson as Hain lowered his gaze and teasingly asked, Do you not wish to see me? Tunin, momentarily flustered, exhibited the most endearing trait of her spirited nature, her candid bravery. Hain noticed her biting her lip, and after a brief hesitation, she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. She shook her head, softly yet resolutely responding, Of course not. I am very pleased. She spotted the vehicle Hain had parked nearby. Is that a military vehicle? May I take a look inside? Tunin inquired, her tone casual and unpretentious, as though they were long acquaintances. Certainly, Hain replied, feeling a surge of happiness at Tunin's approachable demeanor. After all, he had intended to invite her for a drive, and her notice of his preparations delighted him. Then I shall prepare some refreshments and inform Jiyu, Tunin chirped, her joy reminiscent of a little bird. This truly is a luxurious military vehicle, she remarked, tapping the dashboard from the passenger seat. Your rank must be quite significant. She winked at Hain. And it even has air conditioning. But then again, it makes sense. This world should possess all the necessary technology. Her lack of exposure was merely due to her lower standing. Oh, this is my friend's vehicle. I borrowed it for a few days. I have no notable rank, Hain replied nonchalantly. Friend Tunian guessed correctly. He was referring to Kong Jemo. However, she would never be foolish enough to reveal her concern for other males in the presence of the one she wished to pursue. Ha ha ha, that is splendid. I certainly do not wish to worry about your safety all day. The moment those words escaped her lips, she realized they were rather too candid. Tunian quickly cleared her throat and composed herself demurely. Hain's smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The military vehicle boasted formidable defenses, despite Hain's genteel appearance. He was quite the mischievous soul, taking Tunian on pursuits after various unfortunate desert creatures. One such victim was the sand leopard, which Tunian had once drawn blood from. This unfortunate creature was relentlessly chased until it was utterly exasperated, ultimately collapsing in a heap on the sandy ground, allowing them to gawk at it. Ha ha ha! Tunian laughed until she could scarcely catch her breath. You are being excessively cruel. Do not treat my savior in such a manner. What? Hain raised an eyebrow. I meant the sand leopard, haha. Just a few days ago, I nearly starved. Had it not been for Gaia, who brought the sand leopard for me to draw blood from, I fear I would not have endured until the Oasis caravan rescued me. Might I inquire further? Although Zhuangqi had mentioned Tunian's perilous encounter in the desert, Hain had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Tunian shook her head. It is all in the past. The poor sand leopard, having finally rested sufficiently, limped away into the distance. Tunian opened the military vehicle's sunroof, climbed atop the vehicle, and watched as the sun gradually descended toward the horizon. My genetic level is too low. Merely surviving is a struggle, so enduring some hardship is only to be expected. Her words were spoken with a sense of openness, yet her smile bore a tinge of bitterness. How can one continue to live while clinging to such unpleasant memories? Hain was taken aback by Tunian's candidness. On Haijun Star, females held the reins of power, most of them robust and resolute. Yet here was Tunian, seemingly fragile, yet exhibiting such strength. This contrast only served to deepen his admiration. Hain had never experienced such a peculiar feeling toward any female. He yearned to understand Tunian and wished for a beginning. Thus, he spoke up. Tunian, may I ask you, would you be willing to walk with me? Allow me to remain by your side. He did not believe that Tunian would decline his invitation. He noticed her appreciation and curiosity toward him. They both required more opportunities to deepen their understanding of one another. I cannot assert that we will inevitably reach the end together, but I will cherish each day spent with you. Will you allow me to take you away? In Tunian's eyes, Hain's smile radiated warmth as he extended his hand, awaiting the anticipated reply. Could it be this simple? Would things proceed so smoothly? In her original plan, a series of chance encounters or unforeseen events were necessary for Hain to realize that she was indeed his ideal type. She never expected Hain to be so proactive. Could it be that she truly was his perfect match? Hain's hand remained steadily outstretched. Tunian's heart raced, her chest rising and falling with excitement. Before her stood a life of stability, accompanied by a sincere affection. As Tunian smiled, ready to respond, an interjecting voice interrupted her. She resisted, unwilling to speak. Someone else answered on her behalf. Tunian was startled, nearly losing her balance atop the vehicle. Hain steadied her with a warm hand on her waist. The heat seeping through her gauzy attire, yet a chill enveloped her. It was Li. One of his ears hung limply, and his leg appeared to be injured. Amidst the endless yellow sands, he approached Tu Nan, dragging a curved blade step by step. Raising the weapon, Li pointed it menacingly at Haiyan, coldly commanding, "You, remove that hand from my mate." Tu Nan trembled uncontrollably. Haiyan sensed her distress, yet he remained indifferent to the male figure. On this remote planet, few possessed the capability to threaten him. His sole concern was Tu Nan. He slightly raised his chin and inquired, "Who is he? What gives him the right to decide for you?" Before he could finish, Haiyan's gaze had turned icily resolute. "And what gives him the authority to command me?" He turned to face Li, their eyes locking. Chapter 47. What did you say? Tu Nan remained silent, an unusual occurrence for her, unable to utter a single word. Had she ever contemplated Li's survival? She had, while escaping the valley, often wishing he would not truly perish in that frigid underground river. Though she would rather cast her life into new uncertainties than look back, she merely hoped for Li's existence, for them to thrive at opposite ends of the world. Perhaps, in a distant future, she might inadvertently learn of his fate. But why now? Just when she had glimpsed new hope, when she was poised to grasp Haiyan's hand. Everything threatened to shatter with Li's emergence. Haiyan continued to probe. "Is he the reason you found yourself in peril in the desert?" His keen perception detected the shift in Tu Nan upon Li's arrival, a peculiar atmosphere enveloping them that alienated others, causing him discomfort. He lifted Tu Nan down from the vehicle, and she resembled a marionette, her gaze fixated on Li. In a daze, she spoke, uncertain if her words were directed at Haiyan, Li, or perhaps even the cosmos. "Him? Not merely because I am too weak." Her expression remained blank. It seemed as if Li had little to do with this predicament. Fate had cast her into such circumstances. Li treated her in the manner of a beast toward its mother, commendable, perhaps even surpassing expectations. Yet Haiyan discerned a profound aversion in Tu Nan's words, mistakenly believing it was aimed at Li. He leaped from the vehicle, turning back to reassure Tu Nan, "Do not fear, I am here." Haiyan's rounded, dark eyes shifted towards Li. In such moments, the air of aristocratic detachment surrounding him could not be mistaken by anyone. His gaze, as indifferent as a deity observing mere ants, was imbued with coldness and judgment. "Then, how about you personally atone to this lady with your life?" Haiyan inquired gently, as if discussing a trivial matter. Li glanced at Tu Nan, his grip tightening on the blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he half-crouched, leapt from the ground, and lunged at Haiyan with his weapon drawn. The chilling gleam of the blade pierced Tu Nan's eyes, causing her breath to hitch. She had witnessed the swiftness and ferocity of Li's strikes before. Yet, Haiyan was entirely blameless. "Li, no." The plea finally erupted from Tu Nan's throat. The blade remained unwavering in its trajectory. At that moment, Haiyan turned his head. His gaze toward Tu Nan bore a hint of reproach and a touch of sorrow. Indeed, it was this man who caused Tu Nan such distress, and he sighed inwardly. Tu Nan looked at him in panic, her veil shimmering in the wind. Her tears scattered by the breeze alongside the sequins on her cheek, striking Haiyan's heart. He had never seen Tu Nan without her veil. With a sense of regret, Haiyan gracefully sidestepped, delivering a swift kick. The blade sliced through the air before him, leaving not a hair harmed. However, its owner was sent sprawling into the air by his seemingly effortless kick. Li fell from the sky, crashing into the sand, barely managing to stabilize himself with his weapon. Kneeling halfway, after a moment, he wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Seeing Tu Nan's gaze upon him, Li fought to suppress his pain but ultimately coughed up blood. "No," Tu Nan murmured, shaking her head, uncertain of what she wished to convey. She finally recalled Gaia mentioning that Haiyan might be a high-level beast man. What of Li? From Gaia's demeanor, it was evident that Li could not be of the same caliber. The earlier confrontation had also revealed that Li was weaker than Haiyan, especially considering his injuries. Haiyan could easily end his life. Tu Nan clutched her garments, her heart racing chaotically. Should she remain silent and allow Haiyan to kill Li? If so, she could continue her charade, concealing her identity as a mother, and proceed with Haiyan as she had envisioned. Haiyan's compassion for her could easily shroud everything in obscurity. Alternatively, she might not need a long-term plan. Within a month, she could steal a seed from Haiyan. Then she could devise her strategy. Could she make such a decision? To remain silent? Li was unaware of Tu Nan's thoughts. He did not contemplate whether he could defeat Haiyan. He was fixed on one truth. Someone had taken his Tu Nan away, and he was still alive. That was all that mattered. For what he was resolute about, he would never relent. It was this fierce determination that had allowed him to rise from a forsaken orphan to his current standing. As long as there is breath remaining, one must fulfill their determined course of action. Thus, he straightened once more. His hand brushed against the curved blade, a faithful companion by his side. The blood from his palm nourishing the blade's edge. The weapon trembled slightly, emanating a profound battle spirit. Fight, or perish. His eyes ignited with a fierce green light as he sprinted across the sandy ground, rushing toward his target. Everything around him faded from perception, leaving only that singular figure. In his gaze, that person remained unfazed, smiling, their seemingly effortless kick ready to strike. Li was solidly struck by that blow. Yet, he had anticipated this. With his left hand, he forcefully pressed down on the opponent's leg, preventing them from retracting it as easily as before. Seizing the minuscule opportunity, he flicked his wrist, the curved blade arcing upward. The strength in his hand confirmed his success. Li was sent sprawling, but this time, blood erupted from Hain's chest. The two separated once more, crimson staining Hain's pristine white robes, and his composed expression finally shifted. Excellent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Li for the first time, deeming him worthy of his effort. With a change in demeanor, Hain initiated his first offensive move. Li found himself utterly suppressed. Blood spreading ominously before Tunan's eyes. Detection. Host is pregnant. Tunan's mind short-circuited. At such a moment? Pregnant? She echoed, feeling a disconnection from reality. Her hand instinctively moved to her abdomen. The system indicated that there was a child here, a life connected to her very essence, one that she would nurture. When the system first informed her that she needed to supplement her genes through childbirth to achieve her goals, she coldly regarded the child as merely a means to an end. Yet now, in this moment, she discovered an unexpected sense of anticipation. Her child, unlike anyone else, entirely a life she would bestow. Does this mean Li is no longer of use? She gazed at the struggling beast in the sand, her heart tightening with an unfamiliar pang of pain. Host, a reminder. The child's talents require continuous genetic absorption during gestation. Without adequate nourishment, the talent at birth will be significantly diminished. What do you mean? Tunan replied, her reaction slightly delayed. Are you saying that if the child's talent has not awakened, the genetic supplement of 10 upon birth will be absent? It does not affect you. Merely a friendly reminder. Tunan's eyes moved vacantly. So, the system implied that her child might be born compromised due to her negligence? That she could bring her child into this world as a flawed being? She had already witnessed the cruelty of this beastly realm. In a world governed by strict hierarchies, she could not fathom the possibility of bringing a life into existence that might be flawed. No, that was unacceptable. What does it mean to seize genes? How is it done? She inquired of the system. Chapter 48. The child needs you. Do not die. Seizing genes requires maintaining sufficient intimacy during gestation. The fetus will acquire enough genetic fragments in the process. This was the essence of her thoughts. In other words, I need to keep Li close. To treat me well, to touch me, even. Tunan could not bring herself to utter that word. It was simply too much. In this beastly world, who had designed a system so devoid of boundaries? This implied that for the sake of the child, she needed Li. Having come to this realization, she turned in a daze, only to be struck by shock. A knife. When had it come into Hain's possession, he was pressing Li down with his knee, brandishing the glinting blade, poised to deliver the final, most lethal blow to end the battle. Hain. No. Hain detected a decisive shift in her tone, different from before. He moderated his strength, allowing the blade's tip to hover perilously close to Li's forehead. Tunan flung open the car door, with each hurried step across the golden sands. She approached the two formidable beasts. Li seemed to regain a flicker of vitality, her presence illuminating him once more. His previously subdued expression reignited with an indomitable tenacity. Yet Tunan did not leap towards him. Instead, she stood before her progenitor, reaching out to place her hand on the shoulder of that unfamiliar beast. Hain, spare him. Tunan implored. She uttered the names of other beasts, causing Li to struggle violently. Hain scoffed, tightening his grip, effectively ensnaring his prey. Why was Tunan pleading on his behalf? Hain scrutinized Li closely. The creature was battered and bruised, looking as though it was on the brink of collapse. What could possibly warrant Tunan's intercession? Why? No matter what transpired, once he was dead, everything would conclude. He cautiously posed a vague inquiry. Indeed, some females chose to yield to those who had once tormented them, but Tunan would not be one of them. The soul that resonated with him would not exhibit such frailty. He could not misjudge the resilience and vitality reflected in Tunan's eyes. Those were qualities commonly found in females from his homeland, the Sea Soul Star. However, Tunan had not been raised in such an environment. She bore a unique blend of vulnerability and a sardonic view of the world. This rendered her truly singular. Her soul shimmered brilliantly, akin to a pearl nestled among grains of sand, making it difficult for his gaze to stray. As the priest had stated, on the path of discovery, the soul would naturally recognize its rightful place. Tell me, what is the reason that keeps him alive? Haiyan questioned once more, his reluctance evident. He sensed that this reason would hold immense significance. He had to survive. Tunan responded earnestly. He is the father of the child within me. Hain momentarily lost focus, and Li seized this fleeting opportunity to roll away. Li believed he had reached his limits, exhausting every ounce of his strength. Yet, he discovered otherwise. Kneeling before Tunan, he gently raised his cracked and bruised hand, reverently placing it on her abdomen, trembling as he asked, "Is it true?" The child. His gaze was fixed intently on Tunan. Hain remained still. In his current state, Li was merely a spent force, incapable of harming Tunan under his watch. Hain was also waiting for Tunan to continue her explanation. Tunan had never witnessed Li in such a disheveled and desperate state. She understood that Li's mind was devoid of unnecessary thoughts. He fixated on one truth, rendering all else insignificant. Just as he did not ponder the reasons behind motherhood or Tunan's willingness to embrace it, he simply acknowledged Tunan as his own, claiming her as part of his domain and devoting himself entirely to her. Tunan let out a heavy sigh. Li had never truly relinquished her. It was she who had reacted impulsively in that moment. She had not completely separated her past from her present. This obscured her vision, perhaps leading her to make erroneous choices. Yes, she responded to Li, the child, I promise you. Is that right? A gentle smile graced her lips as she cast aside the emotions that had long bound her. The memories of her adoptive parents in the laboratory were now irretrievable. All past grievances had ceased to exist. She now possessed a new life. She would move forward resolutely. She had a new hope, the child. Tunan revealed a sincere smile, caressing her abdomen. Unlike the forced connection with her adoptive parents based solely on genetic ties, she now finally had true blood relatives. She had always envied the secret intimacy between Xiao Xiong and Jiyu. Though unacknowledged, a bond of trust and warmth flowed between them, a sentiment she had never truly experienced. But that was inconsequential. Once she nurtured this child herself, she would bestow upon him all her love, providing him with the finest of everything, ensuring he would suffer no harm. And as the child's father, Li would undoubtedly bear his responsibilities as well. It would begin with a closeness forged from their shared genetics. She gently touched Li's intact ear and asked, "Now you must care for me and the child. You cannot die, can you?" Emotions swelled within Li, his mind clouded. Yet a brilliant light appeared before him. The unfamiliar beastman, his injuries momentarily forgotten. Li embraced Tunan, the robust man completely stiffened from the overwhelming emotional surge. All right. I will not die." Li clenched his teeth, his voice strained as if forced from the depths of his throat. His spine remained erect, unwilling to falter. As Tunan gazed upon him, she suddenly perceived that the vows uttered by this battle-torn body were more sincere than any she had heard before. "I will take care of you," he continued to speak, yet his body swayed and began to slip from her grasp. "Li." Tunan caught him. Li fell heavily into her embrace, and at last, his eyelids drooped, plunging him into unconsciousness. Testing for breath beneath his nose, she detected the faintest sign of life. Relieved of the weight in her heart, she turned to the silent Hain. "May I trouble you one last time? Please help me bring him back to the caravan. I must save him," Tunan implored. Hain did not inquire further. Her increasingly resolute words conveyed everything. In the face of such a plea, any reasoning seemed pallid. He utilized a military vehicle to transport Li back to the caravan, first retrieving a first aid kit from the vehicle to administer a dose of adrenaline to Li. During the return journey, the two exchanged no words. Upon reaching the caravan, confronted by the curious Ken, Hain merely produced the military insignia given to him by Kang Jimu, using official business as an excuse to demand that the caravan attend to the battered beast. Tunan observed him, maintaining an air of nobility as he dismissed others, following her guidance to place Li in the tent shared with Jiyu and herself. Only after everything was arranged did Hain speak again. "I am leaving." He did not look at Tunan, but instead gazed toward the horizon, the direction of his homeland, the Sea Soul Star. A faint, bittersweet smile graced Hain's lips. On this journey, it seemed he had discovered his soulmate under the goddess's guidance. Yet alas, he had arrived a moment too late. Tunan regarded him gently, neither pleased nor angry, embodying the calm that follows a momentous decision. It appeared that the hue of her soul had become more vibrant, and Hain sighed. Tunan now resembled a pearl that had been polished, revealing a more intricate and lustrous glow beneath its dusty exterior. Indeed, the priests were always right. Everyone would receive a response from the goddess, yet one should not ask for too much. If one day Hain wished to tell Tunin, if you ever need, you may come to the Sea Soul Star to find me, he refrained after a moment's contemplation, for such words did not sound like a heartfelt blessing. Rather, they seemed to anticipate some ill fate. Thus, he diverted the conversation, offering a simple wish. I wish you all the best. And you as well. Tunin placed her hands upon her chest, solemnly performing a grand gesture of respect. When Tunin rose, she noticed only the slight flutter of the tent's entrance. Hain had already departed. He was gone. Chapter 49. He has departed, yet she cannot turn back. Stepping out of the tent, Hain found that the night had deepened. Suddenly, he felt a sense of loss, as if something that was meant to be his had slipped through his fingers. With a helpless smile, he mocked his own sentimentality. The sisters of the Sea Soul Star often remark upon his rare calmness, a quality seldom seen in the formidable creatures of their world. Or perhaps they speak of the gentle exterior that cloaks a profound sense of equality overlooked by many. Who could have imagined he too experiences moments of despondency? Yet, now that Tunin has made her choice, he will not impose his will upon her. Such is not the character of Hain Montoya. With a graceful flick of his garment, he leapt from the beetle and alighted deftly upon the military vehicle. Starting the engine, he drove into the depths of the yellow sands, never once glancing back. In the ensuing years, he would come to regret this act of relinquishment. If he could convey a message from the future to the present Hain, he would implore his proud self to reconsider, turn back, take Tunin's hand and assure her that nothing else matters, just be with him. Alas, the goddess did not bestow her grace upon him. Such miracles did not manifest in his life. Consequently, the invisible chasm between him and Tunin widened with each passing moment. The barriers that separated them multiplied from that instant, rendering him powerless against the mockery of fate. Tunin gazed at the swaying curtain for a considerable time. Fully aware that she had let a splendid opportunity slip through her fingers, yet she felt devoid of options, lying quietly before her. Had it not been for the heart-stimulant and healing liquid provided by Hain, he might have already succumbed. Thus, Tunin remained in place, observingly for a while, before rising to fetch a basin of clean water, intending to wash him gently. I heard that the Lord arranged for someone to care for you. Jiyu lifted the curtain, and naturally beheld the bloodied figure of the formidable beast. How could he sustain such grievous wounds and still survive? Survive? Tunin had no doubt. What audacity would he possess to not pull through? Once again, Tunin had entwined her fate with his, and the small life within her also waited silently. Jiyu found Tunin's unwavering resolve curious, yet she held an instinctive trust in Tunin's decisions. To her, Tunin embodied a miracle, representing a life beyond her wildest imaginings. And she prayed fervently, placing her faith in Tunin. I will assist you, Jiyu said, also taking a cloth to help cleanse the blood from Li. Did the Lord mention when he would come for him? Jiyu inquired. He will not return, Tunin replied, her hands busy as she organized her thoughts. Jiyu halted her movements, puzzled, awaiting an explanation. He bought me, he is my guardian and the father of the child within me. Tunin dropped these three revelations like bombs, leaving Jiyu momentarily dazed by the overwhelming information. She sat back on her legs, supporting her forehead, murmuring, Wait, I need to process this. Are you saying you are pregnant? The child is his? Yes, rather unfortunate, isn't it? Tunin chuckled softly. I just found out myself. Otherwise, I would have fled. Shoo. Jiyu anxiously pulled at her. Don't let him hear. Her fear of these buyers was deeply ingrained, stemming from an instinctual drive to pursue benefits and avoid harm. Offending her nurturer would render her caretaker's life exceedingly miserable. Was that why the adult cast you aside in anger? Jiyu still cared about Haiyan's departure. Tunin tilted her head, gently wiping Lian's face clean. There should be no doubt. He was gentle. He likely regarded me merely as a noble lady constrained by mundane conventions. Jiyu glanced around, steeling herself, and gestured to Tunin, implying that perhaps it would be best for this beast to vanish entirely. Tunin was startled, yet a warm current surged within her. Jiyu, who had just been frightened into retreat, merely wished to protect Tunin, enabling her to sever ties with her role as a nurturer, thereby offering a suggestion that starkly contrasted with her gentle nature. Setting down the cloth, Tunin embraced Jiyu tightly. There is no need for any drastic measures. It has tea come of that yet. Noticing Jiyu's lingering uncertainty regarding Lian, Tunin spoke earnestly. It is true. Haiyan nearly killed him. I have my reasons for wanting him alive. Tunin glanced at Lian, reflecting on past events. I possess no womanly compassion. Lien has treated me well. I should not act against him. As you wish. Ji Yu felt a sense of relief. Her concern was not for the beast's fate, but rather for Tunen's condition. You are expecting a baby, she remarked with a hint of sorrow. What? Tunen was puzzled. Shouldn't a nurturer be accustomed to such matters? Ji Yu sensed Tunen's glaring lack of knowledge, pondering what had gone awry in her nurturing education, as she appeared utterly oblivious. Your genetic level is crucial. If you wish for a safe delivery, you truly must take proper care of yourself. Ji Yu sighed deeply. What is his level? She gestured towards Lien, inquiring of Tunen. Tunen hesitated, shaking her head. I'm not quite sure, but I believe he must have one. What? Ji Yu was greatly astonished. A chaotic beast. And yet his level could be so high? How is that possible? Tunen merely speculated based on Lien's ability to withstand several blows from Haiyan. Moreover, it is quite normal for Gaia to be stronger than Lien. Do you know Qin, the leader of the Oasis merchant caravan? Even his level is only that, however. They say he is barely on the threshold. The reason they welcome Gaia so warmly is partly due to the fact that he is not only of a high level but also a canine beastman, which makes him highly valuable. There are so few like him in the entire desert planet. Are you telling me that one lies here? Then why is he in such a poor state? Tunen fell silent, her heart shaken. It was then that she comprehended the implications of Haiyan's assessment of Gaia's potential level. She became acutely aware of the opportunity she had forfeited. She placed her hand on her abdomen. However, this was unavoidable. She desired something and thus had to pay the price. She deemed it worthwhile. What relevance does his level have to me? The inquiry posed by Tunen to Ji Yu carries with it an array of concealed implications. Indeed, Ji Yu paused momentarily, then succumbed to her worries, resuming the previous discourse. The higher the rank of the male beasts, the more arduous it becomes for them to conceive offspring, and the gestation period extends significantly. She caressed her abdomen. Reflecting that the chief is of high rank, she had only been pregnant for 3 months with the little bear. In contrast, if he possesses a higher rank, this current pregnancy, now 3 months along, has shown no signs of development. Should it be confirmed that he is a high-ranking beastman, the gestation period for this child would surely be no less than 6 months. Tunen was uncertain, and she found it challenging to articulate when she had conceived this child. If reckoning from the first instance, it has been 2 months, perhaps. Chapter 50. You dare doubt me? Tunen. It was Gaia outside the tent. I heard there is an injured male beast in your company. What is going on? Should I stay here with you? Ji Yu exaggeratedly sighed. Tunen understood her implication. In Ji Yu's view, Tunen had painstakingly disguised her identity and should not consider severing ties once more. Ji Yu evidently regarded Hain, that nobleman, as the primary choice, and if not, Gaia, who is both honest and spirited, should be the second. As for Li, he appeared half alive, robust yet fierce, and was a chaotic beast. Not to mention the additional burden of caring for Tunen, who would become increasingly vulnerable during her pregnancy. It was quite possible that she would end up caring for him instead. Come in, Tunen beckoned. Gaia eagerly entered the tent. His brow furrowed in suspicion as he spoke. I overheard them discussing you being given to that nobleman. His gaze swept over Tunen, his voice cracking. Li? How did it come to be Li? He hastened to Li's side, crouching down to proficiently assess his condition, then exhaled a long sigh of relief. He is alive. A raw joy illuminated his face, and tears glistened in his eyes as he succumbed to a heartfelt sob, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Are you unhappy? Tunen asked. No, I am overwhelmed with joy, Gaia stammered. I have always felt I should not be alive. It should have been Li who survived. If only he had been with you then. This marked the first time Tunen had heard him express such sentiments. Until now. She had believed that Gaia felt she was the one undeserving of life. Since joining the caravan, Gaia had refrained from mentioning the past or Li, appearing to enjoy his time with the guard team. Tunen assumed he had entirely moved on from that chapter of his life. When Tunen's name was called for the first time, no one seemed to hear. Ji Yu found Gaia's sudden transformation both amusing and perplexing. Tunen speculated that Gaia's reliability in her eyes would diminish thereafter. Gaia halted his disordered confessions, and Tunen became aware of another presence calling for her. The gazes of the 3 individuals shifted downward. Li was struggling valiantly to escape the depths of darkness, lifting his heavy eyelids. In his eyes, Tunen appeared just as she did before he closed them. He shut his eyes once more and then opened them again. Tunen remained undeniably present. It was no dream. He hungrily gathered every detail about her. The air was saturated with her fragrance, rich and lingering. As if it had taken days for such an essence to settle. She had not lost weight. Rather, She had gained some softness. Dressed in gauzy fabric, she looked exquisite. Her smile radiant. How delightful it was, amidst that frigid water, that just before his last breath escaped, Tu Nin emerged before him, looking just as she always had. He stubbornly thought that she was no thinner now. Indeed, he had taken impeccable care of her. No one could be more competent than he. Suddenly, a thought jolted through his mind. Did you mention anything about being pregnant before? Li was not entirely certain. Yes, are you happy, Lady Li? Jiyu observed that Tu Nan's demeanor was quite subtle. When addressing the so-called Lady Li, Tu Nan spoke and acted as though there was a veil between them. She had once heard Tu Nan express her dissatisfaction with her identity and her ambitions for the future, at which time she had shone brightly. Now, however, there was a palpable lack of vitality about her. Yet, at the very least, Tu Nan eagerly anticipated the arrival of the child. She grasped one of Li's hands and placed it on her abdomen. Can you feel the baby? She smiled, ready to embrace Li's joy or excitement. However, Li was not the same as before his unconsciousness. He had come to terms with the previous shock. He believed he discreetly glanced at Gaia, who sat beside Tu Nan, seemingly at a loss, unwittingly close to her. He recalled the formidable beast, one who appeared to hail from a prestigious lineage. Struggling to speak, he uttered, "This child cannot be born." His fingers tightened slightly. He wished to withdraw his hand, reluctant to remain against her abdomen. Yet he failed, as Tu Nin suddenly gripped his hand firmly. Her eyes sparkled, the curve of her smile unchanged, yet the light within them was icy. What do you mean, Lord Li? Li felt he had been exceedingly magnanimous. He could not fathom why Tu Nin insisted he continue speaking. Especially with others present, he felt uncomfortable, observing Tu Nan's unwavering stance. He hesitated for a moment before, in what he believed was a display of generosity, he addressed her. You are merely a surrogate. You lack autonomy. You have survived without me by your side. That is already quite remarkable. I will not question the origins of this child. If you terminate the pregnancy, I will ensure you conceive again. Jiyu gasped softly. Gaia's eyes widened in shock. He had just learned of Tu Nan's apparent pregnancy, only to be informed by Li that the child might not belong to him. But that couldn't be right. Tu Nan had not been with anyone else. As Gray had been dispatched by his own hand, he foolishly inquired, who else? Li's gaze turned toward him, although she lacked the strength to rise. Her gaze was unmistakably filled with disdain and murderous intent. Gaia shuddered. Me? He pointed to himself, unable to fathom why he would be suspected. No. You were the one who urged me to flee with Tu Nan first, right? He realized that he had no means to produce any evidence. How could there possibly be proof? Who could attest that he and Tu Nan had not engaged in anything untoward during their solitary moments together? Look, this is Li, the indigenous male beast of this world. Tu Nan's heart, slightly shaken by Li's return, once again froze solidly. Fortunately, she had not been moved by those superficial affections. The care and concern she received were so utterly trivial. In this realm, she remained a fitting commodity, a true mother. Did Li wish for her to eliminate her own offspring? This child bore a weight far greater than Li in her life. Only the child was a genuine life intrinsically linked to her bloodline, one that required her protection and utmost sacrifice. What was Li? He had once been a step for Tu Nan's survival, and now he merely served another purpose, sustenance for her child. Did he believe Tu Nan would sacrifice her child to earn his trust? Dream on. Tu Nan erupted into laughter, as if she had heard something utterly absurd, and as she laughed, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. You doubt me, she said, lifting her garment to reveal the scar on her thigh for Li to see. Do you know how I have endured this journey? Gray dragged me into the tent, declaring you dead, promising he would care for me, offering me desert fruits, claiming he could provide me with everything you could. I wanted to stab him, yet I lacked the strength to resist, only managing to plunge the knife into my own flesh. And now, you doubt me? Huh? She stepped back, as if Li's suspicions had pierced her heart. If it weren't for Gaia bursting in, I would have thought of that bracelet. Would you still see me now? We fled into the desert. I could hardly eat anything and nearly starved. At that time, I had no regrets. I only thought I was yours. Now I regret it. I would have been better off dead back then than to endure your doubts now. Chapter 51. True feelings bring collapse. Li. It was Gaia. He shielded Tu Nan behind him, glaring fiercely at the beast lying on the ground. How can you doubt Tu Nan like this? Confusion and disappointment mingled, attacking the fervor of the great dog. To him, Li resembled a landmark or an idol. Despite his humble origins, he was so powerful, as if invincible while hunting in the sands. All this time, I feared disappointing your trust. He had once felt that Li was unworthy and believed Tunin did not match him. He had doubted Tunin and even struck her. Yet, within Gray's tent, amidst the endless desert behind, he recognized everything and came to understand Tunin's steadfastness. Tunin single-handedly toppled the formidable leader of the team. Had he not returned at that moment, what would Tunin have faced? Can a mere light-hearted remark truly diminish Tunin's efforts? Li, do you understand? I now believe you are unworthy of Tunin. She deserves someone far better. Every word uttered by Gaia struck a nerve within Li, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. Were it not for the potent anesthetic properties of the army's healing liquid, he might have leapt up to silence Gaia. A better person, one like you? He forced the words through gritted teeth, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of the majestic beast from earlier. You speak nonsense, Gaia exclaimed, exasperated, yet no further arguments came to her lips. What more was there to say? Tunin and he had already exchanged all pertinent words, yet Li remained impervious to them. His mind seemed to have been submerged in water, rendered unresponsive. Gaia shifted slightly, nearly stepping forward to assist in shaking the water from his thoughts, but was halted. Tunin reached out to restrain Gaia. Li's demeanor grew colder. Observe how obedient Gaia is, almost as if Tunin had tamed her. In his recollections, the relationship between Gaia and Tunin had never been this intimate. Tunin's hand caressed her abdomen, exuding a gentle yet resolute maternal aura. I am with child. Do you not comprehend what this signifies? Tunin addressed Li, while soothingly smiling at the anxious Jiyu beside her. Our beasts will never understand our emotions, she continued, allowing such icy words to escape her lips. In Li's memory, Tunin had always been timid and fragile, yet at this moment, her words were resolute. A mother would never harm her child, even if it had yet to be born. I will never lay a hand on it. You may as well give up. I am determined to bring this child into the world. I know what you are thinking. You are merely lacking the strength to do anything about me now. But once you recover, you will naturally have the means to make me lose this child. I tell you, that is impossible. I will only be with my child. There is but one way for you to take his life. Tunin slightly tilted her head, preventing her tears from falling. You must kill me alongside him, she declared. Only by ending my life can you end his. Li was taken aback by Tunin's words, his lips quivering in pain. He had never intended for Tunin to perish. Why had she spoken thus? Was this child truly more important than him? Li found himself articulating thoughts he could not comprehend. Indeed, had he not acquired Tunin with the intent of obtaining his child? Why then did he care about Tunin's emotional hierarchy? His gaze wavered, sensing that he had stumbled upon something significant. Yes, he is the most important, Tunin affirmed. In that instant, Li felt as though his heart was being squeezed. A pang of agony coursing through him. More important than me, he murmured unconsciously, because I have always believed that this is the only thing I can do for Li. Tunin smiled, though her smile was more sorrowful than joyful. Only this child can prove my worth. Only he can make me aware of my uniqueness in this world. There may be countless female beasts for Li, but our child will have only one mother, me. She smiled dreamily. With him, you will never forget me. Upon seeing that child, you will remember that there once existed a nurturing mother named Tunin. She stood by your side, and that child is the evidence of our bond. She straightened her expression and spoke earnestly to Li. Do you doubt that this child is yours? I have no way to prove it, but I have a method. That is to give birth to him. You will naturally discern his beastly traits, and if he is not your child, then please, at that moment, kill him and me together. Tunin smiled as she inquired of Li. It should not take long, should it? Regardless, disloyal Tunin does not deserve to be by your side. Li's throat tightened. He felt cornered by Tunin's resoluteness, and in that dire moment, his heart unexpectedly erupted with the fireworks of happiness. Tunin's audacity in speaking such words meant this child was undoubtedly his. She had certainly not been tainted by any other male beast. Tunin still belonged entirely to him. He felt a dizzying intoxication, far better than any of the outcomes he had imagined during his journey. But soon, he was struck by a chilling realization. A shiver coursed through him as he understood that if this were true, it meant that he had personally dealt Tunin a fatal blow after she had endured countless hardships to bear his child. He had not comforted her, and now he lay there, relying on her care, all the while inflicting pain upon her. No wonder Tunin's demeanor had grown increasingly distant. Li's lips trembled, unsure of what words could salvage this situation. Jiyu had remained like a ghost in the corner of the tent, and after listening to the quarrel among the three, she quickly observed the resolute Tunin and the speechless Li. She steeled herself internally and finally spoke. Tunin was said to have consumed only a little blood before being rescued by the caravan. Had she encountered us a day later, she would have starved in the desert. In the desert, she had no suitable food, and all this time, she had been fleeing. None of us nurturing mothers wish to be with a specific individual as she did. Tunin is special, and so her suffering is greater. Lee closed his eyes in anguish. Yes, what Ji Yu said echoed his innermost thoughts. No one expects a nurturing mother to maintain her loyalty when her nurturer goes missing. It is almost inconceivable. Everyone knows that nurturing mothers only uphold the morals of fertility during the specific periods when they are cared for. Ji Yu should not speak further. Tunin lowered her gaze and shook her head at Ji Yu, as if not wanting her innermost feelings to be laid bare. Yet her fingertips unconsciously twisted the fabric of her clothing. Ji Yu, however, did not relent. She vehemently added her final words. You all believe that a nurturing mother lacks a heart, but we have merely never encountered someone who truly cares for us. Lee turned to Tunin, and at that moment, he suddenly understood. The trustful smile Tunin had previously displayed, her gradually relaxed demeanor, and her diligent efforts in managing their small abode were all manifestations of her genuine devotion. As for himself, he wished for Tunin to don the softest garments and partake in the most suitable sustenance. He desired her laughter. Even when faced with dire circumstances, he refused to close his eyes, driven by his own sincerity. It was precisely this sincerity that fueled his uncontrollable jealousy. It was also this very sincerity that had led Tunin to choose to wait for him during her most challenging times. But did all of this still exist now? What was Tunin thinking at this moment? He did not know. Lee's heart crumbled within him. Chapter 52. Trust requires validation. A profound silence enveloped the group. Ji Yu's words echoed within the confines of the small tent. Gaia was stirred by Ji Yu's summation, growing increasingly indignant on Tunin's behalf. Lee's gaze lost its focus. He dared not look at Tunin. As Tunin shifted slightly, all three were captivated by her presence, each assuming she would flee from the suffocating confines of the tent. Contrary to everyone's expectations, she did not move toward the exit. Instead, she stepped in Lee's direction. Lee felt an overwhelming urge to retreat, yet he felt powerless. Nervously watching as Tunin approached, Tunin knelt beside him, her hands deftly untying the dry, knotted collar of his garment, gently brushing against his throat. A layer of muddy yellow sand stained her hands. Lee was oblivious to Tunin's thoughts as he followed her gaze to her fingers. The stark contrast of the dirt on her pale fingers was jarringly conspicuous. Just like himself, Lee mused. Just like this broken, chaotic beast that he was, he cursed himself. Damned to be Tunin's greatest calamity. If someone else had purchased Tunin, they would never allow her to endure further suffering after all she had already faced. Tunin cradled Lee's face in her hands. This was perhaps the first time since their encounter that he felt Tunin's warmth so profoundly. The skin she touched, every pore, opened up to express its yearning for her. Lee, his nurturing mother, no, his Tunin, was still willing to call out to him. Why do you not trust me? Tunin inquired. Lee yearned to speak, to argue that he had come to understand, that he was mistaken, and that he would not repeat his errors. Yet, Tunin did not grant him the opportunity to respond. She leaned in and kissed him. Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. Tunin's face loomed before him. Her eyelashes were indeed so long and curled. They brushed against his face, evoking a sensation that was both ticklish and soft. Her lips were so tender. She first tentatively captured his upper lip, giving it a gentle nibble. Lee stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Tunin's tongue immediately plunged into his mouth, devouring the words he was about to utter. Yet, upon encountering him, it shyly retreated, only to return to caress his lips once more. Such torment, he mused. Was this Tunin's form of punishment? So stern, yet equally sweet. He emitted a blissful sigh, finally allowing himself to close his eyes and fully embrace the moment. At last, he awaited the moment Tunin let her guard down, and when she once again invaded his lips, he fiercely drew her in, unwilling to let her escape. Lee's spirit reignited. This time, he was at fault, but precisely because of that, he could not allow Tunin to leave. He resolved to remain by her side, atoning for his mistakes. He would show her his sincerity. No longer would he doubt Tunin. He would solely love her, trust her, and protect her forever, along with their child. Tunin had drawn enough moisture from his mouth, and the room was silent. Ji Yu and Gaia had likely slipped away quietly the moment she kissed Lee. They could not comprehend Tunin's actions, perhaps concocting various theories. Yet, in truth, Tunin was merely conducting an experiment. Even amidst this near-asphyxiating kiss with Lee, she was able to extract her thoughts and inquire about the system that might be observing from some hidden corner. Can such actions capture genes? Yes. Tunin exhaled in relief. She simultaneously confirmed several things. Firstly, intimate acts indeed encompass various degrees, not limited to just one form. However, this was not her primary objective. A deeper inquiry was also validated. The system was not unresponsive but only answered key questions pertinent to task completion. Most importantly, the child's level was not, as the system claimed, unrelated to it, merely a friendly reminder. On the contrary, it might be the very aspect it cared about the most. Did it not realize? The queries it currently addressed were not about Tunin herself, but solely concerning the child's level. To further validate, Tunin continued to ask, can mere kisses fulfill the requirements? As anticipated, the system wasted no time in replying. No, unless you can continue kissing until birth. A more efficient method is recommended. A cold smile graced Tunin's lips. System, you have revealed your hand. Why are you so concerned about my child? Everything remained a riddle, but at least for now. The system shared a common goal with her, to ensure that the child within her womb received the very best. In this thick atmosphere, they exchanged breaths gently for a prolonged moment, until Tunin finally pushed Lee away. In her gaze, there was a renewed sense of attachment and trust. You believe in me now, don't you? Tunin asked knowingly. Lee uttered this word, reluctantly watching Tunin straighten up. After a brief moment of hesitation, he earnestly confessed. I was simply too afraid of losing you, and that fear has caused you suffering. Tunin gazed softly at him, shaking her head slightly. As long as you treat him well. She gently caressed her belly, expressing her desire to personally nurture him. It was peculiar why she said such a thing. Tunin suspected that Lee genuinely did not comprehend these sentiments, and after a moment's hesitation, she chose to share a fragment of her acquired knowledge with him. Jiyu, the female beast from earlier, is also a nurturing mother. I learned much from her. Tunin sighed. She had borne several children, yet none could be raised by her. Only one child remained by her side, unable to recognize her as his mother. Lee reflected, realizing that Tunin's assertion held truth. He had only witnessed pregnant nurturing mothers and had never seen one with a child. Nurturing mothers are only useful when pregnant. I do not wish to be like that. Tunin swept aside her hair, revealing her neck to Lee, where beneath the synthetic skin, no numbers were discernible. I wish to be an ordinary female beast. I yearn to raise our child myself, not to be passed along. Tunin earnestly implored Lee, do not let the child be taken from me. No one could care for him better than I. Without a moment's doubt, Lee acquiesced. He did not understand why one would take a child from his mother. Perhaps it was merely due to his own upbringing as a wanderer, indifferent to societal norms. Tunin wished to raise their child? Naturally. As he contemplated this notion, a profound sense of happiness enveloped him. What if his own mother had treated him as Tunin did her child? He momentarily lost himself in thought before snapping back to reality, gazing at Tunin, who was smiling sweetly due to his response. Tunin had forgotten her earlier displeasure and joyfully exclaimed, I knew you would agree. Oh, and I have a little secret to share. She hesitated, then bashfully confessed. To prevent the merchant caravan from reselling me, I concocted a tale. I am now a noble lady, and Gaia is my protector. There was no need to disclose the romantic aspect to Lee, to spare him further agitation. Tunin earnestly grasped Lee's hand. The caravan is heading to Mata City. We intended to accompany them. Now, could you please stay in the tent to recuperate and not venture outside? She looked at him with pleading eyes. I want to reach Mata City safely and settle there to have our baby. Lee, somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement, accepting the arrangement without complaint. There were still 7 days' journey to Mata City. Chapter 53, Identity Crisis. Mata City was now within reach. Thanks to the benevolence of Tohian, Zhuangqi not only harbored no doubts about Lee's identity but also generously provided ample supplies. Under Tunin's meticulous care, Lee's recovery progressed splendidly. Tunin, so you are expecting? Little Bear inquired, playfully clinging to Tunin outside the tent. Yes, how did you know? Tunin asked in surprise, pinching Little Bear's chubby cheek. The little bear shielded his face, his eyes darting about. This was something my mother had told me. He spoke in a hushed tone, fearful of being overheard by others. Would he then be calling me brother in due time? Tunin felt a pang of melancholy. Upon reaching Mata City, we would part ways. The next time you visit Mata City, I shall introduce you to my younger sibling, be it a brother or sister, if you wish. Furthermore, Tunan's eyes sparkled. Jiyu was about to give birth, and he would soon become a brother. The little bear buried his head in Jiyu's skirt, visibly discontented. Tunan squatted down in surprise, embracing him, only to find the little one's eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of crying. What was the matter? After a long moment of hesitation, the little bear, with a quivering voice, asked Tunan, I heard someone say that Jiyu might not survive and could die. I despise this younger sibling. I do not want Jiyu to perish. At a loss for words, Tunan struggled to respond to the little bear. It dawned on her, prompted by the child's words, that their separation from Ji was imminent. And Ji had previously mentioned that this pregnancy would not be an easy one. Why must a mother endure such exhaustion? She found herself perplexed. Tunan could only redirect the child's attention. Didn't Tu say you wanted to learn how to play with a small knife? Li has made you a little wooden knife. Why not go find him? The child's eyes instantly brightened, momentarily forgetting his earlier sorrow. Really? Then I shall go find Li. Without even wiping away the tears on his face, he dashed into Tunan's tent. The merchant caravan's beetles came to a halt. And Tunan stepped out of the tent to gaze ahead. The entire caravan was lined up before a towering city. This was Mana City, the second largest city on Sandstar. The merchant beetles were sizable, yet they appeared diminutive before the city walls. Why are these walls taller than those of the capital? Tunan inquired of Ji, who stood nearby. Ji shook her head, while he answered from within the tent. That is because this place boasts the most formidable interstellar anti-aircraft weaponry on the planet. One could say that our ability to continue living on this planet, unscathed by the insectoid races, is largely due to it. Thus, it was revealed that this place served as the military heart of the planet. The caravan leader, Zhuang Qi, was engaged in conversation with the guards at the city gate. Ji, somewhat proud, informed Tunan, our Oasis caravan is exempt from inspections wherever we go. We are the most favored. However, this time, an unexpected issue had arisen. After a lengthy discussion, Zhuang Qi returned, somewhat begrudgingly, accompanied by a full contingent of soldiers emerging from the city gate. Shortly thereafter, Qin came to inform the womenfolk that the guards would soon be approaching to verify identities and inspect belongings. Tunan furrowed her brow and retreated into the tent, quietly expressing her concerns to Li. Can our identities withstand scrutiny? Li hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yet, he cautiously added, routine checks should pose no problems. Soon, a soldier approached their beetle, and Tunan and Ji stepped out to greet him. I apologize for the disturbance. We are merely adhering to protocol. And I kindly ask for your cooperation. This soldier's attire differs from the others, suggesting he holds a certain rank. He produced a small square box, which Tunan recognized as a mobile information query device. Ji Yumu. Tunan noted that she had not seen Ji with a wristband. However, she turned and revealed the digits on the back of her neck. The soldier's expression remained unchanged as he entered the numbers into the machine, and after a moment, a sound chimed. There appeared to be no issues, and he turned his attention back to Tunan. She extended her wrist adorned with a wristband and tapped it on the device. Another chime echoed, and the soldier glanced down, his gaze abruptly halting as he scrutinized Tunan, who was slender, delicate, and notably devoid of ears or a tail. He drawled slowly, inquiring, Tunan, a civilian? Tunan maintained her composure, her smile faint. Yes, it is I, a traveler from a merchant convoy. Zhuang Qi has been exceedingly kind to me. It is thanks to him that I have arrived here safely. She was uncertain whether the soldier had detected anything amiss, yet she was merely an unthreatening female, and thus she should not face any difficulties. Nonetheless, she casually implicated Zhuang Qi as her endorsement. The soldier non-committally grunted, glancing toward the tent behind them, asking inside, there is another injured individual, please. Tunan lifted the tent flap, guiding him within. Something felt off, and she needed to remain vigilant. The soldier stepped inside. The light within the tent dimmed, and he quickly became accustomed to the sight of a robust man half-seated in the corner. Name? Identity? He inquired as he approached, deftly scanning the data from the outstretched wrist. Li, a freeman. The information illuminated, and he raised his gaze to verify Li's appearance. Li's peculiar features struck him abruptly, causing him to step back momentarily. Such chaotic beings are rare. He scrutinized the scars on Li's face and the recently healed ears without revealing his thoughts. What happened to the injury? Stand so I may see. My lord, Tunan interjected from behind him. My guard sustained severe injuries while rescuing me and cannot rise. I apologize. Tunan stepped forward slightly, subtly obstructing Li's gaze, producing an object from her bosom to display to the soldier. The soldier's expression shifted dramatically. Otherwise, we would not have placed him among the women of the convoy, would we? What do you suggest we say when we exit? The soldier cast another glance at Li, whose fierce demeanor belied his apparent injuries. Recalling the item Tunan had just revealed, he slowly nodded and exited the tent. Please do not move, all right? Zhuang Qi will assist. He would never allow the merchant convoy to be trifled with. Tunan invoked Zhuang Qi's name, and Li appeared skeptical. He grasped Tunan's hand, stating, I am much improved. I can lead you out. Tunan sighed inwardly. She withdrew her hand and leaned down to peck the injured, furry cat eerily. Leave it to me. We have children now, so we must proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Li's gaze shifted to her abdomen, his brow furrowing. He was truly unaccustomed to such indirect methods of handling matters. When Tunin emerged from the tent, the soldier was indeed waiting for her on the platform. As he saw her, he flipped his hand, prompting Tunin to instinctively present the token engraved with an eye pattern. How did you come to possess Colonel Kong's token? Colonel Kong? The first person that sprang to Tunin's mind was Kong Jiamo. Could it be that the soldier was referring to him? It was given to me by Hain, who mentioned that I would need it to settle in Mata City. Tunin initially intended to use the token merely to pass this inspection. But upon observing the soldier's solemn demeanor, she realized it would be more prudent to address the matter directly. He mentioned that his friend Kong Jiamu would understand his intentions. I apologize, Hain. Please assist me once more. Surely, if I were to plead with you in person, you would acquiesce? With a melancholic sigh, Tunin expressed her thoughts. Chapter 54. The Winds Rise in Mata City. The soldier took the token and departed. Tunin speculated he would seek out Kong Jiamo. She had just cast the dice again. However, when the soldier stated that the token belonged to Colonel Kong, everything she had uttered was solidified. None of her previous words had been truthful. Yet, those limited phrases were sufficient for the soldier to regard her with importance, particularly since she had accurately mentioned both Hain and Kong Jiamo. Tunin believed that even if Kong Jiamu inquired about Hain, it would pose no issue. After Hain's departure, she reached into her pocket to retrieve the token, wondering when Hain had secretly slipped it to her. Since he had left her the token, he must have been prepared for its use. Moreover, Tunin's request was not an unreasonable one. Kong Jiamu and Hain must be quite close friends. Otherwise, Hain would not have given her Kong Jiamu's token. Perhaps he anticipated that Tunin would find use for it in Mata City. What had he foreseen? Tunin was uncertain. In just 2 days, their brief encounters had revealed the man's warmth, magnanimity, and profound understanding and empathy towards women, which deeply moved Tunin. What a pity. Are you suggesting that the beast in question might be the one I am pursuing? Kong Jiamu was now toying with the very token. Indeed, the rogue beasts are exceedingly rare. Although he was previously masked, his physique and ears bear a striking resemblance. He has sustained injuries. The soldier dutifully reported the observed circumstances to his superior. And as for the female beast, her identity is also fabricated. He intended to continue, but his superior interrupted him. She claimed that this token was given to her by Hain, and that she wishes to settle in Mata City, asking me to take care of her? The soldier corrected sternly. No, she stated that you would be aware of it. TCH, Kong Jiamu tucked the token back into his bosom, gazing up at the starry sky. What a fine fellow Hain. I wondered why he suddenly expressed a desire to return to the Sea Soul Star. It seems he fled due to romantic entanglements, leaving his female beast for me to tend to. Perhaps you ought to communicate with Lord Hain. Communicate about what? His Navet rendered him exceedingly bashful. What if, upon breaking the ice, he chose not to return? No violence shall ensue. Might you consider meeting that lady? Kong Jiamu's lips twitched, feigning ignorance to the suggestion. Merely instructing his subordinates. You shall go and ascertain their needs. Keep a watchful eye. As for him, it is best to maintain a distance. He is acutely aware of his notorious reputation as a libertine and possesses unwavering confidence in his allure before the fairer sex. This was Haiyan's first experience of affection, and he had no desire for it to be disrupted. The merchant caravan finally entered the city. Tunan, standing in for Gaia and Li, bid farewell to the caravan alone, under the meaningful gaze of Zhuang Qi. She expressed her gratitude for the caravan's care, stating that she had arrived at her destination and intended to stay. Before doing so, however, Tunan sought out Jiyu. She grasped Jiyu's hand, probing. If I were to propose to Qin or Zhuangqi that you join me here, what would you think? Would you be willing? A trace of concern flickered within her. Especially as Jiyu was nearing her time, and the caravan would only remain in the city for a day before departing again. The city of Mata required such a large and efficient caravan solely for military purposes. Jiyu embraced her, gently rubbing her slightly rough cheek against Tunan's. Do not inquire. It would be quite offensive. Yet, despite her words, Jiyu appeared in high spirits, her laughter wafting down like feathers. To have met you is one of the greatest joys of my life, second only to the birth of my children. Tunan's brow furrowed in perplexity. She could scheme against the fierce beasts, outwit Fiona, and even eliminate Gray. Yet, when faced with this humble mother, she found herself utterly at a loss. I may give it a try, provided you are willing. I am not willing. Jiyu replied gently yet resolutely. I must give birth. My child deserves to be born under the watchful eye of his father. Only then will his identity be validated, and he shall receive the recognition he rightfully deserves. She tenderly adjusted Tu Nan's hair, apologizing. I am a mother, and my child must be my foremost consideration. Her gaze flowed like water, reflecting understanding and cunning. You have begun to grasp this, have you not? Tu Nan looked down at her abdomen. Ji Yu smiled, her expression brimming with comprehension and mischief. She whispered in Tu Nan's ear, it is for this child that you chose him. Tu Nan stood momentarily stunned, before weakly nodding. Although Ji Yu assumed she was like all mothers, wishing for her child to be born under the father's gaze, thus relinquishing Haiyan. The conclusion was not far from the truth. Therefore, we each have our paths to traverse. We must strive forward without regret. Ji Yu's smile radiated warmth. Yet Tu Nan perceived an ominous undertone, especially when Ji Yu imparted her final thoughts. I know little Bear will fare well, and Ken is a responsible man. He will care for the child. However, if the day comes, please watch over them. As these words lingered, Ji Yu bid farewell to Tu Nan, who remained rooted in place as he walked towards his noble beast, accompanied by that fabricated lover, departing from the caravan. The distance between them grew ever greater. Ji Yu stood steadfast, waving. Go on, Tu Nan. You are unlike us. My life is nearing its end, while yours has only just begun. I know you are destined for a magnificent existence. I wish you well. Tu Nan, Gaia, and Li once again strolled together down the street. The sole distinction was that Li was seated upon the back of the golden-haired Gaia, who carried him along. They sought a suitable place to reside. The combined funds of Gaia, Li, and Tu Nan should suffice to rent a modest abode temporarily. Indeed, Gaia had managed to save some money during this time. He had been assisting Ken with various tasks, and before departing, Ken had handed him a substantial sum for his labor. It was apparent that Ken held a fondness for Gaia. Nevertheless, the trio's future living arrangements required careful planning. As life in the city presented complexities far beyond those of the river valley, this was not a place where one could solely rely on brute force. Miss Tu Nan. Someone called from behind, causing Li and Gaia to immediately become alert. The golden-haired Gaia pivoted, shielding Tu Nan behind him. To their surprise, the newcomer was the soldier who had just gone to inspect the beetle. What a coincidence. Where are you headed? He said, his expression cold and his words incongruous. What do you want? Li's hand subtly descended, his curved dagger hanging at his side. Tu Nan gently pressed down on his hand. Stepping forward to assume the role of spokesperson for the group, she inquired politely, we are preparing to rent a house from an agency. Do you have any additional questions that I might address? It was evident to Tu Nan that the soldier had come specifically for her. His face betrayed his emotions. As it happens, I have a small courtyard available, owned by the military. It seems rather wasteful to leave it empty. You may reside there without paying rent, as long as you assist us with its upkeep. Additionally, we can pay you a monthly sum of 1 karo. Tu Nan blinked. Such terms sounded dubious. As anticipated, Gaia sensed something amiss. You want us to live there for free? What are you scheming? The absurdity of the soldier's words, reminiscent of the fabrication spun by Kong Jiamu's subordinates, was hard to dismiss. Tu Nan rubbed her forehead. Or could this actually be Kong Jiamu's intention? What does he intend? Chapter 55, well-fed and pensive. Absolutely not. Li flatly rejected the proposal, his gaze fixed intently on the soldier, ready to engage in a confrontation at a moment's notice. Truly, Li was audacious, having developed a disposition that hindered proper communication. Yet, had he forgotten that he was still injured? He alone might not be able to escape, let alone with Tu Nan and Gaia in tow. Are you not Miss Tu Nan's bodyguard? She has yet to speak. Why do you interject? The soldier retorted, visibly displeased. Were it not for the children, Tu Nan would have truly wished to abandon the situation, though that was, of course, out of the question. This house, she surmised, was likely offered by Kong Jiamu for the sake of a friend. One could only say that Hain's influence was considerable. She desired this residence, as it seemed to promise a safer environment, more conducive to her pregnancy and childbirth. After all, given the circumstances of the past 2 months, she lacked confidence in her ability to deliver a child without complications, especially considering her fragile state. However, she could not allow the 2 formidable beasts behind her to sense anything amiss, particularly Li. May I inquire how to address you? She asked, her smile easing the tense atmosphere. Such excellent conditions, I presume Lord Zhuangqi has said something to you? Yet, he was far too courteous. He had already caused them considerable trouble along the way. As for accepting any financial compensation, I must decline. The soldier's thought process was rather straightforward. Miss Tu Nan, I am Song Jie, a sergeant, he replied to the simplest of questions. while his mind continued to ponder Tunan's subsequent remarks. Indeed, he had inquired with Zhuangqi, who merely indicated that she was a lady of esteemed status from the capital. "Ah, Miss Tunan does not accept money," he noted. "Is your command to compel me to accept all of this?" Tunan expressed her surprise. "No, I understand that you wish to take care of me. How about this? We shall move into the house, as we are indeed in search of one. As for the matter of Kalyulu, could we refrain from mentioning it? During the first 3 months, we may face some financial constraints. Would it be possible to pay the rent in full after 3 months?" Tunan interrupted him twice in quick succession. Fortunately, Sergeant Song Jia was accustomed to such a manner of speaking, as his superior, Colonel Kong, often interrupted him as well. As long as the matter was clarified, that was sufficient. Colonel Kong had merely instructed him to look after her, and this arrangement was originally his own idea. Since this lady found the proposal agreeable, it should pose no issue. "Very well, as you say," he replied. "Please follow me." He proceeded to lead the way. Li and Gaia, much like him, were bewildered by how the situation had unfolded. Zhuangqi was being so considerate towards them. Gaia inwardly reflected on the Oasis leader's reputed generosity. The golden-haired creature's tail wagged joyously. However, he pondered why Zhuangqi could not simply have sent Qin to inform them directly, instead of summoning this soldier. Such is life. Song Jia felt that everything had been resolved and clapped his hands before departing. The small courtyard they rented was quite agreeable, reminiscent of Tunan's previous life in a quaint Sihiyuan. It was a single-story structure with 3 rooms surrounding a modest courtyard, with the kitchen and storage room adjacent to the entrance. Gaia placed Li in the main room and settled himself in a side room. During his time spent with Tunan, he had formed a habit of not questioning her decisions. Li, however, had not yet developed such awareness. He sat on the bed, hoping Tunan might offer some explanation. After all, accepting unmerited kindness from others felt perilous to him. Tunan, noticing Li's cold demeanor and sulking expression, gently approached and sat beside him. She extended her hand, signaling Li, who exhaled through his nose in dissatisfaction yet still remembered her pregnancy as they walked together. Reluctantly, he embraced her, gently kneading her lower back with his warm, broad palm, a habit he had recently acquired since she began to complain of back pain. Tunan leaned against Li's chest, her arms encircling his waist, her face pressed against him, listening to the immediate rhythmic changes of his heartbeat. How intriguing, Tunan mused. Though they already had a child, Li remained restless at her proximity. With a soft inquiry, she asked Li, "I have made a decision for everyone. Will you be upset?" After pondering for a moment, Li felt a sense of unhappiness, though it did not seem directed at Tunan. Collecting his thoughts, he replied with confusion, "I am not angry with you. I am frustrated with myself. If I could resolve everything, you wouldn't need to worry." He slightly turned his head aside, observing the well-furnished interior of their home, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Back in the valley, these were the things he could provide for her. Now, it was entirely reliant on Zhuangqi. His mate now depended on the charity of others to live well. Indeed, this wounded his pride. Tunan's lips curled into a smile as she buried her face deeper into his chest. "If it were just me, I would gladly share all kinds of days with you, but now I have your child. I apologize. I do not wish for them to suffer even a little." Tunan's muffled words struck Li like thunder, awakening a realization. Indeed, Tunan was pregnant and still had to care for him. What right did he have to let her refuse assistance from others? Li fell silent. "Once the child is born, let us find a place of our own. Small and shabby if need be, it matters not." Tunan always exuded a softness akin to water, yet Li felt even more guilty upon hearing this. "Just stay here. You need not worry." He silently vowed that once he healed, he would secure better resources. His Tunan and their child deserved everything better. The maternal love he lacked in his childhood would be compensated for through his child. He would never again let go of Tunan's hand. The circumstances of the valley would never repeat themselves. Thus, the 3 settled in the yard, and Li's injuries astonishingly improved day by day, healing almost completely after half a month. With rent no longer a concern, they indulged in their meals without restraint. Li had regained his strength, his previously pallid complexion now vibrant once more. That afternoon, with his torso bare, he sharpened a blade under the sun, his muscles swelling beautifully with each movement. Tunan, resting her chin on her hand by the window, watched idly. Once Li had finished sharpening the knife, he lifted a basin filled with water and poured it over himself from head to toe, splashing water everywhere. He casually tossed his hair, which had not been trimmed recently, falling to ear length. The strands danced with the splashes of water under the sunlight, exuding a potent sense of masculine strength and vitality. He resembled an ancient Greek statue. The robust were God seemingly brought to life, momentarily distracting Tu Nan. Lately, adhering to the principles of sustainable development, she could only maintain a superficial distance. As the genes the child needed seemed insufficiently grasped, Tu Nan smiled faintly, tiptoeing away from the window. She felt a slight craving now. As she opened the door and turned her head, an unusually sweet smile graced her lips. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 56. This moment belongs to me. In that fleeting instant when their gazes met, Lee felt a tension coursing through him. The sunlight was blinding, and he could not help but squint. Why had he suddenly felt the shiver of being preyed upon? Tu Nan stepped out from the white cloth awning into the courtyard, standing beside him with a cheerful demeanor. You didn't bring a towel, she observed, her gaze fixed on the droplets of water on him. It'll dry in a bit. It's fine, he replied, slightly dismissive, frowning at the intensity of the sun. You shouldn't stay out in this heat. Come inside and sit. I'll feel uncomfortable sitting for too long, Tu Nan pouted. I'll take you to the market tonight, Lee said, sheathing his curved blade and lifting Tu Nan effortlessly in his arms. I'm already fine. I just want to see what work I can take on. Yes. I see you're all right, Tu Nan replied, a smile dancing on her lips as she surrendered her weight to him. As he walked toward the house, she playfully licked his furry ear. Ah, there is still a drop. Don't let it run into your ear. Lee stumbled slightly but held Tu Nan securely. He stuttered in mock anger. Be more careful. You're pregnant. You must. Tu Nan returned a playful, innocent expression. Must what? I don't have a towel with me. She curiously looked down. Why can't you stand steadily? Is your leg still not fully healed? Yet, she noticed a distinct change in Lee's physique. Tu Nan gasped softly, covering her mouth in surprise. Flushed with embarrassment, Lee pressed her head down with the hand still gripping the curved blade, preventing her from looking any further. With a firm stance, he took a few steps into the room and intended to set Tu Nan down. However, she protested. I'm a bit tired. Let me rest on the bed. Lee hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, gently carrying her to the bed. Yet, he could not pull away. Her soft yet resolute hands clasped around his neck as Tu Nan leaned closer, brushing her upper body against his ear. Lee felt as though he might be driven to madness by her teasing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to pull Tu Nan away from him, wary of being too rough and hurting her. You are pregnant, though not yet visibly prominent. Her abdomen had indeed begun to show a slight curve. Since the moment she could walk, Lee regarded Tu Nan as a precious porcelain artifact, wishing to shield her from any exertion, frequently desiring to carry her from one place to another within the courtyard. Initially, this made Tu Nan feel both entertained and secure. However, it soon became tiresome for her. She harbored numerous ambitious aspirations, eagerly awaiting their realization, commencing with the most significant ones. Lee's grip on Tu Nan's hand loosened. Yet as her hand descended, it inadvertently brushed against Lee's chest. In that fleeting moment of reaction, she finally released him, landing softly on the bed. Tu Nan resembled a flower delicately unfurling, her dark hair cascading across the bedding. Her feet slipped away from Lee's waist, grazing something in the process. Observing Lee's fiery demeanor, Tu Nan felt an increased sense of joy. I'm perfectly fine, she reassured. I consulted Jiyu, who mentioned that it is beneficial for mothers to have more contact with male beasts for the sake of the baby, just as long as it is gentle. Her words echoed in Lee's ears like the seductive call of a siren. Your injury hasn't healed, so I hesitate to trouble you, my lord Lee. The title my lord Lee was imbued with innocence and longing, devoid of any distance. Suddenly, Lee lunged forward, causing the bed to tremble slightly. He positioned his hands on either side of Tu Nan. Is that truly the case? He inquired, astonished. He had always believed that a pregnant female beast should avoid any harm, including the kind of intimate invasion he had in mind. How could I speak carelessly about matters concerning the baby? Tu Nan's smile radiated warmth. Lee immediately believed her. Tu Nan's concern for the child seemed to surpass her concern for him, which was evidently genuine. Had he endured this for so long in vain? Frustrated, he let out a low growl and leaned down to capture Tu Nan's lips. You waited until now to tell me. Are you punishing me? Lee seemed to grasp a sliver of the truth. Tu Nan, of course, would not concede. Amidst her labored breaths, she replied, How could that be? I was merely worried about your leg. After all, she had feared he might be permanently lame from his previous injury. No need, Lee said, bending one of his legs to rest beside Tu Nan. He took her hand and placed it on his thigh. There, it's fine. During moments like this, his words were always sparse. Beneath her hand, his thigh was robust, powerful, and occasionally quivered. Tunan didn't fully comprehend the method of assessing strength through genetic levels. But judging by the standards of her previous life, Li's physical constitution was certainly commendable. The offspring he provided would be exceptional. Her child would undoubtedly start with a favorable advantage, and the rest would depend on her efforts. Or perhaps she would no longer need to strive. Li noticed her distraction and emitted a soft, irritated huff through his nose, guiding her hand down to remind her of their current situation. Tunan chuckled lightly, her tone rising apologetically, yet her hand continued to stroke Li in accordance with his desires. In an instant, Li pressed his head against her neck, striving to arch himself toward her. The atmosphere was thick with suggestive and hushed breaths that resonated beside Tunan's ear. However, before long, Li halted Tunan's motions. He swiftly stripped both himself and Tunan, turning over and enveloping her in his embrace. "Be careful not to hurt her," he said with concern. Yet his actions betrayed no hesitation. Holding Tunan, he finally brought their bodies together. Tunan tilted her head back, her dark hair cascading down her back, wildly rising and falling. Kong Jiamu listened, almost in disbelief, to his subordinate's report, his elongated, slanted eyes widening slightly. "Are you saying that young lady is pregnant?" Sergeant Song Jia nodded. "Indeed, several nearby households are military families. I asked them to look after her. I only learned of this today. I never imagined Haiyan could be such a person." Kong Jiamu smirked. "It shouldn't be Lord Haiyan's child. It seems to belong to that chaotic beast." Song Jia's crucial information always seemed to arrive a beat too late. Kong Jiamu's light blue eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Are you saying this woman is living in the house I provided, betraying my brother?" The pin in his hand was crushed with a tight grip. He scoffed. Rising from his seat, retrieving his military jacket from the hanger, and with long strides, he set out to deal with this unruly female beast, seeking to avenge Haiyan. Song Jia hurried to follow him. "Wait, Colonel Kong, what's going on? When did he say that Miss Tunan was Lord Haiyan's female beast? This is merely a case of a noble lady eloping with her guard. There's no need for Colonel Kong to intervene." Scratching his head, Song Jia quickly trailed behind. Chapter 57. Someone kicked the door as Kong Jiamu stepped out of the garrison. He halted, relieved that Song Jia did not keep him waiting long, and soon caught up. "Stop dawdling." He tied up his curly hair, a cold smile forming on his lips, exuding an air of imminent confrontation. "Colonel Kong, I believe enough with the chatter. Lead the way," he interrupted his subordinate impatiently. Song Jia was diligent in his duties, but his thinking often seemed singular. What did it matter that the woman was a noble? He, Kong Jiamu, the young master of the Kong family, had nothing to fear. If that female beast had been unfaithful to him with others, he would not have been angry at all. In fact, he would have been curious to see what kind of extraordinary woman could forsake him. But to dare treat Haiyan in such a manner? Humph. Then he could not be blamed for being ruthless. With a cold snort, he resumed his disdainful demeanor, lifting his chin slightly as he followed the reluctant Song Jia toward the courtyard where Tunan resided. Meanwhile, Tunan was preparing to join the hunting party organized by the neighboring families, aiming to capture the black-scaled snake she had previously considered bringing to supplement her diet. Tunan later learned that most of these neighbors were mid to high-ranking officers from the local garrison. The strongest elite troops of Mata Star were likely stationed on this planet. Thus, these officers were all robustly built and appeared quite formidable. Tunan handed 2 large bento boxes to Li and Gaia, eliciting good-natured teasing from the soldiers. They jested with Li just as they once did with Gaia, teasing that not only could he win the favor of the noble lady, but he could also entice her to prepare a sumptuous meal. What delightful fare had Miss Tunan prepared for Li today? Daily, she tempts us, rendering our own household meals rather unappetizing. A few of the she-beasts accompanying them for the farewell cast jealous glances at their men, pinching them with annoyance. Tunan observed this without engaging the male beasts, instead humbly praising the other females. "Each of your ladies possesses remarkable skills, had it not been for their guidance. I would not have even known to chop the tendons before grilling the meat." She gestured for Li to bow his head, producing a hair tie to fashion his slightly lengthened hair into a small bun, then discreetly pecked his lips. Tunan smiled and stepped back, satisfied with the new hairstyle she had crafted for Li. His gaze was fierce, seemingly wishing to carry this audacious she-beast back to his abode. But it was said that hunting the black-scaled serpent occurred only once a month. Reluctantly, he let Tunan be. Only then did Tunan instruct Gaia, "Your brother's injury has yet to heal. Keep an eye on him." Indeed, Gaia's current identity was that of Li's younger sibling. After all, they both possessed canine lineage, which justified their relationship. Otherwise, the three living together would invite too much speculation, which Tunin wished to avoid. Come now. Are you truly concerned for Lee? In my opinion, the people here would perish at the jaws of the black-scaled serpent before he ever faced danger. Ahaha. His hearty laughter was abruptly silenced by a sharp tap from his wife. The environment of this small courtyard was quite suitable for them, predominantly inhabited by soldiers. The security was commendable. The neighbors were amiable, and after Lee's first participation in their rank activities, he earned the respect of all with his extraordinary prowess. They even sought to recommend him for military service. Tunin smiled as she observed all of this. Recently, she had enjoyed ample sustenance, both literally and metaphorically. Her status here as Lee's wife garnered her friendliness from all, and her life in this world had finally settled into a comfortable rhythm. So mundane that she nearly forgot about the system's countdown. Survival time remaining, 980 days. It was conspicuous, glaring, constantly hovering at the periphery of her vision. Each day, it diminished. Is that the place? Kong Jiamu inquired of Song Jia, nodding towards a small courtyard ahead. You really have a knack for finding a residence for her. Don't you? Does she deserve it? His derisive snorts echoed. Song Jia bore a heavy heart. Colonel Kong, despite his brusque demeanor, was quite generous and principled. Those of them without connections held great affection for him. Following him, they never worried about him withholding their rightful accolades. He had even promoted a subordinate to a position equal to his own. This was why, despite his arrogance, everyone bore no grievances. Well, not entirely without grievances. For instance, at this moment, he genuinely believed Colonel Kong had misjudged Miss Tunin. What noblewoman would forsake Mr. Hain for the cold countenance of Lee? Although he acknowledged that Lee was formidable, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of a true aristocrat like Kong. Song Jia wore a cold expression, yet turmoil brewed within him. He could only watch as Kong Jiamu swaggered toward the small courtyard, brazenly kicking the door open. Who else there? With Lee and Gaia absent, and Tunin dressed rather lightly at home, she first needed to retrieve a garment from the inner room upon the door's abrupt intrusion. Tunin felt little concern. After all, causing a ruckus in this neighborhood would surely lead the local residents to teach the foolish ruffian a lesson. After donning her attire, she finally stepped out, only to find the courtyard door swinging wide open, yet no one was at the threshold. Frowning, she sensed something amiss and cautiously grasped her wristband. Edging toward the doorway to peer outside, the street lay deserted, devoid of any figures. Across the way, the door to another courtyard cracked open slightly, revealing a young boy peeking out. Upon noticing Tunin, his eyes brightened. Owen, did you see anyone? What is happening? With all this commotion, why has anyone come to help? This isn't like our neighbors. The wives of these soldiers were known for their fierce resolve. They would not hesitate to confront an unruly thug. Shoo. Owen's eyes darted about, assessing the surroundings before beckoning Tunin closer. Confused, Tunin complied as Owen urged her to lean in. Once she was near, he whispered a warning. That was Colonel Kong from the patrol unit. He winked and divulged. My mother said she couldn't intervene, but asked me to inform you. You must ponder where you might have offended that little tyrant. Owen mimicked his mother's tone, vividly narrating, Don't trust that peacock's sweet words. My cousin was nearly driven to despair by him. Tunin paused, taken aback. Why was it Kong Jiamu? What business did he have kicking her door? Was he reluctant to rent her the courtyard? Surely, a civil discussion would suffice. Or had he discovered Lee's true identity? It seemed unlikely. He should have been aware by now, after more than half a month. What was his purpose in confronting her at this moment? Owen waited eagerly for her response. Amused, Tunin found it amusing that Owen's mother was genuinely concerned about women's virtue. Yet, she could not have anticipated that once Tunin bore the child within her, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Whether she would approach Hai-In or seek out Kong Jiamu remained uncertain. Chapter 58. Is someone attempting to block my path? As Kong Jiamu forcefully kicked open the courtyard door, his device vibrated. He casually glanced down, but upon a single look, it felt as though he had been pressed to a pause. Tapping his wristband, he heard his friend's voice laced with suppressed anger. Kong Jiamu, quite the audacity. Where has your noble demeanor vanished? Bullying the weak is truly impressive. Hai-In enunciated each word with clarity. On the surface, Kong Jiamu maintained an air of arrogance. Yet internally, he began to feel the weight of pressure mounting. The tone of my friend is a harbinger of an impending explosion. As for Hain, he is usually gentle and mild-mannered, but once angered, it is not easily soothed. Departing from the conversation, Hain coldly uttered 3 words before decisively ending the communication. This was indeed provoked anger, as Kong Jiamu observed, his lips twitching. It was apparent that this woman was formidable in just a few days. She had ensnared Hain's affections to such a degree, although he was no match for Hain in a physical altercation in matters of the heart. Hain was leagues ahead of him, clearly, without allowing Hain to endure some hardship. He would never comprehend that love is not merely a one-sided endeavor of silent devotion resulting in fulfillment. Kong Jiamu snorted softly, intending to let this enchantress revel for a few more days, after which he would allow Hain to witness the sight of her cradling another's child, a jarring revelation to clear his vision. He turned and strode away. The neighbors, initially roused with indignation, retreated upon realizing it was Kong Jiamu, for aside from his tumultuous romantic entanglements, he was otherwise unassailable in character. Tu Nan and her companions had only just arrived, and given her condition, there seemed to be little overlap with him, suggesting a misunderstanding. Therefore, when Tu Nan reached the doorway, she encountered neither Kong Jiamu nor any neighbors. Grateful for Owen and his mother's assistance, she turned, her head throbbing as she gazed at the fallen courtyard gate, pondering how to explain this to Li. If she dared to speak the truth, Li might very well ambush Kong Jiamu. With a sigh, she knocked on Owen's door again, opting to enlist his mother's help rather than burden herself with multiple issues. The hunting party returned boisterously as the sun dipped below the horizon. Tu Nan assumed that since she had resolved the unexpected incident earlier, she would be able to navigate the remainder of the day in peace. However, the true upheaval came with the return of the two who had ventured out. It was hard to express her gratitude. Not only had they rescued her and her daughter, but they had also provided them with shelter. Following Li was a pair of female beasts, their garments dust-laden yet resplendent. The elder, seemingly in her 40s, retained a charming allure, while the other was exceedingly young. She did not stand beside her mother, but rather hid behind Gaia. Her waist-length brown hair was intricately woven into a complex braid, interlaced with delicate strands of pearls. Large, soft ears cascaded down, cleverly integrating into her hairstyle. She timidly revealed half her face, her almond-shaped green eyes glancing at Tu Nan, as if startled. Clutching Gaia's sleeve tighter. Would brother and sister Gaia not welcome us? Tu Nan's stride faltered for a moment as she met the girl's gaze, catching a glimmer of familiarity in her timid eyes. Surprised, Tu Nan blinked and smiled playfully. Had she encountered another who wished to tread the same path? She pondered, her mind racing. Was this girl pursuing Li, or did her affections lie with Gaia? Worry and sorrow immediately enveloped Tu Nan as she approached, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the dust from Li's face. She then embraced one of his hands, leaning into him, her curiosity compelling her to inquire, "Who are these two?" The moment she leaned closer to Li, the young woman's expression darkened, though she quickly reverted to a shy demeanor, yet Tu Nan discerned the underlying tension. The pair were Sheng Ranjan and her mother, Chen Fang. Gaia enthusiastically introduced them, saying, "Ranjan, this is Tu Nan, as I mentioned. Do not be afraid. She possesses a gentle nature, just like you, and I am certain you will get along splendidly. Besides, you both share green eyes." The large dog appeared exuberant. Tu Nan observed with keen interest Gaia's extraordinary enthusiasm for Ranjan. Alas, if her intuition served her right, Gaia's fervor would be in vain, for Ranjan's interest lay not with him, but with Li. "Please, come in and have a seat," Tu Nan beckoned, taking Li's hand and assuming the role of a gracious host. In the instant she turned, Ranjan inadvertently gasped. "Oh." All eyes turned toward her, prompting her to awkwardly explain, I have just never seen anything like this, like her." She seemed quite flustered, unwilling to articulate her thoughts directly, her gaze clearly flitting between Tu Nan and the space behind her. Gaia gently tugged at her, chiding softly, "Do not act this way. Tu Nan will feel hurt. I will not do it again. I grew up in a manor and have seen few people, which is why I behave like this," she stammered, offering a nervous bow to Tu Nan, apologizing with her words while her eyes betrayed a hint of mockery. Tu Nan had no desire to engage in this farce of forgiveness and sympathy, only to simmer in her own frustration. In an instant, her brow furrowed, her complexion paling. She gripped Li's hand tightly, causing him to tense immediately. "What is it? Are you unwell?" Tu Nan, with a shy glance, bit her lip in distress. Without a second thought, Li dropped his belongings to the ground, bending down to scoop Tu Nan into a princess carry, disregarding the two women remaining in the courtyard, and strode toward the room. "Excuse me, guests," Tu Nan struggled to articulate. Li paid no heed. No one mattered more to him than Tu Nan. He had even forgotten the presence of the two living beings left behind. Gaia scratched his head, chuckling as he explained for Li, "Oh, do not mind him. In his eyes, there is only Tu Nan." "Ha ha." Sheng Ranjan nearly faltered in her faade. Tu Nan cast but a glance before burying her face in Li's chest. stifling her laughter. The slight tremor heightened Li's anxiety until he placed her gently on the bed, continuing to touch her anxiously while asking, "Is it stomach pain? Or back pain? What is wrong?" Tunin sighed, mischievously winking, and silenced Li's rare chatter with her lips, swiftly causing him to forget his inquiries as he became absorbed in the fervent kiss. As they separated, both breathless, Tunin finally spoke, "I simply missed you today. I long to kiss you," she earnestly confessed, as if this were the most significant matter at hand. "Why must I wait so long to kiss you upon seeing you?" Despite Li's dark skin, a hint of crimson could still be discerned. He earnestly explained, "It is not appropriate with others present." What could possibly be inappropriate? "I wish everyone were aware of our connection." Tunin, with a touch of playful petulance, insisted, "I don't care. You must kiss me immediately. I miss you. And the child misses you too." Li's breath deepened in response. He leaned in once more, bestowing upon Tunin an all-encompassing kiss. Tunin responded with a playful pout, her demeanor a blend of feigned disdain and genuine affection. "All right, enough teasing, let us shower first. Aren't you hungry? Both the baby and I are starving." Li immediately halted his actions, recalling the precious black-scaled snake he had brought back that day, while others were eager to sell the snake meat for profit. Only he and Gaia opted to keep it for themselves. The captain had mistakenly assumed they were ignorant and had kindly advised them that selling it would yield a fortune, making it impractical to consume it themselves. Let us save it for Tunin, Li thought, recognizing that she was in need of nourishment. And this rare delicacy would be perfect for her. Gaia nodded in agreement, although the captain shook his head in resignation. He could not deny that Tunin possessed good taste. It was on their return journey from the hunt that Gaia spotted the mother-daughter duo, Sheng Ranjan and her daughter, being pursued by a pack of sand leopards. The two, in a state of panic, raced toward the group, and Gaia leapt into the vehicle to help steer it. Observing the situation, Li made a swift decision, jumping into the throng of sand leopards. With a flash of his blade, the leading leopard recoiled with a startled yelp. Yet it remained defiant, baring its teeth and growling at both him and the vehicle. "Gaia, check what's in the car." Gaia parked the vehicle within the safety of the group, his nose twitching as he retrieved a small, cowering cub from the back seat. Without hesitation, he brought the cub to Li. "Is this yours?" he asked, gently tossing the cub toward Li. The little creature tumbled briefly before charging toward the adult sand leopard. The mother immediately began to lick the cub affectionately, then seized it by the scruff of its neck, casting a glance at Li before darting away. The pack of leopards followed suit, departing from the scene. The mother and daughter, unable to clarify how the small creature had made its way into their vehicle, insisted they were noble women with ample wealth, pleading for protection. Sheng Ranjan's green eyes shimmered like water in the desert, and in a moment of distraction, Gaia acquiesced to her request, becoming their unexpected savior. When Tunin returned to the courtyard before dinner, she found Sheng Ranjan and her daughter appearing notably more composed. At least on the surface, Gaia was busy preparing a meal while Ranjan offered gentle words of encouragement from the side. "Wow, Gaia is truly remarkable. Your brother is indeed exceptional. I had never realized that there were such extraordinary individuals among commoners." Tunin raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the esteemed Ranran was not a commoner herself. Gaia merely continued to smile foolishly. Not having obtained the information she sought, Ranran persisted in her inquiries. Along the way, she overheard them discussing whether Miss Tunin was also of noble descent. "Which family does she belong to?" "I have never encountered a noble house with that surname." "That is because it is not my true name, Miss Ranran. Your name is quite unfamiliar as well." Tunin gracefully approached. This woman, whose identity is so flimsy, wishes to uncover her flaws. Which noblewoman would find herself so disheveled in the desert? Apart from this impostor herself? At least she concocted a tale of elopement. And what of Ranran? Tunin sighed with concern, continuing to poke at her vulnerabilities. "Why do you not take a guard when you venture out, now that you are back in the city? Let Gaia assist you in contacting your family to expedite your return home. I, unlike you, am determined to remain with Li. You must long to return home." Gaia hesitated. Yet Tunin's reasoning was undeniably sound. Such a distinguished lady would undoubtedly encounter numerous inconveniences while abroad. Ranran had already persuaded Gaia to lend her the side room for her stay, and with no means to return home, how could she possibly contact her family? She covered her face with her hands, immediately sobbing. "I cannot return home. My brother is angry with me." Tunin, though not fatigued from walking, feigned support for her waist and ambled over, observing as the woman struggled to maintain her facade. Only then did she offer a suggestion. "Why not stay here for the time being?" As soon as Ranran lowered her hands, revealing a look of relief, Tu Nin turned to Gaia with further instructions. Alas, the Xing family, perhaps you might communicate with the patrol army and request they send someone to escort Ranran home? Given the patrol army as standing, her brother would certainly not cause her any distress. Wouldn't you agree? No. Ranran could no longer maintain her composure, glaring furiously at Tu Nan, ready to unleash her wrath. Her mother, Chen Fong, rushed out from the room, embracing her daughter while weeping. It is all my fault. It is all my fault. I caused your brother to be angry. Perhaps I should perish outside to atone for my sins. Then your brother would not be upset, and you could return to your father's side. Mother, please do not say such things. Wherever you are, I shall be. Wailing. Ranran's cries became more heartfelt. Tu Nin then deduced the situation. It appeared that Chen Fong was the concubine of the Sheng family, and the brother in question was likely the current head of the family. Old Master Sheng was either sidelined or simply indifferent to this daughter. What could a woman of such status possibly see in Li? Tu Nan did not believe that the calculating Ranran was genuinely enamored with Li at first sight. It seemed that only Gaia was genuinely captivated by Ranran. Should she be entirely cast out? Tu Nan reviewed all the circumstances in her mind and decided to let them remain for the time being. Her noble status is but a castle in the air, sustained solely by the decorum and grace of her past life. In this realm, she still has a long way to go. This mother-daughter pair possesses a hint of cunning, just enough to allow her to extract a few words and gather some material, enabling her to fill in the details of her current identity. Contemplating all of this, she sighed deeply, as if moved by the genuine emotions shared between the two, and gently advised, "Why the tears? Since returning is not an option for now, let us take refuge here for the time being. Gaia, once your meat is stewed, come to me. Today, time does not permit shopping, so I shall share my bedding with them for the night." Upon entering the room, Tu Nin pointed towards the bedding, and Gaia stepped forward to embrace it. As she passed by, Tu Nin inquired, "Gaia, do you still remember my identity?" The daughter of McCoy, who cannot be seen. Even Tu Nin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Just a month has passed, and Gaia has seemingly etched this identity deep within her heart. Very well. You must remember yourself. However, no matter who inquires, you must not respond, understand? Tu Nin's expression grew serious. Gaia was taken aback. When had she last seen Tu Nin this way? Perhaps it was during their escape across the sands? "No one has asked me," she murmured. "Questions will soon arise, perhaps not directly, but they may ask about the places we've visited or the meals we've shared, inquiring about my lifestyle, in essence." Tu Nin's lips curled into a slight smile. "Let me instruct you. As long as the questions pertain to the past 3 months, concerning everything after you met me, simply display a look of difficulty and refrain from speaking." Gaia pondered, nodding obediently. "So, I should just smile foolishly as I did with Qin and the others back then?" "Precisely," Tu Nin affirmed. "This is crucial. You must remember, as it pertains to my very existence. For you see, a creature like me cannot nurture her own offspring. If I were to be separated from my child, it would be my demise. Do you comprehend?" Gaia's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Yes, I understand." He grasped Tu Nin's profound concern for her child, which only deepened his respect for her. A female being willing to sacrifice everything for her offspring will eternally earn the admiration of a male. Chapter 60. The confrontation at the dinner table. What demise? Who wishes to separate you from your child? In the courtyard, others were present, and Li, having just emerged from a small compartment after a quick wash, fortuitously overheard this remark. He cast a disapproving glance at Gaia, noticing the bedding she held. "What are you doing?" Tu Nin asked me to bring it for Miss Ranran. She fears the cold, and one blanket is insufficient. Gaia pondered this and realized the logic, promptly placing the blanket down. "I shall take them to purchase more." Li immediately returned the blanket to its place, reproaching Tu Nin, "Every night, you squeeze into my space and still dare to cover with one less blanket? What if you freeze?" "Oh dear," Li seems to have made significant progress. Tu Nin merely smiled gently from the side, watching him rearrange everything. "Have you dealt with the black-scaled serpent?" Li inquired of Gaia. Before returning, the captain specifically taught me how to prepare the black-scaled serpent. It is imperative to remove the sinew from its spine entirely, or it will be poisonous. "Not yet. Shall I go prepare it now?" I arrived, wielding my knife skills adeptly, with a small dagger extracted from my waist. I headed to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Tu Nin followed suit, her curiosity piqued by the exquisite ingredients. When Gaia returned with Chen Fong, having procured the necessary daily necessities, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. "How delightful," Gaia mused, entranced by the fragrance that led her toward the kitchen, where she encountered Tunin emerging with a platter of dishes. "Welcome back. Let's dine in the courtyard," Tunin beckoned. Gaia assisted Chen Fong in carrying the items into the room before joining Sheng Ronzan at the courtyard table. "Let us share a meal today. You wouldn't have time to cook. The dish I just simmered should be ready. Allow me to check," she offered to the mother and daughter duo. Sheng Ronzan had changed into a more splendid dress, yet it felt incongruous within the simplicity of the courtyard. She furrowed her brow slightly but bore the discomfort and seated herself, addressing Gaia. "Indeed, it smells delightful." Tunin had already set down the vegetables and turned. As Ronzan naturally made a request, "Do you have rice? I find it hard to adapt to noodles. Please remember to rinse the rice, lest it become too dry to consume." Tunin chuckled nonchalantly, amused by the request, yet she attentively noted this detail and replied to Gaia, "Please allocate a bowl of my rice for Ronzan." She apologized to Ronzan. "Originally, I was the only one eating rice here. I had no idea you enjoyed it too. Unfortunately, there isn't much to offer." Suddenly recalling something, she stood up to fetch a slender bottle from her room, offering a gentle smile to Ronzan and her mother. "I prepared this herbal tea myself. It pairs well with rice, providing a refreshing palate. However, I must confess, my stomach is sensitive and prefers warm dishes." In truth, Sheng Ronzan harbored doubts about Tunin's identity. Since childhood, she had fantasized about reclaiming her life in the Sheng family, and she was well acquainted with the lies of her contemporaries in high society. How had she never heard of a figure like Tunin, even if it were an alias? She had never encountered a daughter with such weak lineage as to be unrecognizable. Yet Tunin's demeanor was undeniably elegant, and her speech exuded the refined subtlety characteristic of the elite. Only consuming rice and cold dishes while also requiring herbal tea? What manner of eating was this? Ronzan found herself perplexed. Gaia busied himself, making several trips to fill the modest table with bowls and plates. He followed Ronzan's suggestion, rinsing the rice with herbal tea. Observing as the pristine grains transformed into delightful morsels, now adorned with a faint green hue and the delicate fragrance of plants, it certainly appeared more appetizing. Why didn't Tunin eat this way herself? Gaia pondered, though his wisdom kept him from voicing the question. Naturally, that would be unacceptable, Tunin thought to herself. Rice must be consumed warm, and any other method would be heretical. Finally, Li emerged from the kitchen, holding a single bowl and a small dish, placing them directly in front of Tunin. The captivating aroma that had earlier enveloped the air emanated from this very bowl of soup, utterly mesmerizing. "First, enjoy this, and then savor the soup," he indicated towards the dish before Tunin, which held 6 identical pieces of glistening, translucent meat. As he pinched a piece of tender meat and placed it into his mouth, its exquisite texture almost glided down his throat. Initially, he intended to offer a critique, but words eluded him. After a brief pause, he managed to utter, "It's remarkably delicate. You should indulge." Nonetheless, his hand remained firmly on Tunan's shoulder, preventing her from partaking. 2 minutes later, with a slight movement of his eyes, he meticulously assessed the meat and, upon finding no trace of any anomaly, felt satisfied. "It's not poisoned. It seems well prepared. Go ahead and eat." Only then did Tunan realize he had been testing for toxins. "Hurry up and eat. Why do you keep staring at me?" Li, seated beside Tunan, found it puzzling that she merely gazed at him without using her chopsticks. Indeed, they had adapted to using chopsticks, and it appeared that the guests had also mastered the art. Without further ado, and under his watchful gaze, she sampled a piece. It was exceptionally sweet, devoid of any fishy taste, thickly cut yet surprisingly light, with each bite releasing succulent juices. It was delicious, far surpassing the likes of sand scorpion king eggs and Chi-Chi pig trotters. It belonged to an entirely different culinary echelon. Tunin comprehended why affluent individuals traversed galaxies to acquire such delicacies. She beckoned Gaia. "You must try this. It's truly delightful." Gaia quickly waved her hand in refusal. "No, there is not much left, and you cannot eat anything else. Save it for yourself. You're with child." Sheng Ronzan, poised to pick up her chopsticks, hesitated and set them down in disappointment. The black-scaled snake was indeed a top-tier ingredient she had yet to taste. It seemed Tunan's life was exceedingly luxurious. Li was undeniably capable. She resolved to devise a plan to win Li's favor, aspiring for him to become her husband and accompany her to the Sheng family's gambling competition 3 years hence, even if she could not seize the championship. Securing a place among the top 3 would allow her to return to the grand estate in glory, no longer driven out like a dog by her elder brother. She was determined to make Li recognize that her identity as Sheng Ranjan was distinct, even if Tu Nin were truly a noble's daughter. She was likely just a minor aristocrat from the countryside. Unlike her, a young lady of the underground kingdom, the Sheng family. She gently set down her chopsticks, furrowing her brow as she inquired of Tu Nan, "Do we not share the dishes? Is this manner of dining not rather uncouth?" Tu Nan was savoring the only bowl of soup. She lowered her bowl, glancing at Gaia, who seemed entirely oblivious to her words, and Li, who had not been listening at all. With a sigh, she poked Li in the side. "Please fetch 5 more pairs of chopsticks. It is my oversight to have forgotten we have guests." Li asked no questions and promptly retrieved them for her. She distributed them to everyone, apologizing to Ranjan. "Sharing dishes feels rather unfamiliar. In our home, we use communal chopsticks. Miss Ranjan, are you familiar with this practice? We use communal chopsticks to serve food and individual ones for eating. It is both lively and hygienic." Sheng Ranjan was completely unaware of this custom but found it to be quite reasonable. Although Gaia begrudgingly accepted it, she felt somewhat constrained, muttering, "Dining is such a hassle." Tu Nin cast a disapproving glance at him, softly remarking, "It's merely an occasional occurrence. We must be mindful when there are outsiders present. However, when it's just us, I shall not concern myself with you." At this, Gaia's spirits lifted. Sheng Zhanran felt as if her face might split with disbelief. Was this to imply that aside from this meal, they would be dining separately, no longer able to share a table with Li? That vixen truly possessed remarkable cunning. Yet when she turned her gaze, Tu Nin appeared oblivious to the exchange, continuing to sip his soup. Chapter 61. Who Calls Me Mother? Sheng Zhanran endeavored several times to belittle Tu Nin in front of Li, attempting to elevate her own standing. All efforts, however, ended in failure. Thus, she began to seek solitary interaction with Li, which turned out to be even more pitiful, so dismal that Tu Nin found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. How had she once captured Li's attention? She had boldly thrown herself into his embrace, sensually enticing him while clearly showcasing her worth. Coincidentally, at that time, Li's account had been graced with a substantial sum. As for Sheng Zhanran, she stood in opulent attire, doused in fragrance, waiting for Li to return home. Yet when he opened the gate, he merely regarded her as an obstacle, swiftly circumventing her. Upon seeing Tu Nin, he expressed concern, asking, "Is that overwhelming scent bothering you?" She had prepared exquisite pastries and knocked on Tu Nin's door, bashfully declaring that they were made from a secret recipe of the Sheng family, asking Li to indulge in them. Li scrutinized her for a considerable time, and just as Tu Nin anticipated a token of polite gratitude, Li hesitated and queried, "I've heard that some aristocrats provide special nourishment for expectant mothers. Is that something you do?" Sheng Zhanran, nearly bursting with indignation, snatched the pastries away without a word. Li closed the door, remarking to Tu Nin, "I'm not unwilling to pay. I was merely inquiring." Why the anger? Tu Nin gazed at this dim-witted male, thinking, "Fool, does she covet your money? What she desires is you." Nonetheless, she had gathered nearly all the information she could from Sheng Zhanran. There was no need to further distress herself. Perhaps in a month, the child would arrive. It would be best to let this mother and daughter find their own accommodations. However, that evening, an unexpected visitor arrived. A persistent knocking echoed from the gate. "Here they come." As Li and Gaia had yet to return, Tu Nin gingerly approached the door, her belly having grown rapidly of late. At the door stood a person Tu Nin had not anticipated, Ken, cradling a small bear in his arms. As the door swung open, the little bear reached out to Tu Nin, but upon noticing her protruding belly, hesitated and withdrew into Ken's embrace, appearing bewildered. "Oh dear, it's our adorable little bear." Tu Nin greeted Ken warmly, happily motioning for them to enter. Ken, holding the child, followed Tu Nin inside, offering her a gentle smile as they exchanged pleasantries. "Even before we reached Marta City, he insisted that the chief must see you. Our goods are not yet organized. I had to consult Sergeant Song Jie to acquire your address. The leader could not manage, and he entrusted me to bring him to disturb you. This environment of yours is truly delightful." Upon entering the room, the little bear twisted and fell to the ground. Tu Nin, with slight difficulty, lifted him onto the edge of the bed, seating him beside herself. She gently caressed his soft hair and, with a pang of sorrow, inquired, "What has happened? Were you not eager to see me? Why, upon meeting, do you choose to ignore me?" The little bear merely turned to Ken and said, "You leave. I wish to play alone with Tu Nin." Tu Nin and Ken exchanged a glance, both adults displaying a warm and amused expression. "Very well. Shall the little bear stay here with us tonight?" Tu Nin silently asked Ken with her eyes. Ken nodded, and the leader anticipated this outcome. stating that if it were not an inconvenience, they would return to fetch him the following midday. Who could refuse such an adorable little bear? Recently, Tu Nan's maternal instincts had surged, making her cherish such delightful children even more. She embraced the little bear, eagerly consenting to the arrangement. Ken departed, and once he had left, Tu Nan was immediately gripped by the little bear, who clung tightly to her leg. The child pressed his head against her, yet remained silent. Frowning, she sensed something was amiss. Cautiously crouching down to investigate, she discovered that indeed, the little bear's face was flushed, and his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. A dreadful premonition gripped Tu Nan's heart. After a moment of trembling lips, she finally posed the question her heart had already answered. Jiyu is Jiyu. The little bear could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed forth uncontrollably. Tu Nan, Jiyu has died. I no longer have a mother. She forbade me from crying. She said I must not let anyone know that I am sad. Tu Nan, I am so heartbroken. The little bear's lament was heart-wrenching. His words scattered and broken, yet sufficient for Tu Nan to grasp the gravity of the situation. Jiyu had passed away, after giving birth to Ken's daughter. She had succumbed the very next day. The little bear struggled to continue, carefully retrieving a small, neatly folded piece of paper from his clothing, and solemnly handed it to Tu Nan, his eyes filled with reluctance. It was a letter. There was no envelope, no salutation, nor signature. Yet Tu Nan knew. This was Jiyu's message to her. If you're receiving this letter, it means I have gone to meet the beast god. I had a premonition that it would be this time. This is the conclusion that was long predetermined for me. I do not know whether the child I bore is a son or a daughter, nor do I ponder what form the beast will take. However, I am not concerned about these matters. The child's father will bear the burden of all this, and he too will have his mother. My only worry is that the child should not be made aware of these truths. I now realize that I should not have allowed him to know my identity. It is my fault that he must experience this separation at such a tender age. If possible, please comfort him in my stead. You must be nearing your own time. I believe you are right. Every mother loves her child. Thus you must not allow anyone the chance to separate you from your little one. Should I encounter the beast god, I will implore him on your behalf. Therefore, please ensure you find happiness. Tu Nan clutched the letter tightly, her vision darkening as her mind began to spin. She stared blankly at the little bear before her. What kind of world was this? What sort of regulations governed it? Why did a small group of people lead such a wretched existence, living in misery and dying in silence? After a prolonged moment, she finally gathered her thoughts, intent on providing comfort to the child before her, as the letter from Jiyu suggested. Yet, at that moment, it proved exceedingly difficult. She forced a pained smile for the little bear, only to see a look of greater panic cross its face. Groping for a chair, she warned herself against fainting in front of the child, but her hands lost their strength, and the letter slipped from her grasp, fluttering to the ground. Tu Nan. The little bear's frantic cries echoed in her ears, but she found it hard to respond. An overwhelming surge of anger surged within her, mingled with terror. She was already carrying a child of her own. If her identity were exposed or her intentions altered, would she one day lose them? Why? That was her flesh and blood, to be severed from her. How could she be compelled to relinquish them? Tu Nan. No. The little bear, in a state of distress, noticed Tu Nan's vacant gaze, as if she had suddenly slipped into another realm. It was as if it feared that bringing the letter had been a mistake. Suddenly, the door burst open. Li entered to find Tu Nan seemingly in a trance, slumped in a chair. He rushed to embrace her, gently patting her face and waving his hand before her eyes, utterly flustered, unsure of what to do next. Gaia, equally panicked, began to suggest hasty solutions. I'll fetch some water. Should it be hot or cold? Meanwhile, Shang Ranjan and Chen Fang observed the chaotic scene from the doorway. Chen Fang stepped inside, picking up the letter from the floor. Before she could read more than a few lines, the little bear charged at her. The tiny creature, claws bared, shouted, "Give it back. That's not yours." Gaia's gaze shifted to Chen Fang, who scoffed and tossed the letter back to the jumping child. She feigned concern as she approached. Don't panic. She is just in shock. Let her lie down quietly, and a warm towel on her forehead should help. Li, suddenly enlightened, quickly lifted Tu Nan. Yet, Tu Nan distinctly heard an urgent voice calling to her from an unknown source. Mama, what's wrong? It was a sweet, childish voice. Mama, please don't be sad. Another similar voice chimed in. Chapter 62. Sensing them, maternal-fetal connection activated. Fetal genes stabilized. The system's cold voice resonated. Tu Nan took a moment to process. Suddenly realizing, was that her child? Maybe. Is that you? Tu Nan could not contain her words. Mama, It's the baby. The two sweet voices echoed in her mind once more. Tunin, what baby? What is happening? Li furrowed his brow, cupping her face with concern, afraid that she might be frightened into a state of distress. Tunin pressed her lips tightly together and shook her head. This should be akin to communicating with the system. There was no need to verbalize her thoughts. She had merely been momentarily distracted. I'm fine. Tunin pulled her hand away from Li, using his strength to half sit up, beckoning the frightened little bear. Come here. Little bear. The little bear, on the verge of tears, took a step back. Tunin was startled by the little bear. He was not a well-behaved child. Softening her expression, Tunin reassured, It's not your fault, little bear. It's just that my brother or sister inside me moved and startled me. The little bear was skeptical. Wally nearby perked up, his ears twitching with curiosity, eagerly asking, They moved. Really? Let me feel. A large hand hovered over Tunin's belly in front of the group. Tunin felt helpless. She called out to the little bear, Come, say hello to your brother or sister. The little bear timidly approached, climbing onto the bed at Tunin's gesture, gently pressing his face against her belly. Tunin smiled and spoke to the children within. Can you say hello to Daddy and your older brother? Will it hurt Mommy when they kick? The boy was a considerate child, hesitating. Hee, it's all right. The girl had already kicked in response. Tunin's brows relaxed, revealing a warm-hearted son and a spirited daughter. Her belly moved slightly. The little bear jumped up in astonishment, pointing at Tunin's belly in sheer wonder. It moved. The other side of her belly stirred as well. Li, feeling that direction, slowly withdrew his hand and feigned calmness as he told Tunin, The child is quite vigorous. Indeed, very vigorous. Then both sides of her belly moved gently again. Both sides moved, the little bear exclaimed. Tunin chuckled, That's because there are two babies. Li took a large step back, accidentally colliding with a nearby chair, creating quite a noise, and then stood frozen in place. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a daze. Tunin smiled at him, her expression encompassing everything. It was as if the beautiful dream he had never dared to imagine was about to come true. He returned to the bedside, slowly kneeling down, carefully placing his ear on Tunin's belly, waiting with reverence. The small movements of the children brought a sparkle to Li's typically expressionless face. Tunin gazed at this scene with warmth. Children need a mother and a father, do they not? For now, she wished to focus solely on this bond, wanting her children to be born into a loving environment. It appeared that Li would also be a good father. Gaia pulled Chen Fong, and the pouting Sheng ran outside. He did not forget to help the family close the door. As the door nearly shut, he lifted his eyes and took in the heartwarming scene within once more. It was perfect. His admired elder brother and his beloved sister-in-law were leading a wonderful life. Soon, he would witness the birth of his niece and nephew. What gift should he prepare for the birth celebration? He must go ahead to gather the stubble grass, which is the most favored nesting material for the cubs. Bringing it back, he will knead it, dry it, and fashion it into nests, ensuring the children will not be startled at night. He eagerly anticipates how Tunin will appreciate it, yet he feels a pang of disappointment. Inside the room, Li paces in the confined space, incessantly contemplating what else he should provide for Tunin and the children. His excitement is palpable. Yet, only Little Bear, who has returned to reality after a moment of surprise, sits on the bed, now shrouded in melancholy. Little Bear? Tunin gently touches his arm. She recalls from a book she once read that one should not frighten children, but awaken their thoughts with tenderness. Little Bear gazes at Tunin, hesitating to speak. Tunin's heart aches. Such a young child has already learned to read emotions. It is evident he has been hurt. Your mother entrusted you to me. Would you like to consider me your godmother? If you agree, at the right time, I will approach your father. Little Bear nods vigorously without a second thought. He has a so-called mother, yet her indifference feels colder than that of a servant. Since reuniting with her, he has come to understand this distinction. He cannot articulate it, but it is an entirely different experience. Tunin is different. She resembles a mother. Really? Did your mother say that? Tunin comforts the little one nestled against her. I will be in Marta City. When you come, I will bring you to sleep, share meals with you, and prepare gifts. If you do not come, I will wait for you. She describes slowly. When you go out, you can write to me. But for this, you must learn to write well so you can record your daily experiences. As for me, I will slowly compose my reply and give it to you when you arrive. How does that sound? Her calm and unhurried tone paints a picture of a stable and prolonged future, offering a practical method to achieve it. Little Bear nods earnestly, whispering in Tunin's embrace. Tunin, I am just afraid you will also die. Both Tunin and Li, who has been pacing nearby, are taken aback. My mother died when giving birth to my sister. I accept you as my godmother. Please do not have any children, he earnestly negotiates with Tunin. My mother only had one sister. You should have two. They might cause your death. I do not want that. Tunin exhales deeply. Childbirth is indeed a critical juncture. Yet she instinctively knows this is not her concern. The system's attitude almost suggests that she will not perish from childbirth before she has completed her genetic legacy. Of course, if she were to bear a child that the system does not desire, the outcome would be uncertain. But Li is clearly unaware of this detail. This male beast appears increasingly flustered, grabbing a cup of cool tea from the table and gulping it down repeatedly, yet failing to calm himself. Will it really lead to death? He astonishingly inquires of Little Bear. You died. Little Bear knows the child belongs to Li. Tunin has mentioned it before. He then begins to harbor resentment towards Li, blaming him for Tunin's potential demise. Tunin covers the child's mouth, wearily observing the two men, one large and one small. As they begin to engage in discussion, do not speak nonsense. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. The two individuals exchanged skeptical glances. Their uncertainty lingered. As he recalled the seemingly knowledgeable Chen Fang regarding pregnancy and childbirth, he resolved to find an opportunity to inquire with Chen Fang about the precautions necessary to ensure that Tunin faces no complications. This, however, marked yet another point of contention between him and Tunan. Chapter 63. Urging their swift departure, Little Bear spent a night at Tunan's place and departed the next day, his heart heavy with worry. Yet life appeared to return to a semblance of tranquility. On that morning, as Tunan stepped out of her room, she was taken aback to find Li standing at the entrance of Xing Ranzhan's room, engaged in a serious conversation with someone. It struck her as odd that Li would proactively interact with them. Tunan paused in her tracks, wondering if the situation was still perilous. Of course it is. Chen Fang exclaimed dramatically. This is precisely why we aristocrats seldom bear children ourselves, most opt to acquire surrogate mothers. Individuals like me, willing to deliver their offspring, are exceedingly rare, which is why my father values me so highly. He even enlisted numerous physicians to assist in my preparation. What methods do you have? Li inquired. His worry palpable. Chen Fang boasted. These are merely some family secrets. Li's demeanor was unusually sincere. Yet Tunan had grown weary of the conversation and called out to him. Li, come lend me a hand. Li disregarded any pleasantries with Chen Fang and hurried back inside, only to find Tunan seated calmly in a chair. Observing his confusion, Tunan teased. What were you doing standing outside a girl's door so early in the morning? Realizing his jealousy, Li felt a sense of relief and explained. I was merely inquiring about precautions. You were due soon, and I wanted to seek advice. He glanced at Tunan's belly, anxiety etched across his face. She mentioned that childbirth can be quite perilous. Tunan poured a glass of water for Li and handed it to him, her heart softened by his concern. Li's thoughts revolved solely around her, and while his worries were not unfounded, he remained unaware of the underlying complexities. However, it was improbable that Chen Fang and her mother possessed such genuine benevolence. I plan to consult Owen's mother. She managed to deliver Owen safely, so you needn't fret. She reassured him. But her constitution is robust. I perceive that Chen Fang and her ilk are akin to aristocratic young ladies like yourself. And Chen Fang mentioned possessing noble secrets. I will see what terms she requires for an exchange. Perhaps the black-scaled serpent could be involved. Tunan poured herself a glass of water, cradling it in her hands as she pondered. Li found it difficult to comprehend the intricate rivalries that existed among women. What Chen Fang and her companions sought to barter was likely Li himself. His status had been recognized by all around him, a rank that was nearly infamous on Shaxing. Owen's mother had even relayed messages to Tunan, urging her to persuade Li to enlist in the military. They claimed that as long as Li joined the army, he could not only enter the elite squad but might also be chosen by the patrol forces. After all, opportunities for the capital's patrol forces to be stationed in a border city like Marta were quite rare. Tunan merely smiled politely. She was not insane enough to conflate Li with Kong Jiamu. She had not forgotten her own plans. And the image of Hai and fighting with Li lingered in her mind. Xing Ranzhan has taken a liking to you. Tunan decided to be forthright, sparing him the mental gymnastics. Both she and her mother have long desired to whisk you away. You still approach. Are you planning to wait until I give birth? Tunan set down her cup and wrapped her arms around Li's waist, feigning a pitiful expression as she asked, Will you truly abandon me? Nonsense, Li replied, taken aback. I am merely a beast. They are nobility. Tunan's heart fluttered slightly. This response was, in fact, quite nuanced. She averted her gaze. not wishing to dwell on the matter further, but rather to address the pressing issue at hand. I don't care, even without their assistance. Just their constant presence before my eyes causes me discomfort. She made her demands clear. I wish to rest quietly during my pregnancy. Send them away, or I shall not sleep well. Lee could not comprehend why she wished to expel the two women at such a moment. He had previously ignored their presence, but had recently realized they might be beneficial to Tunin. Yet now, his mate was being unreasonable. He recalled Shen Fang's words, that a female beast tends to become exceedingly capricious before and after giving birth. Indeed, Shen Fang was quite experienced. For Tunin's sake, he needed to devise a solution. Perhaps he could find a nearby residence for Chen Fang and her daughter to stay in temporarily. This would elegantly resolve all dilemmas. Li relaxed, patted Tunin, and nodded in agreement with her request. Tunin had not anticipated his mind would work in such a manner. She felt yet another issue had been resolved. Naturally, regardless of how much she estimated the system would prevent any mishaps during childbirth, she still felt the need to gather more information. That day, after Li left, she knocked on the door of the Owen household. Owen's mother was a robust orc of the rhinoceros tribe, exceedingly hardy and welcoming. "Oh dear, how are you feeling?" "Don't worry." She laughed heartily, patting Tunin's hand with such force that it reddened her delicate skin. A bit taken aback, Tunin felt somewhat embarrassed. "You are indeed rather delicate. No wonder you were concerned." She presented a meat-paste dumpling, recalling how Tunin required meticulous preparation for any food she could consume. The snacks prepared were meant for Owen. "We female beasts, while it is challenging to conceive, have never heard of one who could not give birth once pregnant." She waved her hand dismissively. "We are not like those breeding mothers. I've heard that some perish during childbirth." Suddenly, she remembered Tunin's status. "Oh right, your noble families usually employ breeding mothers, and the matriarchs seldom give birth themselves. No wonder you are unaware." "Indeed, I wish to bear Li's child, but my family disapproves," Tunin conveyed with a knowing glance. I understand. Nobility, after all, always emphasizes the importance of matching status. That is why I suggested Li join the military. Have you seen his rank? Do you know that the entire galaxy can be counted on one hand? Your family is rather traditional. How many nobles nowadays would still regard such a lineage? Tunin smiled, and rightly so. Isn't it the case that Sheng Ranran and her daughter view Li in such a manner? I recall that day when my husband mentioned the Sheng family. She gestured towards the Tunin family. No one among the nobility has heard of that surname. But I have heard that the new leader of the underground forces in recent years is said to bear the surname Sheng. What do you think? Tunin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I hadn't anticipated that. Could you possibly inquire further on my behalf? To be frank, I am indeed somewhat concerned. I understand. This exuberant woman, forgetting her strength, playfully patted Tunina's shoulder. "Oh, I have noticed their attitude. You truly ought to be worried. You should hasten to have them move out, lest you give birth to that fierce beast." "Oh dear." She scrutinized Tunin back and forth. "You understand, right?" Tunin cradled her belly, her head bowed in silence. She understands. Ever since the stabilization of the child's genetics and the establishment of their spiritual connection, she has not acquiesced to Li's advances. This is rather inappropriate. Although the two treasures spend most of their time peacefully slumbering within her, she dares not take any risks. Let the child lead a more innocent life. Thus, during this period, Li has been somewhat restless, rising early each day to exercise and bathe in cold water. Sheng Ranran and her companions must vacate the premises. Chapter 64. Raising children is not so simple. Tunin gazed contentedly as Sheng Ranran departed from her little courtyard, though they did not linger excessively, which struck Tunin as somewhat peculiar. The current circumstances left her with little energy to ponder others' affairs. She was indeed nearing her labor. The system had surprisingly provided a new progress bar. Twin genes perfected, gestation period 112120. The time the children spent awake was gradually increasing. And with every minute they were awake, they sought to capture Tunin's attention. "Mommy, when can I see you? Dog brother keeps kicking me," the daughter exclaimed. Ever so lively. "Mommy," Cat's sister stretched her legs. "I want her to move." It seems she hurt her leg. The son, with a temperament much more forgiving, remarked. Indeed. One was a dog and the other a cat. It appeared that the personalities of her dog son and cat daughter diverged from her expectations. Yet they seemed all the more delightful. Regardless, they were her precious little ones. "Meow meow, look, brother is yielding to you. You must cherish him, all right?" She first imparted wisdom to her daughter and then educated her son. "Ow ow, you must also have principles. If your sister stretches her legs on her own, It is not your fault. As her brother, you should guide her. Can both of you listen to mommy? Yes, they both obediently replied. A smile could not be suppressed from the corners of Tunan's mouth. Joy radiated from her face, and for the sake of these two little treasures. She suddenly felt that nothing else mattered, not even her own life. The mother and daughter who moved away actually relocated to a courtyard just down the street. They were not lacking in wealth. That courtyard was even larger and better equipped than the one rented by Tunan and his companions. The room, at the very least, was habitable. Shang Ranjan tossed aside her belongings and, once Gaia had left to assist with the move, she angrily turned to Chen Fong and exclaimed, "Living there for so long was utterly pointless. Such a small room for two people. How could you possibly manage? I wouldn't have bothered if it weren't for you. Where else would you find a formidable beast to help you claim the position of head of the family?" Shang Ranjan fumed, tugging at her handkerchief. "He doesn't even look at me, and Tunan is about to give birth." Chen Fong wore a knowing smile. "Silly child. It's better when the child is born. A man becomes more aware of the utility of power once he has a child." Shang Ranjan was skeptical of her mother's words. After all, despite her numerous arguments, Chen Fong had not secured the position of matriarch of the Sheng family. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, her long dormant bracelet suddenly lit up with a communication request. A mere glance caused her eyes to brighten. "Father," she exclaimed, immediately answering the call, tears streaming down her face. Pitifully sobbing, "Father, why did it take you so long to call? You almost didn't get to see me. You don't know what Xing Shiji." "All right, dear." Her father interrupted gently but firmly. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. When you came of age, I asked if you wanted to return to the main residence." Sheng Ranjan's sobs nearly caught in her throat. Yes, he had asked. But she had assumed that returning to the main residence meant embracing a life of luxury, never anticipating it would entail confronting the brutal struggles for succession among heirs. I don't know," she stammered, perplexed as to why her father was no longer the accommodating figure he once was. "This is how the Sheng family operates." "Darling, alas, look at you now. It's difficult for me to regret." "Father," Chen Fong interjected, pinching her daughter, and took over the conversation, flattering, "Ranjan has no regrets. She is merely being coy. She has found a formidable beast outside who is willing to fight for her." "Oh," Shing's father expressed surprise, bursting into laughter. "Which one?" "Ranjan must be quite capable. He is a wild type, not affiliated with any family." "Excellent." Shing's father rejoiced. "Well done, just as I would expect from my daughter. I shall await your return with him." The call ended. Chen Fong's expression darkened, and she cast a furtive glance at her daughter, her demeanor devoid of the usual softness. "What are you planning? You know the rules of the Sheng family. Withdrawing from the competition for head of the family means death." Shang Ranjan shrank back. Chen Fong gazed towards Tunan's courtyard, her eyes swelling with madness and ambition. She murmured, "Soon, when her child is born, it will be our golden opportunity." Turning to fixate on her daughter's eyes, she asked, "Do you wish to lead the Sheng family, or do you prefer death?" Sheng Ranjan stamped her foot and responded vehemently, "I will make sure Sheng Shiji dies." "Now that's the spirit," Chen Fong replied, satisfied, patting her. "Let me make the arrangements. There is no need to rush." Tunan remained unaware that the mother and daughter had set their sights on him with a resolve to kill. She was persistently rejecting Li's advances, plagued by a headache. During this period, she had indeed indulged herself, seizing every opportunity to engage with him at breakfast and dinner. Consequently, Li had developed a habit, and after several days of rejection, he was beginning to show signs of restlessness. "Didn't you say we should do this often for a smooth delivery?" Li recalled the reasoning that Tunan had employed when she had previously pursued him with fervor. He thought to himself that Tunan, being a nurturing figure, might possess experience in such matters, and coupled with his inability to resist her allure, he had succumbed to her whims time and again. Now, it had become a routine. Yet, to his surprise, he was met with rejection. Tunan realized she had dug herself a hole, but at this moment, it was simply not feasible. With the imminent arrival of the child, she needed to focus on her health and abstain. Tunan earnestly attempted to persuade Li, but noticing his lingering reluctance, she cleverly shifted the conversation. Lordly, she smiled sweetly. Li suddenly shivered. Whenever Tunan addressed him in such a manner, it usually entailed some unsatisfactory request. He regarded her with caution. "The child is about to be born. Have you considered how we will raise them?" Li was perplexed by her question. Perhaps the impending motherhood brought about a sense of insecurity. "I assure you, I will take good care of them. You need not worry. I will care for you as well." "Not quite," Tunan guided him. "Look, we reside in this area. Stable and harmonious, Far more secure than the valley, wouldn't you agree? However, this place is not only under military jurisdiction, but our identities are also fabricated. Though Tunin did not voice it, Lee understood. What if someone discovers the truth? She inquired. I could wander with you, to the desert, seeking another valley. And our children? Tunin pressed. Should they wander with us as well? Or dwell in a valley devoid of sunlight, fretting about tomorrow? Will they live like you did in your childhood? Or like I did in mine? Tunin's tone gradually softened and deepened. I wish for them to have honorable identities, to grow up vibrant and joyful, just like Owen. Lee was taken aback. Owen, the boy next door, perpetually full of energy and mischief, yet universally adored, radiating joy. As for his own childhood, he wished not to reflect upon it, tightening his grip on Tunin's hand. What must we do? He lifted his gaze, a spark of ambition igniting in his eyes for the first time. Chapter 65, The Child of Divine Genes. Owen's father, Charlie, could recommend you to the defenses of Mata City, especially since they are currently recruiting for the elite squad, a distinguished unit. First, you must apply and undergo assessment. Then the scrutiny follows. Tunin smiled, for she had already inquired with Lisa, Owen's mother, concerning Lee's possibly dubious identity. Charlie's response was as follows. Background? As long as you haven't been caught committing murder or arson in the capital, it's all good. As long as there is no evidence, it's all fine. Which capable male beast isn't a bit of a rebel? Let me put it this way. Even if he has plucked a feather from the tail of that peacock belonging to Kong Jiamo, as long as he can join our elite squad, the leader will ensure your safety. The dark-faced beast proudly declared, Mata City is not Kong Jiamu's territory. Next time he dares to kick down your door, he won't be able to escape so easily. He was referring to the incident when Kong Jiamu had provoked and Tunin had silently endured. To this day, they had yet to inform Lee. From any perspective, if Tunin wished to thrive on Sandstar, he must encourage Lee to depart. They all claimed you were of a higher rank. Once you acquire formal status, the children will have greater confidence from a young age. After some contemplation, Tunin added, but do ensure that you are not lured away by the patrol troops. I've heard they are always dispatched to other planets for inspections. The children are still very young, and I would not want you to be absent from their side. The elite squads. Lee nodded in agreement. You can consult Charlie about the specifics along the way, Tunin said, smiling as he adjusted Lee's attire. Lee had already agreed that this would be Tunin's last hunting activity before giving birth. After this, he would focus solely on accompanying her until the child was born. Lee helped Tunin to the Owen household, entrusting her to Lisa's care. Before departing with Gaia, he was uneasy about leaving Tunin alone at home. Your Lee truly cares for you, Lisa teased Tunin. Those two mothers and daughters have moved out. It seems I was overthinking it last time. Have you persuaded Lee to participate in the assessment? She inquired, as her husband was pressing her for an answer. Tunin nodded with a smile, indicating that Lee would consult Charlie on the way. That is the spirit. This bond is wonderful. We shall all be military families from now on. She mused. Speaking of which, I wonder which lineage your child will inherit. Tunin shook her head, signaling that it did not concern her. She was of low genetic rank, and according to the natural laws of the beast star, it was improbable for the child to inherit her bloodline. But these matters are often unpredictable. Look at Lee. He is yet to ascend to a higher rank. Perhaps your child might awaken some divine genetic trait and soar to greatness. Lisa cheerfully reassured her. Tunin was momentarily taken aback. Divine genetic traits? Indeed. Not to mention divine. Even a special bloodline must go through layers of reporting. At that time, the nobility of this planet will vie to adopt your child. Noticing that Tunin did not appear particularly excited, Lisa pondered that Tunin herself was of noble descent, which explained her demeanor. Doesn't that give you even more confidence to return home? Tunin frowned. Yet, she was merely a surrogate mother, and if she were to be scrutinized in such a manner, it would be impossible for her to raise the child herself. She feared she might truly return to the research facility, subjected to the gaze of the powerful as they compelled her to bear child after child. No way, she said anxiously, biting her nails. She had a strong premonition that the system's objective was to ensure she bore a child with mutated genes. But for her in the present moment, this was indeed a double-edged sword. System, do the divine mutated genes you speak of exist in the children? Is it Meow Meow? After all, Meow Meow is a cat? The system once again feigned silence. With no other option, Tunin cautiously inquired about the child. Meow. You say you are a cat, but could it be that you are a tiger? The little one has been quite lively these past few days. Always quick to respond to her queries, yet this time she hesitated. I just think that Mommy would prefer it this way. Tigers are too fierce. Mommy would be frightened. I will be a great tiger in the future. Tunin could sense her unease. With a deep sigh, she acknowledged the truth of it. And what about that howling dog? She suspected it was not the kind of dog she knew. Indeed, her son appeared somewhat bashful. Mommy, I believe sister is right. Dogs are indeed cuter. Tunin couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Mommy isn't that timid. So what is that howling creature? The howler is a wolf. In the future, I will be the wolf king to protect mommy and sister. I don't need you to protect me. Our white tiger is the mightiest, capable of defeating 10 wolves. Oh, the howler did not strongly oppose his sister's claim. Tunin shifted slightly, feeling the weight in her belly and the ache in her waist. Do you both know what talents you have awakened? We don't know. The two little ones appeared slightly anxious, cautiously inquiring. Talents are gifts bestowed by the beast gods upon birth. The howler looked a bit worried. Don't worry, mommy. We will secure a good one. The little one was quite confident, believing these matters trivial, ready to seize whatever pleased their mother. No, all that matters is that you are healthy. Mommy never insisted that you must possess any talent. You are already the greatest gifts. Tunin was concerned that her children might misunderstand. However, since the talents were only revealed at birth, she continued, Meow, Howler, I have a request. She addressed her 2 children. Quickly tell us, what is it? We will definitely comply. The little ones were very eager. If you receive a gift, meaning a special talent, could you please refrain from showcasing it? I mean, if you are too extraordinary, mommy fears someone might try to take you away. So, for now, keep the gift hidden and do not inform anyone. Only let mommy know. All right? Meow erupted in anger. What? Who would dare to take us? Don't worry, mommy. I will surely bite them to death. The howler seemed to grasp the situation. Mommy, are you worried that we are too small to defend ourselves? No problem. If we receive a gift, sister, and I will hide it well. Rest assured, when we grow up, you won't have to worry so much anymore. We will drive away the bad people. Days passed, each one more vibrant than the last. Finally, the date turned to 120,120. The moment of birth had arrived. With Lisa's assistance, all preparations were in place. The 2 male beasts grew increasingly anxious, particularly Li, who refused to let Tunin out of his sight for even a moment. As Tunan halted in her steps, a slight furrow appeared on her brow, prompting Li to rush over with a flurry of questions. The ears atop his head twitched incessantly, almost functioning as fans. While Gaia was no less animated, seated on a chair in the courtyard, his tail swept the area clean with its restless motion. This left Tunan in the position of needing to soothe both of them, nearly forgetting that she herself was experiencing labor for the first time. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, eliciting a soft gasp. What's wrong? Is there movement? Li inquired urgently. Beads of sweat began to form on Tunan's forehead, and a damp sensation arose below. Go fetch Lisa. I'm about to give birth, she urged, tugging at Li. His eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed. Go call Lisa. Tunan is in labor. Fool. Tunan bit her lip and rolled her eyes. I haven't given birth yet. Chapter 66. The Birth of the Child. System Settlement. Tunan noticed Li's eyes gradually losing focus as he held her. Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet? Li muttered fretfully. I'll go call Chenfeng for assistance. In a state of panic, he glanced outside, eager to summon Chenfeng as soon as Lisa arrived. In his eyes, as a true noblewoman with secret remedies, Chenfeng was the one capable of truly aiding Tunan. Amidst her pain, Tunan focused her thoughts, gripping Li tightly. Don't complicate things, she insisted, forcing him to promise not to fetch irrelevant people, assuring him that she would be fine. Li genuinely could not comprehend Tunan's stubbornness. Having another person to assist would only provide additional reassurance. What a time to be obstinate. Fortunately, Lisa and Gaia burst through the door, laden with supplies. Quickly. Sprinkle this powder into the basin. Set the treatment spray here. Where are the scissors? Right, disinfect them and place them there. What about the illumination spheres? Toss out a few more. Once everything was arranged, Lisa insisted on ushering the 2 males outside. Li, rooted in place, was engulfed by overwhelming panic. His hand clasped tightly around Tunan's, unwilling to let go. Tunan's ears drooped, and his anxiety was palpable. Earlier, he had considered summoning help, but now, faced with the imminent arrival of their child, he found himself unable to leave Tunan's side. You mustn't die. You can't die, he pleaded. Lisa, caught between exasperation and amusement, retorted, stop causing a ruckus. She's a female beast, not a birthing mother. There's no reason for despair. In the blink of an eye, it will all be over. Now get out. But Tunan was indeed a birthing mother. Lee's heart sank deeper into turmoil. Contractions gripped Tunan, and she squeezed Lee's hand with increasing intensity. As she surveyed the cozy room that had been filled with warmth over the past month, surrounded by familiar faces, she suddenly felt a surge of courage. Turning to Lisa, she declared, "Let Lee stay to help." Lisa, at a loss for words, wiped Tunan's face with a warm towel and leaned in to scold her softly. "Are you out of your mind? This male beast will be traumatized witnessing your labor." Tunan chuckled softly, a flicker of joy in her expression. "What about afterward? Are you worried that Lee will distance himself from me after witnessing the birth?" Lisa was unaware, yet she had never forgotten. Initially, her own survival took precedence, but now, the child became of utmost importance. By placing greater emphasis on the child and the family, everything would fall into place. The intimacy shared with Lee was merely an illusion. Losing or misplacing it mattered little. She looked up and inquired of Lee, "Do you wish to see our child first?" Lee nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will accompany you." Tunan paused momentarily, then smiled. A sudden wave of intense pain surged through her, rendering her unable to focus on anything else. "Ah!" she cried out in distress. "Get me a towel to bite." Lisa shouted at Lee. Silently, Lee extended his arm, and without hesitation, Tunan sank her teeth into it. Lisa's gaze flickered, rolling her eyes. She realized her concerns were unfounded. The bond between this young couple was indeed strong. She once more directed her attention to Tunan's condition. "It's coming. It's here, oh." "Splendid." Lisa received a small bundle, swiftly giving a gentle pat to its behind, eliciting a soft whimper. After a brief cleanup, she handed the little one to Lee. "Oh, this treasure is quite eager." No sooner had I turned around than I was met with another. Before her hand could even reach the second child's backside, it began to wail loudly, each cry louder than the last. Tunan felt overwhelmed as the sound echoed in her mind. "Wow, it's trying to come out first. Kicking me. I want to be the sister. You are the younger sister. I will protect you." The firstborn, unperturbed, asserted his claim. He had indeed seized the opportunity to arrive first. Tunan sighed wearily as Lisa tended to her wounds, applying medicine. Both little ones were now in Lee's embrace. He stood there like a pillar, the two infants barely larger than his hands. "Let me see her," he said gently to Lee. Lee was lost in a daze, gazing at Tunan. The room, illuminated far more brightly than usual, was suffused with a faint scent of blood and antiseptic. Tunan leaned against the bed, sweat matting her dark hair in strands against her forehead, her chest rising and falling from exertion. Her complexion appeared pale, lips marked with impressions from where she had bitten them earlier. She was speaking to him when suddenly, a hand slapped his back with force. Lisa chuckled at Lee, who was still in a stupor. "What are you waiting for? Go show Tunan the children." Shaking her head, Lisa waited for Lee to place the infants beside Tunan, unable to resist leaning in for a closer look, having been too preoccupied before. "Oh my, they truly are twins. When you mentioned it initially, I was skeptical," she exclaimed dramatically, shaking her head in disbelief. Tunan smiled silently, disregarding Lee's protests, urging him to place both children upon his chest. "The two little ones are currently bickering about who should greet their mother first, so they can only be placed together for a glance. Babies, I am your mother, I say, as we meet for the first time." The tone of Tunan's voice is a softness I have never heard before, an affectionate intimacy that embodies the bond of blood. It is the flesh that has fallen from her, a connection that belongs to her. Sitting beside her, I find myself at a loss for words. My gaze fixated on the trio before me. I cannot tear my eyes away. The little male beast has inherited his mother's dark hair, but possesses the deep brown eyes of his father. He has pointed, upright ears and a robust black tail, though the fur upon it is still sparse. He is a little wolf beast. The younger sister, on the other hand, has curly white hair, but has taken on her mother's green eyes. Her round white tiger ears twitch incessantly atop her head, while her slender tiger tail sways back and forth behind her. She is a little tiger beast. This little female is truly lively. How delightful it is that the brother is steady, while the sister is spirited. Lisa praises, "I have never seen twins, let alone a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Tunan, this is quite remarkable. You are truly fortunate." Lisa finds it impossible to take her eyes off these two children. Yet it is evident that the young couple has matters to discuss amongst themselves. Understanding, she tidies up her belongings and quietly exits. Gaia, holding a grass nest, stands at the door. Upon seeing her exit, he attempts to rush inside, only to be caught by Lisa. "I heard you say they are twins," Gaia asks eagerly. "Yes, that is correct. But what are you doing going in there? Wait for your brother to call you before you enter." Lisa replies, exasperated. Unable to meet his nephews and Tunin immediately, Gaia, feeling dejected, clutches the nest and continues to wait at the door. Inside, the system's report comes slowly, arriving at last. Collected mutation genes. Ancient white tiger, divine level. Collected mutation genes. Night shadow wolf breeding successful. Host gene chain completed. 10. Indeed, they are mutation genes. And her gene chain has been successfully completed by 10. Remaining survival time. 20-60 days. Gene chain completeness. 60. Gene chain supplementation direction being calculated. What is this? The system has never mentioned that the supplemented gene chain would have a direction. Is it related to physique or health? Tunin holds her breath in anticipation. Chapter 67. The direction of strengthening seems odd? Come on, just tell me. It is truly inconsiderate of the system to keep me in suspense at such a time. And Tunin is filled with frustration. However, the system, being consistently indifferent, pays no heed to her anxiety, as it seems to require extensive calculations to finalize this reward. Just as Tunin's patience is about to falter, the following text appears leisurely. Supplementing the physical gene chain will yield a perfect cat-beast form. Does this mean she can transform into a cat-beast, enhancing her physique, and also gain cat ears and a tail? The system appears to understand her thoughts and continues to elaborate. The host possesses an appearance score of 30, charm of 50, and a flexibility rating of 60, with the additional ability to transform into an initial feline beast form. It seems that the preceding attributes are rather trivial. However, the secondary form piques the interest of Tunin. By initial, do you imply a primary combat form? The primary form refers to that of a juvenile beast man, which enhances interaction with male beasts and increases their affection towards you. The system replies, its tone as monotonous as ever. A dangerous glint flickers across Tunin's face. Is the direction of this genetic enhancement random? What will it be next time? The system maintains its calm demeanor, yet Tunin discerns a hint of mockery in its voice. Please do not question the system's professional judgment. The direction of this reward is based on male preference data, optimized through an in-depth user profile match. You may choose to activate it immediately or save it for future use. With that statement, the system fell silent again. What? Is the system determined to encourage her to submit to this world? She had briefly entertained the notion that this enhancement might elevate her subpar constitution to a more respectable level. Yet, the entire reward package was akin to a succubus template. It became painfully clear that the system had no intention of empowering her. All rewards, inducements, and even task settings were meticulously crafted paths designed to cater to male desires, compelling her to bear the children the system required to enhance her popularity. Subtly, almost imperceptibly, the system was shaping her into a certain kind of existence. Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open, and footsteps accompanied by lively chatter flooded in. Lee Tunin. Congratulations, twins. Hurry, bring them out for everyone to see. Lee, stop guarding your wife and come out to receive gifts. Today, the hunting party has brought back black-scaled snakes for you and Tunin to feast upon. The soldiers from the neighboring households, returning from their hunt, had heard the good news and rushed into the small courtyard. Tunin glanced at Lee and then softened her gaze towards the two children. She realized she must set aside her unreliable system, regardless of the illusions surrounding her. The children were undeniably real. Let us take the children out to meet everyone, she suggested. Lee shook his head, carefully covering her with a blanket. Cradling the twins in his arms, and directly pushed open the large window facing the courtyard. Here, he promptly extended the children outward for all to see. Tunin felt as though her eyes might pop out. Lee, you're supposed to show them to everyone, not just thrust them out like that. Lee turned back to her, hesitating, but the rough soldiers outside understood his concerns and began to laugh. Come on, Lee. She asked right there, and the window is open. Your wife isn't going anywhere. Why are you so worried about her and not the children? Hurry and bring them out. This is the perfect time for them to recognize faces. No one will just grab them. We just want a glimpse. A sweet sensation welled in Tunin's heart, mingled with embarrassment as she frantically waved her hands. Go on, quickly. She quickly regained her strength and did not feel particularly weak after giving birth. In fact, she had enough energy to speak. Tunin called out to those outside, expressing gratitude for their assistance and suggesting that they all come together to prepare a dinner and enjoy some meat and soup. However, she humbly mentioned her inability to serve them, which felt impolite. The crowd found her proposal quite agreeable, showering her with praises for being an exceptional female, not only for giving birth to twins but also for maintaining such grace. As they took turns to admire the two little treasures, some began to prepare the meal, handling ingredients. Starting the fire, and fetching bowls and dishes. As the sun began to set, the courtyard gradually illuminated with lights, filled with delightful aromas, laughter, and the sounds of envy and joy echoing through the area. Tunin sipped from a bowl of soup brought by Li, observing him as he attentively fed the two little ones. Indeed, in the world of beasts, it was not customary for children to nurse from birth. They consumed meat broth and vegetables, and as they grew a bit older, they transitioned to solid meat. This was the reason why Tunin, along with other nurturing mothers and noble women, indulged in such fine delicacies, which left Li in awe. Everyone else was relatively easy to care for. "Mom, this is delicious," Meow Meow exclaimed while eating, whereas Ao silently waited for their father to feed his sister first. The children of the beast star did not speak immediately after birth. They merely communicated with soft sounds, yet their mental connection had never ceased. "I tried for so long and couldn't say anything. It's so frustrating," Meow Meow expressed, sipping while murmuring incomprehensible words. Soup splattered across her face, and Li patiently wiped it away before continuing to feed her. Tunin chuckled and remarked to Li, "This is what you taught me while feeding. Otherwise, we would have scalded the children." Li paused momentarily while feeding, reminiscing about the time he had clumsily fed Tunin. His ears twitched slightly, feeling a tad awkward, and he turned slightly to shield Tunin's view while continuing to feed their daughter. "All right, Meow Meow. That's enough for now. Let us feed Ao first. You, as a father, must not show favoritism," Tunin teased him. And Li unconsciously leaned more towards their daughter. Was it not the case in every world that fathers favor their daughters? "Meow Meow? Ao? Li glanced at the two little ones. Tunin winked. "Perfect. Isn't it? Let us give them a nickname for now. We can think of proper names later." A nickname is easier to live with. Li's heart softened as he gazed at the children, feeling an overwhelming sense of grounding. A nickname was something only dearly loved children possessed. His children had it from the moment they were born. "Tunin, may I come in?" Gaia pleaded pitifully at the doorway. "Come in. You are not an outsider," Tunin laughed, watching Gaia squish his face through the crack in the door. Ignoring Li's dark expression, Gaia joyfully squeezed inside, dragging along a massive grass nest. He glanced around, fetched 2 chairs, and placed the nest atop them. Satisfied as he introduced it to Tunin. "Look, a grass nest. Fortunately, I made it large enough." He had just observed the 2 little ones a moment ago. Yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to them once more, gazing for an extended period. One possessed black hair, while the other sported green eyes. Indeed, they were the offspring of Tunin. How delightful they were. Tunin continued to scrutinize the grassy nest. Could it possibly serve as the cradle for these children? Wasn't it rather rudimentary? "Feel this," he said. "It's truly remarkable. I've heard that apart from Sandstar, no other planets practice this custom. You, not being from Sandstar, might be unaware." Upon inspection, Li appeared to be entirely out of the loop, and Gaia was equally at a loss. "No way, Li. You don't know either? This is genuinely useful. The cubs can sleep in this throughout their entire infancy. And some families even allow their children to use it throughout childhood." He proudly declared, "If you like, I can make 2 more for you to exchange." Not only do the children sleep soundly in this, but it is rumored to benefit their future physical awakening. Tunin was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected advantage and gestured for Gaia to bring the nest closer. Once the grassy nest was in her hands, she suddenly realized the remarkable nature of this plant. It felt soft, breathable, and remarkably gentle, devoid of any prickliness. "Quite impressive. You've put in great effort. They will surely appreciate it." Gaia was indeed a very attentive male beast. Li studied the nest for a considerable time. Then, after a moment of hesitation, asked Gaia, "How do I make one? Take me to gather the grass." "Huh." Gaia was perplexed. The current size was entirely sufficient. "I am the father. I shall craft the nest." Tunin and Gaia exchanged glances. Chapter 68. Fluffy and doubly adorable Tunin's twins had caused quite a stir in the military district, rapidly becoming the most talked about topic. Especially among couples who had partners but no children, they sought every possible connection to present gifts, all for the chance to touch the babies' foreheads. It was said to be a special wishing ritual. By touching a cub under 1 month old, one could convey the wish for children back to the little ones who had just arrived from the beast god, as the deity's attention remained upon them. Moreover, with Tunin having 2 of different genders, making wishes was exceedingly convenient. Consequently, Tunin's social circle expanded swiftly. She suspected that all the unmarried young soldiers in Mata City had become acquainted with her. On one such day, Lisa was accompanying her while watching the children, when a small cannonball burst through the door, and leapt into Tunan's embrace. Godmother, godmother, I heard my little brother and sister were born. The little bear clung tightly to Tunan, peeking around the courtyard. Who is this? Why is he calling out for mother? Meow Meow, infuriated, flipped over in the grassy nest, glaring intently in their direction. Indeed, the two little ones were nestled in the grassy nest, basking in the sunlight in the courtyard. Mother seems to have introduced us to an older brother, Ow Ow recalled somewhat, though he was not particularly pleased. But he shouldn't be shouting like that. Exactly. Mother is ours. Meow Meow was utterly furious. She witnessed her mother gently caressing the hair of the intruder, continuously showering kisses upon his cherubic face. The little chubby hand gripping the edge of the grassy nest left indentations in its flesh. In a flurry of desperation, she exerted all her strength in an attempt to leap from the nest and drive away the trespasser, yet found it exceedingly difficult. Her limbs felt weak and incapable of performing the movements that her mind recalled from inherited memories. The little one's eyes reddened with urgency, yet she refrained from crying, convinced that showing weakness before the enemy was unacceptable. After a moment of restraint at the edge of the nest, suddenly, under the warm rays of sunlight, a diminutive creature with sparse fur replaced the human-shaped child within the nest. Her brother stared at her in astonishment. Meow Meow bent down, embodying a fierce spirit, and emitted a menacing growl at the foe. A soft, adorable cry followed, and just as she was preoccupied with attending to the little bear and kin, she turned to see the cub springing out of the grassy nest, though it landed somewhat unsteadily and began its run with a clumsy gait. The little creature quickly coordinated its body and dashed toward her. Upon reaching her feet, it climbed up her skirt and onto her, opening its pink, three-lobed mouth toward the little bear still cradled in her brother's arms. It bit down fiercely. Alas, she was embraced by the little bear, who affectionately groomed her from head to toe, happily looking up at her brother and exclaiming, "This must be my sister. She adores me. Look, she has come to play." The little bear, with its three-headed stature, clutched the cub by its armpits, presenting it to her brother with bright, gleaming eyes. Her brother, filled with wonder, took the cub into his arms. The little creature felt utterly aggrieved, incessantly complaining in her mind, "That villain. He turned me into a strip. I want to bite him. Mother said I could bite him." The cub, slowly chiming in, added, "He doesn't even feel it. Your teeth are weak." "Ah, I was using my strength. Let me bite." Her brother, curious, tenderly rubbed the little tiger back and forth, bringing to life the term tiger cub. The small white tiger, though its fur remained slightly sparse, revealed faint gray stripes upon closer inspection. Its entire body was adorably plump, and its tail was both thick and long. Meow Meow? Though she had already confirmed in her heart, she still asked, "What does mother want from me?" Indeed, the little tiger immediately ceased its quarrel with her brother, turning its round, large eyes toward her, innocently inquiring, "Why did you call me, mother?" Her eyes sparkled with delight. The fact that her two children, born quietly and cleanly nestled in the nest, could communicate with her was already an unimaginable, angelic cuteness. Yet now, to see them transformed into fluffy cubs? This was utterly beyond the bounds of reason. Who could withstand such double the adorability? A slightly mischievous smile crept upon her lips as she seized the little tiger by its armpits, cradling it once more as a cub. Then, amidst the incredulous gaze of Meow Meow, she buried her face into the still slightly rosy belly of the little tiger, rubbing back and forth for an extended moment. The little creature stood rigid, its chubby paws pitifully tucked against its chest, mouth slightly ajar, and an expression of existential doubt adorning its face. After a considerable duration, the commotion finally subsided. Meow Meow curled up on her mother's lap, stubbornly pressing her face and ears beneath her paws, refusing to make an appearance before the guests. How could she, Meow Meow, be buried on her belly in front of so many people? What would become of her commanding presence? Alas, even the child felt shy. Lisa, experienced in child-rearing, cheerfully unveiled the little one's inner thoughts. This must be her first transformation, and it seems fortune smiled upon me, as I happened to witness it. Tunan, while grooming the child, cast an expectant glance at Ao. "Transform again," she eagerly demanded. "Transform again." The little bear clapped joyfully at her side. Lisa glanced at the little male beast still nestled in the nest, and smiled, nodding at Tunan. "All right, don't be greedy. The young ones cannot control their transformations during their infancy. Once they reach 6 months and enter childhood, they will stabilize. But don't you think their uncontrollable state is utterly adorable?" Tunan chuckled softly. Indeed, there is something undeniably charming about the uncontrollable fluffiness of a young creature. Everyone says that the earlier a child can transform, the stronger they will become in the future. This child, not even a month old, has already managed to manifest its initial form. What potential does that hold? Lisa marveled. Tunan was taken aback. She still had an unclaimed talent enhancement that allowed transformation into the initial form. Does this mean she can turn into an adorable kitten? No, wait. Didn't the system say it was based on male preferences? Is there something seriously amiss with male aesthetics here? Chapter 69. Daytime Thunder. When the child was over 2 months old, Tunan finally persuaded Lee to relinquish her hold on the baby and attend the selection for the elite blade team. He lived up to expectations and was successfully chosen, achieving outstanding results, even ranking first in that batch. His remarkable performance reached the ears of the defense commander of Marta City, who specifically requested his focus training. As a result, Tunan's status rose significantly alongside this change. Her transformation was observed by a soldier silently monitoring her, Sergeant Song Jia, under the command of Kong Jiamu. He appeared on the list of returning patrol forces to the capital star and intended to brief his superior, Colonel Kong. I wish to report on the recent situation concerning that small courtyard. Song Jia saluted formally, awaiting his superior's summary while contemplating the handover of his observation task. Kong Jiamu was idly spinning his military cap between his fingers, his gaze wandering aimlessly. What small courtyard? He had long forgotten the matter. It is your friend, Mr. Hain, who entrusted you with stop. Kong Jiamu's elongated blue eyes flashed with cold light. Do not utter that scoundrel's name. He blocked me, can you believe it? He actually blocked me. He let out a cold grunt, commanding Song Jia, forget the pile of orders he gave you. You belong to me, not to him. As for the secret romance, Kong Jiamu now suspected he might have been overthinking it. After all, he still did not know the name of that extraordinarily formidable woman. So, you must be heading back to the capital to change shifts, right? Make sure to rest well. Is the money sufficient? If not, I can transfer some to you. No need. It's enough. Then I shall take my leave. Kong Jiamu waved his hand, gesturing for him to do as he pleased. He completely cast aside the matter that scoundrel Hein had entrusted to him, for Hein had not genuinely entrusted him with anything of significance. On the other hand, Tunan found that happy days always slipped away swiftly. She was now able to entrust the children to Gaia and Lee during their breaks, allowing herself and Lisa to indulge in shopping. Lisa had become her true first confidant. They discussed food, clothing, parenting, and the often powerful yet well-meaning beasts that occasionally caused mischief. Lisa occasionally reminded Tunan of Jiyu. However, Jiyu's significance to Tunan was far more profound than that of a mere friend. Jiyu resembled a mentor or a guiding beacon. In essence, whenever Tunan felt she could continue living this tranquil life, that prick of reality would emerge. The two enjoyed a delightful lunch at a restaurant, and Lisa was advising Tunan on clothes to buy for the baby. By this, it's quite expensive, so opt for a larger size, and it will last through the toddler phase. When they enter childhood and experience a growth spurt, we can get new ones then. What about buying some for the childhood phase as well? Tunan hesitated, feeling financially secure and wanting to purchase more for her child. It's too early. There's no need. Lisa countered, halting the novice mother's impulse. They won't reach the next stage until 6 months, and by then, trends might have changed. Thus, Tunan reluctantly set aside the outfit she had just selected. She gradually understood that the growth of children on Beast Star could almost be likened to a transformation pattern. From the cuddly infant stage within 6 months to the childhood stage by 5 years, characterized by the 3-headed proportions of a small bear. Then they would slowly grow into the adolescent phase, resembling a young Owen, until the age of 15, when a sudden change would occur after undergoing the Beast God trial, marking them as subadults. At that juncture, many would be eligible to serve on the front lines, as they would have stabilized their ability to shift into battle forms. Tunan could hardly fathom the thought of her children entering the battlefield at the age of 15. Yet this was the harsh reality faced by many beast men in this world. Come on, your 2 little ancestors have allowed you to be out for so long. If you don't return soon, you'll have to coax them for ages, Lisa teased her. Tunan shook her head, merely smiling without offering any defense. Every time she returned home, the 2 little ones would cling to her for a while, and everyone said she spoiled them excessively. However, the truth was that the 2 were not unreasonable. They simply wanted to share everything that had transpired in her absence with their mother. Moreover, the little ones often struggled to control their forms. In her arms, she either cradled a small tiger or a wolf cub, and she would gladly hold them all day without any reluctance. The 2 of them laughed and chatted as they stepped out of the store. Tunan. A disbelieving voice called out from the side. Tunan was unsure if she had misheard. She tilted her head and glanced towards the street. The streets of Marta City were remarkably simple, imbued with a cold, military air, devoid of excessive adornments even in this commercial district. Thus, Tunan's gaze immediately fell upon a woman standing not far away, clad in tattered garments, wrapped in a frayed headscarf, her filthy visage obscured. Who was she? Had she misheard? Tunan furrowed her brow. What's wrong? We should hurry. Recently, the Star Worms breached the defenses, and there are many refugees. Lisa tugged at her sleeve. Tunan nodded, dismissing the strange woman from her mind. Tunan, you are indeed alive. The woman rasped, speaking more than before. Tunan halted, this time certain she had not misheard, and the voice struck a familiar chord. Do you not remember me? You caused my brother's death, leaving me in this state. The tail behind her thrashed against the ground, its faint yellow and black stripes barely discernible. Have you forgotten me, Fiona? I have come to remind you. The Catwoman charged at her, her long, filthy nails poised to strike. Tunan heard her venomous words and saw her rushing forward. Yet she found it difficult to evade, curse this frail body. At the critical moment, Lisa pulled Tunan into her embrace, forcefully shoving Fiona away. However, Fiona's claws still grazed Tunan's face, and it took her a moment to realize she had been cut. Oh dear, where did this madwoman come from? How can she assault someone so recklessly? The shop staff rushed out to subdue Fiona, who seemed to be in a daze, babbling incomprehensible words, often lost in a frenzy of struggle and screams. The stores swiftly called the police. In Marta City, the military held a high status, and matters concerning military families were given priority. The police arrived promptly, finding Tunan sheltered in Lisa's arms. Fiona? How could she be here? Those wanted from the valley's upper echelons were never supposed to appear in the grand city, were they? Tunan sensed that Fiona's appearance heralded the end of her tranquil life. Indeed, as the police took over, Fiona suddenly caught sight of the elegantly dressed Tunan. She began to thrash violently, disregarding the officer's attempts to restrain her, shouting in fury, "You have been deceived. She is a murderer. She is a matriarch." No one present believed the words of a madwoman, except for Tunan. Yet it was precisely because Tunan recognized the truth in Fiona's claims that her blood ran cold. At that moment, Fiona had irrevocably become Tunan's adversary. There could be no mercy, no compassion. Tunan understood that she must resolve this, to silence her once and for all, or perhaps send her to a place where no one would ever listen to her. Tunan suddenly struggled free from Lisa's embrace, sobbing as if overwhelmed with fear. Her tear-filled eyes turned towards the police, her voice trembling as if it might shatter. I know her. How could she have become like this? The abrupt turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence. The officers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern as they observed the frenzied, screaming woman and the weeping Tunan before them. Chapter 70. Resolving Fiona. She is Fiona. Both Lee and I know her. Tunan covered her mouth, casting a glance at Fiona before quickly averting her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Goodness, how did she end up like this? When she pursued Lee, she was such a striking beauty. The onlookers exchanged subtle glances, sensing the tension of a petty dispute among the females. Tunan, you killed Gray. You lunatic. Fiona shouted back and forth, her emotions clearly unstable. With a deep sigh, Tunan turned to the shop assistant. Could you fetch me a bottle of water? Although the water was not inexpensive, the assistant, recognizing the importance of the situation, promptly complied. Tunan took out a pristine handkerchief, dampened it with water, and approached Fiona with a look of deep compassion, attempting to clean her face. Get away from me, you wretched woman. Fiona spat, ungrateful for the gesture. Tunan stood frozen for a moment, clutching the handkerchief, before turning to the senior officer. Sir, may I have a word with you? I am Tunan, the wife of Lee. From the Special Operations Team. The officer paused, clearly taken aback. The reporting shop assistant had mentioned only 2 military families, failing to note Lee's well-known partner. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of caution and eagerness as he nodded. Of course, the 3 of them stepped away from the crowd, re-entering the clothing store. I met her during my travels in the desert. Her brother intended to wed her to Lee, which we could never accept. Tunan spoke, glancing out the window at the deranged female, her expression tinged with complexity. Lisa seemed surprised. You actually know this madwoman? Tunan nodded. Later, her brother betrothed her to another male, and I never saw her again. She paused, her gaze filled with pity. I wanted to ask, is there a facility here that can manage or treat patients with her condition? Tunan had definitively categorized Fiona. The officer countered, a dementia treatment center? However, that place is rather costly. Lisa furrowed her brow slightly, her tone soft, yet laced with concern. You hardly know her. Why spend such money unnecessarily? Alas, I cannot bear to see her suffer. Besides, she bit her lip, appearing hesitant. It wouldn't be right for Lee to witness her in this state. The cost is not beyond my means, she added, writing down her terminal account to hand to the officer. What do you think? The officer quickly grasped the young lady's concern. This reflects a fear of what might arise from his primal instincts. He smiled as he accepted the note bearing the number. Indeed, the adult in question was a rising star, and since someone was willing to pay, he might as well do a favor while also alleviating a potential security threat. Adjusting his hat, he nodded to the two military families before stepping outside to summon his subordinates. Take her away. Where? I'm not going. You must apprehend her. Fiona's protests were abruptly silenced by the officers. The police car sped towards the mental health facility, commonly referred to as the asylum. The officers exchanged sentiments regarding Miss Tunin's benevolence. At least there, this troubled woman would be well cared for. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving Lisa in a contemplative mood. Life outside was undeniably harsh for these women. What had she truly endured? Weren't you saying she married later? There must have been some unexpected turn of events, right? Didn't you mention that the starworms ravaged the area? Fortunately, Mata City boasts formidable defenses. Disorder would only reign if the Sandstar fell. Enough of that. Tunin interjected. If a conflict arises, your Charlie will be on the front lines too. You're just heartbroken over his departure, as if I can't tell. Lisa teased. Indeed. Tunin recognized her own conflicting feelings. She wished for Lee to excel within the military, yet simultaneously dreaded the notion of him facing the front lines. Every military spouse might find themselves in a similar predicament. Ultimately, on such a border planet as Sandstar, when the flames of war ignite, no one would escape unscathed. With his prowess, it would be a waste for Lee not to ascend. Suddenly, Tunin found herself pondering her shifting mindset. She recalled the times in the valley when she felt despondent over Lee's battles with the sandworms, fearing abandonment. Yet now, her considerations had broadened. Unconsciously, she touched the nape of her neck, where a synthetic skin had long been affixed to conceal her identity. Perhaps it was because she was no longer the mere vessel to be traded. She now resided in a military family community, having gained sufficient security. The stability around her allowed her to cast her gaze outward, no longer confined to her immediate surroundings. She had her child. Her child would not always be by her side. They needed a broader expanse, a larger and more stable world. Thus, she too gradually widened her perspective. A faint smile graced her lips as she embraced her transformation. Upon returning home, Tunin was met with the enthusiastic onslaught of her two little ones. Lee enjoyed numerous privileges. While other soldiers were confined to the barracks, he was granted daily home visits and a day off each week. After all, the garrison commander recognized the significance of nurturing a pair of twins, deeming it as vital as training an elite soldier. Furthermore, having Lee train alongside other soldiers held little significance. As Tunin pondered on her way home, Lisa suggested that perhaps it was best not to inform Lee about the events of the afternoon. Yet she ultimately resolved to communicate with him, for both needed to contribute to the stability of their burgeoning family. Before she could utter a word, Ao sensed something amiss and began to whimper, pointing at Tunan's face. Mama's face is hurt, blood. Meow Meow immediately rushed over, took a glance, and uncontrollably transformed into a little tiger. Her fur bristling as she wreaked havoc in Tunan's mind. Who did this? Who harmed Mama? Shoo. Shoo. Tunin gently kissed each child's face, whether smooth or furry. It's just a minor injury. A little ointment, and it will heal quickly, she reassured her little ones. With just one hand, Lee effortlessly lifted Tunin along with the two children into his embrace. A mere glance ignited his fury. Who? He seemed ready to storm out and make those who harmed Tunin pay dearly. Nestled in Lee's arms with the children, Tunin quietly confided, It's Fiona. For some reason, she has reappeared. Sensing Lee's bewilderment, she explained her approach to the situation. She seemed deranged. And I notified the officers to have her committed to an asylum. She has always wanted my life, and now that I have killed Gray, she will not spare me. Make a call to the asylum and ensure they keep a close watch on her. It would be best if she could no longer speak, Tunin urged. Lee frowned, pondering the situation. A mere female beast, now confined, what influence could she possibly wield? He expressed his confusion, saying, Isn't it enough that she's locked away? If Gray were still alive, I would tear him to pieces. A female beast, it's not worth the trouble. Lee did not believe a female could stir any significant turmoil. Really? Tunin was skeptical, acutely aware of the profound obsessions that females could harbor. She herself, her mother from her previous life, and Fiona would be no exceptions. Meanwhile, these Na'vi males often presumed that they were merely harmless dolls. Lowering her gaze, she realized that some matters required her own intervention. Chapter 71, A Long-Awaited Intimacy. Nothing more. Do not worry, I am acquainted with the dean's wife. I will ask her to keep a closer eye on that lady, Tu Nan said, appearing somewhat resigned. I do not intend to target her, but with Li's rapid ascent, I wish to avoid any rumors that might tarnish his reputation. I understand. Those male beasts are always so careless. Do not take it to heart, Lisa comforted, patting Tu Nan's hand. Moreover, the nursing staff are experienced. They won't spread the patient's nonsensical chatter. For the time being, there seemed to be no better course of action. If Fiona could refrain from speaking out, that would be ideal. Yet her identity remained a lurking threat, with too many aware of her connection to Shaoxing. They needed to devise a way to leave Shaoxing, but no immediate solutions appeared viable. Thus, Tu Nan had to continue dealing with other irritating individuals, such as Xing Ranran and her daughter. She was aware that these two had found a home in the same area through their wealth. Yet she had never crossed paths with them on the streets and had gradually pushed them from her mind. Who would have thought that when her child was 3 months old, the two would dance back into her life? Quite coincidentally, they chose to appear when Li was at home. How rare this is. This is indeed my first encounter with a pair of twins. Although Chen Fang expressed it lightly, she merely cast a cursory glance at the children before turning her attention back to herself. Oh dear, such a joyous occasion, and you did not even inform us. We learned of it through others. How thoughtless of you. Tu Nan felt speechless. Such remarks could only deceive someone as oblivious as Li, in this entire region, who was unaware of the existence of the two children. For an entire month, their courtyard had been bustling with activity, and the children had grown accustomed to the commotion. You must have acquired everything you needed. We wouldn't wish to cause you any inconvenience. Chen Fang gestured to her daughter. By the way, Ranran, I heard you were promoted in the military. She specifically sought out a suitable gift to present to you. That day at the market, she spotted this knife and thought it would be fitting for you. Xing Ranran bashfully extended a short blade, half the length of her arm. Didn't you mention you also knew how to wield a short knife, but hadn't you found a suitable one? She drew the curved blade from its sheath. Its cold gleam striking. The female beast eagerly looked at Li. Do give this a try. If it doesn't suit you, I shall search for another. Tu Nan raised her eyelids slightly, casting a quick glance at Li and Xing Ranran. What did she mean by that? When had Li ever met them and discussed such matters? She was utterly unaware. Knife. Meow Meow uttered this simple word, having recently begun to master her tongue and reveling in the articulation of basic vocabulary. The little tiger leapt directly from its nest, pouncing towards Xing Ranran's hand that held the knife. Xing Ranran's attention had never strayed from Li, and she was caught off guard as the little creature landed squarely on her hand. Startled, she loosened her grip, and the blade seemed poised to fall onto the tiger cub. Tu Nan's heart stopped. She rushed forward, attempting to intercept the knife, but fortunately, a large hand deftly halted its descent. Li cradled Meow Meow in one arm while grasping the knife's hilt with the other. Oh no, the sheath. The ornate sheath fell to the ground, a gem dislodged and rolling to Tu Nan's feet. Tu Nan's chest heaved with anger, glaring at Xing Ranran. I have never heard of gifting such a dangerous weapon to such small children. Have you lost your minds? She quickly approached, taking Meow Meow from Li's hands and inspecting her thoroughly to ensure the child had not sustained a scratch, finally easing her worries. Yet, she could not help but continue to mock this ill-timed visit. Are you here to see the children, or for some other purpose? We all understand. Xing Ranran could hardly believe Tu Nan was scolding her so. She glanced at Li, then lowered her head to pick up the sheath, appearing as though she were a pitiful victim of Tu Nan's ire. Oh dear, please don't be this way. It's our fault, Chen Fang chuckled awkwardly. Casting a pointed look at the child in Tu Nan's arms, children are still very young. As mothers, we should keep a close watch on them. Allowing them to run amok is hardly appropriate. In the Xing family, children of such an age already had tutors specifically assigned to educate them. She curled her lips, casting a glance back into the den, as Ao Ao, provoked by her subtle malice, transformed into a beastly form, a small grayish-black ball already attempting to crawl out. Chen Fang, seemingly well-meaning, advised her to distance herself. We have some connections and can assist in finding suitable private tutors. Tu Nan scoffed. What kind? Tutors who produce daughters like yours, who specialize in gifting married men. Li frowned. Tu Nan. He had recently begun contemplating the development in modest city and the future of their children. It was said that good social connections greatly benefited a child's future. Moreover, just moments ago, Even without his intervention, the child could have evaded danger based on that trajectory. Li's attitude disappointed Tu Nan. She let out a cold laugh, cradling Meow Meow, and beckoned Owl to return indoors. However, feeling his mother's anger, the little one scampered to Qin Fang's feet, picked up the fallen ruby, and dashed towards the drain, spitting the gem into it with a resounding piff. The little wolf wagged his tail and, in front of the two female guests, relieved himself into the drain before bounding back to his mother. "Mom, don't be upset. I'll help you," Owl comforted Tu Nan in his heart. "This," Qin Fang gaped, pointing at the little creature. "Owl." Li frowned, although he doted on his child. He did not wish for him to develop a habit of provoking others. It would not bode well for their future. What responded to him was the sound of the door closing as the mother and daughter entered the house. Qin Fang and her daughter awkwardly took their leave. Before departing, Qin Fang huffed lightly, advising Li, overindulgent mothers ruin their children. Since you have joined the military, why not send your child to an early training camp? It would provide a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. The prospect of the early training camp intrigued Li. He had heard of it, knowing that many exceptional beastmen had once stayed there, yet he had never had the opportunity himself. Tu Nan pushed aside the matter. As the two little ones were being coaxed by her to eat, Tu Nan turned away, ignoring him. "What has gotten into you today?" Li felt helpless. Tu Nan rarely behaved this way. He often forgot that Tu Nan had been raised in a nurturing environment. He had seen many colleagues' wives, none of whom matched Tu Nan's beauty or grace. Me? Tu Nan had always known that Li lacked cunning, yet he could not see through such a simple faade. She tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I fear that one day, if that pretty young lady beckons with her finger, you might unwittingly pack us three away." "Nonsense." Li sat beside her, stroking her soft black hair, pondering. Tu Nan's jealousy was growing. Just as the commander had said, female beasts indeed love to feel possessive. Once the two children were full, they began to doze off. Li carried them to another nest in the corner of the room, covered them with a blanket, and returned. Tu Nan's green eyes still burned with anger. Li sighed, pulling her into his embrace, disregarding her struggles, caressing her silky black hair, and leaning down to capture her lips. Tu Nan, unwillingly pushing him away, found Li wholly determined to kiss her into a daze. He was wholly absorbed in his pursuit of Tu Nan, relentlessly seeking her out. Tu Nan's breath gradually slipped away from her, his fervent inhalations raising her temperature, soaring ever higher. Ultimately, Tu Nan relinquished her struggle and began to respond, prompting Li to smile with satisfaction. Indeed, the commander was correct. It was futile to argue with a female beast. During such moments, it sufficed merely to satiate them. Tu Nan, her body ignited with fervor, found her mind cooling down. She realized that there was no point in arguing, no resolution to be found. Unlike nurturing a child, she could not educate Li. That was perpetually unrealistic. Thus, anger held no necessity. Such occurrences might only multiply in the future. Chapter 72, for the child. Endure Tu Nan understood that Li was increasingly content with their current life, grateful to the beast god. She reflected on how fortunate she was not to have missed him that day. He often embraced Tu Nan while expressing this sentiment or would toss their children into the air. Catching them once more, their faces adorned with innocent smiles that mirrored one another. Occasionally, a vulture would silently glide overhead, coldly observing the ground below. Yet it found no opportunity to strike. Xing Ranjan, alone, intercepted Li at the street corner. She was indeed a striking female beast. Today, she had left her harem bound. Her long, brown curls accentuating her face, rendering her even more endearing. Clutching a gift basket woven from vines, filled with common fruits and 2 sets of children's clothing. She hesitated for a moment before her cheeks flushed, and she thrust the offering toward Li. "I apologize for upsetting Sister Tu Nan last time and frightening the baby," she said, her large drooping ears attempting to conceal the blush on her face. "I feared that sending gifts for the children would be met with disdain. Noble families truly do not exchange such items." Though she appeared somewhat disheartened, she endeavored to please Li. "Sister Tu Nan desires this, so I shall provide an additional portion. Please, could you deliver it to her? I am too timid to go myself." From her pocket, she produced a sapphire and placed it in the basket. "I regrettably lost one last time. What a pity. I heard that the scabbard was an antique." Shang Ranjan blinked hopefully, wishing for Li to accept her offerings. Li found himself in a quandary. Displaying rare wisdom, he surmised that bringing the items back might lead to them being cast aside by Tu Nan. Yet, it was evident that the previous incident had been a misunderstanding. Tu Nan was not truly a noble and was unaware of the nuances of such etiquette. What to do? His captain had earnestly advised him that to genuinely develop, he must pay closer attention to social interactions. Shang Ranjan perceived his hesitation and cautiously suggested, "You see, the extravagant gift we presented that day was, in fact, a request of sorts. You know I hail from the Sheng family, and we have a tradition. Every child, upon reaching adulthood, must compete in the arena to gain a voice within the family. Otherwise, one must either participate themselves or enlist someone else to fight on their behalf. My mother and I have no support and have been persistently bullied. What I mean to say is," she gazed at Li earnestly, "would you represent me in the arena? The familial rights acquired can be entirely at your disposal, provided that my mother and I are assured a comfortable life within the family. Furthermore, I shall ensure that I pay a price that satisfies you in every instance." Her emerald eyes glistened with a plea, momentarily causing him to falter. This expression felt all too familiar, reminiscent of the past with Tunin. But when did Tunin cease to gaze up at him with such yearning? He shook his head, declining. "No, I lack the time for this." The young creature pressed the gift basket into his arms without uttering another word, swiftly turning away to flee. Li pondered for a moment before making his way back to the small courtyard. He presented the gift basket to Tunin, having discreetly tucked the sapphire into his pocket beforehand. It was a token from Karl, who had summoned the captain of the Sharp Blade Squad to shield him from misfortune. Tunin accepted the basket, catching a whiff of a subtle fragrance, and glanced at the ribbon-tied gift. Who could be deceived by this? She curled her lips in a smirk. Should she expose Li? Perhaps it was best to let bygones be bygones, as the tension from their previous disagreement had just begun to ease. She feigned ignorance and accepted the basket with a smile, resolute in her decision never to allow her child to wear such dubious garments. By the way, I inquired about the early training camp from Karl. He mentioned it was quite simple. Members of the Sharp Blade Squad could easily enroll their children with just a word. Li awaited Tunin's praise. Early training camp? Tunin had also sought information after that day, and it was indeed a place of considerable rigor. Even more demanding than the martial or sports schools of the previous world, akin to a military academy for children. How could two young ones still in their infancy be separated from home? Tunin truly could not fathom how Li could be so unyielding. Li frowned, observing the two little fluff balls playfully tussling in the large nest within the courtyard. It indeed felt a tad premature, perhaps at 5 months, considering their robust constitution. They could begin a month earlier than other children without issue. No, Tunin was not prepared to negotiate this matter. It was non-negotiable. I have inquired, and the children who attend there do so to forge their futures. Our Meow Meow and AOAOs do not require such measures. You are indeed too indulgent with them, Li retorted, earnestly asserting, it is precisely for their benefit that we must cultivate them early. As their father, I am entitled to express my views on their education. Yet, what perspective was this? What ideology? She gazed at the children reveling joyfully in the sunlight, reflecting on her own childhood and the past tales Li had shared. She had resolved to refrain from educating this intimate companion, opting only for selection. However, she found the practical application of this decision exceedingly challenging. For the sake of the children, she continually urged herself, Tunin, you are no longer alone. You must take responsibility for the children. Moreover, this was not Li's fault. Tunin suppressed her ire, concealing her true self beneath a facade. Li embraced her waist, offering praise first. I know you act for their benefit. You truly are a wonderful father. This is an opportunity you have never encountered before. The very camp you once yearned to join, is it not? Li's expression softened, and it brought him great comfort to understand Tunan's feelings. He tenderly kissed Tunan's forehead, gently rubbing his chin atop Tunan's head. However, Li has become remarkably more formidable than ever. You are not the same person you once were. Tunan gazed at him with admiration. Thus, our children rightfully deserve a better life. Tunan touched his ear, indicating for him to look at Meow Meow and AOAO. Anyone could instantly recognize these as your children. Who would dare train them, even if sent to a training camp? After all, you are the illustriously. Can't you train your own children? Tunan playfully swayed while clinging to his waist. I wish for our children to be by our side, so we can educate them ourselves during their formative years. I have no parents, and neither does Li. Our children must be cherished by their mother and father. Tunan envisioned a beautiful future. We have already saved quite a bit of money. Li entrusted all their finances to Tunan, which was indeed impeccable. Let us save a bit more, and we will find a way to the planets in the hinterland, or one day, we shall journey to the capital star. I want to provide our children with everything that you lacked in your childhood. Tunan nestled against his chest. Is that agreeable? Li's throat tightened. He realized that Tunan always understood him deeply. He embraced Tunan tightly, his heart overflowing with happiness. You are correct. He had miscalculated, thinking he could provide everything better for the children. There is one more thing. Li, filled with determination, thought he truly needed to strive harder. Here lies a perfect opportunity. I wish to give it a try. Chapter 73. Ambition and Crisis. Nan's gaze shifted from the children to Li. An opportunity? Carl made the connection, mentioning that a family was seeking talent. They would host a tournament internally. By participating, I could not only earn money, but perhaps even gain their favor and ascend to nobility. Li averted Nan's gaze. Indeed, I had misjudged. The children are not like I once was. They have me now. I will personally refine them, yet that alone will not suffice. If we are to reach better planets, I believe I need power and abundant resources. Nan did not anticipate that Li's thoughts would lead him in such a direction. I heard from Lisa that the Legion holds evaluations for outstanding soldiers every 3 years. It is said that the Central Legion selects individuals from this pool each year. With your capabilities, it should be feasible. This aligns with Nan's intentions. She still has over 2,000 days left. Just months ago, she vowed to survive against all odds, relinquishing everything to do so. Yet now, she finds herself increasingly unable to let go of the children. Regardless, she must do her utmost to pave a bright future for them. At the very least, she must find a way to relocate to a habitable planet, one less prone to the perils of conflict. The military route is too slow. The preliminary selections will not commence until the end of next year. Li's eyes remained fixed, unwavering, upon the children. He slightly raised a smile, imbued with a hint of arrogance. Had it not been for joining the elite squad, he would have remained oblivious to his own prowess. In the past, he had missed many opportunities. He was determined not to succumb to defeat. Nan furrowed her brow deeply. While Li was indeed formidable and of a high rank, had he forgotten one crucial point? This was a thought that Nan ought not to voice, as it would undoubtedly wound the pride of this proud beast. Gritting her teeth, she cautiously expressed her concern. The Army's competitions are quite formal. I am not overly worried about you. However, regarding the family arena competition you mentioned, can they ensure proper regulation? I fear you may suffer without your beast form. Li indeed froze at her words. It was true that he had only recently reached a certain level, yet he was unable to transform into his beast form. Without this transformation, no matter how swift his blade, he would possess a fatal disadvantage. His combat capabilities would be restricted in unusual terrains, and during battles in the cosmic void, he would be nearly rendered useless. After all, only in beast form could one survive and fight in the celestial environment. Family battles would occur on land, while army competitions would invariably lead to confrontations in the stars. I would be at a greater disadvantage, Li replied stiffly. This meant that if he pursued a path through the military, it was not guaranteed he would truly stand out. The realization struck Nan sharply. That was undeniably a challenging predicament. Enough said, this is a good opportunity. If you turn down Carl this time, there may not be a second chance. After conferring with Nan, Li felt resolute in his decision. Tomorrow he would seek out Sheng Ranjan to clarify the process. The Sheng family's background was questionable, but perhaps that would work in his favor, as they would likely place greater value upon him. Observing Nan's still furrowed brow, rife with concern for his safety, he reassured her, do not worry. I can guarantee that as long as I remain on the surface of Sandstar and engage in solo combat, I shall not falter. Nan sensed an underlying disquiet. What sort of family would recruit talent through internal arena competitions? If they truly wish to attract individuals, should they not host public events? They say it is a local noble family. Are you not reassured by Carl's recommendation? Li smirked, a hint of pride illuminating his features. You need not concern yourself with such matters. I shall elevate you to true nobility, and your child shall benefit as well. Nobility? What family possesses such grandiose aspirations? The power to confer titles does not reside in these remote lands. He abruptly became fervent about the matter, disregarding that it was already dinner time, and hastily released Nan before rushing out. Nan stood in place for a moment before knocking on Gaia's door. Gaia had not enlisted in the military. He continued to hunt alongside soldiers on leave and happened to be home at that moment. Gaia, just now. Li mentioned he intends to participate in a tournament hosted by some family. Have you heard him mention it? Concern etched across Nan's face, her inner turmoil palpable. What? No, I haven't. Is he truly that impressive? Gaia, typically straightforward, seemed taken aback. His strength makes him noteworthy. That is to be expected. Are you worried about him? There is no need. I've come to realize that as long as he avoids encountering Kong Jiamu and that Hain, he can navigate this place with ease. Gaia later inquired and discovered that Hain was indeed the exaggerated orca. The two of them would not irrationally participate in such a trivial planetary competition, he chuckled. Just wait for Lee to bring back the first prize. No, I heard it was an internal competition. I wonder which family's contest remains undisclosed. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to make it public for influence and talent acquisition? You are right. Gaia touched his ear, realizing that it seemed to be true. Did you not ask Lee? Tunan shook his head. Lee did not tell him, instructing him to mind his own business. Gaia was momentarily taken aback. He twitched his ears and sighed. Tunan, I think you should have a serious conversation with Lee. He glanced at Tunan and tentatively asked, does he have no idea about the things you have done along the way? What things? Tunan interrupted, his demeanor suddenly growing cold. Let the past remain in the past. Meow Meow and Ao now have a stable home, loving parents, and a hopeful future. What did she say? Should Lee know that her initial feelings for him were due to the system? That it was all utilitarian? Or that she witnessed danger yet said nothing? Or that she was continually searching for the next alpha? How would Lee react? It might be better if he remained unaware, just as he is now. Gaia, I am now a mother. Look at me, then at Meow Meow and Ao. Tunan stared intently at him. You have helped me immensely. Without you, the three of us would not be alive today. So please, say nothing. I want to provide my children with a stable life. You witnessed their birth. You know how challenging life is now, don't you? I beg you, do not disrupt it. Gaia was puzzled by how suddenly Tunan had contemplated so much. He believed he could accept it, and Lee should be able to as well. It seemed indeed different. This is quite burdensome for you. Today, as grievances could take ages to discuss. The cheerful Gaia always felt that there should be no secrets among family. I am not burdened. This is worth it. Very well. My mind is not as sharp as yours. Gaia conceded that Tunan was always right. I will heed your words. Tunan nodded gently, reminding him, the competition. I will inquire about it. He readily agreed. On the other side of the block, Shang Ranjan excitedly answered a call from her father. Are you coming to Marta City next week? To attend the 10th anniversary celebration of the star-level air defense chain? You asked about that candidate? I have recruited someone. Really? You must believe me. Yes, you will see them when you arrive. Please help me one more time. Give me a chance. Chapter 74, Kong Jiamu. After that day, Lee abruptly departed due to military duties. When he returned 3 days later, he handed Tunan an invitation. The 10th anniversary celebration? Tunan examined the exquisite invitation repeatedly. The interstellar air defense weaponry of Mata City was completed a decade ago, serving as a pivotal node in the border defense network. A certain invitation card adorned with cloud patterns bore a hint of casual arrogance. The grand celebration for the 10th anniversary was mandated by the White Dragon Emperor. Such intricate designs require royal approval, and none may use them lightly. Tunan gazed in astonishment at the familiar Eastern motifs. There were always peculiarities here, eerily reminiscent of the original world. Seeing Tunan's surprise, Lee smiled. The military selection you mentioned is still a ways off. However, due to the celebration, the army held a competition, and I emerged victorious. Wow! Tunan exclaimed, beaming with delight. Lee's prowess in combat was indeed beyond reproach. Tunan's expression of awe was well received by Lee. The top 10 can bring a companion to the banquet. However, we must attend the award ceremony first. So you should head to the banquet hall with the invitation card. Lee lifted Tunan into his arms. I'll find you after I'm done. He captured Tunan's lips, bestowing upon her a tender kiss. Within the military, Lee gradually discovered his confidence. He resembled a newly consecrated sword, radiating brilliance and sharpness. And his words flowed more freely than before. Am I to go alone? Tunan inquired. I shall invite Lady Lena, the wife of Karl, to accompany you. Thus, the matter was settled. The Lord of Mata City allocated the grandest banquet hall for this celebration. Even the most austere architectural styles were lavishly adorned on this day. The entire hall glimmered with a fresh brilliance, illuminated by an array of lights. Colorful fountains in the courtyard danced joyously, while a spectrum of flowers, the likes of which Tunan had scarcely seen, were artfully arranged in every corner from the entrance to the banquet hall. The combination of mist and blossoms constituted the most extravagant decor in Sandstar, far surpassing the value of satin in rarity and cost. How delightful! It feels as though the wrinkles on my skin have suddenly smoothed out, Lady Lena remarked, hiding behind her fan as she expressed her sentiments to Tunan. Nonsense. You have no wrinkles, Tunan replied with a smile, but this is indeed a grand gesture. This was the most comfortable day Tunan had experienced since her arrival. Supported by exorbitant wealth. Naturally, it was said that a recent victory at the front brought joy to Emperor Haiyuan, who personally approved the celebratory funds. In her 40s, Lady Lena spoke of the White Dragon Emperor with a youthful blush of admiration. I wonder if he will deign to address us. Will His Majesty the Emperor attend? Tunin asked in astonishment. Oh no, that's impossible. I meant a projection. Lena lightly tapped Tunin with her fan. How can you entertain such thoughts? Tunin smiled silently. The notion of an emperor held little real significance for her. The former queen often appeared in gossip columns. Oh, I may need to excuse myself for a moment. Look, Karl's superior has arrived. I shall return shortly. She offered Tunin an apologetic glance. I will go admire the flowers over there. Tunin indicated towards the terrace, where the floral arrangements were exquisitely elegant. Lena has been accompanying her for quite some time, and as the wife of the captain of the elite team, she naturally has social duties to fulfill. All right, let us attend the awards ceremony together, she said, smoothing her dress as she walked away. Tunin strolled alone towards the terrace, where wisps of mist enveloped the area. The floral arrangements showcased an array of plant branches, forming an impressive base reminiscent of a tree. The blossoms were predominantly in soft shades of blue, cascading down from the tree like a waterfall. Tunin turned, seeking the source of this floral cascade. It was a bird woven from plants, adorned with two small, sparkling light blue gemstones for eyes. Do you like it? A languid voice inquired. A man emerged from the shroud of mist. His dark green long hair was braided and hung by his side, while his pale blue eyes sparkled in harmony with the gemstones, revealing a glimmer of interest. It was Kong Jiamo, clad in a pristine military uniform. Today's attire was clearly ceremonial, complemented by a black satin cloak. He cast a glance at Tunin, then lowered his gaze, carefully selecting a flower from the bouquet. His slender fingers deftly extracted a tender, slightly blooming yellow flower. Look, this is the most beautiful flower here, he said, leaning down to inhale its fragrance, delicate yet potent, still on the cusp of full bloom. He twirled the flower and extended his hand toward Tunin. She tilted her head, attempting to evade him, which only elicited a soft laugh. Ah, he remarked, accurately placing the flower at her ear. The feline form is always the most graceful, he observed, satisfied with his choice. The flower, neither too large nor too small, perfectly complemented the dark-haired beauty. Her hair cascaded freely, adorned with only a delicate pearl hairnet. Her dress, an uncommon choice, was made of light yellow patterned fabric, featuring a high collar and intricate fastenings, accentuating her waist, while a fishtail of tulle flowed down to her calves. Her bare arms were adorned with only a simple bracelet. Indeed, she aligns perfectly with my tastes, Kong Jiamo mused. Among the many females surrounding him, he had often compromised on aesthetic preferences. He recognized this as his peculiar quirk. After all, it seemed that other avian and beast folk did not share his aversion to furry ears and tails. Yet, when it came to aquatic beings, he found their wetness unappealing. As for avian folk, alas, which bird could surpass his own appearance? The thought of their feathers unsettled him. What is your name? He inquired, growing increasingly at ease. It appeared that even a female with lower genetic traits, devoid of ears and a tail, could catch his eye. Tunin remained silent, aware of Kong Jiamu's overt flirtation. The reminder from System 5 flashed vividly before her, its meaning unmistakably clear, essentially urging her to take action. Yet, Tunin was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Should she make a move? But this was not a fleeting romance easily resolved. The system's requirement is to bear a child. Does she truly intend to give birth to Kong Jiamu's offspring right under his watchful gaze? The genetic selection of the beast star makes it utterly impossible for her to conceal this matter. Meow Meow and Ao are still so young. It is tantamount to deciding whether to abandon them now. Closing her eyes, Tunin clearly understands that she cannot do this, at least not at this moment. Removing the flower from her ear, Tunin ambiguously tugged at the corner of her mouth. Colonel Kong. She would not pretend not to recognize him. In this banquet hall, it would be impossible for anyone to be unaware of his presence. I have a husband. Therefore, I believe you need not know my name. She earnestly replanted the flower back in its rightful place, no longer glancing at Kong Jiamo, and turned away, walking back into the bustling crowd. Only Kong Jiamo, deep in thought, remained behind. He looked at the flower, raised an eyebrow, and felt a sense of surprise. Rejected, indeed. He chuckled softly. Chapter 75, The Gamble. I have one. Tunin did not look back even once. Having made her choice, she would not dwell on the path not taken and the transformations it might have wrought in her life. She only needed to know that she would accompany her children until they successfully navigated their entire childhood, watching them grow into upright young men. A commotion erupted at the entrance. A middle-aged man in military attire entered the banquet hall, surrounded by a throng of people. Secretary of Defense McCoy has arrived. Whispers began to circulate. Who is it? Tu Nan's eyes subtly shifted. Was that not her fictitious identity's core? Her father, the garrison officer of Shaw City, the noble McCoy? She never anticipated his appearance here. The question arises, did Li Na or any of the others present know of this deception? Is someone observing her? Tu Nan discreetly surveyed the layout of the banquet hall, gently stepping back, seizing the opportunity while the crowd's attention was diverted, and swiftly made her way to the most lavishly decorated lounge. She sidestepped and slipped inside, settling onto a sofa with her back to the door, awaiting what was to come. Inside the lounge, an ancient grandfather clock ticked away, each tick sounding to Tu Nan like a harbinger of doom. Waiting is always so interminable. Tu Nan placed her bet once more at the gaming table. If McCoy truly materializes as she hopes, she could proceed with her next course of action. If no one arrives, she could claim to have missed this precious opportunity or feign an unwillingness to meet her father. The worst-case scenario would be if someone else showed up, intent on creating an opportunity for her. 2/3 odds are not too shabby. What numbers will Lady Luck cast upon the dice? Time cruelly ticks away, second by second. The doorknob turns, the lid of the screening cup is lifted. There are too many people. Alas, Tu Nan is unsure of her whereabouts. It is Li Na. Tu Nan's heart sank. Is this truly the worst outcome? You worry too much. Alas, it is not appropriate for you to meddle in the affairs between a father and daughter, especially as you sigh alongside Li Na, the alluring creature who entered with you. There is no one else around. This is the last room. The ceremony will commence shortly. So let us take a look over there. Indeed, Tu Nan hopes that Li Na shares this sentiment. However, unfortunately, Li Na, feeling weary, remarks, let us take a break. These shoes are truly pinching. The sound of footsteps gradually approaches, prompting Tu Nan to take a deep breath and swiftly devise a strategy. At that moment, the door to the lounge opens once more. Both Li Na and the newcomer appear taken aback. Oh, Secretary McCoy, your attire. Li Na exclaims. Ah, my apologies. I ventured in here as there was no sign outside. A deep, courteous voice responds. No, we are searching for someone. This room was meant for you. And we have intruded. Tu Nan lowers his breathing to a whisper. Yes, this is the highest-ranking lounge. And the Secretary of Defense from Sand City has traveled a long way. He is indeed the most esteemed guest at this military-themed banquet. If McCoy requires rest, he will undoubtedly appear here. This is the reason Tu Nan is stationed here. Do you need to change your clothes? We shall take our leave. The sounds of footsteps and the closing door gradually fade away. Li Na and her companions have departed. The room returns to silence. Are you not coming out? McCoy, it should be him, speaks leisurely. Tu Nan's solitary battle is about to truly commence. He turns on the sofa, kneeling with his back against the couch. Fortunately, only McCoy remains in the room. McCoy's initially vigilant demeanor relaxes upon realizing that it is merely a delicate female. She is indeed a beautiful lady. McCoy nods slightly, exhibiting gentlemanly decorum. The beauty and fragility of a female often prompt noble males to be more considerate and courteous. Could you spare me a moment to change my attire? You see, this was an accident. McCoy lifts the gown he is holding, smiling with a certain charm. I have been waiting here specifically for you. The beautiful female unexpectedly declares this. Oh, a glimmer of interest sparks in McCoy's eyes. What do you mean by that? I do not recall having met you before. Tu Nan presents a sweet smile. But now you do know me, father. McCoy is taken aback. The rosy bubbles that had just emerged in his mind shatter instantly, as he quickly calculates which of his numerous mistresses could possibly have given him such a daughter. Who is your mother? He thinks, feeling a throbbing headache. A daughter of such low status? Over these past few years, he has lost much interest in women. His wife's family has ascended a level, and familial stability has become paramount. He is far from pleased to have a daughter appear at this juncture. Tu Nan playfully winks at the middle-aged gentleman and says, You need not concern yourself with my mother. I believe you might be more interested in your son-in-law. The newly released elite beast from Mars, the rising star of the Blade team. Are you aware of it? McCoy appeared somewhat moved. Naturally, he would pay attention to an elite wild beast. Or perhaps you would desire a pair of twin grandchildren. Tu Nan continued to throw out enticing propositions. One boy and one girl. I presume you have heard of them? Ah, it is indeed a subject of great intrigue, is it not? The middle-aged gentleman hesitated and nodded. Indeed, this is a piece of news that has reached the sands of Mars. But what relevance does it hold for him? Alas, Tu Nan feigned a sigh. My family has always held great admiration for you, sir, and he wishes to serve under your command. However, coincidentally, he has enlisted on Mars. Now, it is not so easy for him to come to Sand City, is it? Tunin explained to him calmly. But if I were your daughter, then everything would make sense, wouldn't it? After all, he would not wish for me to be too far from you. If I were to incessantly express my desire to return to Mars, he would be compelled to seek your favor. McCoy finally grasped the situation. This female beast had come to pledge allegiance on behalf of her husband. Quite intriguing. Tunin finally rose from the sofa, gracefully approaching him, tentatively taking the coat he held. She was not met with refusal. Tunin dutifully lowered her head, assisting McCoy in removing the soiled coat and replacing it with a new one. She fastened his belt anew. With a delightful click, the belt clasped perfectly, producing a melodious sound. McCoy observed this female beast serving him with reverence, her movements gentle and meticulous, her demeanor impeccable. He nodded in satisfaction, propping up his arm and inquiring, "So, my dear goddaughter, what name did your biological parents bestow upon such a wise young lady as yourself?" "Father." Tunan's hand slipped through his arm, affectionately linking with him. "Please call me Tunan. Although I lack biological parents, I do cherish this name." Tunan smiled. "Your son-in-law is on the award stage today. Perhaps you would be interested in meeting him?" McCoy slightly raised his hand, gesturing. "Let us go." Chapter 76. Starworms. Everyone's gaze continually fell upon Tunan and McCoy, including the enigmatic smile of Lina. "Oh, McCoy, might you introduce me to this beautiful lady at your side? This is the Minister of Defense of Mars City, Ku Yongqiang." "Ha ha ha, old Ku, it has been a while. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tunan." Tunan responded with a smile. McCoy played coy. "I must also express my gratitude to you. For Tunan's husband owes much to your care. This pair of children, alas, they insist on striving independently, yet at least they have not brought me disgrace." Ku Yongqiang's expression flickered. "What? Her husband is someone I know? My husband is serving in your blade team. He has always mentioned the great care he has received there." Tunan interjected. "What? Li? How did the talent he favors become associated with McCoy?" Ku Yongqiang's expression hardened momentarily. Yet, he could only engage in polite banter, as it turned out to be the wife of Li. "Ah, you're twins. Alas, we elders truly worry endlessly for the younger generation. They seem to be running amok. I wonder if the young couple can manage 2 children simultaneously. In my opinion, it would be better to bring them home, under my watchful eye. For my peace of mind." McCoy appeared to reproach, but his words were laden with pride. He seemed to be waiting for Ku Yongqiang to inquire further. Naturally, Ku Yongqiang picked up on this. "Oh, so it turns out that Li is a scion of that scoundrel's family? Nephew?" No. He had heard from his subordinates that Li was merely a drifter at the bottom of society. "So is this the she-beast?" He had not paid much attention to this, and it turns out she belongs to the McCoy household? Well, now, it will be far more challenging to claim Li for his own interests. But to help Ku Yongqiang ascend by providing a ladder? That is utterly out of the question. He suppressed his curiosity and deliberately avoided asking McCoy the questions he was eager to hear, instead diverting the conversation. "Ah, this truly worries me. You see, I am quite exhausted every day. The White Dragon Emperor has suddenly designated us in Mata City to host a celebration. Fortunately, I have many young men to assist me. If it were left to Sand City with all those old fossils, the myriad opinions would complicate matters." Tunan listened intently as the two exchanged barbs. Success. Although not explicitly stated, it was sufficient to leave room for speculation, which served a greater purpose than clearly defining the role of a goddaughter. The unknown holds the most power. Tunan was correct in her assumptions. However, unbeknownst to her, there was another misled individual present, one she did not recognize, Shang Ranjan's father. "Sheng Mingqian, did you not say that the she-beast lacks background?" His lips scarcely moved, yet Sheng Ranjan could clearly discern his fury. Sheng Ranjan felt bewildered. For months, she had employed someone to track Tunan, yet had seen no sign of nobility in her company. Thus, she deduced that Tunan's claims to such identities were fabrications. Now, a junior accompanying Sheng Mingqian had ventured to inquire around and provided answers to their questions. "I heard from those ladies that Tunan is likely the illegitimate daughter raised outside by McCoy." He added his own conjecture. Perhaps she was not valued before. But now that her fierce beast has risen, they have acknowledged her. Shang Mingqian scoffed repeatedly. "Shang Ranjan, you truly possess remarkable talent. How could a fierce beast with such a father-in-law ever marry you? Well, you failed to attract talent for the family and almost brought me an enemy instead." He was weary of pretending to be a benevolent father. Why would you forsake a life of wealth and comfort to partake in the family head's conflict? Just based on you? Better wait for your brother to sort it out. He shook off Sheng Ranjan's hand, leaving his terrified daughter standing alone, and walked away coldly. How could this be? Xing Ranran could hardly believe it all. Tunin truly possessed another identity, and she had been so easily forsaken. She was unwilling to accept this fate. She had to make another attempt. What if Tu Nan was a noble woman? If her father were truly willing to support Li, how could she still be relegated to the lower echelons of the military? She could engage in conversation with Li, as long as he could consistently secure victories and attain the position of family head. She would guarantee to heed his every word and cede the power of the Sheng family to him. After all, if she were to lose, she would not even retain her life. Conversely, if Li were to triumph, she would not allow him to be a mere son-in-law. She would ensure he enjoyed all the privileges of the Sheng family. Father, shall we proceed to the ceremony? Will my position alongside you be in the front row? Li will surely spot me at first glance. Tu Nan was acutely aware of her value to McCoy. Everything hinged on Li. She relentlessly raised the stakes, determined to make McCoy recognize Li's regard for her. McCoy was quite pleased with his newly acknowledged daughter's perceptiveness. He jested with a warm smile. Is that your only request? Very well, let me witness the splendor of my future son-in-law. They exchanged a knowing smile, exuding a sense of familial affection. Tu Nan linked arms with McCoy as they made their way toward the banquet hall, where a platform had already been erected to showcase the military's finest. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the venue, causing everyone to change countenance. Starworms? This was the alert for a starworm invasion. How could there be starworms? Had the air defense chain been compromised? People surged toward the exits, looking skyward. Indeed, small black dots were plummeting like meteors. The timid female beasts among them burst into tears, exclaiming, "What should we do? Are we to fight again? I must reach the safe fortress. Open the safe fortress." A figure pushed through the crowd, advancing to the forefront. With a flourish, he cast aside his black cloak and donned his military cap with precision. Tilting his head to survey the situation above, he turned back, addressing the gathered nobles and dignitaries with a nonchalant demeanor. It's merely a few insignificant insects. His expression was one of disdain, revealing little concern. The star chain remains intact. It seems these starworms have finally shown some wit. They are merely small fry, hardly warranting the activation of the star chain. His dark green hair glimmered in the sunset, adorned with a golden fringe. This was Kong Jiamu, the commander of the Crew's army, the emperor's envoy, and a noble from the capital star. His composed presence calmed the anxieties of those present. And as they gradually regained their composure, they realized, indeed, that no larger starworms had materialized, just as he had stated. Let us proceed. It appears this is the true venue for the 10th anniversary celebration. Ku Yongxiang, serving as the defense minister of Mardastar, transformed into a majestic lion beast. He beckoned to Kong Jiamu. "Colonel Kong, shall we go together?" Kong Jiamu raised an eyebrow in response. "I'll take these soldiers for some practice." He referred to the soldiers waiting for their awards beneath the podium, who promptly shifted into their beast forms, except for Li. Chapter 77. The focus of contestation. Tunin faced Li with a unique intensity. Today, he donned a military uniform, a deep navy black attire complemented by polished black boots, which transformed the once unkempt orc, who often lurked in the shadows, into a figure of stature, resilience, and handsomeness. He calmly cast a glance towards the assembly below, prompting someone to toss his sword upwards. With a swift motion, Li grasped the curved blade, momentarily fixing his gaze on the soldier, as several transformed orcs eagerly called out, "Li, I'll take you. Come, come, I can run fast." One of them, a leopard, boasted about its speed. With a graceful leap, Li landed atop the leopard. "Let us go," he uttered succinctly, and the remaining soldiers on stage, along with the warriors observing from below, promptly followed him, charging towards the front lines where the star insects had fallen. Tunin observed everything with unwavering attention. In a brief span, Li had established himself within the military, garnering comrades, followers, and a compelling influence through his prowess. Tunin dialed Gaia, and the call was answered swiftly. "Gaia, I've seen the star insects. Are the children safe?" Both Tunin and Li were away from home, leaving the children in Gaia's care. "Yes, do not fret. They are all well." The background on Gaia's end was bustling, yet it seemed no chaos had ensued. "Two have just fallen here, but there are plenty of soldiers remaining who swiftly dealt with them. Stay with Li and take care of yourself. I will keep watch here. I'll return with the children." After ending the call, Tunin turned to McCoy. "Father, could you send someone to take me home? I'm worried about the children." McCoy had also taken note of Li's recent performance. A formidable soldier with substantial influence within the army possessed immense potential for further development. Consequently, he regarded Tunin with increasing importance and suggested with a smile, During such extraordinary times, it's best not to wander. Here's what we'll do. I'll send someone to fetch the children and take them to a wartime shelter for safety. You should remain by my side. Is that possible? Tunin pondered, realizing that as a border star, it made sense for Shashing to have such wartime refuge facilities. McCoy's proposal was indeed a timely blessing, and she nodded gratefully. Thank you, father. Meanwhile, Shang Ranjan, having been momentarily overlooked, regained her father's attention. Are you saying you have established contact with Li? Is he interested in your proposal? Shang Mingqian called his daughter forward. Li, the formidable beast, surpassed what he had initially perceived. He resolved to grant his daughter one last opportunity, one that should have been entirely forsaken. Yes, father, Shang Ranjan stammered slightly. He values the children. Tunin has been with him for so long yet has not provided any resources. I believe he must be dissatisfied. Shang Mingqian glanced towards the award stage where Li had just been, then looked at Tunin beside McCoy. You do not understand men. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, his humble origins preventing him from wishing his past insignificance to be acknowledged by those around him. As for the children, he conveyed to Shang Ranran, I have changed my mind. This is your final opportunity. You must approach the divorce. And the Shang family shall grant your child a noble status. As long as he has a child of Shang lineage in the future, we shall regard him as one of our own. In the contest for the head of the family, whatever he seizes through his capabilities will belong to his future offspring. The McCoy family, with their traditional aristocratic power, would never share authority with a son-in-law. Shang Ranran trembled with excitement. Her father advised her, be magnanimous. Those two children will also become an asset to your own. Keep your vision long-term. He commanded those around him, go, send someone to bring his children to the sanctuary. Just say it is Ranran's request. He caressed the family ring on his finger, filled with confidence. The Shang family, having risen from the depths through relentless struggle, thrived on such unyielding determination. Unlike the McCoys, the Shang family did not concern themselves with whether lineage came from sons or daughters. Only those who could emerge victorious from fierce battles could be the family's hope. And that Tunin, the daughter of the McCoys? If it was for a truly deserving talent, he would not shy away from negotiating with the McCoys. Moreover, the McCoys might not even wish to keep this son-in-law by then. After all, unlike the Shing family, genuine aristocrats do not favor nurturing an ambitious wolf, at worst. They could cast Ranran aside as an apology. He smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Gaia indeed sent word shortly thereafter, stating that someone had brought them to the sanctuary, where they were very safe, and urged Tunin to take care of herself. Tunin released the tension in her heart, enduring a half-sleep in the small lounge arranged by McCoy until dawn. As daylight broke, the city of Marta returned to tranquility. Tunin was sent back to the small courtyard. Although she knew the children were safe, her restlessness persisted until she saw their faces, the tension in her mind remaining taut. She waited until noon when a commotion outside the courtyard caught her attention. Tunin leaped from her chair and flung open the door. Li stood at the entrance, cradling two children. Mommy! Mommy! The little ones cried out, their day and night without their mother's presence having been a torment. Tunin rushed forward, enveloping them in her arms, tenderly rubbing them for a while before redirecting her attention to Li. Was it Gaia who sent you to pick up the children? Tunin inquired, a bit puzzled, as Gaia had been with the children the previous night. Li shook his head. I finished clearing the star bugs and happened to be nearby. So I brought them back. Gaia stayed to assist. I came back to rest first. Li felt a tinge of disappointment. After such a long time, Tunin had yet to inquire about his situation, nor had she noticed his change. He pretended to casually extend his hand, as if to reclaim the children into his embrace. Only then did Tunin finally take notice. Oh, your hand? To the left of Li, a swollen wolf claw extended outward, its sharp talons glimmering with a chilling sheen. Li revealed a satisfied smile, his eyes brimming with pride and boastfulness. The myriad of star insects yesterday had indeed proven difficult to manage. One of my comrades nearly lost his life, and I remain uncertain as to how his hand came to be in such a state. He shook his arm, and the wolf claw transformed back into his usual broad and rough hand before Tunan's eyes. Curiously, Tunan gazed at his hand for a considerable time before exclaiming, Li, you are becoming increasingly formidable. Indeed, my father has remarked that Li is on the cusp of a breakthrough, stating that it is only a matter of time before he manifests his beast form. A slender figure emerged from the side, naturally stepping beside Li. Shang Ranran placed her small hand on Li's arm, peering at the children nestled in Tunan's embrace, sticking out her tongue. It is truly wonderful that the children are safe. My father certainly made the right choice in sending them to the sanctuary. And you? Tu Nen raised an eyebrow, noticing that Li seemed to be experiencing a bout of jealousy once again. Tu Nen, he emphasized. It was Miss Ran who expressed concern for the children's safety and specifically requested Mr. Sheng to ensure their protection. He commanded Tu Nan. You ought to express your gratitude to her. Tu Nan, with a stoic expression, glanced from Li to the girl closely nestled against him, her gaze filled with provocation. Sheng Ran. Chapter 78. Divergent Thoughts. Do you know who took you from home? Tu Nan inquired through their mental link to the two children. A Mr. Meow Meow pondered the sky for a long while before providing a vague response. There were two uncles. One said he was sent by Miss Ran. Uncle Gaia accompanied us. Ao Ao's response was much clearer. So, it was indeed Sheng Ran who had sent someone. I sincerely appreciate your assistance with the children, Tu Nan acknowledged solemnly. Addressing Sheng Ran. Regardless of her intentions, she had indeed ensured the children's safe passage to a secure location, and for that alone, Tu Nan felt compelled to thank her. Seeing that Tu Nan grasped the situation, Li let out a relieved sigh, finally at ease. I shall take my leave for now. Sheng Ran, unconcerned with Tu Nan, smiled sweetly at Li, saying, My father and I await your decision with sincerity. Let us discuss it later, Li replied vaguely. Sheng Ran did not press the matter further, gracefully departing. Tu Nan sensed something amiss. What decision? She inquired of Li. Li hesitated. Yet considering Tu Nan's profound regard for the children, he pondered that perhaps she would comprehend his choice. Today, she mentioned that if I can reach the final round of the Sheng family's family tournament, they would guarantee the children noble status. Tu Nan tightened her embrace around the two chubby little bodies, drawing energy from them. So what you mentioned last time, the family introduced by Carl, is the Sheng family? Tu Nan had found it peculiar last time, and even asked Gaia to investigate. It is not an introduction from Carl. It was merely Sheng Ran who sought you out. Correct? Finally, this forthright beast began to engage its intellect, and it directed that scant intelligence towards her. Tu Nan's demeanor remained composed. Li, though he could clearly see Tu Nan standing before him, found her expression indistinct, rendering her features elusive. A sense of inexplicable anxiety gripped him, accompanied by a profound discomfort stemming from a feeling of being misunderstood. He was at a loss as to how to articulate his sense of helplessness to Tu Nan. From the moment Tu Nan arrived at his side, Li felt an increased weight of responsibility. Initially, he merely wished to provide for her and ensure the survival of their child. Gradually, however, his aspirations expanded. He yearned to nurture Tu Nan, striving to afford her a life that was not inferior to anyone else's. Once, he believed he had succeeded in this endeavor. Yet, the events of the previous night shattered that illusion into irreparable fragments. He and his comrades pursued the trail of the star insect, arriving at a certain courtyard. The quaintness of that little garden bore striking resemblance to his own home, adorned with warmth and comfort. Yet, it was futile. When danger struck, all serenity was abruptly extinguished. The star insect ravaged a female beast. Despite her body being torn asunder, she clung desperately to her child. Tragically, even that infant, in its vulnerable stage, could not be saved. Its head was bitten off by the star insect. The male beast in the courtyard, now legless, howled in a corner, a mere shadow of its former self. They rushed in to exterminate the rampaging star insects, yet could not restore the sanctity of that once harmonious home. In his mind's eye, the female beast morphed into Tu Nan, and the child into Meow Meow and Ao Ao. He nearly succumbed to cowardice, yearning only to flee back to Tu Nan's side. It was at that moment that the emissary from Sheng Ranjan appeared. He informed Li that Tu Nan was safe in the banquet hall, and that the two children had been relocated to a shelter by Sheng Ranjan's people. In that instant, Li's perspective shifted. Though he had harbored some hesitation, today he appeared resolute. Look, when crisis strikes, the nobles have their guards to protect them. At the very least, they can retreat to a shelter. Meanwhile, the commoners must fend for themselves. His tone was stark. They are merely commoners. Fearing to frighten Tu Nan, he refrained from recounting the horrific scenes he had witnessed, yet he resolved to elevate Tu Nan and their children to a higher status. He recalled her tales of wandering through the desert. He refused to let her face any peril. He aspired for Tu Nan to live safely and without worry. Did she not wish to relocate to a planet within the inner circle? He had previously calculated that by aiding Sheng Ranjan in winning 5 consecutive battles, he could afford a home on Ming Mountain Star. That planet was more habitable and secure. He envisioned surprising Tu Nan, but fate had other plans. Sheng Ranjan had assisted the children, and now he owed her a debt of gratitude. Subsequently, Sheng Ranjan revealed that this tournament was, in fact, an internal power struggle within the Xing family from which he could not withdraw. Moreover, he found that only through achieving victory alongside Sheng Ranjan would his efforts bear any significance. You see, I fear that you might overthink things. My intentions are solely for the child. He dares not meet Taiyunen's gaze, suppressing the true demands posed by the Sheng family and Sheng Ranjan. For the sake of the child, Taiyunen offered a gentle smile. What unspoken truths did Li conceal from her? A female beast inexplicably begins to show concern for a male beast and his offspring? What other motivation could there be? Moreover, she is all too familiar with Sheng Ranjan's schemes. From the outset, that female's ambition has been directed solely at Li. Could a genuine noblewoman truly be enamored with a rough man like Li? No, the look in her eyes reveals nothing but ambition and ulterior motives, devoid of any genuine emotion, much like Taiyunen herself. Conversely, the gaze Sheng Ranjan casts upon her is laced with disdain and malice. Thus, even if she were to ignore the system's indicated countdown of life, relinquishing her mission and disregarding the precious passage of time, could she genuinely remain by Li's side and peacefully accompany the child's growth? Taiyunen harbored doubts about this. She initially intended to inform Li that she had found a benefactor, the esteemed McCoy in Shaching. McCoy, a nobleman and a military figure, holds a high position yet is not directly subordinate to Li, providing him with considerable latitude. Li could ascend through his own merits without being hindered by the constraints of power. Though this solution had sprung to her mind under duress yesterday, the more she pondered, the more it seemed like an impeccable plan. Yet now, she refrained from disclosing it to Li. She needed to reconsider her path forward. Contemplating whether she could survive with the child in the absence of Li, McCoy would serve as her own card to play. And she chose not to reveal it just yet. Li, still awaiting Taiyunen's reaction, observed the two children returning to their mother's side, their weariness overtaking them. Taiyunen glanced at the nearly slumbering children, sighed, shook her head in resignation, and reproached Li. Well, do you truly believe I could be angry with you? Of course. I understand that you act for the child's good for my sake. With that, Taiyunen turned and carried the two little ones back into the room. Li remained skeptical of Taiyunen's words, sensing her lingering displeasure. Unsure of how to appease her, he hesitated in the courtyard. Once more, the door opened. Taiyunen stood at the threshold, her voice soft and gentle. You must be exhausted after a long night. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Go wash up. You need not return to the camp today, correct? Li's eyes brightened. Taiyunen was smiling. She truly wasn't angry? What splendid news. Chapter 79. The awakening of talent. Taiyunen concealed her emotions. Those who were favored possess an undeniable confidence, a truth Taiyunen had long grasped. She had always performed according to the expectations of others, whether it be to meet their hopes, be understanding and obedient, or to yearn for emotional connection. Living behind a mask had been Taiyunen's norm since childhood. Only when faced with the children does it feel different. Through a gentle mental link, Tunan softly addressed the two little ones. Sleep now, mommy is here. Mommy. The two little ones, half asleep and half awake, made an effort to respond. Look. This is indeed different. Even though Li was reluctant to speak much, Tunan still gleaned considerable information through Gaia regarding the grotesque foster system of the Sheng family. What were Li's thoughts? Tunan smiled, having lost the desire to delve deeper. Her focus was on when the children would transition into childhood. Regardless of her plans, the cubs were still far too young. She felt a twinge of unease. It was nearly time. Conventionally, by 6 months, children could shift from cubhood to childhood, at which point they would be capable of running and jumping, resembling little three-headed beings. The children were already 5 months old, yet they still could not control their movements between their beastly and human forms. Tunan and Lisa sat on the porch in the courtyard, discussing the same topic. Mothers' conversations inevitably gravitate towards their children. Miu Miu seems a bit sturdier. Could she be the first to enter childhood? Lisa teased, glancing at the black puppy like Ao Ao. Will Ao be outdone by his sister? I'll be first. I'll be first. Then Ao will have to call me sister. Miu Miu exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Lisa's words, suddenly realizing that this competition might reverse the disadvantages of their birth order. Ao remained silent, quietly squatting at his mother's feet, softly whimpering, his deep brown eyes glistening as they gazed up at Tunan. Tunan picked him up and held him close, disapprovingly telling Lisa, the children will inevitably reach this stage. It doesn't matter if it happens sooner or later. She kissed Ao's little pointed ears, stood up, and gently placed him back in the nest, bestowing a light kiss on Miu Miu's cheek as well. Miu Miu had nearly felt jealous when her mother kissed her brother, but Tunan swiftly soothed her emotions, causing her to giggle happily while sucking on her finger. Lisa set aside her knitting, shaking her head. It was my mistake. Oh dear, I only have Owen and didn't he pay attention to these things. She looked at the two babies and asked Tunan, have you thought of their names? Haven't you registered them yet? No hurry, Tunan replied, her gaze distant. It would be fine to take them for registration once they reached childhood. By then, Li would have been promoted in rank, and they could go to the first testing facility in the military zone for assessments. Indeed, Lisa agreed with Tunan's perspective. That place has high precision. They can measure percentages, and we will see what their initial levels are. However, I believe these two will certainly have a considerable level, so do not worry too much. Tunan was not concerned at all. After all, the system had explicitly informed her about the two mutated genes, one of which was divine. It was unlikely that a mutation would occur on a low-level gene. She had been more afraid of the children's uniqueness being detected, which was why she had been seeking ways to delay their registration, although she had previously discussed with the two about not displaying any anomalies at birth. She later realized that she had been overthinking it. The little ones struggled to control their transformations, yet fortunately, the traits of their mutations do not manifest during their juvenile phase. Her previous worries were unfounded. Meow meow. Young Owen, fresh from the training camp, rushed to Tunan without even returning home, neglecting to greet his mother as he dashed off to find Meow Meow. Silly Owen is back again. Meow Meow hid behind her brother, while the little wolf cub, growling, perked up his ears, making an effort to shield his sister behind him. Meow Meow, do not speak like that, Tunan admonished, exasperated. For reasons unknown, Owen was particularly fond of this little sister next door, rushing home each day to check on Meow Meow. Consequently, the two children often found themselves exasperated by his antics. Yet, in public, they displayed remarkable solidarity. As Owen bent down to scoop up Meow Meow, she felt a surge of urgency but found herself unable to transform into her feline form, clumsily attempting to escape the nest. In her mind, she cried out in desperation. Ow, ow, help me. Ow, 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 bared his teeth and growled threateningly at Owen. However, in his fox form, Owen dismissed the little wolf's intimidation, chuckling as he playfully grasped the ow by the scruff of his neck. Mischievous ow, off you go. He tossed the furry bundle into his mother's embrace. Lisa caught the thrown ow with her skirt, laughing heartily as she embraced him, teasing him. Oh dear, sister has been snatched away by the naughty boy. Tunan and Lisa did not intervene in the children's playful scuffles. The beasts, in their animal forms, possessed heightened defenses, and moreover, Owen was quite adept at moderation. Such playful roughhousing was beneficial for the children's growth. Ow struggled free from Lisa's skirt, only to see Owen joyfully holding Meow Meow, showering her delicate face with affectionate nuzzles. Meow Meow pushed him away with her hands, but to no avail. She did not exactly despise Owen. Rather, she was frustrated by being so carelessly handled. If there was to be affection, it ought to be initiated by her. Why was she being subjected to such treatment? Let me go. The little one's speech was still somewhat unrefined, yet it did not hinder her from mentally hurling insults. Naughty Owen. Silly brother. Fool. Brother. Come save me. Alas. Tunan's heart sank. Meow Meow rarely called for her brother, often addressing Ow instead. Yet, when she did call for him, the usually composed Ow often lost his cool. Meow Meow. He was prepared to caution her against indiscriminately commanding her brother. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Ow's fur bristled in an instant, his gaze fixated on Owen, his eyes aflame with fury. Oh dear, do not be angry, I will make Owen let go. Lisa noticed Ow's agitation and, while restraining him, scolded her son. If sister is unwilling, let him go. Ow flailed his legs in midair, still restrained and unable to reach his sister, which only heightened his distress. Suddenly, Lisa found herself grasping at nothing. Ow had vanished from her hold. Tunan's cup slipped from his grasp and shattered as he sprang to his feet. In the shadow of the eaves, a darkness seemed to deepen momentarily before that shadow lunged at Owen's hands, reforming into the shape of a small wolf. The little creature opened its mouth fiercely and sank its teeth into Owen's arm with a sharp bite. Ouch, that hurts. The milk teeth possessed surprising strength, and with a fierce grip, it clung to Owen's hand, nearly causing him to toss it aside. Yet, astonishingly, he endured the pain and retrieved it once more. What on earth was happening? Tears streamed from Owen's eyes in anguish. Tunan hurried over to pry the little one away. It's bleeding. I need to fetch the healing spray. She felt genuinely remorseful. Lisa approached, her expression one of shock, glancing at the small wound on her son's arm, dismissing it with a wave of her hand. "Oh, it's just a minor injury. If left alone, it will heal in a couple of days." She gazed at the little creature for a moment, then hesitantly remarked to Tunin, "This little one possesses a remarkable talent, indeed. Your son is bound to make waves across the galaxy." Tunin looked down at the creature, which was still baring its teeth and scratching the air. Its outburst seemed ill-timed. What to do now? Both Lisa and Owen were watching him with keen interest. Chapter 80. The Child's Gift. Do not reveal it as special talent. The system had informed them upon the children's birth about the mutated gene of the Shadow Wolf. It appeared to be a concealed talent for traversing the shadows. However, Tunin preferred not to dwell on it too much. The children did not require excessive attention. As she contemplated how to extricate herself from the situation, she realized that too much focus would impede her progress. But how was she to communicate this to Lisa? Shoo. She gestured subtly to Lisa and Owen, asking them to wait a moment while she soothed the child. Tunin ushered the two little ones back into the room and earnestly instructed them. "Ow, ow, ow is wonderful, and meow, meow is also splendid. Mommy loves you both dearly. However, can you please wait here while I discuss something important with Aunt Lisa? Play for a bit, but refrain from using those skills from earlier. All right?" She specifically reminded Ow and Ow, "Do you remember our agreement? We need to keep our special abilities hidden." Both seemed to sense they might have caused trouble. But since their mother did not scold them, they obediently agreed to Tunin's request. After closing the door, Tunin took a moment to gather her thoughts before turning to face Lisa and her son. Was this truly a special talent? She forced a smile, though it did not convey much excitement. Lisa was perplexed. Did Tunin not take pride in her child's exceptional gift? That seemed implausible. For every parent yearns for their child to excel. Why do you seem so unhappy? Lisa inquired, furrowing her brow. Tunin let out a deep sigh, sinking into her chair, burying her face in her hands, and after a lengthy pause, lifted her head. "You wouldn't understand. This is intertwined with the past and Shinranjan." Lisa blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. The military families had their speculations about this matter. Such communities held few secrets. The delicate young lady had been seen waiting at the crossroads for Li, and everyone observed as Li transitioned from initial rejection to frequent appearances in Shinranjan's small courtyard. Rumors circulated in private, yet they had not reached Tunin's ears. Little did they realize, Tunin was already aware of everything. She hesitantly remarked, "Oh, you know, but male beasts are all quite similar. Besides, if the child excels, you should inform Li to temper his heart. With a child like Ao, what more could he possibly desire?" Lisa's frustration grew. Li was being unreasonable. While Tunin endured hardships alongside him and bore a child, now that their lives were finally improving, he was beginning to waver. It was not so simple. Tunin glanced at Owen, saying, "If you're listening, could you promise Auntie not to disclose this? It pertains to the safety of me and the child." Her demeanor was formal, treating Owen as an adult. Owen, feeling the seriousness, sprang up, swearing that unless the beast god descended, he would never spread what he had heard. Tunin's gaze grew distant as she began to unfold the entire story. The Sheng family had promised Li the position of future head of the family. She combined the information she had gathered with her own speculations. A smirk tugged at her lips. He thought she was unaware. Yet the arena competition of the Sheng family was exclusively for family members. Why should Li participate? If he continued to fight, was it not with the intention of marrying Xing Ranran later? Lisa was genuinely taken aback. What? He even plans to have you step aside? Tunin's eyes reflected despair. Who knows? I didn't inquire. The child is still young, and I constantly think about not allowing them to grow up without a father. However, the Sheng family's background is murky. If they were merely ordinary children, perhaps they would not take action. But if my children possess extraordinary talents, would they not worry about potential future complications and act preemptively? Once the children are older, if life becomes unbearable, I can always take them home. But for now, I will not allow them to bear this risk. I must keep this from Li. Help me. Lisa, Owen, I implore you. The two were left in shock, particularly Lisa, who had assumed Tunin was oblivious and had been enduring in silence. Little did she know that Tunin was not only aware but had contemplated so much, so profoundly. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed in anger, "These male beasts. They truly deserve it." "Well, Tunin, how long have you been pondering this? Why haven't you shared anything with me?" With fierce determination, she approached Tunin, gazing intently at her for a moment before embracing the frail, seemingly strong female beast. "Rest assured, I am undoubtedly on your side. I will never speak of this. However, In my opinion, you cannot allow Li to be involved with Xing Ranran. Just wait. I shall speak with Li Na as well, and together we shall ensure that such a female beast cannot remain in this area. Even young Owen nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, Tu Nan is wonderful. She is gentle and kind not only to her child, but also to those of us who often cause trouble. He intended to throw stink bombs into Shang Ranran's courtyard. Yet, Tu Nan simply shook her head. No, I do not wish for you to intervene. I only desire a pure relationship with Li. If he has chosen Sheng Ranjan, forsaking me and the children, then what significance lies in my reluctant decision to keep him by my side? I yearn for a husband who is wholly mine, for a family that is truly my own. I refuse to settle for a half-hearted affection. As Lisa listened to these words, tears threatened to spill. Why must you endure this? She sighed, uncertain of how to respond. The content of her thoughts felt inherently contradictory, yet she was compelled to offer Tu Nan further counsel. Perhaps simply because she was unaware of any alternative way of living. Overthinking made life exceedingly burdensome. Tu Nan remained silent. The three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, stood in the courtyard, the silence stretching awkwardly between them, until Gaia hurriedly entered the small yard, shattering the stillness. Tu Nan, you haven't answered your messages? Gaia inquired. It was then that Tu Nan realized she had missed several communications. She looked at Gaia with a questioning gaze. Gaia quickly continued. I just received word. The recent Starworm attack affected the asylum. Many patients have escaped, and I found out as soon as I learned of it. He glanced at Lisa, hesitating momentarily before discreetly informing Tu Nan. Fiona is missing. What? Tu Nan exclaimed, astonished. Chapter 81. Unbelievable, and just so how could this happen? Fiona represented the greatest risk to Tu Nan. She held the deepest secret of Tu Nan's existence. She was a surrogate, capable of being bought and sold, yet unqualified to raise children. The timing of this incident, with Sheng Ranjan lurking nearby, was truly disastrous. When did this occur? Why wasn't I informed by the asylum? 3 days ago. Many places have been chaotic lately. I only discovered this when I went to the asylum to inquire, Gaia said. Should we ask the police to search? Tu Nan shook her head. The last time, she had merely requested the responding officer's assistance, which was vastly different from directly burdening them with multiple tasks now. She promptly dialed Li's number. At this point, her only hope rested with him. If he could exert pressure on the police department in his military capacity, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. However, Li's phone went unanswered. Gaia observed this. During training, personal communications are submitted. Are you planning to seek out Li? I can take you directly to the military camp. Tu Nan nodded. She entrusted Lisa and young Owen. Could you please look after the children? I'm genuinely worried. Lisa marveled at Tu Nan's dedication to her friends, providing both financial and physical support, and now expecting her husband to intervene in a crisis. Don't worry. I'll handle things here, Lisa assured her readily. Gaia drove them swiftly to the training grounds of the Sharp Blade camp. The guards escorted them to a small reception room, warmly stating that they had reported to higher authorities. If they was to engage in any tasks, they should be able to have a brief meeting. Tu Nan, distracted, thanked them and stood pensively by the window, gazing outside. Yet, in truth, there is nothing to behold here, merely a towering wall outside. Gaia discerned Tu Nan's inner turmoil. With no one else present, he finally found the opportunity to converse earnestly. Perhaps it would be best to let Fiona go. I previously suggested that you need not concern yourself excessively with her, nor should you allocate a substantial sum each month towards her. Tu Nan, weary, removed himself from his musings and rested his forehead against the window. Inquiring of Gaia, do you also believe I ought not to concern myself with Fiona, even if she seeks my demise? Gaia hesitated. That is not the implication. I meant to convey that she poses no threat to you at present. You mean she does not threaten my life? Tu Nan understood that no one could fathom the system's compulsion that forced her to incessantly traverse, gathering different male beasts. Yet, even aside from this matter, disregarding her contemplation of sacrificing a longer life for Meow Meow and AOA, can one truly equate the life of a nurturing mother with that of an ordinary female beast? I have posed this question to you before. Gaia opened his mouth to respond, but before his words could escape, the door was thrust open with great force. Li burst in, entirely oblivious to Gaia, his focus solely on Tu Nan. Flustered, Li swept Tu Nan from her position by the window into his embrace. What has transpired? Have you encountered trouble? Or is it the child? The messenger indicated it was a matter of utmost urgency. Tu Nan clung to Li. In that fleeting moment, she felt a tinge of vulnerability, yet Li's panic enveloped her in a sense of security. Gaia interjected, Fiona has fled, It has been 3 days, and her whereabouts remain elusive. Lee meticulously sifted through the information in his mind before recalling this individual, whom he regarded as inconsequential. He hesitantly queried Tunin, "Is it not just you and the child concerning Fiona?" Tunin nodded emphatically. "Yes. However, this is exceedingly crucial. Marta City is under military control. She went missing after the Starworm attack that day. Haven't you conducted a thorough investigation into each household these past few days?" This contributed significantly to Tunin's heightened sense of danger. At such a critical juncture, the fact that a living person could vanish in Marta City was unsettling. She sensed an impending scheme directed at her. Most perplexing was that Fiona's words held truth. Her identity could not withstand scrutiny. Tunin deeply regretted not seizing the opportunity to eliminate Fiona back then, leaving herself with such a significant threat. The echoes of her previous lawful existence had left an indelible mark upon her. She hoped Lee would prove more dependable in this urgent moment. He was no longer the solitary hero he once was. Tunin had devised a plan for Lee to communicate with the police station. Yet, "Lee, let Fiona go. You have changed to a point where you are no longer yourself for her sake." Lee tucked away her damp hair behind her ear, gently massaging it. "Do not concern yourself with others. Simply focus on living your own life. I am still in training. It is inappropriate for me to be out. If all is well, I shall return." Lee. Tunin could hardly believe it. Did Lee fail to realize the impact of this matter on her? Much like Gaia, do they, the mighty beasts, fail to comprehend? This is not merely someone else's concern. It holds great significance for me. Tunin grasped his sleeve, stubbornly asserting, "I have told you before. I wish to keep my identity a secret. You know that. I long to raise Meow Meow and Ao Ao myself. Fiona would ruin everything. What should I do if someone learns everything from her?" Lee's brown eyes remained tranquil and unruffled. "Tunin, I have long wished to say this. You overthink matters. A female beast should be a touch more innocent to be endearing. You were once an exceedingly charming female." Lee smiled faintly, nostalgia dancing in her gaze as she recalled the early days of their companionship. "I can provide for you splendidly now. Your desire to nurture children is admirable, so do not trouble yourself with external affairs. If you wish for more children, that is entirely possible. What significance does identity hold, as long as I treat you well?" Tunin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ah, yes, Lee had always been such a beast. How could she believe she could convey her aspirations for life? Her sense of dignity and her self-requirements to Lee? What he desired, what he cherished, had always been the fragile female Tunin had portrayed initially. Lee cast a cold glance at Gaia. "Are you so idle? What chaos are you bringing by dragging her around?" Lee took Tunin's hand, escorting her to the entrance of the camp. "Do not worry, return now. I will handle everything." Upon returning to the camp, Gaia's anxious glances frequently drifted toward Tunin. Yet Tunin remained dazed, seated in the vehicle, not uttering a word until they reached the small courtyard, where she thanked Lisa without further conversation. Standing alone in her room, Tunin remained motionless, silent like a puppet. After a long contemplation, her eyes finally flickered slightly as she extended her wrist to dial McCoy. Her father's communication. "Father, I have a favor to ask of you." Chapter 82. Go. At any cost are you suggesting I send a message to Hain? You mean Hain Montoya from the Sea Spirit Star? The eldest son of Montoya? McCoy sought confirmation repeatedly, inquiring whether it was the formidable beast who merely passed through Sandstar. "Yes, father. Just give him my communication number." Tunin's tone remained unchanged, as though she did not deem this a matter of great importance. "The situation was chaotic last time. His military badge aided me tremendously, and I never had the chance to express my gratitude." McCoy was rendered speechless. What? Is a military badge something one simply gives away? He attempted to clarify the circumstances with Tunin, but she herself seemed uncertain. "I do have his number." As Hain and Kong Jimu had lingered in Sand City for quite some time. "But why are you seeking him?" "Oh. He mentioned that a certain seaweed extract from the Sea Spirit Star could benefit children's rank elevation. I inquired recently, and that substance is not available for public sale. It is the Lingling grass, a specialty of the Sea Spirit Star, a tribute reserved for royal offspring." McCoy furrowed his brow. "Are you really going to ask Hain?" She must be dreaming. For the sake of those two children, it wouldn't hurt to try. His previous communicator had malfunctioned, leading to the loss of stored numbers. And now it was inconvenient to have someone else contact him. McCoy sensed he had stumbled upon something rather unusual. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. He had encountered Hain a few times. That majestic beast exuded an air of cold nobility, certainly not the type to entangle himself with another's wife. Yet, who could say for certain? Nobility, especially the highborn, often harbored a duplicitous nature. He raised an eyebrow, as Tunin was now his goddaughter. Should Hain truly take an interest in her, he would stand to gain. Conversely, if Hain had forgotten who Tunin was, a simple message would pose no issue. All right, I'll send it. For the sake of Alwai and Meow Meow, I understand. As Tunin concluded the communication, the sweet and docile expression faded from her face, replaced by a growing coldness and gloom. She needed to carve out an escape route for herself, or rather, to chart her next course. She could not afford to simply wait. There were too many preparations to be made. Tunin contemplated her situation. First and foremost, there was the undeniable mark on the nape of her neck. She rapped on Gaia's door once more. Gaia, I've never asked before, but do you know if there is a way to remove the maternal number? Huh. Gaia was taken aback, having expected Tunin to remain indoors in her sorrow. Yet here she was with such an unusual inquiry. However, he quickly grasped what Tunin intended. You wish to remove it? Impossible, he asserted with conviction. This is a special biological dye, deeply embedded in the skin. What if I were to dig it out? Tunin inquired, having contemplated that option before. Gaia shook his head. No, it's too deep. At that location, digging that deep would lead to uncontrollable bleeding. Moreover, the dye possesses a unique characteristic. It is resistant to anesthesia. He regarded Tunin sympathetically. The maternal number is for life. No one can erase it. Tunin disagreed. I want to try. She declared, I have a method. But it requires someone with steady hands, and they must possess a calm heart. Tunin mused. The hand that wielded the knife was the steadiest she had ever seen. But she would not plead for his assistance. Did Li not grasp that the identity of a maternal figure was, in his eyes, merely a chain binding Tunin? Now that she had resolved to leave, all her preparations would circumvent Li. That would ensure her safety. I've thought of a way, Tunin said. As she spoke, the look in Gaia's eyes widened in astonishment, cold sweat beading on his forehead and gradually dripping down. He found himself unable to resist Tunin's resolve. In truth, he wished to assist her. He admired her deeply. Li's belief that Tunin was frail was utterly misguided. Gaia had never encountered a creature as determined and fierce as Tunin. Let us proceed. The two prepared everything, and Tunin settled back into a reclining chair. Her hair was elegantly gathered up, revealing her long, graceful neck. With her hands outstretched, she cradled a column in the corridor, a pillow held between them, while a towel was clenched tightly between her teeth. In Gaia's eyes, Tunin sat with her back to him, firmly bound to a heavy chair. Her body, legs, and arms were tightly ensnared by ropes, leaving no room for movement. Tunin tapped her nails against the column, signaling Gaia to commence. Gaia, holding a small, sanitized curved dagger, bowed his head. His palm pressed down firmly on Tunin's neck. And with a swift, delicate motion, he sliced across the nape. Tunin's body tensed, her struggles and agony vividly apparent to Gaia. He quickly discarded the severed flesh into a nearby bowl and immediately applied a hemostatic spray to the wound. As Tunin continued to writhe, Gaia observed the bleeding cease before removing the towel from her mouth. Could she endure it? He refrained from asking her if she was all right. Such an inquiry was superfluous. Without anesthetic, each layer was meticulously scraped away, requiring individual treatment. This was a test for both Tunin and himself. As the towel was drawn away, Tunin gasped for breath. This was merely the first cut, and darkness already swirled before her eyes. The pain in her neck, compounded by the mental strain of suppression, felt as if her mind might explode. After a considerable pause, she gasped, "Can you hold on?" Gaia was at a loss for words. Was he the focal point here? The towel, Tunin struggled to articulate. Plug it. I fear waking the child. Gaia's eyes moistened. He said nothing further, shoving the towel back into her mouth, urging her to bite down once more. He fixated on the grotesque wound, unwittingly thinking that if only his knife had been swifter, Tunin would suffer less. Yet he promptly realized an essential truth. Those words uttered today were likely the reason Tunin had made this choice. Other thoughts gradually faded from his mind, leaving only the black dye that clung to the raw flesh. His breathing steadied, and his hands grew more resolute. Securing Tunin, he deftly delivered another cut. The passage of time began to lose its significance. Both individuals slipped into an inexpressible realm. At the pinnacle of pain, the mind becomes utterly blank. Tunin remembered but one thing. She did not wish to be a mother. She wanted to live. Moreover, she had changed. Mere survival was no longer sufficient. She had to live with dignity, layer upon layer of treatment, enduring time and again. Finally, Gaia released her, gently patting her cheek to bring her back from her stupor. "Tunin, wake up," he called out. Soon, Li will return. Tunin abruptly opened her eyes, and the first sight that met her gaze was that of her mother. Meow Meow had transformed into a little ball of fur, prying open the window, perched on the sill, witnessing Tunin, drenched in blood, appearing as if on the brink of death. "You dare to harm my mother?" With a sudden blaze of fury igniting in her eyes, Meow Meow's beastly form expanded dramatically. A majestic white tiger emerged, standing atop golden flames, glaring fiercely at Gaia. "You shall perish." Chapter 83. The Children's Decision. Meow Meow lunged at Gaia without hesitation. Meow Meow. Tunin attempted to call her back, but was unsuccessful. Strangely, Gaia, despite being a high-ranking beastman, seemed momentarily stunned, remaining rooted in place until Meow Meow pounced upon him, sinking her teeth into his wrist with ferocity. The knife clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Tunin, drenched in cold sweat, found herself too weak to utter more words. After a moment of heavy breathing, she soothed Meow Meow in her mind. "Meow Meow, mother is fine. I asked Uncle Gaia for help. Please let him go." Meow Meow pressed her forelimbs against Gaia, her jaws firmly clamped on his wrist. The flames licking at Gaia's clothing and flesh filled the air with a pungent, burnt odor. Suddenly, Gaia seemed to regain his senses. He used his other hand to grasp Meow Meow's mouth, trying to save his hand. Meow Meow bared her teeth, biting down harder as if to warn him against any rash movements. Observing Meow Meow's distress, Tunin resorted to a different tactic. She let out a pained exclamation, successfully capturing the child's attention. "Mother is in pain. Meow Meow, please come and help me." With her ears perked, Meow Meow noticed that Gaia had been pushed away from her mother and deemed it more important to be by Tunin's side. She stepped back, one step at a time, until she reached Tunin, her gaze flickering between her mother and Gaia. Suddenly, her large green eyes filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Realizing her size was now considerable, she hesitated to overpower her mother. After a prolonged moment of weeping, she cautiously extended her tongue to lick the sweat from Tunin's face. In her mind, the child sobbed uncontrollably. "Mother, are you going to die? Please don't leave me. Does it hurt?" Tunin, feeling helpless, saw a shadow flash before her. Ao Ao materialized in her embrace, glancing at Gaia, who was clutching his injured hand but making no further movements. Then shifting to the healing potions nearby, tentatively asking, "Is Uncle Gaia and Mother doing something? But why would Mother hurt herself? What? Is that true? So much blood, it must hurt." Meow Meow exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend the reasons behind her mother's actions. Time was of the essence. Tunin needed to resolve everything swiftly, including Meow Meow's premature childhood and her unique mutation. She gently stroked the great tiger and inquired, "Can you shrink?" Meow Meow wagged her tail, and in an instant, a small tiger cub appeared before Tunin. "Of course, Mother," she replied, but in the next moment, a tiny girl with a three-headed stature appeared, adorned in a petite white tiger skin dress, with her short, curly white hair and round, vibrant green eyes. Complemented by her chubby little face and hands, she was utterly adorable. "This is Meow. It seems we have arrived at childhood prematurely." Gaia articulated the thoughts that Tunin wished to express, shifting his gaze to the silent presence of Ao Ao nestled in Tunin's embrace. He inquired, "Is Ao Ao also something special?" Tunin smiled faintly, suddenly feeling that everything was predestined. At the moment she had resolved to move forward, the children's transformations had removed the greatest obstacle that lay before her. Cradling the two children, her sweet responsibility, she looked up at Gaia and said, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Quickly, attend to your own hands, and assist me in treating this wound, along with these remnants." She gestured towards the bloody matter in the basin. "Meow, this must be a special ability," he mumbled as he approached to tend to Tunin's injury. "Fortunately, you had prepared the wound repair solution. This is no easy task." Tunin remained silent. It was indeed purchased months ago. This had transpired over 2 months prior. Li had reopened the scar on his face and then applied the repair solution, allowing it to heal for a week, which resulted in his now smooth visage. In the face of Tunin's anguish and disapproval, he smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Did you not wish to avoid seeing this scar?" Tunin could not recall having said such a thing. However, Li informed her that after that initial night, Tunin had repeatedly traced his scar with her fingers, contemplating the day he might be rid of it. Regrettably, the repair solution was exceedingly costly and difficult to procure. In less than 3 months, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? "Please help me apply the ointment, and then affix the synthetic skin," Tunin instructed Gaia. Ensuring that this would guarantee success, Gaia silently complied. The two children remained quiet, having realized that their mother had indeed harmed herself for reasons unknown. I will change my clothes. When I return, let us incinerate everything together. She struggled to rise from her chair, pausing to gather her thoughts before requesting Gaia's assistance. Gaia, since you have already aided me so much, I implore you to help me a little more. She glanced at the two children, who appeared unchanged since yesterday. As for the children, please act as though you have seen nothing. Help me just one last time. Gaia scrutinized Ao and Meow for a moment, uncertain of Tunan's thoughts. Yet he acquiesced to her request with a solemn nod. The courtyard quickly regained its former appearance, save for the pungent spices igniting in the corner. Tunan, enduring the pain, cleansed her body and anointed herself with fragrant oil, donning a fresh dress as she positioned the two children before her. Now, she must earnestly inquire about their opinions. Mother now requires you to make a choice that you may not fully comprehend at this moment. However, I am afraid that I can no longer remain with your father. I am truly sorry. The two children, clearly bewildered by the unfolding events, gazed at Tunan with confusion. Tunan swallowed hard, acutely aware that the words she was about to utter would be exceedingly difficult for her. The greatest remorse she felt in making this decision was for the two children. She had yearned to provide them with the life of two loving parents. Now, she found herself betraying that promise all too soon. When you grow up, I promise to tell you everything. But for now, mother must leave father, or else I might perish. No, mother cannot die. Meow Meow interrupted anxiously. While Ao remained solemnly seated. Mother will strive. Wherever I am, I will love you, but you can only stay with one of your parents. I will stay with mother, Ao stated calmly. I will stay with mother too. Meow Meow hurriedly echoed her brother. Tunan paused, doubting whether the children grasped the implications of this choice, and elaborated. If you choose to go with mother, you may not see father until you reach adulthood. Furthermore, mother's future will be fraught with hardship. I cannot guarantee that you will continue to live as you do now. You might go hungry or lack decent clothing and shelter. I will stay with mother. Ao nudged Tunan's hand with his damp nose, then licked it. Father can survive without us. Mother needs me. Meow Meow, always a step behind, became increasingly anxious. Yes, I will protect mother, and I will find food for her. I want to be with mother too. A sincere smile spread across Tunan's face. She patted the heads of the two little ones and said, think it over, but this is our secret. Do not tell anyone, not even father. Otherwise, mother will truly perish. The two nodded earnestly. An unbreakable bond of blood filled Tunan with a sense of peace. Rare and comforting, despite the impending danger, until a strange number appeared on her wristband. Tunan lowered her gaze, sensing that this was the call she had been waiting for, the opportunity she longed for. Chapter 84. A new identity awaits. Tunan stared at the number. The digits flickered across the wristband like a marquee. She hesitated to answer. The children's steadfast choices had shifted her resolve. She had previously contemplated the worst-case scenario, such as seeking out Hain, devising a way to bear his child, perhaps in just 5 months. Then, she could return and secretly visit her children. She recognized how implausible this was. Setting aside whether she could achieve her goal in such a short time, could she truly detach from Hain? Upon returning to this planet, which might harbor knowledge of her identity, how could she approach her children? Most importantly, could he truly care for them? Now, however, she found herself believing that perhaps a divine beast existed. It guided her children to transition seamlessly into the second stage of childhood at the perfect moment. They transformed from infants, unable to stabilize their transformations, into children who could effectively control their metamorphosis. They had changed in ways almost unnoticed by others. Tunan had previously struggled to carry a pair of renowned dragon and phoenix twins. Yet today, suddenly, a new path unfolded before her. Tunan revealed a faint smile, raising a finger to her lips. Silence, my dear children. Mother has something of great importance to attend to. The two children obediently nodded. How delightful. As long as there was the slightest chance, Tunan would not relinquish the hope of departing with them. The communication had ceased, but that mattered little. Tunan redialed. Almost immediately, the call was answered. A gentle sound of waves accompanied by barely discernible breaths emanated from the other end. Tunan remained silent, patiently awaiting a response. Indeed. After a prolonged silence, the voice spoke. Tunan? The corners of Tunan's lips curled upward as she suppressed her excitement, responding with a soft mm. On the other end was Hain. Although Tunan had previously set a trap to entice him, the outcome had surpassed her expectations. Within a mere 2 days, a noble had succumbed to her allure, and Hain's demeanor remained resolutely steadfast. How peculiar. She was hardly a stunning beauty, and she may not even align with the aesthetic standards of this world. Tunin was nearly certain that had she not left, she could have captured Hayan. What was the reason behind this? She could not fathom it. There was no need to inquire then, and even less so now. All that mattered was that Hayan would indeed prove useful at this critical juncture. Hayan, unable to wait for Tunin's next words, felt their breaths intertwining in the vastness of the cosmos, dancing together. He could no longer endure the silence and inquired, cautious of scaring away this suddenly reappeared enchantress. I received a message from McCoy. He said you were looking for me? In truth, McCoy had merely asked if he could share her contact number. But Hayan had hastily obtained Tunin's number, unable to wait. Tunin appeared to be in a quandary, her voice soft and measured, laced with hesitation. This was not the elegant and open-hearted enchantress Hayan remembered. I told him I needed some spiritual herbs. Tunin pondered. How many do you require? Do your children need any? Without a moment's hesitation, Hayan recalled Tunin mentioning her pregnancy. No, that was merely an excuse. Tunin paused for a considerable time. And just as Hayan was about to lose patience, she finally asked, Lord Hayan, could you assist me in creating 2 false identities? She seemed fearful of his refusal, her tone wavering, tinged with trepidation. I wish to live in a place unknown to anyone, with my children. I cannot tell my father, nor do I wish for him to find out. Could you help me? You are the only one I could think of. I know this is quite presumptuous. Certainly. Hayan calmly interrupted her. This was a trivial matter for him. Any noble could manage such a task, let alone himself. Tunin made this call solely for such a request? He felt a wave of disappointment. Yet, he unearthed the crux of the matter. He obtained you, and then caused you sorrow? He found it hard to believe. Such a chaotic creature, favored by fate to possess Tunin, his soul's destined counterpart, and yet he had caused her pain? His eyes blazed with fury. The surface of the sea roiling and retreating beneath his imposing presence, until it swelled into a colossal wave that crashed violently upon the shore with tremendous force. Yet it merely circled around him. Come to Sea Soul Star, Tu Nan, he eagerly invited. Come to my side. Let me take care of you. Alas, it mirrored her thoughts perfectly, but it was impossible. If she chose to leave, it was for the sake of survival. She would not so easily abandon her children for another beast. She buried her face in the blanket, yet her gaze remained fixed on her offspring, a smile gracing her lips. To spend more time with her 2 children and to enhance her own genes, she resolved to undertake as many tasks as possible. Thus, she decided to set aside Hayan for the moment and first deal with Kong Jiamu. That flamboyant peacock-like figure was not only easy to approach, but seemed indifferent to the presence or absence of women. The likelihood of stealing seeds from him and departing was far more feasible than leaving with her children beside Hayan. No, she resolutely declined Hayan, her tone weary. I cannot come to you right now. I am too exhausted, Hayan. He discerned that she was likely resting her head gently against a wall. I need some time to regain my composure. I feel like I might shatter. Please allow me to piece myself back together. Do you know? It may be unfair to you, but precisely because our acquaintance is brief, I dare to make such a request. Tunin softly confided. I fear my appearance being seen by any familiar faces. I will be all right, given just a little time. If you can assist me in leaving unnoticed, I would be immensely grateful. Can you help me? Hayan's heart ached, understanding Tunan's plight. This resilient female beast dared not reveal her vulnerability to anyone. Ironically, he was the one capable yet still unfamiliar enough to her, which fortuitously enabled him to assist her. I will help you, but you must ensure your safety and keep me informed, or I shall not heed your words again. I will take you back to Sea Soul Star, to the safest place. He silently vowed to keep her in his heart. 2 false identities? He and Hayan inquired. Tunan glanced at her children, smiling. This is my daughter, a little tiger beast. She has white hair and green eyes. She is already 6 months old, just entering childhood. Hayan was not overly concerned about the child. Every child was a blessing from the beast god, especially one belonging to Tunan. He gazed at the azure sea he adored, questioning Tunan. Then, on the identity card, you shall be called Blue Pearl, and the child shall be named Blue Huayan. How does that sound? The most precious pearl in the vast blue ocean. Tunan politely acquiesced. She would not argue over such matters, even as she despaired over Hayan's straightforward masculine aesthetic. Chapter 85. Everything about you is no longer my concern. She did not return that night. However, the following morning, Tunan received another message from Hayan, instructing her to meet at the crossroads. A small package descended from the heavens, landing precisely in her embrace. Yet, when she looked up, All she could see was the fleeting silhouette of a bird-like beast man flapping its wings as it departed. 2 identity bands lay within, one intended for a child. Tu Nin concealed them and returned home. It was not until late that night that there was a rustle at the gate. Tu Nin overheard a simple exchange between Gaia and Li. Rising from her bed, she addressed the 2 little fur balls, who had also been roused. In her mind, "Do you remember? You must remain in beast form for the next couple of days, even in front of father." She then donned her clothing and ventured outside. Li's complexion was pallid, and he was evidently injured. Upon seeing Tu Nan, his expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He exchanged a few casual words with Gaia before striding towards Tu Nan. The night was chilly. What was he doing out here? He took her hand, leading her back indoors. Before turning away, Tu Nan caught a glimpse of Gaia's concerned gaze. How had he sustained such injuries? Tu Nan gently urged Li to sit in a chair, bustling about to fetch him a healing spray. Li observed Tu Nan as she moved restlessly within the room, while the children nestled in a corner. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether his decisions had indeed been wise. Earlier that afternoon, at Xingranzan's, he had erupted in fury, yet ultimately he had been subdued by the combined might of Xing's men. Reflecting on Shang Mingqian's harsh yet undeniably truthful words, he felt a blend of anger and resentment. "Li, we are many. Do you perceive this as unfair?" Shang Mingqian had chuckled. "This world knows no fairness. This is the first lesson you must grasp as my son-in-law. You are formidable, but what does it matter if you stand alone? You may be strong, yet you are merely a pawn serving in the military. What of your children? They are destined to inherit your fate, living a life such as this." Li's struggles were harshly suppressed. 6-level fighters, and perhaps one had already touched upon the shadows of the next tier. Only through desperate measures could he hope for victory. Yet now, he had Tu Nan and the children to consider. No longer the same man willing to gamble with his life. "Marry my daughter, and you will earn the right to speak of fairness and continue the struggle for the family head," Shang Mingqian had warned. He glanced towards the familiar direction of Li's home. "Can you guarantee your presence by their side indefinitely? Accidents can occur at any moment, can they not? Are you not afraid of my killing you?" Li had asked fiercely. Shang Mingqian had smirked. "What foolishness this is. By the time you assume the mantle of the Xing family, such thoughts will be the least of your concerns." He had laughed heartily, as though mocking Li's naivety. "You will come to comprehend the allure of power on your own. In that moment, you will have no time to express gratitude towards me." He gestured for his subordinates to release Li. "What? Are you truly prepared to risk your life for a mere concubine? I have already stated that Ranzan will prove to be a capable matriarch. She will not hinder you from keeping a concubine. As for those 2 children, as long as they adopt the Xing surname, we shall treat them as our own, and they will possess noble status in the future. Ranzan has promised you." "Has she not? Then consider them her children." Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet. Fiona, that she-beast, stood behind Shang Ranzan, casting him a cold smile. He finally beheld her visage clearly once more. Regret washed over him. He truly did not care about Tu Nin's identity as a nurturing mother. What troubled him was the perception that she seemed increasingly self-sufficient, drifting away from him. Yet, his vision of home had never wavered. It was meant to consist solely of him, Tu Nin, and their children. There should be no other females involved. Regardless of whether Tu Nin might endure hardship, he himself could not accept it. However, now everything appeared irrevocably altered. How could he have known that the arena competition, which Shang Ranzan had invited him to participate in, was conducted under the guise of her future husband's identity? Furthermore, they now wielded Tu Nin's identity as a nurturing mother as a threat against him. Tu Nin, while posing as a commoner and even as a noblewoman, was being scrutinized. No one questioned the circumstances as long as everything remained concealed. Yet Fiona accused Tu Nin of murdering her brother, and the Shang family threatened to invoke noble privileges to pursue charges of Tu Nin's supposed disrespect. Tu Nin would face death. No, this was unacceptable. He could not bear the thought of losing Tu Nin. He merely needed to assure the Xing family that he would speak to Tu Nin properly. Once he ascended to power, he would ensure the demise of those who threatened her. "Have you made your choice? Let us arrange the wedding 3 days prior to the next arena competition." Li, who had stood in silence for some time, quietly made his way to the corner and picked up a knife. The henchman immediately attempted to rush forward, but Shang Mingqian gently raised a hand to halt them. "No need. This beast has made his decision." Indeed, Li gazed at his curved blade for a long moment, his muscles tensing as he abruptly raised his knee, shattering the blade that had accompanied him for nearly half his life. He cast the broken weapon aside and, upon looking up, it seemed this beast had suddenly come to a profound realization. With an impassive expression, he addressed Xing Mingqian, father-in-law. Let us set the wedding for 3 days hence. Ha ha ha. Sheng Mingqian laughed heartily, turning to instruct his daughter, do remember to find your future husband a better blade. Li's eyes remained calm and unperturbed. When he finally returned to Tunin, he found it difficult to speak. He fumbled in his pocket, retrieving the ruby he had secretly prepared for a long time. Here, this is for you. I noticed you have little jewelry, and this would make for a splendid necklace. He suddenly recalled that the funds for this gemstone had come from Xing Ranjan, purportedly from arena earnings. He considered retracting the gift, but Tunin had already joyfully cradled it in her hands. Tunin was eternally so easily pleased, finding joy in everything he offered her. She seldom made demands, simply expressing her desire to remain by his side, free from the identity of a nurturing mother. She anxiously implored him to resolve matters with Fiona, while he, in turn, had lightly sent her back home. He would have to shatter her beautiful dreams with his own words. As Tunin admired the exquisite gem under the light, Li found it nearly unbearable to disrupt this final moment of bliss. Yet, if he remained silent until the Sheng family arrived, he would lose his chance. Suddenly, Li embraced Tunin, inhaling the delightful fragrance she wore, his eyes growing warm with emotion. He could almost envision her, after being scolded by him yesterday, returning in a state of trepidation to tidy herself up, anointing her body with fragrant oil in hopes of a splendid evening with him. Yet, he had disappointed her. Fiona had found out, and he ultimately revealed the news. Tunan's body stiffened as she extricated herself from his embrace, anxiously questioning whether she had spoken out of turn or if anyone believed her. The answer was laboriously provided by Shang Ranjan, who had taken her in. Her father approached me, saying that only my marriage to her could absolve you of the charges of murder and the fabrication of a noble identity. Tunin was once again enveloped in Li's arms. She listened as the beastly figure conveyed in a heavy tone that they threatened him with marriage to her. Yet, it was of little consequence. You would always be my nurturing mother, and I shall protect you. Tunin felt no stirrings within. Perhaps yesterday, with the shedding of that flesh, that number had departed from her being, stripping away her final thread of hope for Li. Everything occurring now felt as if that suspended boot had finally touched the ground. She heard herself speak in a voice fraught with fear and fragility, asking, when will I last be able to openly be by Lord Li's side? 3 days, he replied. The wedding will take place in 3 days. It was a falsehood. Nothing would change, I assure you. Ah, it matters not, Tunin mused. She buried herself within Li's chest, muffledly pleading. Could you grant me a little time to compose myself? I know you are powerless, but I too require some time. 2 days, is that agreeable? Let me remain in the small courtyard. I will come to terms with it, just 2 days. Chapter 86. Transformed into a blue pearl Maryhoon? Aowe inquired of Tunin. Tunin gently pushed Li out through the door, standing at the threshold, gazing at him. Li offered no resistance. He thought that if he allowed Tunin some time to cool down, she would come to understand. Eventually, he would provide her with an explanation. He knew she would feel some sorrow, yet he trusted that she would comprehend his helplessness. After a moment of hesitation, Li departed. He traversed the courtyard and exited through the gate. The dark brown door closed before Tunin's eyes. Perhaps this was a farewell. The thought swirling in Tunin's mind diverged greatly from what Li presumed. He was indeed her first pillar of support in this world. He had purchased her, embraced her, and had clumsily shown her kindness. They had lived together and had even welcomed a pair of delightful children. Had they encountered each other in a different world, might there have been a future for them? Would she have endured her circumstances indefinitely? Tunin lowered her gaze. No, in that world, she would never have begun such a journey with Li. Father intends to marry another. It is all right. Mother will take you all along, as we promised, did we not? Tunin responded to Aowe's inquiries while also offering comfort to her child. Aowe remained puzzled. The essence of the child's question striking at the heart of the matter. Why must father marry someone else? Can he find a way? Tunin forced a smile. Indeed. There are matters even a child could comprehend, yet they remain unconsidered. Fortunately, she had made prior arrangements. With deftness, she donned the new wristband, and after the authentication process, she dialed a number. Even at the dead of night, the call was promptly answered. A sweet and warm voice resonated in Tunin's ear. Hello. Home to Interstellar Airlines at your service. May I assist you with a flight or hotel reservation? Ah, greetings. I noticed you have added a last-minute flight from Shaoxing to Xiaoyingxing. Tunin engaged with the customer service representative with ease. Yes, how fortunate. I have long desired to visit Xiaoyingxing. The journey is quite extensive, and it was only the allure of a luxurious flight that convinced me. Indeed. For a month. No problem. 2 tickets for myself and my daughter, Lanzhenju, Lanhuayan. Our coordinates are. Your tickets include pickup service, correct? Please be at this coordinate tomorrow afternoon, around 3 o'clock. She would not wait a moment longer. Sheng Ranjan. These pampered young ladies from the Sheng family. Their background is less than pristine. How could they possibly allow Tu Nen to survive? A nurturing mother could effortlessly conjure an excuse for a silent demise. Once one concession is made, a second is easily granted. As for excuses, they are always plentiful. If her sole purpose were escape, she could choose to flee to other planets, but her ambitions extended far beyond that. Thus, this flight was imperative, for Kong Jiamu would be aboard. Hongtu Airlines is one of the enterprises owned by the Kong family, a renowned commercial dynasty of the empire, with aviation and tourism as their most significant ventures. Kong Jiamu, the youngest scion of the family, initially shunned business for a military career, receiving scant support until he garnered the emperor's attention. Regarded as a promising new force by Emperor Hao Yuan, the Kong family subsequently rallied to his side, and the emperor tolerated his occasional indiscretions. Now, as he concluded his military service and was returning to the capital to report, finding the military starship's comfort lacking, the Kong family had even arranged for a luxurious interstellar vessel to detour and fetch him from Shaoxing. Everyone accepted this as routine, and Lisa merely shared this gossip with Tu Nen. Tu Nen smiled faintly, contemplating the whims of fate. The 2 fives appeared before her, only to vanish from her grasp. Little did she know that in such a brief span, she would reconsider and seek to intertwine her fate with theirs. A luxurious interstellar voyage of a month's duration. Would that suffice? Tu Nen pondered as she prepared her essentials, realizing she had little to pack. The wristband, a biological exosuit, and a small dagger, remarkably identical to what she had carried when escaping from the river valley, save for the addition of 2 children. Tu Nen smiled warmly. Her life had indeed transformed, bearing a new weight. The following morning, Tu Nen knocked on Lisa's courtyard door. I have a favor to ask of you. Tu Nen smiled slyly as she handed a neatly packaged gift box to Lisa. Li's birthday is approaching, and I have ordered a present for him. There will be a grand ceremony on that day, and I plan to hide away until the music begins. Then, please take the gift to Li for me. I want to surprise him, all right? Ha ha ha, how romantic of you. Where will the ceremony be held? What music will you play? The venue is still being arranged, and the invitations are being prepared. I will deliver one to you later. As for the music, you will certainly recognize it when the time comes, Tu Nen teased. You are truly unafraid of me ruining your plans. All right, rest assured. Lisa eagerly agreed, delighted to participate in this lively event. Observing the cracks in Tu Nen and Li's relationship, she fervently hoped for their reconciliation. Tu Nen gracefully returned home, had lunch, and then brought out a covered children's stroller, inviting the 2 little ones to sit inside before pushing the stroller out the door. Just as she stepped outside, Gaia happened to enter and greeted her. Tu Nen glanced at him and said that she was buying some clothes for the children, intending to dress them up to surprise Li. You must not let it slip. Gaia looked surprised. It seemed Tu Nen planned to reveal the children's transformation as a surprise. He nodded in agreement. However, Tu Nen suddenly leaned closer and earnestly instructed him. If you truly care for me, you must not tell Li, remember? Gaia scratched his ear, feeling puzzled. Why was she doing this? But Tu Nen had already pushed the stroller outside, saying to the children, say goodbye to Uncle Gaia. The little ones squealed in the stroller, and Gaia chuckled. Goodbye, goodbye. Thus, Tu Nen pushed the children to the commercial district, finding an unnoticed restroom to slip into. Locking the door, she changed the stroller's cover to a different color, quickly donned a new outfit, and took out a complete set of cosmetics. Facing the mirror, she called out to the long silent system. System, redeem rewards. The system swiftly responded, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Host appearance 30, allure 50. Flexibility 60, and additionally, the ability to transform into the initial form of a cat beast. Confirm redemption? Redeem. Soon, the reflection in the mirror began to change. The transformation was indescribable. With an appearance score of 30, Tu Nen became a female beast that resembled her original self, but was undeniably more beautiful. She examined her face closely, akin to the pinnacle of cosmetic enhancement. She quickly applied makeup to her face. Gradually, the original Tu Nen's delicate and timid demeanor faded away. And as she applied a rich lip gloss, an extraordinarily radiant face appeared in the mirror. The cat beast named Blue Pearl revealed a captivating smile. Well then, here I come. Kong Jiamu. Chapter 87. Boarding the ship, Mimi reached into her pocket to retrieve the small snacks she had prepared for the children, enticing a passing little kitten. It was a long-haired calico kitten, drawn in by the aroma of the food. It approached naively, devouring the treats without a hint of suspicion. Tune-in then took out a piece of paper and a pen, inscribing a few brief words before removing her wristband and fastening it around the kitten's neck, attaching the note as well. The slightly dazed little creature, after finishing the food on the ground, felt a slight discomfort from the confinement around its neck, but merely scratched at it before resignedly retreating back into a crevice in the wall. With that settled, Tune-in stood up, repositioning the children's stroller as she made her way to the predetermined location. Shaking her head, the small cat ears hidden within her dark hair peeked out. These black cat ears, adorned with a tuft of white fur, were a rather unstable trait that accompanied the 10 genetic enhancements bestowed upon her by the system. They would shift in response to her emotional fluctuations. How wonderfully convenient as a disguise, Tune-in used. Upon arriving at the designated spot, she found airline staff waiting in their uniforms by the shuttle bus. Tune-in approached with a smile. "I've reserved a pickup service. Miss Blue Pearl?" The attendant inquired respectfully. Tune-in nodded with poise, naturally instructing, "My daughter is asleep. Please place her and the basket in the back seat. I'll accompany her. Kindly drive smoothly." The staff asked if there were any other pieces of luggage. Tune-in looked up in surprise. "I believe I reserved a suite? I'm not accustomed to carrying many small items when I travel. I heard everything can be purchased on the home-to flight?" "Indeed, you are correct. We have everything you might need," the attendant replied, their demeanor becoming even more courteous, clearly recognizing her as a high-value client. The upper part of the stroller was treated as a carry basket and moved into the back seat, while the stroller itself was neatly folded away. The two children in Tune-in's mind were expressing their excitement, yet they remained silent in reality. "Mom, are we taking a car? It's our first time. It's a pity we can't see outside." "It's all right. You'll see much more in the future. Just bear with it this time, okay?" Tune-in refrained from using the money from her own account, as McCoy had generously sponsored her with a substantial amount the previous day. After concluding her call with Hayne, McCoy's communication had come through, sounding quite astonished and incredulous. "My dear daughter, Lord Hayne asked for your number and mentioned he would contact you immediately." Upon receiving McCoy's message, Hayne had promptly dialed his number, inquiring urgently whether Tune-in was in trouble. McCoy, uncertain about the situation, refrained from elaborating, merely stating that Tune-in, as a mother, had a moment of weakness and sought something miraculous, thus he hoped to inquire with Hayne on her behalf. Hayne paused for a moment before responding, "No problem. I will ask her how much she needs." "Listen to that. How much?" he said, rather than questioning who she was, what her demands were, or the price she might set. "Oh my, this is far from an ordinary relationship." McCoy originally sought to invest and inadvertently became entangled with Tune-in. Now, he is eager to deepen this connection. Hayne Montoya, he is the firstborn of a prominent noble family. Although the Montoya clan has gradually fallen into decline over the past century, distancing itself from the political arena of the capital, even a starved camel is larger than a horse. Were it not for Lord Hayne's brief visit to this remote place alongside Colonel Kong, how could a mere border nobleman like him acquire his contact number? The very idea of a conversation seems absurd. Yet now, thanks to Tune-in, he has somehow been remembered by a nobleman. This is indeed a stroke of fortune. Thus, he transferred a substantial sum to Tune-in's account, kindly stating in their correspondence, "You mentioned needing to purchase some spirit herbs for the two children, which are exceedingly expensive. How long has Lee been in the military? You may not have the funds at hand. Let me, as their honorary grandfather, assist in this matter as a gesture of goodwill." Tune-in, counting the 2 million karus that had arrived, understood perfectly that this bore no relation to the children but was merely a political investment. She had completely benefited from Hayne's generosity. Without a hint of remorse, she accepted the funds. Did McCoy not say this was the intention of their honorary grandfather? She merely consulted Hayne, obtained a secure intermediary account, transferred the money to the Blue Pearl account, and then booked the tickets. Home2 Airlines provided exceptional service, driving her directly to a private VIP lounge. A dedicated staff member assisted her with the stroller and cradle, transporting her via a shuttle to the exclusive boarding gate. "Madam Blue Pearl, please present the child for ticket verification. The stroller will need to pass through security." The attendant's smile was warm and inviting. Tune-in smiled back, adjusting her extravagant gown, bending to lift the cover of the stroller. The three-headed, white-haired little girl, momentarily dazzled by the light, began to whimper, reaching out her arms to her mother for comfort. "Oh dear, Wayne, Don't cry. Come on, let us get your ticket checked. Tunin lifted the child out and rearranged the stroller cover, allowing the staff to send the basket through the security machine. She extended the child's right hand, adorned with a wristband, to the attendant. The three lovely ladies present gathered around the little one, cooing and playing with her until, after much effort, they managed to verify her identity. Only then did Tunin feel at ease to have her ticket checked. The cradle was passing through security. Tunin addressed the security personnel. Please assist in affixing the cradle to the stroller. The airline was almost always accommodating to customer requests. Tunin proactively placed her dagger on the counter. This is my checked item. Please return it to me upon arrival. The attendant promptly processed the request. The little one had finally fallen asleep after much effort, and Tunin, with a hint of resignation, chatted with the young ladies, lightly tapping the child's cheeks. Go on, darling, continue your slumber. Don't cry, we're almost there. The child nestled deeper into her mother's embrace, letting out a soft whimper. As Tunin held her through the security check, she paused slightly ahead, her skirt fluttering gently before she proceeded under the machine, awaiting the circular white light to scan her and Mia from head to toe. Ding! The green light illuminated, indicating no anomalies. With a smile, Tunin approached the cart, delicately lifting the cradle just enough to place the plump little girl inside. Within the cradle, a fluffy little wolf was nestled under the blanket, revealing only its deep brown eyes. Mommy, I did it! The little one exclaimed with rare excitement. Tunin pushed the cart along the straight corridor leading towards the starship, a pathway that also beckoned towards the future. Yes, Mommy saw it. Ao's talent is truly remarkable. Mia is useful too. Mia chimed in, unwilling to be overshadowed. Of course, Mia is fantastic today as well. You are both Mommy's beloved treasures. Everything proceeded smoothly. Chapter 88. Above the sky, below the earth, the starship, a realm apart. When Tunin awakened in this world, it was aboard the starship. Even though she was aware of her interstellar journey, she felt no sensation beyond what she had experienced in her previous life. After all, it was merely a cargo ship. In contrast, this luxurious starship from home to Interstellar Airlines left Tunin, who had once lived at the pinnacle of society, utterly awestruck. It was a surreal blend of dreams and technology, a true epitome of opulence. No one was astonished by the sway of Tunin's skirt. They merely admired her beauty. The simplistic attire born out of practicality on Sand Planet was nowhere to be found here. Everyone donned extravagant and elaborate garments. This was a luxurious flight that could only be purchased through the accumulation of status and wealth, with the ticket itself symbolizing privilege. The fare had cost Tunin a staggering 1 million Karu, yet it was well worth it, as she required the platform. The attendant guided Tunin towards the suite area. On one side of the grand 7-story atrium, Kong Xiaomu dismissed two plump, attractive sisters from the Beastman tribe who had approached him. Listening with boredom to the band's performance, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Although his starship was comfortable and well-appointed, the military's vessels were significantly faster. He had intended to rest on the ship and indulge in some leisure, allowing a month to pass like a vacation. However, after observing these female beasts in the atrium for a while, he found them all rather dull. Sigh, these noble ladies always maintained such poise. Their desires were almost palpable, yet their words were a jumble of nonsense. He had already complimented 6 different perfumes, discussed 3 musical pieces, and conversed about new trends and auction masterpieces. Whether to sleep or stay awake was a dilemma. Perhaps it would be better to endure 15 days and fly directly to the capital. Suddenly, within his line of sight, a female beast who had just boarded the ship walked by, following the attendant. He recognized her from somewhere. Kong Jiamu quickly rummaged through his memories. Black hair. Elegant and loyal. Where had he seen her? I am a married woman. He recalled that phrase. But how could she have ears? Kong Jiamu furrowed his brow. He possessed a unique skill, one that allowed him to remember faces with almost photographic accuracy. Although this female beast had adorned herself with a makeup style entirely different from the last time, enhancing her beauty to an astonishing degree, and her entire demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation, he would never mistake her. It was indeed that same female beast. How had she managed to seem like a different person in such a short span of time? A dangerous black widow? Kong Jiamu stroked his chin and smiled with interest. Finally, this journey was becoming intriguing. Meanwhile, Tunin remained blissfully unaware that she had already caught the attention of her prey. She had finally arrived at her room, alone with the children in this suite. Wow, it's so beautiful. Meow Meow could hardly contain her excitement, transforming into her cat form and leaping around the room, while Ao hopped out of the stroller to explore. All right, Let's at least stay here until the spaceship takes off, shall we? Then Mommy will think of something for AOAO, she said. The two children were now at an age where they could slowly articulate their thoughts. Yet they seemed accustomed to communicating with Toonin telepathically. Patience, Toonin decided she would take this month to teach them to speak aloud. It's all right, Mommy. I can stay here. This place is wonderful, AOAO replied, full of affection. This window. We can see outside. AOAO, being just a child, rushed to the window in excitement, asking, will we see the starry sky? Yes, Toonin assured him, picking him up and playfully tousling his hair. I want to let you stay cooped up in this room. I have my ways, so don't worry. At that moment, Lee was wandering at the entrance of the courtyard. Gaia heard the commotion and opened the door, seeing Lee pacing back and forth, and asked perplexedly, what are you doing here? Come inside. Lee was reluctant to admit that Toonin had sent him out, hesitating to respond. Gaia, however, mistakenly thought he was inquiring about Toonin's whereabouts, and replied curiously. Toonin took the children to buy clothes. Why hasn't she returned yet? Lee paused, his expression shifting slightly. After operating his wristband for a while, he discovered it was tracking in the commercial district, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Let Toonin shop a bit longer. She can buy whatever she desires. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to find a place in the military camp for the night. The spaceship took off at 8 o'clock. Well, the two little ones huddled together at the window, their eyes glued to the changing scenery outside. The urban landscape gradually transformed into a dazzling display of psychedelic lights, a result of the air compressing under rapid friction. Once they broke free from the planet's atmosphere, the vast expanse of the starry sky suddenly enveloped their sight. It was a magnificent sight. How beautiful! Toonin couldn't help but exclaim. The sandy planet slowly diminished in her view, that yellow orb with its halo shrinking further away. Surrounding them were countless celestial bodies, both large and small, appearing like a tapestry against the sky, while distant nebulae were rendered with astonishing clarity, as if printed on paper. What exactly are you? And what purpose did you bring me here for? Toonin inquired earnestly for the first time. She finally confronted the technology of this world, where the physical prowess of beastmen surpassed that of humans, and the technological advancements were far superior to those of her original realm. The emergence of a system in such a world, derived from her primitive existence, raised profound questions. One day, you will understand, the system surprisingly responded. Why can't you tell me? The system fell silent. Toonin quietly leaned against the window, gazing at the magnificent scenery, and smiled. Regardless of the reasons, she had already gained much. That night, she refrained from venturing out, opting instead for room service to enjoy her first meal aboard the ship with the children. She embraced them and fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed by dreams. Meanwhile, at Sandstar, Lisa's gate was knocked upon, and she opened it with a puzzled expression to find Shang Ranjan, elegantly adorned and accompanied by two subordinates. With a smug smile, Shang Ranjan presented a large red invitation. Tomorrow evening is my wedding with Lee, and I would like to invite all our neighbors to join the celebration. Lisa could hardly believe her ears. Upon accepting the invitation and opening it, she confirmed that it indeed bore the details of Shang Ranjan and Lee's wedding, scheduled for 6 o'clock the following night. What was going on? Where was Toonin? How could Lee, that scoundrel, allow such an absurdity to unfold before her? Lisa was incensed. What wife could tolerate such outrageous behavior? She pushed past Shang Ranjan, determined to find Toonin, only to see Lee staggering toward her, fatigued. Gritting her teeth, she rushed forward, seized the collar of the beast man, and shouted, "What is going on? What is this?" She thrust the invitation at him. Lee's gaze dropped to the invitation, and fury surged within him. He clenched his teeth and demanded of Shang Ranjan, "What are you doing?" Toonin said she needed to be quiet for 2 days. Quiet? What do you mean? Shang Ranjan replied with a hint of malice, "As a birth mother, I still have to stand by during the ceremony tomorrow." Birth mother? Lisa was utterly bewildered by their conversation. Shang Ranjan attempted to elaborate further, but Lee interrupted her, aware that the commotion at the door must be distressing Toonin inside. He abandoned Shang Ranjan, his heart aching as he rushed toward the room, yearning to hold Toonin and comfort her. Yet, Toonin was not there. The children were also absent. Lee stood frozen, an unprecedented emptiness engulfing him. It felt as though he were nailed to the spot, nearly losing consciousness, suddenly snapping back to reality. He hurriedly dialed Toonin's wrist communicator, but all he received was a cold, unyielding waiting tone. No one answered. Darkness clouded his vision until he remembered to activate the location system. Fortunately, she was still in the commercial district. Lee abruptly turned and dashed outside. Yet the thick cloud of anxiety and unrest within him remained unshakable. His intuition incessantly warned him that something was amiss. Chapter 89. Let me guess. His preferences for Tu Nan, awakening from slumber, meant that everything behind her had solidified into yesterday. She sent a message to Haiyan, for she would likely venture to his side again. She could not simply vanish entirely. I am well. There is a flight from Hongtu Airlines docking at Shaoxing. Huayan and I have boarded the ship, and I shall embark on a new chapter of my life. Once I rediscover myself, I will certainly reach out to you. Thank you for your understanding of my whims. I appreciate your assistance and wish you all the best. With that, the matter was momentarily settled. What filled her mind now was the strategy to ensnare that peacock aboard the spacecraft. As she attended to the two small children, unfamiliar with their youthful forms, washing their faces and dressing them, she pondered. Kong Jiamu had expressed interest in her during the last banquet. A dandy such as he, confined within the isolation of this journey, would be in a state of leisure, devoid of distractions. Thus, forging a connection with him should not prove arduous. The challenge lay in the subsequent stages. First, she must discreetly procure a seed from him. She had heard numerous scandals about Kong Jiamu from Lisa, including tales of Lisa's cousin. Many a female beast had attempted to capture his heart through offspring, yet none had succeeded. He appeared disinclined to remain for anyone. His libertine nature was unabashed, always transparent about his intentions, never seeking to deceive the affections of the females, which only intensified their tangled emotions. Moreover, could a month truly suffice to conceive? One must hope that Kong Jiamu was not merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Tu Nan felt an inkling of uncertainty. Surely, the system wouldn't select such a perilous individual for her, would it? In any case, Tu Nan needed to cultivate an appropriate persona to lower his defenses, and she must ensure he would not grow weary of her once he had tasted the fruit of her allure. Furthermore, whether the child's genetics would necessitate his involvement remained an enigma. To maintain a hold over a libertine while also being able to extricate herself before and after the child's birth? Tu Nan sighed, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon her. The more she contemplated, the more daunting it seemed. Could she genuinely accomplish this? Even if Kong Jiamu was no paragon of virtue, he was nonetheless a formidable male. First, she must address the immediate concerns. Shopping. A person is often judged by their attire. Tu Nan gathered the two small children, planting kisses on their fragrant cheeks. Ow ow. Mommy will take Meow Meow out for a little stroll. Would you like to stay in the room to eat and watch television? She handed him the remote. All right. Ow ow switched on the Star Exploration channel, a newfound fascination he had discovered the previous night. I am the elder brother. I can manage alone. Ow ow. Then I shan't go. Meow Meow felt conflicted. Your turn will come. Come now, Mommy will carry you. Tu Nan lifted the unusually considerate girl and made her way to the shopping arcade. Could you wrap these up and send them to the room? And can this one be expedited for alteration? Tu Nan inquired, holding up a pale gold dress. What modifications would you like? It may not be modified perfectly, but it is not complicated. Never mind, I will illustrate it for you. Tu Nan casually marked the skirt with a marker, indicating where to dig out. Ignoring the saleswoman's forced professional smile, Tu Nan directly reflected her intentions onto the garment. Can we expedite this? Tu Nan inquired cheerfully, tapping the wristbands of the two sales personnel, which displayed a pleasantly surprising amount. Indeed, it was a generous tip. Of course, we will make the changes immediately and deliver it to your room shortly. After wandering around while waiting for her flight, Tu Nan finally returned to her room to prepare herself. The captain would host a welcome banquet for all attendees that evening, and as a scion of the Kong family, Kong Jiamu would surely not miss the opportunity to support his family's enterprise during such an occasion. She must find him tonight. When the melodious strains of a live band filled the central hall at 8 o'clock, Tu Nan sensed her opportunity had arrived. She had strategically positioned herself on the second floor for a comprehensive view of everyone entering the hall. Men and women dressed in exquisite attire appeared in pairs, while the captain greeted each guest in uniform. However, as the wine in her glass grew tepid, and the captain began his toast, she still awaited the arrival of the individual she had anticipated. Was it possible he was indifferent to the family business? A headache began to form. Setting her glass down on the coffee table, she wearily sank into the sofa. She pondered whether to bribe a few waitstaff to linger near Kong Jiamu's door for an opportunity, or, there he was. A languid yet luxurious voice emerged behind her. Tu Nan's eyes shot open as a long hand offered her a glass of wine. This wine turns sour when it warms. Shall I fetch you another? Tu Nan looked up to see Kong Jiamu smiling down at her. He gestured with his wrist, inviting her to take the glass. A faint smile graced her lips as she raised her right hand, signaling for him to pass it to her. Kong Jiamu raised an eyebrow but did not refuse. Thus, Tunin reclined casually on the sofa, one hand cradling the crystalline glass, her form stretching luxuriously against the couch. Unlike before, her long black hair was not cascading down but was instead artfully piled atop her head, while her green eyes glinted with a provocative challenge. Your ears do not seem merely ornamental. Why have they suddenly appeared when they were absent last time? Kong Jiamu expressed his disappointment. What did he mean by that? Tunin was taken aback. Did Kong Jiamu suggest that shapeshifters were as capricious as he? Last time, she was a lily in the moonlight. And now Kong Jiamu sat opposite her, his long legs extended lazily. He raised his glass towards her from afar, savoring the wine with a satisfying gulp. Truly, a captivating hue. Did he truly recognize her? Tunin's heart skipped a beat, but she steadied herself, smoothly patching her own facade and responding to Kong Jiamu's remark with a cold smirk. No matter the hue, it cannot impede her husband's pursuit of pleasure. She resentfully drained her glass and absent-mindedly wiped her lips, leaving a vivid sheen of lip gloss on the back of her hand. Tunan stared at the crimson stain in a daze, suddenly posing a question to Kong Jiamu. Is it true that your kind, the male beasts, invariably betray their eternal promises? Kong Jiamu scrutinized the female creature through the glass. Ah, yet another pitiable soul wounded by betrayal. I cannot speak to that, he replied, for I would never offer an eternal promise. He shrugged, sincerity evident in his tone. Thus, I never betray. Indeed, you are widely recognized as a scoundrel. The most brazen kind. Tunin glared at Kong Jiamu for a moment before abruptly stating, Blue Pearl. Kong Jiamu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended. This was her name. A response to his previous inquiry. He recalled her earlier declaration, I am a married woman. And now? Tunin scoffed, evidently recalling their last conversation. She added coldly, when my husband is dead, I shall at least consider myself a widow. How intriguing. Kong Jiamu finished his drink in one gulp. Might I request the honor of a dance, dear lady? Let us mourn your late husband together. Chapter 90. Please allow the good wife to fall from grace. This was the identity Tunin had crafted for herself, a betrayed noblewoman, burdened with children and inescapable responsibilities, yearning for passion without the weight of accountability. From fidelity to promiscuity, this thrill was the most fitting approach to Kong Jiamu on such a journey. Though she wondered how Kong Jiamu recognized the vastly transformed version of herself, was it not fortuitous? A lady who could appear at the banquet in the desert city lent credence to her noble status. The fact that Kong Jiamu identified her and sought her out made it all the more exquisite. People invariably trust the truths they uncover for themselves. Tunin maintained a frosty demeanor yet extended her hand toward him. He chuckled softly as he pulled her to her feet and candidly praised her, saying, If the death of a husband grants one such an enhancement of beauty, I must declare that all husbands in the world are in peril. Even Tunin nearly faltered in her expression. Did this man truly believe he would never bear the title of husband? His jest was unrestrained, draped in a soft, pale gold gown that hugged her figure just right, not too tight, yet not too loose. She embodied a sensual casualness. Her brows and eyes were sharply defined, a defense crafted from past wounds, yet her gently bitten lip evoked a desire for tenderness. Such a contradiction. Tunin rose with his assistance but did not accept his invitation to dance. Instead, she turned, leaning against the railing of the second floor as she gazed down at the hall transformed into a dance floor. Kong Jiamu felt a flash of white before his eyes. The gown worn by Tunin featured a daringly hollowed back, suspended solely by delicate metallic chains. As she turned, her waist revealed two charming dimples, while the alluring contours of her lower back tantalizingly teased the imagination. This enchanting creature seemed utterly unfazed, leaning against the railing. Suddenly, she spoke. Do you know? For the first 20 years of my life, my ambition was to embody the quintessential virtuous wife and mother. Dancing, as a form of entertainment, never graced my list of pursuits. Even when my mother urged me to learn, I adamantly refused. Consequently, I find myself entirely unskilled in it now. She unexpectedly turned to the side, smiling at Kong Jiamu. If you wish to invite me to dance, you must first teach me. What do you think, Colonel Kong? Her smile brimmed with provocation and jest. Kong Jiamu turned and laughed, realizing that this captivating creature was fully aware of her allure. Every detail, the makeup she chose, the attire she donned, the words she spoke, served as signals of seduction. I am curious, madam. Had I not approached? Whom did you intend to ask to teach you how to dance? He inquired with keen interest. Call me Pearl. Tunin extended her hand toward Kong Jiamu, stating, There are no hypotheticals. My fortunes have already plummeted. Thus, I am deserving of fate's rewards. She raised her chin slightly, speaking with a hint of pride. You must be the finest here. Kong Jiamu accepted the compliment, kissing the back of Tu Nan's hand before offering her his arm, guiding her down the staircase. The envious gazes and whispered inquiries from the males below confirmed that this pearl was indeed the most exquisite of them all. However, his smile soon faded. The layout of the ballroom was intricate, requiring a turn and a twist. He strained to maintain his smile, leaning down to whisper once more in Tu Nan's ear. His shoes had already endured numerous scuffs. So, Pearl truly cannot dance. Unbelievable. Tu Nan looked at him innocently, standing her ground. I told you I can't. Are you now going to renege on such a promise? She scrutinized Kong Jiamu with suspicion. Is it that you cannot teach? Her eyes searched the dance floor, adding, do not be disheartened. Perhaps you simply lack the communicative prowess for teaching. I shall find someone else. Her hand tightened around her waist. Kong Jiamu leaned in, threatening softly. Are you suggesting I should throw you out right now? No one has ever snatched a dance partner from me. Tu Nan blinked, suggesting, everyone has to start somewhere. If you can't do it, it's perfectly all right. Kong Jiamu's smile faltered slightly. Tu Nan's gaze had clearly shifted to another individual, a tall, young, and exuberant lionkin. I believe the youth may possess greater patience. His arms seemed quite strong. Tu Nan hesitated to finish her thought. Kong Jiamu, dressed in a flowing white gown today, appeared to favor lighter colors. While they suited his dark green hair remarkably well, they did lend him an air of delicate flamboyance. It is but a slight difference, however. When compared to the perhaps barely 20-year-old male of the Lion clan, it lacks a certain virility. Kong Jiamu emitted a faint, disdainful snort through his nostrils. He realized he was being somewhat led astray by Zhenju, which felt rather inappropriate, primarily because this female beast was exceedingly infuriating. It seemed that once she decided to cast aside her identity and indulge herself, she discarded all previous constraints without a second thought. Thus, his patience was rekindled. With his gaze lowered, he inquired, there are too many people here, and the music is ever-changing. Why not find a quieter place where I can teach you privately? At that moment, a string within Tu Nan's mind was plucked. She cast her eyes downward, appearing to contemplate. Yet she had already resolved not to permit Kong Jiamu an easy victory. Being consumed today would likely bring an end to this game in the eyes of the male beast by tomorrow. Therefore, she merely raised her head in surprise. Privately, she scrutinized Kong Jiamu's face thoughtfully for a moment, then pondered deeply, simultaneously apologetically, stepping on his foot. Subsequently, she declined his offer. Not today. I promised Huaiyan I would return to accompany her to sleep, Tu Nan stated. Huaiyan? Kong Jiamu inquired with a questioning gaze. Tu Nan glanced at the clock and confirmed that it was indeed 10 o'clock. The true nightlife was just beginning. She sighed and halted in the center of the dance floor. Huaiyan, my daughter, Tu Nan replied with a gentle smile. The earlier aggression and the subtly revealed allure were entirely retracted, as this young female beast seemed to transform back into a mother under an enchantment. Letting go of everything is truly quite difficult. She felt a twinge of melancholy but quickly regained her composure, instructing Kong Jiamu, will you teach me tomorrow? I will ensure she is settled before coming out. Kong Jiamu gazed at her, recognizing the capricious nature of this female beast. It seemed he had stepped upon a delicate turning point in her life. However, upon reflection, was this not all the more intriguing? From a virtuous wife and devoted mother to a creature of enchanting allure, he could personally guide her bloom, transforming her into a more resplendent version of herself. Adjusting her to be utterly captivating, this was indeed a rare form of entertainment on their journey. Chapter 91. What did the child interrupt? The following day, Kong Jiamu appeared at the restaurant at the stern of the ship for breakfast. While he declined the invitations of various female beasts, he subtly directed his gaze toward the entrance. When that familiar figure emerged, he lifted his cup, the rippling water reflecting the smile in his eyes. Upon entering the restaurant, Tu Nan immediately spotted the male beast. He was casually dressed in a loose top, his dark green curls somewhat unruly, appearing drowsy as he sat at the central table of the dining area. No one was seated nearby, yet surrounding tables were filled with exquisitely arranged female beasts. Who were they waiting for? Tu Nan held the answer within, leading Miao Miu by the hand. She walked directly to his side, smiling at him. What a coincidence. This gesture served as her greeting, and she promptly signaled to the waiter to add a seat for her child. Only then did she ask, you don't mind, do you? Of course not. Kong Jiamu placed the small spoon he had been holding back onto the saucer and shrugged. He remarked that it was a bold creature of femininity. Tu Nan, without makeup, appeared less striking than the night before, yet her allure seemed to be even more pronounced. She exuded an air of casualness, as if dining in her own breakfast nook, draped in a somewhat sheer morning wrap over her nightgown. Her hair carelessly gathered and cascading behind her. Kong Jiamu felt a sense of satisfaction. Who would wish to encounter a tightly wound assembly of individuals so early in the day? He then cast his gaze upon the little girl standing beside Juan Pearl, who was staring at him intently. Was this Huayan? Apart from her green eyes, the child bore little resemblance to her mother, perhaps taking after her father, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Suddenly, the little girl dashed over to him, cautiously reaching out to touch his hair. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she turned back to Tu Nan, exclaiming, "Mom, come feel it. It's so beautiful." The server conveniently brought over a high chair, prompting Tu Nan to call her over, insisting on proper manners. Meow Meow hesitated. To her, the sheen of his hair danced enticingly, akin to a tantalizing cat toy. "It's really lovely and soft. Mommy, come touch it." Meow Meow continued her enthusiastic cries in her mind. Tu Nan was at a loss for words. "Foolish child. Your mother will eventually touch it." To his surprise, Kong Jiamu lifted Meow Meow and placed her on his lap. He spoke earnestly to her. "I know it's beautiful. But first, little one, you must have breakfast before you can receive a reward." He pulled a new set of utensils toward him and asked the child, "What would you like to eat? Speak up." "Meat." Meow Meow responded joyfully. Her mother always restricted her meat intake in the mornings, but this uncle seemed quite nice. She decided she liked him. Though somewhat taken aback by Kong Jiamu, a masculine figure, caring for a child, the sight of him cradling Meow Meow appeared surprisingly harmonious. Tu Nan mused that it was preferable for someone to like children rather than detest them. Well, that applied universally. "I hope it's not too much trouble," she casually offered in polite banter. Kong Jiamu detected the insincerity in her words and shot her a knowing glance, a smirk hovering at the corners of his lips. With his long fingers, he deftly cut the meat brought by the server into equal-sized cubes, then laid a napkin for the child and handed her a small fork. "I'm finished anyway, and Huayan has refined taste. I quite like this child." It seemed she's willing to engage. Tu Nan, meanwhile, immersed herself in her breakfast, braving the surrounding atmosphere laden with silent scrutiny. Kong Jiamu patiently continued to feed the little one, occasionally sipping his drink. As Tu Nan rose to take the child from his embrace, Kong Jiamu suddenly spoke. "There's a piano room upstairs where one can practice dance. Shall we meet there tonight?" Tu Nan clicked her tongue, adjusting the weight of Meow Meow, which felt like an extra pound after breakfast. While her eyes sparkled with unspoken words, the child was present, she signaled to him. Kong Jiamu smiled, wiping his mouth with a napkin. 10 o'clock tonight. I shall await your presence." Observing the child, who appeared utterly perplexed by the adult's conversation, he cheekily interjected. "It's time for Huayan to sleep," remarked Tu Nan as he cradled the child. Meow Meow emerged from her mother's shoulder, waving a cheerful goodbye. This charming thought flitted through Kong Jiamu's mind. Meanwhile, Tu Nan was already conversing with Meow Meow. "Let me show you the way first. You'll be able to find it tonight. Want to you?" "Don't worry, Mom. If I can't, my nose is sharp," Meow Meow reassured her, placing her trust in her brother at such moments. "You must also put in effort, dear," Tu Nan responded, sensing his daughter's physical prowess seemed to surpass her intellect. Pushing open the door to the music room, a melodious sound enveloped the air, emanating from Jiamu's piano performance. The dimly lit space exuded an ethereal ambience, transforming gracefully alongside the music, creating a dreamy haze. Beside Kong Jiamu stood an extraordinary upright instrument with colossal strings. The beast, sitting elegantly and casually strumming the strings, turned slightly at the sound of the door. His skin was significantly fairer than that of an ordinary beast, adorned with elongated, slanted eyes. In this twilight glow, seated at the piano, he merely raised an eyebrow at Tu Nan, exuding an irresistible allure that enveloped her. This creature was well aware of how to present his charm. He patted the space beside him, indicating for her to sit. Tu Nan gently closed the door and approached him. Bending slightly, feigning ignorance, "Aren't you learning to dance?" Kong Jiamu casually plucked a melody from the strings and abruptly changed the subject. "Have you ever observed birds?" Tu Nan shook her head. Kong Jiamu chuckled softly. "We avian beasts cherish a sense of ritual. Ah, the peacock displays its feathers." As Tu Nan settled beside him, watching him play, she impulsively reached for the piano strings. Kong Jiamu paused, instinctively slowing his movements, allowing each string to resonate. Tu Nan's fingers trailed closely behind his, following his delicate touch. His actions gradually decelerated, yet Tu Nan remained oblivious, until her fingers pressed against his. Kong Jiamu deftly grasped her playful hand, tenderly caressing her delicate fingers. Tunin slipped her fingers into his, a smile gracing her lips as she complimented him. You play splendidly. So, is today the day for changing instruments? Unbeknownst to her, his other hand had found its way to her waist, drawing her closer until her lips nearly brushed against his. With a playful smile, he murmured, "That's fine, but tuition must be paid first." They exchanged a kiss, equally matched in intensity. After a moment, Tunin gently pushed him away, licking her lips as she leapt from the stool. Standing in the shifting emerald light that resembled fine threads, she spoke with regal confidence. As if demanding her knight from the queen, "Hurry, Teacher Kong, you're not planning to charge me and then refuse to work, are you?" Kong Jimu was in no rush. He relished the process of seduction and was far from being one of those impatient souls devoid of an aesthetic appreciation for life. The two had just commenced their formal lesson for the evening when the door to the music room was laboriously pushed open. A small figure stood at the threshold. Gasping for breath from crying, a little cub, upon seeing her mother, Meow Meow dashed towards her as if she had found a savior. Throwing herself into her mother's embrace and bursting into tears. "Mom, brother is missing." Tunin comforted her daughter, though confusion marred her face. "What brother? Speak clearly, Huayan. Don't cry. It's Ao. We were playing hide and seek, and I can't find him." Tunin's expression turned to one of alarm. "You mean Ao is on the ship?" He snuck on, "Mom. Please don't be angry," Meow Meow replied, both fearful and anxious. Tunin felt as if she might faint, her face a portrait of shock as she glanced between Meow Meow and Kong Jimu, her expression crumbling. Ao smuggled himself aboard. What? Kong Jimu could scarcely believe his ears. Chapter 92. The identity of Ao unraveled in such a manner? Tunin had long since formulated a plan. With her identity as a nurturing mother exposed, the only prudent course of action was to relocate to another planet. Remaining on Sandstar meant that far too many, aside from Fiona, were aware of her true identity. Her lack of ears and tail, along with the serial number on the back of her neck, combined with the rare existence of her dragon and phoenix twins, rendered her easily identifiable without the need for extensive inquiries. Presently, the records for entry and exit from Sandstar were fabricated by Hain, depicting her as a blue pearl of the feline race with a childhood girl. Had she merely been attempting to evade the border inspections with the identity purchased from the black market, she would not have dared to breach the planetary borders. Yet with the influence of the noble Hain, the situation was entirely different. Tunin was confident that she could navigate through the capital Star's immigration office with ease. The exit scans reacted to the nurturing mother's serial number, a measure of control for nurturing mothers, and could naturally identify counterfeit ears. However, it was precisely this that could not anticipate Ao's innate talent, his ability to teleport in shadows allowing him to smuggle aboard successfully. Now that they had left Sandstar, she needed to continue deceiving Kong Jimu. She aimed to exploit his interest in her and his sense of responsibility towards his family's business, all while leveraging the stable identity constructed for her by Hain. Tunin intended for Ao to appear by her side without arousing suspicion. Clutching Meow Meow close, she attempted to rush out, but Kong Jimu seized her arm. What on earth is going on? His demeanor shifted from playful to serious. Tunin appeared hesitant to speak, ultimately gritting her teeth and pushing the door open, revealing the humiliating truths that weighed heavily on her. Through her account, Kong Jimu gleaned the general outline of the situation. Pearl, the wife of this little nobleman, was gentle and virtuous, having borne her husband a lovely daughter. She had always believed her family was stable and normal. Next door lived a woman who was raising a child on her own, and that child bore a resemblance to Meow Meow, having grown up alongside her. This lady frequently visited her home. Whenever the topic of their husbands arose, the woman always seemed somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to refrain from further inquiry. It wasn't until one day that she discovered this woman was, in fact, her husband's mistress, and the boy was also her husband's son. This revelation rendered her past life a mere farce. It was no wonder her temperament had undergone such a drastic transformation. Kong Jimu contemplated this notion internally. What will you do once you find someone? Kong Jimu inquired as he led her towards the flight control room, where the surveillance of all public areas was monitored. Locating a child was unlikely to pose much difficulty. Tunin held the child tightly. The little girl, having regained her composure, now had the courage to voice her demands. I want my brother to stay. I don't want to be separated from him. Tunin offered a wry smile, realizing there was little he could do to send him away. How did you manage that? Kong Jiamu also sought clarity on the matter. Hongtu Airlines had never encountered incidents of smuggling. Should their competitors become aware of such a situation, it would serve as a substantial excuse to attack his family. Although he never involved himself in the family business, encountering this issue meant he could not simply disregard it. My brother said he zipped right over. No one could see him. Miao Miao spoke with a hint of pride. Tunin and Kong Jiamu exchanged glances. Talent? Was the only conclusion they could muster. Yet all would remain speculative until the child was found. Good job. Tunin mentally commended Miao Miao. Where did Awa hide? The kitchen, I think, Miao Miao pondered, nibbling on her finger. I told him that the meat from this morning was particularly delicious, and he said he'd go try it. Miao Miao expressed her eagerness. How convenient. There must be plenty of food there. I want to go too. Tell your mother what you wish to eat. Rummaging around is inappropriate, Tunin advised. All right, Miao Miao acquiesced. Tunin exhaled, feeling a tinge of concern regarding the child's upbringing. However, Kong Jiamu overheard and turned to gaze at the still bewildered woman, suddenly asking, Do you know I'm the youngest in the Kong family? Tunin nodded, perplexed. Surely, the entire empire was aware of this. Kong Jiamu smirked coldly, though it was unclear whom he was mocking. Do you know which number wife my mother is to my father? Without waiting for Tunin's response, he continued, the fifth. The one officially acknowledged. Tunin was taken aback momentarily, yet he remained unsure of the purpose behind this revelation. The male figure maintained a steady pace as he led them on, his voice drifting back to them. I have 12 siblings. Our household was a chaotic blend from a young age, ever since my potential was assessed and I expressed my intention to join the military. My siblings have suddenly become quite amiable towards me. Prior to that, I often doubted I would live to see adulthood. He paused at the door marked control room, turning around to flash a beguiling smile at Tunin. The nobles, utterly tedious. It would be prudent to come to terms sooner rather than later. Have you not already begun to consider yourself a widow? He rapped on the door and added one final remark while waiting. The fallen world welcomes you. The door swung open, and the staff member, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Kong Jiamu, was swiftly dismissed by a supervisor sitting with legs crossed, who leaped from his chair and eagerly rubbed his hands together. What brings the young master here? Is there something amiss on the ship? Kong Jiamu donned a nonchalant smile once more, stepping aside to allow Tunin to enter, and explained to the supervisor, My friend's child has gone missing. Please check the surveillance to help locate him. A minor issue. How old is the child, and in which area was he last seen? A young boy in his childhood, with black hair, last spotted between the guest rooms and the kitchen. Miao Miao interjected brightly. Indeed, Ao is in the kitchen. A group of individuals promptly accessed all surveillance footage in that area and soon spotted the little one standing in front of a stool, diligently sampling pastries in the kitchen's break area. It was tea mealtime, so there was no meat being cooked, but the dessert cabinet was well stocked. 3 portions were laid out on the stool, and he was fairly tasting each, taking turns with meticulous fairness, neither hurried nor slow. Tunin contemplated discussing dental care with Ao later. When Ao was finally retrieved, he stood dejectedly before Tunin, and Miao Miao immediately embraced the little boy. The two of them cuddling intimately, entirely disregarding Tunin's darkened expression. Tunin tugged at Kong Jiamu, signaling for a private conversation outside. They left the children in the bedroom and retreated to the living room of Tunin's suite. The young boy had just showcased his remarkable talents in front of them, leaving Kong Jiamu with some considerations. After a moment of contemplation, Tunin suddenly lifted her head. I have no intention of sending him back, since he is my husband's child. He is my child as well. She chuckled coldly. I shall greet him, and his lover contend to him, since he has a good relationship with Huayan. He might as well continue being a good brother. With both of the old man's children in my hands, if he wants me to raise them well, he ought to cease his interruptions. Tunin's resolve was unwavering. As for meeting, I see no need for that before their adolescence. Kong Jiamu shrugged. If you have made up your mind, so be it. In truth, he agreed with her approach. After all, with such a gifted child, neglecting him would inevitably lead to complications. With this realization, Tunin's mood seemed to lighten. Her expression brightened as she shot a glance at Kong Jiamu. I shall cover his expenses as his mother, she added after a moment's thought. And let us also ensure his identity is registered under my name on the ship. Seeing as the old man has been dragging his feet, Kong Jiamu pondered, perhaps your husband has contemplated becoming a widower, or at the very least, abandoning his wife, so that when it comes time for his son to register his identity, he may do so as a legitimate heir. These aristocrats are utterly tedious. Let us proceed as you suggest. He took particular delight in complicating matters for these nobles, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 93. Late affections are worthless like weeds gazing at the closed door. Tu Nan's voice was husky. What, after all, is talent? She inquired of the system but received no reply. Meanwhile, when Lisa and Gaia discovered the children's talents, chaos reigned. This question had long weighed heavily on Tu Nan's heart. Kong Jemu stroked his chin. You have indeed posed your question to the right individual. Many would struggle to articulate it accurately. A subtle smile graced his lips. For talent, skills signify a shortcut to the pinnacle. They represent a watershed moment where the world and its rules diverge entirely. To illuminate one's talent skill is to arrogantly declare, from that moment forth, one is bound by those rules. Thus, shattering that ceiling becomes almost a foregone conclusion. Tu Nan discerned the hidden implications in his words. If what you say is true, does it not imply that the authorities regard Kong Jiamu as such? Yet he previously claimed to have displayed grade-level talent from a young age. Therefore, could it be that he? Kong Jiamu nonchalantly pinched his fingers, revealing a perilous smile. Knowing my secret, I shall not allow you to depart easily. He leaned closer, his dark green hair cascading down, enveloping Tu Nan in a verdant dream. In his eyes, Tu Nan saw an abundance of intrigue, yet no trace of menace. It appeared that this secret was not particularly rare among the upper echelons of the empire. Those who should know likely already did. Tu Nan leaned in and lightly kissed his thin lips, quickly retreating from the depths of green to redirect the conversation. In other words, that child is destined for greatness. Tu Nan murmured. She contemplated the fact that Miao Miao also possessed a talent skill, thus her two children would undoubtedly inherit such gifts. And what of that divine grade gene? However, this was not a question to be asked casually. Tu Nan was certain it was explosive information. She could not genuinely believe that Kong Jiamu was a figure worthy of complete trust. Do you require my guidance? It would likely expedite matters. Kong Jiamu expressed a keen interest in that child. Perhaps his sovereign, Emperor Hao Yuan, Long Jingyuan, would also be eager to nurture a young prodigy. He bore the responsibility of assisting the emperor in gathering talent, which could also serve to benefit Pearl. Those chosen by the emperor for cultivation are undoubtedly of good character. This would only serve to benefit his nominal mother, Pearl. Would that not mean I am incurring further debts? Tu Nan was intrigued. Could Huayan be included as well? Certainly. Kong Jiamu fully grasped her intentions to secure advantages for her biological daughter. Bringing one more or two made little difference, though I must inform you. The deposit I require will be quite substantial. Kong Jiamu hinted. It matters not. However, I wish to meticulously evaluate whether you, as an instructor, are indeed competent for the sake of the children. Tu Nan's eyes harbored a tantalizing allure as she smiled with enchanting charm, lightly placing a finger upon Kong Jiamu's chest. What is your innate skill? Might I have a glimpse? The flames of desire in Kong Jiamu's eyes intensified, and the smile at the corner of his lips became uncontrollable. Ha ha. His chest resonated with laughter. As for my talent, it cannot be fully unleashed aboard the starship. Grasping her mischievous hand, he whispered enticingly. I'll grant you some time to soothe the child. When dawn breaks tomorrow, I shall reveal it to you. On the ship's deck, there lies a celestial botanical garden. Come. I assure you, you shall not regret it. The two made a pact, and Tu Nan understood the nature of this invitation. As the moment ripened, Tu Nan surveyed the imposing figure before her with satisfaction. Do avian creatures require a sense of ritual? She too yearned for such a thing. A fervent encounter was perfectly suited to serve as a complete farewell to the previous day. In absolute darkness, silence reigned. No light, no sound, and no breeze stirred. Li found himself confined in a corner, utterly immobile. This was a military confinement chamber, and even with his robust physique, escape was unattainable. He had desperately attempted various methods yesterday, yet all that resulted was an exacerbation of his injuries, devoid of any significance. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Li remained incredulous. Had Tu Nan truly vanished without a trace? That morning, he had seethed as he witnessed Xing Ranjan passing an invitation to a neighbor, concerned that his dear, nurturing mother might feel unwell. Little did he expect her absence from the small courtyard, her whereabouts pinpointed to the commercial district. She had not returned all night. Li burst through the feudal barrier of Gaia, pursuing the location only to capture a frenzied kitten. Gaia hurriedly followed, observing as Li removed the collar from the little creature's neck, along with a note attached to it. The message was succinct. I hope you will treat this little one kindly. Li's hand trembled slightly, the kitten's piercing wail echoing as he felt his grip tighten uncontrollably. Gaia snatched the cat from his hands, recalling the news he had heard prior to arriving, and reflecting on Tu Nan's unexpected actions. Understanding dawned on him. Li's mind was a blank canvas as he dialed the police station, reporting his nurturing mother as missing. Coincidentally, the officer who answered was one Tu Nan had encountered before. What? Tu Nan is a nurturing mother? The officer expressed astonishment. Such an elegant Miss Tu Nan was indeed a nurturing mother? Oh dear. This could spell trouble. Should she be found, her master might break her legs. Gaia, about to speak, suddenly fell silent at this revelation, swallowing the words that almost escaped his lips. Perhaps Tu Nan was right. A figure that appeared serene on the surface yet burned within her fire. Tu Nan truly belonged among nurturing mothers, living in silence like an object within the grand estate. Li gazed around, bewildered. He recalled that his identity had changed. He was now a member of the military, an elite of the vanguard team, capable of mobilizing various resources. With a spark of determination in his eyes, he headed towards the city gate. The city gate, the station, the merchant caravans, the mercenary agency, and the airport. He intended to scour each location. For Tu Nan and her child could not have gone far. He was resolute. He would undoubtedly find her. Without the luxury of time to ponder, he began to interrogate each place in succession. The city gate yielded no results. The station reported no sightings of such a mother and child. And the merchant caravans had not entered or exited Mana City in recent days. As confusion clouded his mind further, the mercenaries refused to allow him to inspect their list of contracts. It had to be them. They had taken Tu Nan. The mercenaries mockingly derided his inability to control a mother. Amidst their vile taunts, his rationality began to fade, giving way to a primal fury. Though he had not brought his curved blade, it mattered little. A sudden rupture in his mind transformed him, starting from his arm, into a beastly figure. Save for a tiger's ear and tail, his adversaries remained oblivious to the impending danger until he lunged forward, teeth bared, and severed one man's arm, sending it flying. The chaos escalated uncontrollably, with a cacophony of flesh and fury intertwined with the crack of firearms resonating throughout the area. The turmoil continued unabated until Carl arrived with reinforcements, ultimately restoring order. Li was thrown into a confinement room. Bang! The door swung open, and blinding light pierced his eyes painfully. Carl stood silhouetted in the doorway, his tone frigid, yet tinged with a hint of disappointment. Are you clear-headed now? Li stubbornly inquired. What about Tu Nan and the child? Have you found them? Chapter 94. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? With arms crossed, Carl surveyed the room's occupant coldly, refraining from answering Li's question and instead retorting. I heard you were supposed to become the son-in-law of the Sheng family last night. Wasn't that a wise choice? So, who are you trying to perform for now? Li's menacing gaze pierced through like a knife, yet Carl remained undeterred. As the commander of the vanguard, he possessed ample experience in managing headstrong individuals, and he was increasingly dissatisfied with his subordinate's current state of confusion. I have no choice. I must provide a better life for Tu Nan and the child. Li roared, exasperated that these people could not comprehend his plight. His options had always been limited. Shortcuts, Carl scoffed. Have you consulted Tu Nan, or even the child? Do they truly desire the life you speak of? Are you doing this for them, or for yourself? No, that's not it. The Sheng family is using Tu Nan to threaten me. Li found himself ensnared in confusion. Was he truly pursuing his ambitions at their expense? Clutching his hair, he interrogated his own heart. The more he contemplated, the faster his perceived resolve crumbled. Have you never considered seeking support from the military? Carl smirked, asserting, all this time. You have never trusted us, have you? Observing his subordinate, who was now a mere shadow of self-doubt, Carl felt a throbbing headache. Having transcended into a chaotic beast, he remarkably managed to break through to a beastly form, undoubtedly rendering him stronger than before. No one has misjudged him. He is indeed a promising soldier. However, his reckless actions in Mata City have incited considerable turmoil, leaving the military in heated debate over whether to protect him. Sighing for the sake of that female beast, Carl pondered the situation. Despite the gravity of the circumstances, the mother and her 2 children remain elusive. Their absence, in Carl's eyes, is a silver lining. He could not resist advising him, as they had thoroughly investigated the Sheng family and found no signs of involvement. Li immediately began to struggle, perhaps intending to confront the Sheng family for answers. With his arms crossed, Carl coldly observed him until he was utterly exhausted before speaking. Do not concern yourself with others. Do you realize how many lives you have taken? The mercenary leader is already waiting at the garrison commander's door, and 2 paths lie before you. 1. You face a military tribunal, and if fortune favors you, You might escape with your life, but receive a sentence of 30 years at the very least. 2. You enlist in the Suicide Squad. If you can survive the front lines, not only will you earn a pardon, but you may also be promoted. Choose wisely. I will go to the battlefield. Lee did not hesitate much. 30 years? By the time he emerges, will Tunin even remember what he looks like? And will the children still need him? On the battlefield, as long as he survives, he is certain he will see Tunin again. He realized he had strayed from his path, having made a grievous error in judgment. If I perish on the battlefield, you must find Tunin and grant her my compensation. Lee left such words hanging in the air. Carl scoffed. What of it? You are not truly bonded with the Shink family. And aside from whether or not Tunin receives it, what of the two little ones? Simultaneously, aboard the spaceship, Tunin was immersed in a delightful dream with her two children. In her dream, she returned to a familiar planet, a world that felt far more secure, playing a simple ball game on a vast expanse of grass. The children transformed into dogs and cats, embodying both her children and beloved pets, but the relaxation, joy, and affection radiated distinctly in the sunlight. Until they came back to her, saying, "Mommy, we're tired of playing. Let us go back." She suddenly awoke from her slumber. The room's signal light indicated items waiting for her at the door. Yawning, Tunin retrieved them, discovering a children's wristband meant for her little ones. The name presumably derived from what she had mentioned to Kong Jiamu the day prior, Blue Star. Just yesterday, she thought it was merely a whimsical name. But she now realized that she was not indifferent. She did miss that world. Even if it had not offered any truly memorable joys, it was indeed her mother planet. Her homeland. All right, now you can move about the ship. You two must stay together, understand? Use the wristband to let Mommy know where you are. Tunin affixed the child stickers provided by the suite onto the wristbands, which would enable special access for monitoring, ensuring that if the children ventured into areas out of sight, an alarm would sound. Indeed, it is a luxurious flight, meticulously considered. The two children, hand in hand, scampered off to the dining hall. Tunan. She sat before the vanity, diligently attending to her appearance. She had her own dessert to savor. The upper deck of the starship is a true realm, where each seat requires a separate reservation. However, for Kong Jiamu, the young master of Hongtu Airlines, it was merely a matter of a few words. He had evidently reserved the entire botanical garden. Here, a splendid ecosystem is maintained through wealth and technology, with trees, grasslands, and streams resembling a genuine forest. The sky is altered to a misty morning, and the subtle moisture mingled with the fragrance of the plants invigorates Tunan. In the forest, birds tirelessly sing. While Tunan follows the stream in search of the most resplendent one, she instinctively felt that Kong Jiamu would be by the stream, and indeed, he was. Navigating around a colossal tree, Kong Jiamu stood at the shallow bank of the stream, clad in long black boots. Surprisingly, he wore a splendid blouse with flared sleeves, the intricate lace outlining a deep neckline. Other males would struggle to wear such an extravagant and flamboyant garment, yet Kong Jiamu does so effortlessly. He even adorned himself with a striking earring, but even these garments pale in comparison to his radiant presence. "You look as if you're up to no good today," Kong Jiamu remarked with a bow, extending his hand in invitation to Tunan. "Would you care to join me?" Tunan, with a mysterious smile, placed her hand in his. Indeed, it was Tunan's first time attending to her appearance with such seriousness. Addressing all potential concerns, she set aside all worries, determined to relish this moment. "Allow me to introduce you to this botanical garden, as it was I who designed it at the age of 16. Kong Jiamu guided her through the woods at a leisurely pace. With his soothing, magnetic voice, the light and shadows of the forest transformed with each of his gestures, shifting from bright sunshine to the setting sun and finally to a starlit sky. The pair eventually emerged from the woods onto an open meadow. Tunan gazed in awe at the scene before her. Overhead was a semicircular transparent dome, beneath which lay the vast expanse of the starry sky. A true celestial panorama. In the distance, starlight twinkled, while closer by, fragments of celestial bodies struck the starship's shield, creating a dazzling display of light. Kong Jiamu stood on a small isolated platform, slowly removing his upper garment. Although he appeared to be a young noble indulging in pleasure, he indeed held a military rank, and as he shed his shirt, revealing his well-defined torso, his broad, powerful chest attested to this fact. "Does transforming require undressing?" Tunan inquired, inadvertently posing a silly question. Kong Jiamu grinned mischievously. "I do not mind a piece of clothing. It is merely that my gaze remains fixed upon you. This is also part of my sense of ritual." Chapter 95. Fireworks in the Starry Sky. The platform gradually ascended, and as it neared the apex, the dome melted inward, splitting to form a small sphere that enveloped the platform before releasing it. Kong Jiamu completely detached from the starship, emerging into the vastness of the starry expanse. Tunin was certainly aware that he would not deliberately seek his own demise, and she had long heard tales of the beastmen capable of combat in their primal forms amidst the cosmos. Yet, this was her first direct witness to such a phenomenon, and it genuinely contravened all known scientific principles. Kong Jiamu pressed against the dome, observing Tunin, his smile becoming increasingly audacious as he pushed against the dome, arms wide open. Leaning back, in an instant, Kong Jiamu's figure vanished from Tunin's sight. "Ah!" Tunin exclaimed, rushing to the edge of the botanical garden, pressing against the isolation shield to look back. To enhance the observational effect, a small segment of the shield protruded beyond the ship's body, providing an exquisite view that evoked a sense of weightlessness. The starship continued to advance at high speed. Could Kong Jiamu truly keep pace? Indeed, he could. In the distance, a flicker of firelight burst forth, followed by another, and those shimmering points multiplied, gradually forming a line. A shrill, distant cry echoed from the depths of the starry sky. And before Tunin's eyes, a dark bluish-green flame swayed towards her from afar, as he gracefully traced different patterns of light across the cosmos. That was the intense heat generated by his claws as they grazed the fragments of celestial bodies. The magnificent green peacock finally aligned itself parallel to Tunin, its colossal avian head drawing near the dome's edge, where Tunin's astonished and speechless figure was vividly reflected in its pale blue eyes. "How? Fire my gift." Tunin was perplexed as to how she could hear Kong Jiamu's voice so distinctly. The feathers on the peacock's tail, adorned with countless mysterious eyes, resembled movements through water and wind. The colors upon him emanated their own light in the deep void, shimmering before her. Her scientific worldview had long since collapsed in this realm, and entranced by this spectacle, Tunin could only utter the simplest and most sincere praise. Incredibly, extraordinarily beautiful. A look of satisfaction flickered in Kong Jiamu's blue eyes as he turned and spun around, the light behind him reconfiguring into spiraled curves. This flamboyant bird returned to Tunin's presence, pressing against the dome and transforming into human form. This bare-chested male beast grasped the edges of the small sphere that had opened to receive him, tidying his hair, winking at Tunin, and extending a finger towards the distance. Tunin's gaze involuntarily followed. "Boom," he declared. In the starry sky, fireworks erupted, scattering debris and illuminating the vast expanse above. What a grand display of romance! Tunin was astonished by the flamboyant ritual of this dandy. If he performed such theatrics for every girlfriend, the cost would indeed be exorbitant, she mused, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, yet she could not deny the beauty of it all. Kong Jiamu slowly descended on a platform, and Tunin's heart raced. A genuine feeling of love blossomed within her. Considering the effort this peacock was putting forth, could she momentarily forget her tasks and focus solely on the present? After all, who could resist such a degree of temptation? Tunin gazed at Kong Jiamu with fervor, precisely the effect he sought to evoke. Each of his female companions never harbored any grievances against him, for it was his fervent dedication to every relationship that endeared him to them. As Tunin gradually approached him, the moment his platform touched down, she lunged forward. Kong Jiamu swiftly embraced her, capturing her lips under the starlit sky. The two required no words. His hands ardently untied the straps of Tunin's dress while she tenderly combed through his hair. Ah! How rare it was for a cat-beast man to understand the passions of their avian counterparts. A partner who loved to groom was simply delightful. Kong Jiamu deepened the kiss, and Tunin matched his fervor, their energies perfectly balanced. Just as the last strap was undone, and the dress clung solely to them by the friction of their bodies. Preparing to advance to the next stage, a serious and authoritative voice interrupted the moment. "Young master, I believe you need to take a communication." Both individuals froze in their passionate embrace. Kong Jiamu quickly gathered Tunin's dress, pressing her head against his chest, his anger flaring as he looked up. "Captain Wei, I recall that I have reserved this space. When did my authority diminish so?" His indignation was entirely justified. Regardless of his status as a super or a member of the Kong family, being disturbed in such a private setting was infuriating. However, upon recognizing that it was Wei Yang, a long-standing employee of the Kong family who had served at Hongtou Airlines for over 30 years, Kong Jiamu restrained his ire. "What reason do you have for this? It should not be necessary." Wei Yang remained unfazed, presenting him with a communicator. Kong Jiamu accepted it, puzzled. As a calm yet reproachful voice emanated from the device. Colonel Kong, if I recall correctly, you have yet to complete your handover, have you not? Kong Jiamu was left utterly stunned as the voice continued, methodically pressing him. You returned via commercial aviation. I could have overlooked that. However, now the troop transport to Marta Star has passed through your route. Their commander inquired about unusual energy fluctuations along the route and whether support was needed. Tu Nin was equally immobilized. Marta Star? She had become acutely sensitive to that specific term, despite it now having no bearing on her. Your Majesty. Kong Jiamu replied with a wry smile, attempting to deflect. I merely took a brief flight. No support is required, truly. Ha! Came the cold laughter from the other end. I have taught you to be cautious. Kong Jiamu instinctively straightened as if to salute, only to remember that Tu Nin still rested in his arms. He sighed and quietly admitted his fault. I understand, Your Majesty, please forgive me. There was a prolonged silence as the other party seemingly deliberated on whether he was worthy of forgiveness. Kong Jiamu kept his head bowed, not daring to breathe. After a lengthy pause, a sigh escaped from the other side. Submit a reflection report to me. Kong Jiamu exhaled in relief. But the tone abruptly turned cold as Wei Yang addressed Tu Nin. Miss, please forgive my intrusion. Do continue. The communication was terminated. Tu Nin and Kong Jiamu exchanged glances, while Wei Yang stood rigidly beside them. Let us proceed, Kong Jiamu said, and I shall return immediately to pin my reflections. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Yang, with utmost seriousness, extended his hand for the communicator, an exclusive device for the captain aboard the flight. In a fit of anger, Kong Jiamu hurled the communicator, which Wei Yang effortlessly caught before bowing to both individuals and leisurely exiting. The atmosphere had dissipated entirely. Tu Nin could never have anticipated that after meticulously preparing for the day, it would culminate in such an anticlimactic manner. Observing Kong Jiamu, who stood there dejectedly, resembling a drenched rat, she couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. It was as if she were catching a glimpse of a peacock so thoroughly subdued. She gained a rather vivid insight into the emperor's methods of managing his subordinates. Meanwhile, aboard the troop transport ship from Mata City, which had reported to the emperor and incited this turmoil, Li sat in silence, clutching a red gemstone, his heart ashen. The familiar sensation returned. He often felt, as if by instinct, that Tu Nin was not far from him. Chapter 96. Entwined fates. In Li's hand lay the token Tu Nin had entrusted to him, the very ruby he had once gifted her. Yet now, no matter how he gazed upon it, the gemstone's hue was steeped in foreboding. How had he ever believed it to be suitable for Tu Nin? Leaning against the starship's porthole, he watched as the vibrant fireworks outside extinguished. Their warship glided past a magnificent luxury liner. His vision had sharpened remarkably since his breakthrough during the recent turmoil. He could now discern vessels from a distance that had previously eluded him. The premier flight of Hongtu Airlines stood in stark contrast to their own warship, which bore only weapons and soldiers. Through the transparent windows, he beheld opulent lights and shadows within, an intricate canopy adorned with lush trees. A fleeting silhouette, dark-haired, caught his eye, reminiscent of Tu Nin, which sent him spiraling into despair. Would he ever live to see her again? Or if fate decreed his demise, would Tu Nin receive his pension? He recalled the moment he had received the ruby. After choosing to join the suicide squad for the front lines, Carl had pulled him from confinement, urging him to prepare for the troop transport departing that afternoon. Only when the proceedings reached the military tribunal would he be recognized as a member of the suicide squad at the forefront, and all would be forgiven. After all, everyone from Mata City was lenient towards those on the front lines, especially the suicide squad. Gaia had been summoned to bid him farewell, bringing with her Lisa. The fierce woman presented him with an exquisitely wrapped box, accompanied by words that pierced his heart. This is a gift from Tu Nin. A birthday present meant for you at the ceremony, she stated. When he hesitated to accept it, she unceremoniously thrust the item into his hands. I assure you, the timing could not be more perfect, she declared, her frustration palpable. Li always felt that there was something within that could utterly unravel his life. Yet he yearned for it to be the guidance that Tu Nin had provided, allowing him to still catch a whiff of her essence. As he deftly untied the ribbon and opened the box, a single ruby lay quietly atop a neatly folded letter. This was the gift he had presented that day to placate Tu Nin. The handwriting on the letter was orderly and earnest, devoid of any chaotic traces, indicating that Tu Nin had been in a composed state when she penned it. When you read this letter, you will already be someone else's husband. Tu Nin had not even inscribed his name, directly addressing this point from the outset. I thank you for purchasing me at that time, but since this was a transaction, from the moment I bore 2 children, our agreement is fulfilled. You see, you indeed have a cat and a dog. I have honored the service you acquired. As for me, I must apologize. I am not an object. A surrogate should not be regarded as an object, a belief I have held firmly. And the death of GU has only reinforced this notion. It is unfortunate that you and I do not share the same perspective. I have taken the children with me, having consulted their wishes. Rest assured, as long as I live, I shall raise them well. Gaia, rarely irritable, snatched the letter from his hands, and Lisa leaned in, both of them reading it together. Lisa immediately sprang to her feet. Surrogate, what do you think you are? Ah, how noble of you, truly a dog esteemed by the Xing family. She pointed at Li, berating him. What about Tunan makes her unworthy of you? Can't you see that she does not wish to be a surrogate? You are forcing her away. She is the mother of your children. Li's lips trembled. Wanting to argue that he did not think less of Tunan, he had simply never considered what inherent flaws existed within this long-standing system. He believed that just as he thrived through force, Tunan could quietly exist by his side. Gaia restrained Lisa, knowing Li's thoughts more clearly. For he had once shared the same sentiments, though he had forgotten Tunan's identity much earlier, while he inexplicably clung to it. Tunan is a person. Gaia struggled to articulate his feelings, having interacted with both Tunan and Jiyu. She desires to be treated as an equal, not a commodity to be bought or sold at whim. It is as simple as that. Gaia recalled Tunan's fierce resolve in the face of crises. How can you not comprehend? She merely wishes to live, that is all. Li's mind was struck like a hammer, his thoughts in disarray, yet amidst the chaos. He suddenly grasped a thread of insight. It was the essence of his own past struggles for survival. Yes, he had always pondered why he was a chaotic beast, why he had been cast aside. It was not his fault to be born thus. He had persevered through hardship and finally learned to survive through strength. And then, had he forgotten all of this? Did he truly believe that Tunan, also born as a surrogate, would inherently accept such an identity? On what grounds? Holding the ruby, Li finally understood what Tunan had been trying to convey all along. She had declared that she did not wish to be a surrogate. She expressed her desire to be a wife and a mother by his side, to create a home. A nurturing mother, how could there be a home without her? He disregarded the risks to Tunan, the calls for help. He deprived Tunan of a home, and in doing so, he found himself bereft of Tunan and thus of home itself. He clutched his head, crouching on the ground, howling in anguish, his voice a guttural cry. His hands seemed to alternate between claw and human form. And Gaia's expression changed dramatically as she tore open the door and shouted, "Quick, call for help. Li's genetic chain is collapsing." Carl, having merely glanced inside, rushed off to fetch a military doctor. After a dose of sedative, Li collapsed, his hands gradually stabilizing into their human shape. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, while Carl fiercely tugged at his hair, feeling helpless. What had transpired was irretrievable. What good would it do to awaken him now? Carl paused. He realized he had no right to speak, having once mocked the situation himself. Fate had unfolded as it would. He would remain on the front lines, and perhaps living through it all would clear his mind. Should any of you receive news of Tunan, do inform me. But do not speak of it to Li just yet. He cannot endure such madness in the midst of battle. Thus, the fates of Li and Tunan intertwined and then diverged. It was both the compassion and the mockery of the beast god. As Li cast his gaze toward the botanical garden, Tunan was sharing a passionate kiss with Kong Jiamu. Naturally, the two were left feeling awkward as they exchanged glances. After a prolonged moment, Tunan adjusted the front of her dress, pointing at Kong Jiamu while laughing uncontrollably. "You can be tamed after all," she exclaimed joyfully, finding delight in the sight of this peacock, who appeared aloof and dissolute, behaving as obediently as a little bird. "Hey, show me some respect," Kong Jiamu replied, scratching his chin in bemusement. It was his first time feeling so embarrassed in front of a female companion, an experience that left him quite unsettled. Yet Tunan's candid demeanor stirred a sense of intimacy within him. "TSK." He gently brushed his nose against hers, letting out a scoff. "All right, it must be an ill-fated day. Come on, where are your little ones? I'll take them for some practice." Tunan shot him a sideways glance, and Kong Jiamu's demeanor shifted, becoming more genuine and affectionate. This, too, was a positive development. The bracelet vibrated slightly, and Tunan glanced at it. The number displayed was Heian's. Kong Jiamu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to answer?" Tunan shook her head gently, offering a wry smile. "No, how could I possibly answer this?